Vhumad God chapter 1296 to chapter 1379. No. This is impossible. How can you have such powerful battle prowess? The surviving Sky Snake Supremacy and Red Flower Grandma went crazy in disbelief. Before they came, they were full of confidence and thought that their plan was flawless. They would definitely be able to eliminate Lin Xian. Who would have thought that it would end up like this? You're not human. You're a demon. A demon. They were indeed crazy. Even a late-stage ninth heaven supremacy would not be able to have such terrifying power. Stupid. Ignorant. Lin Xian spat. Then, he flicked out two void-shattering fingers, instantly piercing through the heads of Sky Snake Supremacy and Red Flower Grandma. Plop. Plop, their eyes widened. Before they fell, they were already dead. Even in death, they could not believe that they had been killed so easily. For top experts, 9 ninth heaven supremacies, and hundreds of elite cultivators had been completely annihilated. How terrifying was this young man before them? He was actually able to fight against the 8 great clans alone and even kill countless experts. How old was he? He was only 20 years old. Yet, he already had such battle prowess. Even the kings of the continent could not have achieved such an achievement back then. It's over. Lin Xian put away the Lone Star Sword and walked out. When he and the Crimson Dragon walked out of the villa behind them suddenly burst into flames. Countless black flames engulfed the entire villa like demons. When Lin Xian disappeared into the sky, the entire Nanshan city was shaken. Actually, the experts in the city had already felt the violent energy earlier. However, that energy was too powerful, and they did not dare to go near for fear of being affected. When the force weakened, many experts nearby went to check it out. Then, they were all dumbfounded and stood rooted to the ground. There was a huge, deep pit in front of them. It covered a radius of 100 miles and was unfathomably deep. The originally majestic villa was gone. Not only the entire Nanshan city, but experts from the nearby cities also flew over. The energy from the previous battle had spread far and wide. Ordinary cultivators were only shocked by the terrifying pit. However, those experts' eyes widened, and their scalps went numb. They knew that this was where the great clans gathered. Countless elites were gathered. However, at this moment, it was actually destroyed. This was definitely a huge matter, and the Duan clan would probably be incomparably furious. One had to know that the Duan clan's current situation was extremely bad. They were often assassinated, but now, their secret location had actually been destroyed. Who did this? Killing so many people should be enough to exchange for a longevity pill, right? Many people were extremely excited when they heard the news. When this news reached the Duan clan, everyone in the Duan clan was shocked. They couldn't believe that so many elite martial artists and absolute experts couldn't kill a 7th level venerable. How is this possible? How is this possible? How could that brat survive? What was going on? Tell me. Prince Ling Feng roared in anger. The martial artists under him were so frightened that they knelt on the ground, trembling. Young master, we really don't know. The entire manor is suspected to have been leveled, and not a single trace was left behind. I'm guessing that brat must have brought a large number of 9th heaven venerables with him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to destroy the entire manor. Yes, that must be it. We were careless this time. I didn't expect him to be so cautious. Trash, a bunch of trash. Prince Ling Feng was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He had never suffered such a loss before. Send people to investigate. We must find out where that brat is. If you find out that he's alone, inform me immediately. He was really mad. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't find Lin Xian now, he would definitely bring the Duan clan's men and kill them immediately. Not only the Duan clan, but all the top forces in the Sky Martial continent, the House of Kings, were all shocked when they heard the news. Now, the battle between the Duan clan and Lin Xian was extremely intense. This was something that everyone knew. Originally, they didn't think highly of Lin Xian, because the Duan clan was too strong. But who would have thought that Lin Xian would use 5 longevity pills, and cause the Duan clan to fall into an extremely passive situation? Bhutan was already like this, and now there was even news that Lin Xian had destroyed a secret base of the Duan family. This was simply too shocking. On the other side, after Lin Xian left Nanshan City, he didn't immediately return to Senma College. Instead, he flew to a large forest nearby. This was because he wanted to get rid of the killing intent on his body. Previously, in the battle with the 8 great clans, Lin Xian had used the blood-red massacre sword intent. His entire person was like a god of death, abnormally fierce. The effect of that battle strength was very shocking. However, this killing intent was very fierce, and it would take some time to completely disperse it. If this killing intent couldn't be dispersed, it would probably affect Lin Xian's mind, and no one would be able to get close to him. In the vast forest, Lin Xian walked slowly. Everywhere he passed, countless trees and rocks were all broken. This wasn't done by Lin Xian at all. It was the effect of the killing intent on his body. Now, martial artists below the 9th celestial layer wouldn't even dare to get close to him. As for Lin Xian, he used the great dragon sword soul to maintain absolute clarity and avoid being affected by the killing intent. Gradually, the blood-red light in his eyes disappeared, and his blood-red hair also gradually returned to normal. The killing intent on his body was also weakening. 3 days later, Lin Xian returned to normal. It had to be said that the blood-red killing intent was too terrifying. It was only because he had the great dragon sword soul that he could maintain his clarity of mind at all times. Otherwise, if it was anyone else, they would have already collapsed. It was hard to imagine how the Blood Sword Emperor could maintain so much blood-red killing intent back then. Thinking of this, Lin Xian sighed. It's nothing. A king has his own domain. Thinking about it, the Blood Sword Emperor should have stored all the killing intent in his domain, which is why he could maintain absolute clarity of mind. The Crimson Dragon explained, a king's domain can be said to have endless magical uses and is very mysterious. When you step into this realm in the future, you will understand. A king's domain? Lin Xian's eyes were filled with anticipation. However, his current cultivation was only at the 7th celestial layer. He was still far from the king realm. Under normal circumstances, for a 7th celestial layer venerable to cultivate to the king realm, even if he was a genius, it would take him hundreds of years. Of course, this was the case if he didn't have a fortuitous encounter. If he had a fortuitous encounter, his cultivation would increase in a short period of time. However, this kind of fortuitous encounter couldn't be sought. Some people might not even encounter it in their entire lives. Lin Xian wouldn't place his hopes on such a faintly discernible fortuitous encounter. Although his cultivation was only at the 7th celestial layer, his great dragon sword soul had already reached the 8th celestial layer and was at the peak. It wouldn't be long before he broke through to the 9th celestial layer. Ruzalong, if my sword soul breaks through to the king realm in advance, will I be able to condense a king's domain? Lin Xian asked. This? The Crimson Dragon held his chin and fell into deep thought. Ruzalong, if my sword soul breaks through to the king realm in advance, will I be able to condense a king domain? Lin Xian asked. This? The Crimson Dragon rested its chin on its hand and fell into deep thought. To be honest, Lin Xian's situation was quite special. His sword soul could actually surpass his own cultivation. Theoretically, it should be possible, but I don't know if you can control that domain when the time comes. The Crimson Dragon said. Can I? Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. If that was the case, then he was a lot closer to the king realm. He just needed to find enough energy to quickly awaken the dragon sword soul. Once the king domain was formed, Lin Xian believed that as long as he mastered the dragon sword soul, he would definitely be able to control the king domain. At that time, he would be able to control the king domain as a venerable. Just thinking about it made him excited. Let's go back to Senma College. Lin Xian's figure flashed, and he turned into a sword ray that shot into the sky and disappeared into the horizon. Senma College, Starpoint Peak. This was Lin Xian's new residence. At this moment, the 9th Elder, 10th Elder, Yu Fei, and the others were anxiously waiting. What do you want me to say? How could you let the young master go to such a dangerous place alone? The 9th Elder looked at Yu Fei and the others and shook his head. That's enough. These people can't control what the young master wants to do. Don't scold them. The news has been sent back. The young master is fine, and the Duan clan's villa has been completely destroyed. The 10th elder advised. Yu Fei and the others were covered in cold sweat, and they didn't dare to speak. At this moment, there was a flash in the sky, and a sword ray instantly landed on Starpoint Peak. Brother Xian. Yu Fei and the others were overjoyed when they saw this. The 9th elder and the 10th elder also heaved a sigh of relief. Young master, you're finally back. Young master, if you didn't come back, the 9th elder would have eaten these people. The 10th elder said with a smile. I'm sorry for making everyone worry. Lin Xian briefly explained the situation, but it still made everyone shudder with fear. That's right, 9th elder, why did you go back some time ago? Could it be that something big has happened in the War God Palace? Lin Xian asked. The 9th elder and the 10th elder were core elders of the War God Palace. Previously, when the two of them returned together, it meant that something big had happened. That was why Lin Xian was so concerned. Young master, don't worry. Nothing big happened. The two of us went back to bring something for young master. The 9th elder smiled. Take something? What is it? Lin Xian was even more curious. Naturally, these are the cultivation resources that the palace master left for you. Elder Jiu said as he took out a storage ring. The resources my father left for me? Lin Xian was very curious. He quickly took the ring and probed it with his soul force. He was stunned. This is too rich. Bottles of pills, piles of spirit fruits, cultivation techniques, weapons, and defensive equipment. This was simply a small treasure trove. Lin Xian had only seen such rich resources in the remote sky secret realm. Other than that, he had never seen anything else. 9th elder, these are all for me? Lin Xian confirmed again. To be honest, he had said that he had to rely on himself to obtain cultivation resources. He did not believe that he would suddenly obtain so many cultivation resources out of thin air, even though these resources were given to him by his father. Young master, don't worry about using them. These are given to you by the palace master, and this is only the first portion of the resources. When your strength increases, there will be more resources. There are more resources. So rich. Lin Xian was pleasantly surprised. However, the 9th elder and the 10th elder sighed. Young master, you have suffered all these years. The two of them felt very guilty because these resources were nothing to the core disciples in the House of Kings. As the son of the War God Palace's palace master, Lin Xian had never enjoyed such good resources. It had to be said that it was hard to be confident. Don't worry, young master. The War God Palace will be your home in the future. The War God Palace will provide you with all the resources you need. Lin Xian asked and found out how extravagant the core disciples of the House of Kings were. No wonder those people had such high cultivation and were far stronger than others. The resources they usually used were not something ordinary warriors could imagine. Lin Xian had the great dragon sword soul and many fortuitous encounters, which was why he could be on par with those people. Now that he had become the young master of the War God Palace, he would definitely not fall behind those core disciples of the House of Kings in terms of resources. He checked and found that these resources were divided into 4 parts. The first part was pills that could be consumed by supremacies, and the effects were very good. The second part was a half-Earth rank artifact that contained an Earth rank artifact fragment. It was very powerful. The third part was a set of battle armor called the Cosmic Battle Armor. The fourth part was various cultivation techniques and secret manuals that were suitable for supremacies. When your strength increases to half-step king level and then king level, there will be more resources. The 9th elder explained. Lin Xian nodded, indicating that he understood. The first portion of the elixir resources was completely acceptable to him. As for the second portion, the treasured sword named Chongshan contained an Earth rank fragment treasure, which was indeed very powerful. However, Lin Xian checked and found that it was about the same as the Lone Star sword in his hand. However, the Lone Star sword was a nimble and speed-type sword, while the overlapped mountain sword was a powerful sword. It could be said that they both had their strengths. As for the third part of the Cosmic Battle Armor, Lin Xian was a little confused. It was different from what he had imagined. It was not a ready-made battle armor, but a very small, star-like stone. Elder, how do I use this? Lin Xian scratched his head with a puzzled expression. Young master, you just need to pour your blood into it. The ninth elder explained, this cosmic battle armor is very special. It comes from the mysterious cosmic secret realm. It's different from the battle armor on our continent. It needs to absorb the blood of cultivators before it can be unfolded. Moreover, this battle armor is very strong. It can withstand 70% of any attack below the King Realm 70%? Isn't that the same as the Red Lotus battle armor? Lin Xian was tempted. He quickly cut open his palm and placed the blue stone on his wound. The stone instantly absorbed his blood like a bottomless pit. Lin Xian was extremely shocked by the speed at which it absorbed his blood. Fortunately, the ninth elder had warned him, so he didn't resist. After absorbing around a third of his blood, the stone stopped and quickly fused into Lin Xian's palm. In the next moment, Lin Xian could clearly sense that the blue stone in his palm was like his body. Astral battle armor. Lin Xian bellowed and a set of blue armor quickly appeared on the surface of his body, covering him in an instant. It covered him completely from head to toe, and only his eyes were exposed. The blue battle armor flickered like stars under the sunlight. After testing it out, Lin Xian noticed that the astral battle armor was really able to withstand 70% of the damage. This made him extremely delighted. After all, the Red Lotus battle armor he just refined was also able to withstand 70% of the damage. Its effect was extraordinarily good, however, there were still some differences. First of all, the universal armor was a complete set, and the Red Lotus armor was only a single piece of armor. According to the blueprint of the Red Lotus armor, the entire Red Lotus armor should be able to withstand 90% of the damage. In other words, the Red Lotus armor's grade was even higher than the universal armor. However, the materials used to refine the Red Lotus armor were very precious, so Lin Xian was only halfway done. But now, with the new starry armor, it could make up for his lack of defense. With a thought, the starry battle armor quickly disappeared and returned to his body. There was no trace of it on the outside. With another thought, the starry armor instantly appeared. What a magical armor! Lin Xian smiled. The ninth elder said, this armor is indeed magical. Not only is its defense strong, but it can also transform into any form. It's very precious. Oh yeah, where is the Star Mystery Realm? Why haven't I heard of it? Lin Xian asked. The ninth elder said slowly, the Star Mystery Realm is not on the Tianwu continent. It's hidden in the boundless starry sky. The Mystery Realm is very dangerous. It's said that only martial artists above the king rank can enter. But if you can come out safely, you can at least bring out a piece of starry armor. Lin Xian asked, in other words, the other House of Kings also have this kind of starry armor? The House of Kings has this kind of starry armor, but there aren't many of them. Usually, there won't be more than 10 pieces. Does the Duan clan have it? Yes, before the Duan clan rebelled, they had 3 pieces. One is with Prince Ling Feng, one is with Wu Zun, and the last one is with the head of the Duan clan, the ninth elder explained. I see. I didn't expect Prince Ling Feng to have such an armor. Looks like I'll have to put in more effort to kill him. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Young master, are you thinking of attacking Prince Ling Feng? The ninth elder was shocked. Lin Xian nodded, I do want to attack him. He set me up this time, so I have to pay him back. However, this time, we must discuss the layout properly. We must kill the other party in one go. Young master, if there's anything you need, just let us know, the ninth and 10th elders said at the same time. Don't worry. If I need your help, I won't be courteous, Lin Xian said with a smile. At this time, the Crimson Dragon also came out. When he saw the star armor on Lin Xian's body, he immediately exclaimed. Kid, where did you get your armor from? Dad gave it to me. What do you think? Don't you look handsome in it? Lin Xian laughed. Your father gave it to you? Then where did he get it? Brat, do you know that this is battle armor made by the Heaven's Legacy race? Heaven's Legacy race? What is that? Lin Xian was puzzled. Even the 9th and 10th elders were puzzled. They had never heard of the Heaven's Legacy race. Thus, Lin Xian told him everything he had heard about the Star Mystery Realm. The Star Mystery Realm is in the sky? That's right, that should be a secret realm left behind by the Heaven's Legacy race. Brat, you're quite lucky to be able to obtain the star armor made by the Heaven's Legacy race, the Crimson Dragon exclaimed. Heaven's Legacy race? What's that? Is it very powerful? Of course it is. The Heaven's Legacy race is a very mysterious race that specializes in all kinds of manufacturing. Moreover, they were very famous in the ancient times and even the immemorial times. However, they are too mysterious, and very few people have seen them. Only some of their products have been passed down in the world. The star armor you're wearing is one of them. However, it's a low-level one. What? This is low-level? Lin Xian stared. Of course it's low-level. It can only block 70% of the damage. You have the Red Lotus armor, right? That blueprint should also be from the Heaven's Legacy race. What? The Red Lotus armor too? This time, Lin Xian was really shocked. That was an armor that could block 90% of the damage. He didn't expect it to be made by the Heaven's Legacy race. This is nothing. This is just the tip of the iceberg. When you become stronger, you'll know how terrifying the Heaven's Legacy race is. Let me put it this way. Kings are very powerful, right? Lin Xian and the others nodded. The Ninth Elder even said, of course. They are the pinnacle of existence on this continent. However, the Heaven's Legacy race once created a puppet that could easily tear apart a king. The Crimson Dragon revealed an explosive piece of news. What? This time everyone was stunned. A puppet that could tear apart a king? No matter how they heard it, it was like listening to a myth. The Crimson Dragon snorted. You guys don't have to be so surprised. The Heaven's Legacy race's strength is far beyond your imagination. Moreover, the mysteries of this world are also far beyond your understanding. Cultivate well. One day, when you leave this continent and break through the endless sea, you'll know how vast the world is. Now that you mention it, even I am tempted. Lin Xian clenched his fists. Even the Ninth Elder and the others were shocked. This was because they had only seen some legends in ancient books. They didn't know as much as the Crimson Dragon. Everyone discussed for a while before calming down. Then, Lin Xian looked at the fourth treasure. It was the secret manuals. Lin Xian looked at them and found that they were roughly divided into two categories. One was about cultivation, and the other was about the history and knowledge of the continent and martial arts. The cultivation category was divided into physical and spiritual. The Ninth Elder said, according to the Palace Master, when a warrior cultivates, his body and soul cannot be separated. He has to cultivate both. He even proposed the wooden bucket principle, which states that a cultivator's strength is determined by his weakest aspect. Therefore, both the body and soul must be cultivated. Even if you can't specialize in them, the difference can't be too great. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded. Indeed, the closer he got to the end, the more he felt the importance of these two aspects. There were a total of 2 cultivation manuals. One was the Sky Spill Visualization Art for cultivating the soul, and the other was the Furious Dragon Art for cultivating blood qi. These 2 cultivation manuals had reached the level of Earth-rank martial arts. Moreover, they were extremely rare cultivation manuals. Lin Xian had seen many Earth-rank martial arts before, but most of them were fist techniques, sword techniques, saber techniques, and other martial arts with extremely strong offensive power. Very few of them were cultivation manuals for martial artists. And now, he finally had such a cultivation manual. If a martial artist wanted to unleash extremely powerful combat strength, he had to be strong first. Only then could he withstand that kind of powerful explosion. In the following days, Lin Xian began to cultivate on Point Star Peak. He didn't directly cultivate the Sky Spill Visualization Art and the Furious Dragon Art. Instead, he read through the basic martial arts knowledge. Originally, Lin Xian was just curious and wanted to see what kind of knowledge there was. However, after reading it, he was extremely shocked and felt that his worldview had been turned upside down. Originally, Lin Xian was just curious and wanted to see what kind of knowledge there was. However, after reading it, he was extremely shocked and felt that his worldview had been overturned. It turned out that some of his previous understandings were incomplete and even wrong. Some of the sayings in these books had opened his eyes. In the past, because of the existence of the dragon sword spirit, Lord Alcohol, and the others, Lin Xian knew that this world was more magical than he had imagined and that he had a long way to go. However, after understanding this knowledge, he now knew why those people were so strong. The strength of a martial artist was one thing, but the amount of strength they could unleash was different. For example, for people of the same realm, some could unleash 10,000 kilograms of strength, while others could only unleash 5,000 kilograms of strength. There were even some who could unleash 12,000 kilograms of strength. The gap between them was huge. There were many factors, such as one's own conditions, martial arts techniques, and experience. Take cultivation techniques for example. Yellow and profound grades were too crude and could only unleash a portion of a martial artist's strength. Only spirit grade cultivation techniques could unleash a martial artist's full strength. However, that was all. Earth grade cultivation techniques, which were above the spirit grade, could unleash strength that exceeded the martial artist's own strength. For example, earth grade cultivation techniques could unleash strength that exceeded a martial artist's by 3 to 5 times. If it was a martial artist with 10,000 kilograms of strength, after unleashing an earth grade cultivation technique, it was very likely that he could unleash 50,000 kilograms of strength. This was a difference of 5 times, far surpassing people of the same realm. For example, Lin Xian had used the Gale Lightning Sword technique and killed 4 9th-level supremacies who were far stronger than him. It was estimated that the strength he unleashed at that time was more than 5 times. Not only that, martial arts techniques and treasured weapons could also be stacked. If a martial artist had an earth-grade martial arts technique and a high-grade treasured weapon, it would not be a problem to unleash more than 10 times the strength. Of course, the prerequisite for all of this was that one had to be strong. Otherwise, it would be like a baby holding a treasure sword and a peerless expert holding a stone. The result was obvious. As for soul power, it was roughly divided into 2 types. One was object control, which was mainly used to engrave inscriptions and control objects. The other was illusion, which used soul power to attack directly. Both of them had their own characteristics. For now, Lin Xian was on the first path of engraving inscriptions. For example, Zhao Shue's virtual sky eye clearly walked the path of the second type of illusion, which directly used soul attacks. Lin Xian currently did not have any thoughts of using illusions to attack, but his great dragon sword soul had both physical attacks and the ability to cut through illusions. Therefore, he was not afraid of being attacked by illusions. After understanding everything, Lin Xian began to cultivate the Tianyan visualization art. This was a way to train one's soul power. There were a total of 9 diagrams, and each diagram was a unique pattern. The further one went, the more complicated it became. What Lin Xian needed to do was to use his soul force to quickly draw out the diagrams. If he could complete it within the time limit, it would be considered a success. Then, he would be able to cultivate the next diagram. Don't underestimate these diagrams. The first one had over 10,000 diagrams, densely packed together. Ordinary martial artists would feel dizzy just by looking at them. With Lin Xian's current soul power, he could easily complete the first 3 diagrams, but he failed to complete the 4th diagram. This aroused his fighting spirit even more, so he had been cultivating the 4th diagram these days. In addition, he also cultivated a cultivation technique that strengthened his blood and qi, the Furious Dragon Art. This was a cultivation technique that increased a martial artist's blood and qi and strengthened their physique. The body was a martial artist's capital. Only with a strong body could one withstand the doubled attack power. Otherwise, even if one had a powerful martial skill, they would not be able to use it. And the Furious Dragon Art was the best cultivation technique to build a martial artist's body. The Furious Dragon Art was divided into a total of 5 levels. Each level could withstand a 5-fold increase in attack power, and it could be stacked. In other words, when he reached the 5th level, Lin Xian could withstand a 25-fold increase in attack power. 25 times. This was an unimaginable number. If he mastered it, he would probably be invincible in the supremacy realm. For these two cultivation techniques, Lin Xian even prepared different pills to assist in cultivation. It could be said that he had thought it through very well. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. A month later, Lin Xian broke through. First, his great dragon sword soul broke through to the 9th level of the supremacy realm, and his cultivation had also reached the 8th level of the supremacy realm. Secondly, he had already mastered the 4th diagram of the sky spill visualization diagram, and his soul power had also greatly improved. He had also cultivated the furious dragon art to the 2nd level. It could be said that Lin Xian's strength had undergone a tremendous change. Now, he did not need to use an earth-rank martial skill to easily kill an early-stage 9th level supremacy. A mid-stage 9th level supremacy was not his match, and he could even contend with a late-stage 9th level supremacy now. In addition, he had the Starry Sky armor and the Red Lotus armor. The combination of the two could definitely offset 80% of any attack. At that time, even a late-stage 9th level supremacy would not be his match. This time, he had taken another big step towards the King realm. "Young master, you've broken through." The 9th elder and the others were very excited. They could feel a sense of fear from Lin Xian. Knowing the situation, the 9th elder and the 10th elder gasped. How long had it been? The young master's strength had already surpassed them. This was something they did not dare to imagine. This was not completely the effect of resources. Even if the core disciples of the House of Kings were given such resources, they would not be able to improve to this extent in a short month. Talent, this was definitely talent. Lin Xian's heaven-defying cultivation talent was something that the 9th elder and the others had rarely seen in their lives. Perhaps even the kings of the Tianwu continent could not reach this level when they were young. This talent is really too powerful. The 9th elder praised. The 10th elder also nodded in satisfaction. Yes, whether it is temperament, talent, or perseverance, they are all top-notch. I'm afraid there are very few people in the continent who can be compared to the young master. What Prince Ling Feng? What Tianwu's 4 young masters? They're just older. If they were the same age as the young master, I'm afraid they would not be the young master's match. The 9th elder coldly snorted. After hearing this, Lin Xian smiled slightly. He did not care about the title of Tianwu's 4 young masters at all. This was because his eyes had already moved away from the same generation. His targets were the older generation figures, the kings who stood at the peak. Only those people could arouse his battle intent. However, there was one thing that he had to do. How is the Duan clan recently? At this time, it was time for Yufei to stand up. Reporting to Brother Xian, the Duan clan is already in a terrible state. Many of their core elders were killed. Moreover, half a month ago, a half-step king gathered the heads of 3 core elders and exchanged them for a longevity pill. Oh, someone exchanged for it? Was it that half-step king from the auction? Yes, it was him. Is there any other news? Lin Xian asked again. Half a month ago, a half-step king collected the heads of 3 core elders and exchanged them for a longevity pill. Yufei reported. Oh? Someone exchanged for it? Was it that half-step king from the auction? Lin Xian asked. Yes, it was him. Any other news? Lin Xian asked again. Yes. Although the Duan clan suffered heavy losses, it wasn't enough to topple them. Moreover, Prince Ling Feng and the martial saint were also ambushed twice, but they both failed. There was even a half-step king who died at the hands of the martial saint. Hearing this news, Lin Xian was greatly astonished. Half-step king was an existence that surpassed the martial saint realm. It was extremely terrifying. Sword Saint was a half-step king when he was at his peak. However, such a ferocious person actually failed in his assassination. Not only that, he was even killed by the martial saint. Just how powerful is this martial saint? Lin Xian sucked in a breath of air, and a trace of graveness appeared in his eyes. Obviously, the martial saint's strength had exceeded his expectations. However, thinking about it, since the other party dared to use the title of martial saint, it meant that he was extremely powerful. Young master, the martial saint is indeed difficult to deal with. Although he is only in the martial saint realm, his battle strength has already surpassed some half-step kings. It can be said that he is extremely powerful. As expected of the Duan clan, a martial saint had surpassed half-step kings, and there was an even more terrifying Duan clan head above him. It could be assumed that the martial saint was not far from a true martial saint. No wonder the other party was so ambitious and wanted to seize the palace of war while Lin Zhan was in seclusion. If it weren't for Lin Xian, the other party might have already succeeded. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I won't touch the martial saint right now. However, I won't let that Ling Feng guy go. It's time to settle some things. A trace of coldness appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. Young master, you want to make a move on Prince Ling Feng? Hearing this, the ninth elder and the others' eyelids twitched. They couldn't help but be shocked. Although Lin Xian's strength had increased tremendously, Prince Ling Feng was no ordinary person. He was one of the top 4 of the younger generation. Furthermore, Prince Ling Feng took advantage of his age. Therefore, he was much stronger than Lin Xian. Not only that, but he also had countless experts around him. It would be extremely difficult to kill him. Not long ago, a half-step king tried to assassinate Prince Ling Feng, but failed in the end. One could imagine how difficult it was to assassinate Prince Ling Feng. But now, Lin Xian actually said that he wanted to touch Prince Ling Feng. Young master, please reconsider. Although Prince Ling Feng deserves to die, now is not the time to make a move on him. The ninth elder shook his head. The 10th elder also advised from the side, that's right, young master. Why don't you wait until you reach the 9th heavenly layer before making a move? However, Lin Xian shook his head slightly. The Duan clan is powerful. Although they're being suppressed now, it won't be long before they recover. At that time it will be too late to make a move. While they're not in a good state, we should make a move decisively. At the very least, we should get rid of Prince Ling Feng first. At this point, Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. Moreover, I don't plan to fight him head-on. I have my own methods. Young master, if you have any methods, just tell us. If it's feasible, we'll agree. But if the success rate isn't high, us old men won't let you take the risk. The 9th elder and the 10th elder spoke in unison. Indeed, Lin Xian had a noble status. He was their young master and their hope. They would not allow any danger to befall Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian seemed very confident. He said slowly, we can set a trap and make him come out of the Duan clan directly. Just like how he set me up this time, we can do the same to him. Hearing this, the 9th elder and the 10th elder were puzzled. That may be the case, but how can we lure him out? The Duan clan is in a bad situation now. With his vigilance, he probably won't come out. Lin Xian smiled, I just destroyed one of his secret bases. He must want to kill me now. If I report my whereabouts to him, he'll definitely bring people over. No, that's too dangerous. Elders, I'm not done yet. Why don't you listen to me and make a decision? Lin Xian continued, last time he sent the Skynet to kill me, I controlled a man named Falcon. This assassin's cultivation is at the 8th heaven of the Venerable Realm. Although he's not the top, he should be considered an upper echelon of the Skynet. I want to lure the leader of the Skynet out through him. As long as he comes out, I'm confident that I can control him. Let's use the leader of the Skynet as a spy and send a message to Prince Ling Feng. I'm sure he won't suspect anything. As long as we set up an inescapable net and a killing formation, we can definitely kill him. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the 9th elder and the others were shocked. What? Young master, you've also controlled the Skynet? They were too surprised. The Skynet was an extremely powerful assassin organization in the Blood Realm. They acted strangely. Moreover, even if they failed, they would self-destruct and no one would be caught. But now, Lin Xian had controlled their people. It was too shocking. If that's the case, then this matter might not be impossible. The 9th elder nodded in agreement. This was indeed a good opportunity to kill Prince Ling Feng. Although Prince Ling Feng was only of the younger generation, he was a symbol of the Duan family. Moreover, he was the most famous person in the Sky Martial continent. If he was killed, the Duan family would definitely suffer an unimaginable loss. This was also what the 9th elder and the others wanted to see. That was why they were moved. However, the 10th elder frowned and said, although that's the case, our strength is not enough to kill everyone in the Duan family. At most, it will be a draw. Don't worry about that. With Rizalong here, we can definitely set up a peerless killing formation. Lin Xian smiled. Don't worry, leave it to Ben Huang. He'll definitely kill them. As long as it's not a king, there won't be any problems. The Crimson Dragon was very confident. If he was given time to set up a killing formation, he was even confident that he could kill a half-step king. The 9th elder and the others knew a little about the Crimson Dragon's background. Seeing him speak so confidently, they immediately let go of the worries in their hearts. Young master, what do you need us to do? Lin Xian pondered for a moment, while the Crimson Dragon said, I want to set up a killing formation. I need some special materials. I'll make a list. Quickly find them. Indeed, this was not an ordinary formation. It was a killing formation that could kill a half-step king. It needed special materials to set it up. The Crimson Dragon waved his dragon claws and quickly made a list. The 9th elder and the others went to prepare the materials, while Lin Xian contacted Falcon and prepared to lure out the leader of the Skynet. Skynet was an extremely mysterious assassin organization in the Blood Realm. Now that it was controlled by Prince Ling Feng, it had become a sharp sword in his hands. These years, Skynet had assassinated many peerless experts for Prince Ling Feng. Among them, there were many 9th-level venerables, and even peak 9th-level venerables. There were even rumors that Skynet had once assassinated a half-step king at its peak, and had even succeeded. This statement added a bit of ferocity to the Skynet organization. It could be said that Skynet was an extremely powerful organization. Even ordinary 6th-grade sects did not dare to provoke them. Falcon was an assassin of heavenly kings, and a 4-star assassin at that. Skynet's assassins were ranked from 1 to 5 stars according to their strength. A 4-star assassin could already assassinate any 8th-level venerables. It could be said that they were the backbone of Skynet. On this day, Falcon brought back a shocking piece of news. What? You said you found Lin Xian's tracks? Falcon's news shocked many people. Among them, a few 5-star assassins' eyes blossomed with a terrifying light. Where is he? Quickly inform the head venerate and Prince Ling Feng about this. Many people quickly moved. However, Falcon shook his head and said, it's useless. Even if Prince Ling Feng knows, I'm afraid he won't be able to retaliate. Because Lin Xian's speed is very fast. I'm afraid he'll reach a safe place soon. At that time, we won't be able to make a move. Damn it, that brat is too cunning. No matter what, we can't let him go this time. I'll go inform the head venerate. Among them, a grey-robed old man said with a grave expression, Falcon, you come with me. The head venerate was the leader of heavenly kings. He was incomparably mysterious. Apart from Prince Ling Feng and a few 5-star assassins, no one else knew what the head venerate looked like. And now, Falcon, a 4-star assassin, actually had the chance to see the head venerate. It had to be said that this was too shocking. At the same time, this also showed how important Lin Xian's information was. After passing through layers of secret passages and arrays, Falcon finally arrived in front of a pavilion. He knew that this was where the head venerate lived. Remember, you only need to tell me what you know. As for the other things, you don't need to tell me. The grey-robed old man warned coldly. My lord, don't worry. I know what to say. Falcon nodded respectfully. However, an undetectable light flashed in his eyes. Head venerate, I have an urgent matter to report. In the next moment, the grey-robed old man respectfully said. Come in. A cold voice rang out. Then, the pitch-black door in front of them suddenly opened, revealing a gloomy passage that seemed to lead to the netherworld. Falcon took a deep breath and followed the grey-robed elder into the passageway. This was a curved staircase with ancient walls on both sides. Hanging above were oil lamps with flickering flames. Although the stairs were not high, Falcon seemed to have experienced thousands of years. Finally, he arrived at the highest level. There was a large hall there, surrounded by dark green flames. Seeing the flames, Falcon's pupils shrank as he recalled a rumor. That was because this kind of dark green flame used the flesh and blood of powerhouses as lamp oil. Thinking of this, Falcon broke out in a cold sweat. Then, he retracted his gaze from the dark green flames and looked to the sides. He saw white skulls hanging on the walls on both sides. Beside each skull was a line of small words. Falcon took a closer look and realized that those were the names and cultivations of cultivators. He realized that those people were all ninth heaven supremacies when they were alive. The strongest were even peak ninth heaven supremacies. They were densely packed and innumerable. The walls on both sides seemed to be piled up with white bones. Was this the true strength of the Skynet organization? It was simply too terrifying. Falcon felt a chill in his heart. This was the first time he had seen such a scene. If others were to know of this, their jaws would definitely drop from shock. One had to know that ninth heaven supremacies were the backbone of any sect. They were also peerless experts in the eyes of others. However, there were actually countless ninth heaven supremacy skulls hanging in this hall. It was simply too shocking. Greetings, Head Venerate. The gray-robed old man respectfully bowed. Falcon also withdrew his thoughts and respectfully knelt on the ground, kowtowing. At the same time, he shouted, "Greetings, Head Venerate." There was a throne made of white bones. It was about 2 meters tall and pure white, emitting a terrifying baleful aura. At the front of the armrest, there were 2 skulls that flickered with a peculiar light. Those were the skulls of half-step kings. At this moment, a slender palm was placed on top of the skulls. The slender fingers lightly tapped on the bones as a cold voice resounded in the void, "What business do you have?" Reporting to Head Venerate, "We've discovered traces of Lin Xian." The gray-robed old man bowed. "What?" Hearing this, the voice in front suddenly became solemn. At the same time, a surge of killing intent surged out, instantly drowning the entire hall. When this killing intent appeared, the gray-robed old man and Falcon both trembled and broke out in cold sweat. They were like small boats in a storm that could be swallowed up at any time. "Where is that fellow now? Tell me in detail." "It's like this news came from the 4-star assassin, Falcon. How about we let him explain it to you?" The gray-robed old man said and looked at Falcon. Falcon took a deep breath and raised his head to look to the front. He saw an iceberg-like figure sitting on the cold white bone throne. It was a woman, sitting on the white bone throne like an emperor. She was wearing a black robe with a blood-red totem on it. She wore a golden mask and her face couldn't be seen clearly. Only a pair of cold eyes without any emotions were looking down. Reporting to Head Venerate, "It's like this," Falcon quickly said. Luo Head Venerate heard this and coldly said, "No need to report this to Prince Ling Feng, we'll deal with it ourselves." "Yes." The gray-robed old man respectfully said, "This subordinate will go and organize people." "No need, I'll go myself." Luo Head Venerate stood up and his cold voice echoed, "That brat is full of tricks, there must be a peerless expert protecting him. It's not that I don't believe in your strength, but I don't want any accidents to happen this time, so I'll go myself." Hearing this, the gray-robed old man was shocked. Head Venerate personally making a move, how many years had it been since something like this happened? One had to know that not only did the Head Venerate have a high status, he was also the strongest in Skynet. When Luo Head Venerate made a move before, even peak 9th layer Venerates would tremble. He never thought that he would have to deal with a brat. However, this was good. With the Head Venerate making a move, there would be no mistakes. In the past, when Luo Head Venerate made a move, even those peak 9th layer venerables would tremble. Who would have thought that she would have to deal with a little brat? However, this was also good. With Lord Head Venerate making a move, nothing would go wrong. The gray-robed old man also let out a sigh of relief because Lin Xian had given them a lot of pressure. The other party created one storm after another, pressuring them to the point that they couldn't breathe. Now that Lord Head Venerate had made a move, they could definitely kill him. Falcon knelt on the ground, his heart filled with joy. He was now Lin Xian's slave, his goal was naturally to make the Head Venerate make a move. Now, it seemed that he had achieved his goal, since she had decided to personally assassinate Lin Xian. Luo Head Venerate no longer hesitated. She looked at the gray-robed old man and said in a deep voice, "You can leave." Then, she looked at Falcon kneeling on the ground and said coldly, "You'll come with me." "Yes." The gray-robed old man and Falcon respectfully agreed. Falcon stood up and the gray-robed old man quickly retreated. In an instant, only Falcon and the golden-masked Luo head venerate were left in the hall. "Dark Crow, come out!" Luo head venerate shouted. Then, the void split open and a strange crow flew out of the darkness, landing on the head venerate's shoulder. The crow was completely black, like black jade, but its eyes were blood red. Not only that, its body also gave off a cold aura. Falcon quietly swallowed his saliva. He had heard of this dark crow before. It was a type of demonic beast that was extremely evil. It specialized in eating the corpses of experts and had powerful illusion and concealment abilities. For an assassin, it was the best companion. However, this kind of dark crow was extremely rare and hard to raise. Only Luo Head Venerate had it in the entire Heavenly Net organization. Luo Head Venerate waved her sleeve and an invisible power surged out, enveloping Falcon. Then, the two of them disappeared. When they reappeared, they were already in the sky. The dark crow cawed twice, and then its body quickly grew to a size of more than 10 meters. It flapped its wings and quickly disappeared with Luo Head Venerate and Falcon. In a forest not far from Senma College, Lin Xian sat cross-legged on a boulder. On the side, the Crimson Dragon and the Snow White Fox were lazily leaning against each other. The surroundings were very quiet. No demonic beasts dared to disturb them. All of a sudden, Lin Xian opened his eyes and revealed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. "He's here." Through the Beast Slave seal, he was able to learn from Falcon that Skynet had already taken action. Next, he just needed to keep track of their whereabouts. After a while, Lin Xian stood up and said to the Crimson Dragon and Snow White Monkey, "They're almost here. Stop messing around." Both of them knew the severity of the situation, so they quieted down. Lin Xian quickly formed a seal with his hands, using the Blood Sword Legacy to create a Blood Shadow Doppelganger. Right now, other than him, no one else could tell if the doppelganger was real or fake. After letting the doppelganger sit on the boulder, Lin Xian set up a formation as a defense for the doppelganger. Then, he brought the Crimson Dragon and Snow White Monkey to hide. With the Crimson Dragon here, even if they hid nearby, the other side wouldn't find them. Not long after they were done, a gray ray of light appeared in the sky. That light was Luo Head Venerate and the others. However, the two of them were hiding in the air and didn't release any aura. Especially Luo Head Venerate, his entire body seemed to be transparent. If it wasn't for Falcon as a spy, Lin Xian wouldn't have found them. "Head Venerate, that brat is below." Falcon transmitted. "Stay here and don't move. Be careful and hide your aura." Luo Shou Honored Master instructed before flying down. She was very fast and instantly arrived above Lin Xian's doppelganger. Formation? Disdain appeared in Luo Head Venerate's eyes as she slowly pulled out a treasured blade. The entire process was silent. Although the formation below looked very exquisite to outsiders, it was useless against her. Her figure flashed and she turned into a flash of light, her speed reaching the extreme. The exquisite formation didn't have any use as it was directly pierced through by Luo Head Venerate. In the next moment, a blade light flashed as boundless killing intent turned into a fine blade light that instantly slashed down. The entire space was like a mirror as it split in half. This blade was clean, neat, and vicious. No one in the Sovereign Realm could block it. The figure sitting on the boulder was no exception as his body was instantly split in half. However, Luo Head Venerate quickly frowned. She found that the body that fell wasn't a real person, but a pool of blood. Doppelganger? Her pupils constricted as she had a bad feeling in her heart. The other side actually made a doppelganger here. What did they want to do? Did they lure her out? Or did they run away the moment she made her move? She didn't know, so in the next moment, Luo Head Venerate's eyes were like lightning as she looked around, wanting to find the person hiding in the dark. However, at this time a burst of applause came from behind. "Amazing, truly amazing. That blade just now, even a peak 9th layer Sovereign Realm cultivator wouldn't be able to block it." A voice rang out, breaking the silence. "Who?" Luo Head Venerate's body froze as all the hairs on her body stood up. Before she made her move, she had already looked around and didn't find anyone. But now, someone had walked out from behind her. If the other side was a peerless expert, if they made a move against her, she would already be dead. In the next moment, she suddenly turned around and released countless blade lights that formed a defense. What? It's you. Luo Head Venerate's expression changed. She didn't think that the person behind her would be Lin Xian, the target she wanted to kill. This was your trap? Luo Head Venerate was smart and instantly understood. She snorted coldly, "You've spent so much effort, what is your goal?" While speaking, she quickly looked around to prevent herself from being surrounded. She knew about the Duan family villa being destroyed, and she also knew that Lin Xian had a powerful force that could destroy ninth-layer sovereigns. So at this moment, she was extremely careful, afraid of being surrounded by Lin Xian's experts. After all, no matter how strong she couldn't block the combined attacks of countless peerless experts. "Relax, I didn't bring anyone else," Lin Xian said with a faint smile. Luo Head Venerate looked around and didn't find anyone. She sneered, "Do you think you can stop me by yourself?" She looked at Lin Xian with undisguised killing intent in her eyes. Although the assassination didn't succeed, it wasn't too late to make a move now. After all, the other side's cultivation and strength couldn't compare to hers. If she wanted to make a move, no one would be able to stop her. One blade, she only needed one blade and she would be able to kill the other side. However, she didn't slash out. Not only that, she was completely stunned. One slash, she only needed one slash and she would be able to kill him. However, she didn't slash out. Not only that, she was completely stunned. Because Falcon quickly descended from the sky and came nearby, respectfully bowing to Lin Xian. "Master." Falcon respectfully called out, like an incomparably devout believer. "Get up." Lin Xian nodded. Luo Head Sect saw this and was incomparably shocked. Betrayal, someone from their Heaven's Net organization actually betrayed them. This was simply too hard to believe. One had to know that the Heaven's Net assassins were trained from young, they were absolutely loyal to the organization. Even if they were in a situation of certain death, they would self-destruct and never reveal any information. It could be said that they were loyal and would never betray them. But now, someone had betrayed them, and it was a 4-star assassin. How did he do it? "Falcon, why did you betray us?" Luo Head Sect didn't understand. "Because he is my master." Falcon's expression was cold, as if he didn't recognize Luo Head Sect. "Humph," Luo Head Sect snorted, "although I don't know why you betrayed us, you actually dared to betray the organization, there is no way for you to live." Falcon's betrayal truly made Luo Head Sect furious. However, Lin Xian just sneered, rather than threatening him here, why not think about his own situation? "You spent so much effort to get Falcon to betray us just to lure me out?" Luo Head Sect sneered in disdain, "What, do you think you can kill me with your strength?" "Kill you? No, no, no." Lin Xian shook his head, "You're so strong and proficient in assassination, it would be a pity if you died. However, if you can become my servant and work for me, then my strength will increase by another notch. That is the best result." "What? You want to get me to betray you?" Luo Head Sect was stunned, then snorted, "Truly naive. Brat, stop with your flowery words, die for me." Luo Head Sect roared, the long blade in his hand slashed down. The saber light was shocking, and the killing intent was shocking. This saber strike was incredibly terrifying. Most likely, even a 9th Heaven Venerable would not be able to withstand it. However, Lin Xian used the Furious Dragon incantation and Illusory Demon Steps at the same time, exploding with 5 times the speed. In the blink of an eye, he dodged the terrifying attack. Then, with a flip of his palm, 10,000 beast ding floated in the air. What? He dodged it? This was impossible. How can he be so fast? Luo Head Venerate was shocked. She didn't believe it. One had to realize that this saber strike of hers was extremely frightening. There was absolutely no 9th Heaven Venerated cultivator that could block it. However, the other party's speed was really too astonishing. In fact, it was even faster than her saber light. Her face darkened. She wanted to attack again, but in the next moment, her body trembled. This was because the small black cauldron floating in the void suddenly shot out a black ray of light and instantly entered the space between her eyebrows. Ah! Luo Head Venerate's body trembled as he let out a pitiful cry. Clang! The treasured saber in his hand also fell to the ground. His entire being had descended into madness. Get the hell out of here! Luo Head Venerate roared, releasing a powerful killing intent. This killing intent condensed into a formless saber that fiercely slashed at the black ray of light. However, she had still underestimated the 10,000 beast ding. That was an Earth-tier treasure. Its power was unfathomable. If Lin Xian used the Great Dragon Sword Spirit, he might be able to block it. However, Luo Head Venerate couldn't. Although she was a 9th Heaven Venerate, although her killing intent was shocking, against an Earth-tier treasure, she had no chance of resisting. However, Lin Xian was also shocked. Last time, when he had subdued Falcon, it had only been an instant. However, this time, after such a long stalemate, the other party still hadn't completely subdued him. It had to be said that this was too shocking. As expected of the head venerate of Skynet, her strength was truly formidable. Lin Xian sighed in surprise. Luckily, he had the 10,000 beast ding and the beast slave imprint. Otherwise, if he had to face Luo Head Venerate, he probably wouldn't be able to fight a huge battle. However, even so, this time, he had used up a broken Earth-tier treasure to make the 10,000 beast ding attack. This price was extremely expensive. After an incense's time, Luo Head Venerate's legs went soft and she sat on the ground. It was as if she had gone through a huge battle and didn't have any strength left. Lin Xian took out a pill from his storage ring and flicked it out. Eat it. Luo Head Venerate listened and obediently picked up the pill on the ground and put it in her mouth. Very quickly, she recovered her strength. Master. In the next moment, she stood up and walked over to Lin Xian and knelt down. At the side, Falcon also knelt down respectfully. If anyone saw this scene, their jaw would drop. Who was she? She was the head venerate of Skynet, an extremely powerful 9th Heaven Venerate. Her status was equivalent to the sect master of a 6th-rank sect. Such a person was in existence that could call the wind and summon the rain in Sky Martial Continent. She was a peerless expert in the eyes of the world. However, right now, she was kneeling in front of Lin Xian. Seeing this, Lin Xian nodded his head in satisfaction. Then, he stretched out his finger and gestured, "What's your name?" Luo Bingshan. A moving voice rang out. Very good, I'll call you Bingshan from now on. Now, stand up. Lin Xian said. Yes, master. After receiving the order, Luo Bingshan quickly stood up. At the side, Falcon was still kneeling respectfully on the ground, his head buried deep in the ground. Bingshan, take off your mask. Lin Xian was very curious. What kind of face was under the golden mask? To be honest, when he saw Luo Bingshan earlier, he was also very surprised. He didn't expect the leader of Skynet to be a woman. Furthermore, it was a mysterious woman wearing a mask. As a man, he was curious about this. Yes. Luo Bingshan replied respectfully. Then, she stretched out her hand and gently took off the golden mask on her face. At the side, Falcon was still kneeling respectfully on the ground. Without Lin Xian's order, he wouldn't move. After the golden mask was slowly taken off, a beautiful face appeared. Lin Xian was also slightly surprised. He didn't expect the other party to be so beautiful. Delicate facial features and a white face, she was like a peerless beauty. However, she had a cold aura, as if she was 1,000 miles away. Indeed, she had the temperament of an ice beauty. Put it on. Lin Xian said. Yes, master. Soon, Bingshan put the golden mask on her face again. However, from her gaze, it could be seen that she was extremely respectful to Lin Xian. Find a way to lure Prince Ling Feng out. Next, Lin Xian began to assign tasks to Luo Bingshan. After everything was done, Lin Xian let them go back. Looking at the backs of the two leaving, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Humph, Prince Ling Feng, it's time to settle the score with you. A breeze blew, and the leaves fluttered. Lin Xian's body turned into a puff of green smoke and disappeared. Next, Lin Xian returned to Starpoint Peak to cultivate while waiting for news from Bingshan. During this time, the 9th and 10th elders had also returned. They had already collected all the materials written by the Crimson Dragon. The Crimson Dragon looked at the materials on the ground and said confidently, "Don't worry. Although I haven't fully recovered my strength, I can definitely set up a king's killing array with these materials." Then, he let out a strange cry and disappeared in a flash of red light with all the materials on the ground. Star Point Peak quieted down again, and Lin Xian also focused on his cultivation. He had already mastered the Gale Lightning Sword and illusory demon steps that he had obtained years ago. At first, the 5 swords could kill late-stage 9th level martial artists, but the illusory demon steps made his speed as fast as a peak 9th level martial artist. Now, he focused on the Void-Shattering Finger, 9 Changes of the Firmament, Sky Spill Visualization Art, and Furious Dragon Arts. These 4 martial arts were all Earth-class martial arts, and their power was beyond imagination. However, as Lin Xian's soul power and physical fitness improved, his speed of cultivating these Earth-class martial arts also increased. Now, he could already store 3 Void-Shattering Finger and use the first 4 changes of the 9 Changes of the Firmament. However, he still had not broken through the Sky Spill Visualization Art. Lin Xian knew that when he could complete the 5th diagram, no one below the king level would be able to surpass his soul power. 10 days later, the Crimson Dragon sent news that the king's killing array had been set up. Hearing this, Lin Xian was overjoyed. He knew that everything was ready, and he just had to wait for Prince Ling Feng to come. Not long after, Luo Bingshan also sent news that she had successfully deceived Prince Ling Feng. Great! Lin Xian clenched his fists. He had guessed correctly. Luo Bingshan's position was very high, and Prince Ling Feng would not doubt her words. However, Prince Ling Feng was not careless. According to Luo Bingshan's information, he had brought a large number of 9th level venerables with him, and many of them were peak 9th level venerables. Even a half-step king would have a headache facing such a power. Fortunately, Lin Xian had already arranged the king killing array in advance, which was capable of killing any cultivator below the king realm. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have been able to contend with the other party. Go! This time, Lin Xian brought along the 9th and 10th elders. 3 days later, Lin Xian, Elder Jiao, and the others landed on a lone mountain. This mountain was called Changling Mountain. It was far away from the city and could be said to be very remote. The trees on the mountain were lush and verdant. Birds and beasts flew away, bringing with them a rich vitality. In one of the open spaces, the Crimson Dragon was dancing with joy. The setup is complete. It was finally done. Haha, Ben Huang is a genius. Lin Xian, Elder 9, and the rest landed and looked around curiously. Where is the array formation? 9th Elder was puzzled. 10th Elder also frowned. Is there an array formation here? Of course there is. Not only is there an array formation, but it is also a peerless array formation. The Crimson Dragon said proudly, I have arranged a king killing array here. It can definitely kill any cultivator below the king realm. Moreover, there is a spatial array formation that can trap everyone and prevent them from escaping. It can also prevent us from being trapped. It can be said that as long as they come in, they will definitely die. The Crimson Dragon said proudly. So powerful? 9th Elder and 10th Elder stared. Lin Xian also nodded with satisfaction, not bad, not bad. However, the Crimson Dragon continued, although it is powerful, it also has a weakness, and that is the range of the array formation. These arrays aren't very big, only tightly covering a mountain. If we want to make a move, we must grasp the opportunity. Otherwise, if some people can't come in, it will be futile no matter how strong the array formation is. Distance is a problem? Indeed, it seems like we need to have a good discussion. However, a mountain is enough, Lin Xian said. Following that, Lin Xian and the others began to simulate various battle scenarios. After everything was set up, Lin Xian began to appear in the vicinity from time to time. Not long after, he was discovered by the Duan clan. Reporting to young master, that thief Lin Xian is indeed near Changling Mountain, the scout reported. How many people are with him? Prince Ling Feng asked. He had already heard the news, but now that it was confirmed, he was finally excited. Only 2 elders from the Palace of Ares. So few? Hearing this, many cultivators frowned. Prince Lingfeng also asked in a deep voice, "Are you sure you didn't miss anything?" "No." The scout reported, "However, they are very careful. Moreover, their movement techniques are very strange. They all have methods to conceal their auras. I only noticed them after a long time." "I see. He must be relying on some special method to think that others won't be able to find him. That's why he dared to come out with 2 guards. Haha, he's dead for sure this time." Prince Lingfeng was also overjoyed. However, he didn't lose his rationality. "We can't be careless. There might be experts hiding in the dark. However, so what if there are experts? This time I'll bring enough cultivators. We must kill him. Listen up, immediately gather 59th level venerables. I want 10 9th level peak venerables. Also, inform the Skynet organization to let Luo Bingshan bring a 5-star assassin and follow me." This time, Prince Lingfeng could be said to have mobilized all the forces in his hands. Peak 9th level venerables were extremely terrifying existences. One of them could destroy the secret villa from before. If 10 peak 9th level venerables stood together, even half-step kings wouldn't be their match. Only true kings wouldn't be afraid of such a formation. Not only that, but there were also countless 9th level venerables and the entire Skynet organization. One had to know that Luo Bingshan was the king of assassins who could assassinate peak 9th level venerables. To be honest, if he hadn't set up a king's killing formation, Lin Xian and the others wouldn't have been able to resist. But now, he. Prince Lingfeng's speed was very fast, like 10,000 bolts of lightning. Not long after, he led countless peerless experts and set off towards Chongling Mountain. Lin Xian had also received news from Luo Bingshan and was preparing with all his might. On this day, when Lin Xian left the mountain again, he finally realized that someone was watching him. Seeing this situation, Lin Xian was secretly delighted. Then, he quickly landed on the ground and walked towards the vast forest. Behind him, there were many people following. They were faintly discernible, but they didn't make a move immediately. Obviously, they still suspected that there were peerless experts guarding Lin Xian nearby. Soon, Lin Xian gathered the 9th and 10th elders and had them protect him by his side. Then, he slowed down again. The people behind him were still following him at a leisurely pace. Finally, someone couldn't help but make a move. A sword light slashed forward like a rainbow. Endless killing intent enveloped Lin Xian and the other 2. It was extremely terrifying. Finally, someone couldn't help but make a move. A sword light slashed forward like a rainbow. Boundless killing intent enveloped Lin Xian and the other 2. It was extremely terrifying. The 9th elder snorted and shattered the sword light with a punch. His gaze was like lightning as he scanned the surroundings. "Who's there? Come out." As soon as his voice rang out, the surrounding air exploded like the roar of 10,000 beasts. However, no one answered him. There were only countless figures flashing in the distance. The 10th elder sneered. This group of people finally couldn't take it anymore. "Should we kill them?" "There's no hurry. These people are probably just probing. Moreover, that Prince Lingfeng hasn't appeared yet. Let's wait a little longer." Lin Xian shook his head slightly. "We must make them believe that there are only 3 of us and no extra guards. Only then will Prince Lingfeng appear." "All right." The 10th elder sighed. "They'll have a good time later." Then, the 3 of them shuttled through the forest again. However, after the previous probing, the people behind them were clearly bolder. Many of them even revealed their true forms and followed behind Lin Xian and the others. Instantly, the 9th elder and the 10th elder's faces darkened. This was because they realized that many of the people behind them had extremely powerful auras that far surpassed theirs. There were even peak 9th stage martial artists. Damn it, this Prince Lingfeng is really careful. He actually sent peak 9th stage martial artists. And there was more than one. The 9th elder's expression was ugly. If not for the killing formation, he would probably want to escape now. The 10th elder's expression was also gloomy. "That's right. I also saw a few peak 9th stage martial artists. Moreover, they were all famous experts in the Palace of Gods of War. With such a lineup, even a half-step king would be defeated. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Not only that, there are many assassins surrounding us. Those people are all 5-star assassins and can assassinate 9th stage martial artists. Some can even assassinate peak 9th stage martial artists. In the sky and on the ground, in all directions, there were Prince Ling Feng's people. It could be said that this was a death trap. Even a half-step king wouldn't be able to escape. One by one, the terrifying assassins were like dark gods of death, hiding in the surroundings, waiting to strike. In the eyes of these people, even 9th Heaven Venerables were prey, what more Lin Xian and the others. Fortunately, Lin Xian had subdued the head venerable of the assassin organization in advance. Otherwise, he would definitely be in danger now. The Crimson Dragon also stuck his head out and cursed when he saw the assassins around him. Damn, that guy is too vicious. He actually sent out so many people. Brat, I didn't expect you to be so valuable. Hearing these words, Lin Xian rolled his eyes. He was indeed valuable. Perhaps not even a half-step king could enjoy such a scene. Young master, hurry up and do it. I keep feeling uneasy. Yeah, these people are too powerful. They can kill us in an instant. If they suddenly attack and we don't activate the formation, we'll really be finished. The 9th Elder and the 7th Elder's faces turned ugly. The current scene was beyond their expectations. Moreover, they had never truly seen the might of a killing formation. Although the Crimson Dragon had exaggerated it, they still didn't have full confidence in their hearts. However, Lin Xian revealed a cold smile. No matter. Let's wait a little longer. We must lure them all into the king-killing formation. This time, I'm going to give the Duan clan a big gift. In truth, he originally only wanted to kill Prince Ling Feng. However, he had changed his plan now. He wanted to kill all the cultivators who came this time. This was because he didn't expect Prince Ling Feng to send out so many people. There were actually 10 peak 9th Heaven Venerables, 40 to 59th Heaven Venerables, and countless assassins. This number was extremely terrifying. It was probably close to half of the Duan clan's strength. If these people were all killed, then the Duan clan's strength would undoubtedly be reduced by more than half in an instant. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the 9th Elder and the 10th Elder's eyelids twitched violently. However, they were soon overjoyed. If so many 9th Heaven Venerables and peerless experts died, the Duan clan would probably go crazy. When they thought of the Duan clan being heavily injured, the two of them couldn't wait any longer. In the distance, innumerable cultivators appeared like ghosts. Their terrifying aura was like a huge mountain, suppressing everything in the world. The birds and beasts in the mountains all prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling. They didn't know what had happened, but the aura was like that of a king, deeply suppressing them. The sky also darkened. It was as if a dark cloud had covered the sky. An oppressive aura spread out in all directions. It was as if a great battle would break out at any moment. Young master, we've checked. There doesn't seem to be any hidden elites in the surroundings. There's only that brat Lin Xian and the 2 elders. Only these few people? Prince Ling Feng smirked coldly. This brat is really bold. Up until now, he still had some doubts. However, in the next instant, Prince Ling Feng was overjoyed. This was because he saw that Lin Xian and the others in front of him suddenly rose from the ground and rushed into the sky. It was as if they wanted to escape. This meant that the other party was really guilty. However, there were already countless 5-star assassins lying in ambush in the sky. At this moment, they were like ghosts. With shocking long rainbows, they ruthlessly slashed towards Lin Xian and the others. Instantly, they were pushed down the mountain again. Trying to escape? Not so easy. Prince Ling Feng smirked coldly. Now, he finally believed that Lin Xian didn't have any elites protecting him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have escaped so pathetically. Go. Break his legs first and make him kneel on the ground to welcome me. Prince Ling Feng's black hair fluttered in the wind. He was like an emperor looking down. Instantly, the 7 5-star assassins in the sky, together with a few 9th Heaven supremacies, quickly flew forward. These people were very fast. They were like shooting stars, especially the 5-star assassins hidden in the void. They were even more silent, like ghosts. Lin Xian's expression was also grave. They couldn't activate the king's killing array now. They could only use themselves as bait to lure Prince Ling Feng and the others. Hence, they were in a very dangerous situation now. Elders, you must be careful. Lin Xian transmitted his voice. This was because the people who had come were all exceptional experts. Moreover, there were 5-star assassins. Although Ling Xian had completely grasped their positions, he still had to deal with them with all his might. After Lin Xian's warning, the surrounding martial artist assassins all moved. A terrifying aura exploded in an instant. Like a sudden clap of thunder, it lit up the entire sky. The aura was like a vast ocean, about to swallow Lin Xian and the others. Countless sword lights lit up in the sky. Like shocking rainbows, they ruthlessly pierced towards Lin Xian and the others with cold killing intent. When they moved, it was like a sudden clap of thunder. Prince Ling Feng's subordinates were definitely very strong. Attack! Lin Xian also shouted. His body was like a flickering shadow, instantly disappearing from the spot. The 9th and 10th elders also shouted angrily. The two of them joined forces and quickly resisted the attacks from all directions. Terrifying auras exploded one after another, causing the void to tremble. Countless gusts of wind blew, and many trees were instantly chopped down. Lin Xian unleashed his lightning martial soul, which resonated with the dark clouds in the sky. Instantly, countless bolts of lightning as thick as mountains shot out in all directions. Those early-stage 9th heaven martial artists couldn't escape in time and were instantly split in half. Blood mist filled the air, and the pungent smell of blood quickly spread in all directions. The 9th elder and the 10th elder also burst forth with super strong battle prowess, killing a 5-star assassin alive. That 5-star assassin's body fell from the void, his eyes wide open. Until his death, he still couldn't believe that the other party had discovered his tracks. Lin Xian and the other two's attacks seemed to have angered Prince Ling Feng. Very quickly, more figures rushed over from afar. The ground trembled, and the wind howled. It was as if countless Asuras were coming back to life. Lin Xian's body was covered in sword light, and he was like a peerless god of war. None of the supremacies who were targeted by him could survive. On the other side, the 9th elder and the 10th elder were also roaring. They had Lin Xian's warning and knew the location of all the assassins. Therefore, although they were in danger, they weren't hurt. Not only that, they seemed to have killed many 5-star assassins. Finally, the actions of Lin Xian and the rest angered those 9th heaven supremacies. One of the 9th heaven supremacies charged towards Lin Xian, while the other charged towards the 9th elder and the 10th elder. The 9th heaven supremacies were very terrifying. Once they attacked, they unleashed great magical powers that could tear the heavens and earth apart. Lin Xian and the 9th elder were forced to retreat. Lin Xian and the 9th elder looked at each other. Then, like lightning, they soared up and flew towards the mountain peak in the distance. This was what they had discussed before. As long as the 9th heaven supremacies attacked, they would retreat immediately. Chase. We definitely can't let them escape. In the distance, Prince Ling Feng revealed a cruel smile when he saw the scene. He quickly chased after them with a large number of experts. Not only that, but he also ordered people to seal off the entire mountain peak. He had already thought about it. After capturing Lin Xian, he wouldn't kill him immediately. Instead, he would torture him to death. He would let him taste all the torture in the world, only then could the hatred in his heart be dispelled. Soon, Lin Xian, 9th elder, and the others retreated to the isolated mountain. However, the surrounding assassins did not intend to let them go. Countless assassins sealed off all directions, and there were even peerless powerhouses that charged towards the three of them. Lin Xian snorted coldly. His expression was extremely solemn as a powerful aura burst forth from his body. He held the Lone Star sword in his hand and brandished it. Terrifying sword chi swept out in all directions. A middle-stage 9th heaven venerable was furious. He executed a powerful fist technique and punched forward. However, it was sliced in half by an incoming sword chi. A 9th layer late-stage supreme expert roared angrily. In his hands was a long spear, moving through the void like a flood dragon. However, he still couldn't stop that murderous sword. Other than venerables at the peak of the 9th level, no one could block Lin Xian's sword technique. Die, brat. A venerable at the peak of the 9th level flew into a rage. He raised his hand and struck out with a blood-red palm. Blood surged as if countless demons were screaming. A terrifying murderous aura enveloped the surroundings. Meanwhile, Lin Xian formed a seal with his palms and shouted, 9 transformations of the firmament, Dijiang transformation. Instantly, the void trembled, and a huge strange bird appeared in the void. It had 6 legs and 4 pairs of wings. Its body was huge like a mountain, and its face was a mess. It was impossible to see its real face clearly. Not only that, but its entire body was also surrounded by blazing flames. It was like a divine flame bird. Dijiang, an ancient mutated beast. It was extremely terrifying and powerful. At this moment, when Lin Xian executed it, it instantly roared in all directions. In the next instant, the terrifying energy collided with the peak 9th heaven venerable, exploding with resplendent light. In the sky, the 9th heaven venerable roared angrily. He realized that the other party could actually contend with him. This was simply too shocking. One had to know that the other party was only an 8th heaven venerable, while he was a peak 9th heaven venerable. The difference in strength between the two of them was more than 10 times. How could the other party be his match? However, he didn't know that Lin Xian was proficient in many kinds of earth-tier martial arts. He could explode with more than 10 times the strength. Even a peak 9th heaven venerable might not be able to contend with him. Seeing that Lin Xian could actually contend with a peak 9th heaven venerable, Prince Ling Feng and the other peerless powerhouses were also shocked. To be honest, Lin Xian's strength was beyond their expectations. Especially Prince Ling Feng, whose expression was even more terrifying. Apart from being younger than him, the other party's talent and strength were not inferior to his. If he didn't get rid of the other party this time, he would definitely be the most difficult enemy to deal with in the future. Humph. So what if you can contend with a peak 9th heaven venerable? I have 10 peak venerable in my hands. I don't believe you can block all of them. Prince Ling Feng had unlimited confidence. Although the other party could block 1 peak 9th heaven venerable, it was impossible for the other party to block 2 peak 9th heaven venerable. Moreover, he had 10 peak 9th heaven venerable in his hands. Just in terms of strength, his side was far superior to Lin Xian by dozens of times. They were not on the same level at all. In front, just as Lin Xian used the 9 changes of the firmament to contend with a peak 9th heaven venerable, 8 mid-9th heaven venerable suddenly appeared around him. Their expressions were cold, and they were like killing gods. They quickly attacked Lin Xian as if they wanted to blow him up. A terrifying aura spread out, and countless cracks appeared in the void. It was too terrifying. When these mid-9th heaven venerable joined forces, they were not inferior to a peak 9th heaven venerable at all. Lin Xian also sensed the danger and immediately snorted coldly. His body swiftly disappeared from the spot like a bolt of lightning. In the next moment, his body appeared in the sky. However, just as he appeared, the 5-star assassins from Lord Alcohol attacked him. Lin Xian roared, and countless black flames surged out of his body. They turned into black waves that swept out in all directions. In the void, 3 5-star assassins couldn't escape in time. They were swallowed by the black flames and immediately screamed. Not long after, they were burned to ashes, and not even their bones were left. It wasn't over yet. Lin Xian's palm moved again and quickly formed the next seal. 9 changes of the firmament, Zhuyan transformation. Now, he had already used the first 4 changes of the 9 changes of the firmament. This was the 4th change. As he formed the seal, a huge red ape flew out from between his fingers. It quickly grew in the air like a giant. It was hundreds of meters tall and stood between the heavens and the earth. It was a divine ape. Its eyes were like lightning, and its palms reached the sky. It was extremely powerful. As soon as it appeared, it raised its huge foot and stomped on the 8 mid-9th heaven venerables below. The furious dragon art and the 9 changes of the firmament, 2 earth-grade martial arts, burst out with power that was 10 times stronger than Lin Xian's. This stomp was not something those mid-9th heaven venerable martial artists could resist. Poof. 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 Poof, as expected, their bodies exploded and turned into countless blood mists that drifted in the forest. Lin Xian was like a god of war, killing everything in his path. He was incomparably valiant, shocking everyone. On the other side, the situation of the ninth elder and the 10th elder was not optimistic. On the other side, 9th elder and 10th elder's situation was not optimistic. They weren't as strong as Lin Xian, so they couldn't fight against a 9th level venerable realm cultivator at all. They could only retreat. And this was with the help of the Crimson Dragon. Otherwise, they would have been killed long ago. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. His figure was like lightning as he quickly arrived beside 9th elder and 10th elder. The Lone Star Sword was like a bolt of lightning as it slashed out, instantly forcing the 9th Heaven Venerable to retreat. 9th elder, 10th elder, are you two all right? Lin Xian asked with concern. We're fine. Our bones are very tough. Their faces were pale, but they did not suffer any serious injuries. Although they were not injured, their expressions were not relaxed at all. They looked around and frowned. The entire mountain was surrounded by a black mass of martial artists. They had been completely sealed off. Among them, there were a large number of 9th Heaven Venerables. There were even 10 9th Heaven Venerables who had sealed off all directions. Not to mention them, even a half-step king would not be able to escape. Kid, I have to admit that you have indeed exceeded my expectations. In such a situation where you were bound to die, you were still able to kill so many of my guards. A cold voice sounded out. Then, the crowd dispersed. A tall and handsome youth walked through the air with several 9th Heaven Venerables following behind him. The youth was dressed in a golden robe. His black hair was like a waterfall, and his gaze was like lightning. His expression was cold without a trace of emotion. This was the famous Prince Ling Feng of Sky Martial Continent. Seeing Lin Xian and the rest surrounded, he finally came out. You are Ling Feng? Lin Xian looked forward. This was the first time he had seen him. I have long heard of your name, but it seems that you are nothing much. Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. What did you say? Hearing this, Prince Ling Feng's face immediately darkened. Kid, you are courting death. The surrounding martial artists also shouted coldly, you dare to be disrespectful to young master? Quickly kneel down and kowtow to apologize with your death. On the other hand, Lin Xian raised his head and laughed arrogantly. Humph, how impressive. Did he really think that he was a king? How dare you ignore everything? Although I'm not a king, I'm more than enough to deal with you. In front of me, you're just an ant. Prince Ling Feng's face became cold again. Lin Xian sneered, is that so? Since you're so confident, do you dare to fight me one-on-one? Just the two of us. This is a battle to the death. No one else is allowed to interfere. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous and resounded in all directions. This is a matter between the Lin family and the Duan family. Why don't the two of us settle it? Do you dare to challenge me to a duel to the death? Lin Xian pointed his sword at Prince Ling Feng. One-on-one? You? Prince Ling Feng was stunned for a moment, then he threw his head back and laughed. What? You don't dare? Lin Xian stared straight ahead. It's not that I don't dare, it's that I'm not worthy. Who do you think you are to fight me? Prince Ling Feng sneered disdainfully as if he was a god. To be honest, only the other 3 princes of the younger generation on this continent can fight me. The others don't even have the right to fight me. You don't have the right either. Prince Ling Feng's black hair fluttered in the wind, and his aura was abnormally strong. He was like a god of war as he walked forward step by step. With every step he took, the void trembled and the ground cracked. Those behind him also moved forward. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, looking at this scene, the Crimson Dragon was ecstatic, this is great. The other party has already entered the king's killing array. It's not just him. The surrounding people have also entered. I'll activate the spatial array now and seal them all here so that they won't run away. The Crimson Dragon was very excited. He quickly waved his dragon claws and quietly formed a spatial array at the outermost periphery. This array was very magical and could prevent these people from running away. To be honest, he hated Prince Ling Feng very much. This was because the other party's arrogant attitude made him very unhappy. He couldn't wait to step on him. Hearing the Crimson Dragon's voice transmission, Lin Xian was also ecstatic. This is great. The other party had finally fallen into his trap. His previous act was not in vain. Brat, to be honest, I'm not interested in someone like you because I can destroy you with a single finger. Prince Lingfeng's expression was arrogant as he looked down on everything. But don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. I'll first break your limbs and break all the bones in your body. Then, I'll pull out your tendons and skin you alive. I'll also make you my slave. I'll let everyone know who the real young master of the Palace of Ares is. At the end of his speech, Prince Lingfeng's handsome face was unusually ferocious, and his eyes were bloodshot. Obviously, he cared a lot about the title of young master of the Palace of Ares. Originally, as long as the Duan family took over the Palace of Ares, this title would be his. He would then become the most dazzling person in the younger generation of the Tianwu continent. However, halfway through, it was snatched away by Lin Xian. This drove him crazy. But now, it was all good. Soon, he would be able to take back this title with his own hands. After this battle, he would still be the fourth prince of the Tianwu continent, the most dazzling person in the continent. And the other party would be his slave, a dead dog. Thinking of this, Prince Lingfeng couldn't help but raise his head and laugh maniacally. The peerless powerhouses around him also had cold smiles on their faces. However, at this moment, a ray of light suddenly lit up. A terrifying murderous intent erupted like a flood, engulfing the heavens and the earth, causing everyone to go crazy. A terrifying blade light pierced through the void, ruthlessly slashing towards Prince Lingfeng. What? No. The group of people were shocked. Their eyes widened in disbelief. That maniacal laughter also stopped abruptly, as if someone was choking them. They couldn't believe that there were hidden experts around, who dared to make a move on Prince Lingfeng. Prince Lingfeng was also stunned. The smile on his face turned ugly. He didn't expect that when he was at his proudest, someone would dare to make a move on him. Furthermore, that blade light was too shocking, causing him to feel a sense of trepidation. Now, those peerless powerhouses could no longer be counted on. That blade light was too fast, arriving in front of him in an instant. At this critical moment, Prince Lingfeng roared angrily. A blue battle armor quickly appeared on his body, covering his entire body in an instant, leaving only his eyes exposed. Clang! In the next moment, the shocking blade light ruthlessly slashed towards him, slashing onto the battle armor, producing a deafening sound. The terrifying force sent Prince Lingfeng flying, crashing into a small mountain beside him. Young master! Those martial supremacies at the peak of the 9th rank went crazy, running forward as if they had gone mad. As for the other warrior killers, they stared fixedly at Lin Xian, preventing him from escaping. Boom! The small mountain in front of them exploded, sending huge rocks flying everywhere. Prince Lingfeng walked out from the rubble. He was wearing a blue battle armor, looking extremely valiant. However, his expression was extremely ugly. The astral battle armor quickly changed, finally revealing Prince Lingfeng's face. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, clearly suffering from internal injuries. His eyes were like a venomous snake, extremely ferocious as he stared viciously into the void. The galactic armor changed rapidly, finally revealing Prince Lingfeng's face. There was blood at the corner of his mouth. Clearly, he had suffered internal injuries. His eyes were like a venomous snake's. They were extremely ferocious as he stared at the void. Anger, extreme anger. That attack had been too dangerous. If not for the galactic armor, which could resist 70% of the damage, he would have died. Who is it? How dare you attack me? I will make you wish you were dead. Prince Lingfeng was like an injured beast as he roared continuously. To be honest, he was furious. Previously, he had been high and mighty, looking down on Lin Xian. However, in the blink of an eye, he had been sent flying and almost assassinated. He could not accept such an outcome. When the others saw that Prince Lingfeng was fine, they all heaved a sigh of relief. However, they also looked at the void with gloomy expressions. What? It's you! In the next moment, everyone was stunned. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Prince Lingfeng's body stiffened, and his mind went blank. This was because there was a figure floating in the void. Black robes with red totems engraved on it. The slender figure wore a golden mask. Her entire body was filled with killing intent. She was like a god of death. Luo Bingshan, the head venerate of the Skynet organization, the king of assassins. She had attacked just now. Only Prince Ling Feng had the galactic armor and could dodge this attack. If it had been anyone else, they would have been split in half. Not to mention the ninth heaven supremacies, even the 5-star assassins in the void were stunned. They didn't think that their boss would actually make a move on young Master Ling Feng. What was going on? Luo Bingshan, you dare. You betray me. Prince Lingfeng's face was ferocious as he roared in the void. He did not expect that the assassin was not one of Lin Xian's guards, but one of his own subordinates. The assassins that he had groomed had actually tried to assassinate him at the most critical moment. If this were to spread, no one would believe it. However, it had happened now. The ninth heaven supremacies were also shocked. They all shouted, "Head Venerate Luo, are you crazy? How dare you attack Prince? Surnamed Luo, did you take the wrong medicine? How dare you betray the young master?" Facing the roar of the group of people, Luo Bingshan's expression was cold. He dares to go against master, he deserves to die. Crazy, really crazy. Hearing Luo Bingshan's words, everyone's mind went blank. Prince Lingfeng's body trembled. But soon, he screamed, "Master? What master? Am I not your master?" The surrounding martial artists were also stunned. Right, could it be that Luo Bingshan had another master? Luo Bingshan snorted disdainfully and said in a cold voice, "You're not worthy of being my master." After saying that, she ignored the crowd and quickly landed on the lone mountain. With a flip of her hand, the peerless saber was put away. Luo Bingshan strode forward. Finally, he arrived in front of Lin Xian. Under everyone's astonished gaze, Luo Bingshan slowly knelt down. Luo Bingshan came before Lin Xian and slowly knelt down. His tone was extremely respectful as he shouted, "Greetings, master." Seeing this scene, everyone felt like their heads were about to explode. Shock, absolute shock. Such a scene was something they had never imagined in their lives. Luo Bingshan actually knelt down, and he knelt in front of an 8th heaven venerable realm cultivator. This was too unbelievable. One had to know that the other party was a 9th heaven venerable, the king of assassins, and the head of Skynet. His status even surpassed the sect master of a 6th rank sect. It could be said that his status was very high. Even when he saw Prince Ling Feng, he would only bow and salute. He had never seen him kneel before anyone. But now, Luo Bingshan was actually kneeling. Moreover, he was kneeling willingly and respectfully in front of a young man. Seeing this scene, Prince Ling Feng was so angry that his entire body trembled. He gritted his teeth so hard that they almost shattered. Luo Bingshan was the king of assassins, and he had spent a lot of effort to rope him in. Usually, he treated him like a distinguished guest. Rather than saying that they were subordinates, it was more like a cooperative relationship. Of course, Prince Ling Feng had wanted to take Luo Bingshan under his wing more than once. He even wanted to make her his concubine. But no matter what he did, he failed in the end. He knew that as the king of assassins, Luo Bingshan had his own pride. This kind of person could not be subdued and could only be treated as a cooperative partner. But now, the scene in front of him deeply stunned him. His sworn enemy, Lin Xian, had actually done something that he could not do. How could he tolerate this? On the other side, Lin Xian smiled in satisfaction. "Get up. You did well." "Yes, thank you, master." Luo Bingshan slowly stood up and stood beside Lin Xian. Prince Ling Feng was so angry that he laughed. Good. 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 Boy, I really underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be able to subdue this person. This is really beyond my expectations. But so what if I've subdued him? I have 10 peak 9th heaven venerables on my side, and countless peerless powerhouses. You can't escape at all. At the end, Prince Ling Feng laughed maniacally again. Today is the day you die. All of you, go. Use all your strength and kill them. Prince Ling Feng roared crazily like a demon. Boy, how dare you go against the young master? Go to hell. The palace of Ares only has one young master, and that is our Prince Ling Feng. The 10-peak ninth heaven venerables quickly attacked like gods of war, causing the entire world to tremble. They turned into lightning and quickly charged toward Lin Xian and the rest. Not only them, but the surrounding cultivators also attacked. Terrifying auras exploded, and the entire sky was completely chaotic. With so many people, plus the 5-star assassins in the void, it could be said that this was a peerless force that no one could stop. Looking at this terrifying scene, the 9th Elder, 10th Elder, Luo Bingshan, and the rest looked extremely serious. However, they all gripped the weapons in their hands tightly, planning to fight to the death. On the other hand, Lin Xian's black hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were like lightning as he scanned the surroundings. Then, he shouted, "Ruzalong, attack! Kill them all!" Facing so many people, Lin Xian finally used his ultimate move, the King's Killing Formation. Boom! 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 The sky trembled, the ground cracked, and strong winds swept through, and dark clouds roared. In an instant, the entire lonely mountain changed color. Terrifying killing intent rose from the sky like peerless gods with swords piercing through heaven and earth. This killing intent was too terrifying. The 5-star assassins' faces all changed, and they were all terrified as if they had seen a ghost. Even Luo Bingshan was shocked. This killing intent was not something she could compare to. At the most critical moment, the Crimson Dragon activated the King's Killing Formation, releasing a shocking killing intent that shrouded the entire lonely mountain. Prince Ling Feng, the Duan clan. Didn't you want to kill me? Today, I'll give you a big gift. All of you will go to hell. Lin Xian's cold voice resounded in all directions. Hearing his voice, the entire King's Killing Formation erupted with unparalleled energy, turning the entire area into a peerless killing formation. D***MNet, what is this? Impossible, there's actually a killing formation here? Why didn't I detect it before? This aura is too terrifying, it's definitely not something a supremacy can release. Everyone was horrified, and even the expressions of the peerless experts changed. This was because they realized that this killing intent was too terrifying, and they could not withstand it at all. The 5-star assassins were even trembling, because in front of this aura, they were like ants facing a giant dragon, unable to resist at all. Prince Ling Feng looked as if he had been struck by lightning, and his entire person became abnormally ferocious. Impossible. This is impossible. Why is there a killing formation here? Go, break it for me. Prince Ling Feng roared like a madman, and his body was quickly covered by the galactic armor, blocking all the killing intent. However, he was not in a good situation. Although the galactic armor could block 70% of the damage, the killing intent here was too terrifying. Even if it was weakened by 70%, it was still not something he could withstand. At this moment, regardless of whether it was a 9th heaven supremacy or a 5-star assassin, their faces were all pale, and their faces were filled with despair. Once the King's Killing Formation was activated, it was earth-shattering, and it enveloped everyone, forming a hell of a Jura. However, at this moment, a peak 9th heaven supremacy roared. Everyone, don't be deceived. He's only an 8th heaven supremacy, it's impossible for him to have such a powerful killing formation. This must be an illusion, he's trying to interfere with us. As long as everyone works together and quickly rushes out, we can break the formation. At that time, that brat will definitely die. This was a peerless expert, and he was also Prince Ling Feng's guardian. At this critical moment, his thunderous voice stunned everyone. Instantly, everyone quieted down and quickly adjusted their bodies. Yes, this can't be real. There are so many of us, and there are even 10 peak 9th heaven supremacies. If we work together, we can definitely break it. At this moment, everyone's hearts were filled with hope. However, in the next moment, they fell into the abyss of despair once again. The King's Killing Formation trembled, and a shocking sword light shot out, tearing heaven and earth apart, directly splitting the peak 9th heaven supremacy who had shouted earlier in half. Puff, the corpse split open from the middle and fell to the ground. Blood and internal organs spilled all over the ground. The pungent smell of blood quickly spread out. No. This scene made everyone around feel as if they were struck by lightning. Their faces were deathly pale. The hope that had just risen in their hearts was extinguished just like that. Previously, they had thought that this was just an illusion technique, which did not have much power at all. However, just as they finished speaking, a ninth heaven peak venerable had died in front of them. Moreover, he had been directly killed by a beam of killing intent. They now knew that this was not an illusion, because no illusion could affect all of them. This was a true peerless killing array, one that could instantly kill a peak 9th level killing array. Everyone had lost their courage in the face of this killing array. Each and every one of them was in utter despair. Lin Xian and the others arrived at a corner of the killing array and were protected by countless killing auras. The power of this king's killing array was beyond his expectations. It could even kill someone at the peak of the 9th level. He knew that the people below were finished. None of them could escape. Although he was not a bloodthirsty person, he did not have any pity at this time. This was because these people had tried every means to kill him. He was just returning the favor. Kakik, how is it, kid? Benhuang's king's killing array is powerful, right? The Crimson Dragon looked around and was very satisfied. On the other hand, the 9th Elder, 10th Elder, and Luo Bingshan were extremely shocked and dumbfounded. They did not expect that there would be such a terrifying killing array in the world that could easily kill a peak 9th level venerable. Looking at the terrifying aura, it was likely that no one below the king realm could escape. However, the 9th Elder and the others soon laughed wildly. In the past few years, they had been suppressed by the Duan clan. Many of their companions had been killed by the Duan clan in battle. It could be said that they were extremely miserable. Now that they had Lin Xian, their young master, they could finally avenge this grudge. The 9th Elder's eyes were like lightning. His eyes were red as he stared at the figure in front of him. Old dog Duan, last time you led the Duan clan to kill my good friend and forced us out of the Palace of Gods of War. Now, your retribution has finally come. The 9th Elder pretended to be crazy as he stared at a peak 9th level venerable in front of him. It was an extremely tall old man with thick arms like a demon. His body emitted a terrifying aura. When he heard the 9th Elder's voice, his expression was extremely ugly. Humph. I'll let you be arrogant for a while. When I go out later, I'll definitely kill all of you. The tall old man's expression was ferocious, and his voice shook the surroundings like thunder. The Crimson Dragon sneered and quickly activated the king's killing array. Immediately, the sky trembled, and a shocking sword light descended, piercing through the tall old man. Ah! The tall peak 9th level venerable was pierced through the heart by tens of thousands of arrows, and his body was nailed to the ground. Awesome! Ha 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 ha! Old friend, I've finally avenged you. The 9th Elder looked up and laughed wildly. Seeing this, the 10th Elder was also excited. He quickly scanned the surroundings and finally stared at a peak 9th level venerable. Evil-eyed boy, I'll see you killed with my own eyes today. The 10th Elder stared at a short old man with red hair. There was an evil-eyed eye between his brows, and he looked like a demon. At this moment, he used all his strength and turned into a flash of light, shuttling quickly through the entire killing array. Hearing the 10th Elder's words, the other party let out a sharp cry. Just you wait. When I go out, I'll kill your entire family. However, the response he received was dozens of purple lightning bolts. They were like lightning dragons that descended from the sky, and the terrifying lightning drowned him. Boom! 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 The terrifying lightning bolts pierced through the sky and smashed the evil-eyed boy into pieces. Ha 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 ha! The evil-eyed boy is finally dead. The 10th Elder was also excited. The remaining peak 9th level venerables had extremely ugly expressions. They quickly gathered beside Prince Ling Feng. Young master, quickly use the space transfer scroll. Let's leave this place. Prince Ling Feng looked at the corpses on the ground, and his heart bled. These were the elites of the Duan family, many of them were peerless experts in the 9th heaven, and they were the backbone of their family. Now that they were killed here, it was too painful. However, he also knew how powerful this killing array was, so he didn't dare to take it head-on. At this moment, when he heard the advice of the elders, he immediately took out a black scroll. Lin Xian, you killed so many of my experts today. When I go out, I'll kill your entire family. Not only that, everyone related to you will die. Prince Ling Feng's expression was ferocious. In the next moment, he bit his finger and dripped his blood on the black scroll. Immediately, the scroll unfolded and formed a black light that enveloped Prince Ling Feng and a few peak 9th level venerables. They turned into a black light and disappeared on the spot. In the next moment, he bit his finger and dripped a drop of blood onto the black scroll. Immediately, the scroll unfurled and formed a black light that enveloped Prince Ling Feng and the other peak level 9 cultivators. They turned into a black light and disappeared. The scroll was very precious. It was a spatial scroll that contained a spatial array that could teleport people out instantly. It could be said to be the best method to save one's life. This kind of life-saving item was very precious in the Tianwu continent. Among these people, only Prince Ling Feng had it. If it was any other array, Prince Ling Feng and the rest might have really escaped. However, this time, it was ineffective. Previously, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon had already set up a spatial array around the King's killing array to prevent others from using the spatial teleportation array to escape. Indeed, not long after Prince Ling Feng and the rest disappeared into the void, they were shaken out by a strange force. What? The spatial scroll is ineffective. How is this possible? Prince Ling Feng's expression was extremely ugly as he roared crazily. The surrounding peak level 9 venerables also had looks of despair. This was spatial teleportation, an incomparably precious method to escape. However, it was ineffective at this moment. Who exactly was the other party? How could he have such a mysterious method? Not only could he set up such a powerful killing array, but he could also prevent them from escaping. Impossible. How is this possible? He's just a brat from the wildlands. How could he have so many tricks up his sleeve? Prince Ling Feng did not dare to believe it. He realized that he had completely underestimated the other party. He was too mysterious. The other party had countless tricks up his sleeve that far exceeded his own. Kill. Kill him for me. As long as he's dead, this array will definitely stop. Prince Ling Feng roared crazily. The surrounding peak level 9 venerables also went crazy. Now that their escape route was sealed, they could only survive by killing Lin Xian. In the next moment, they all stared in the southeast direction because that was where Lin Xian and the rest were. Die, brat. A 9th heaven venerable roared and quickly pulled out the treasured sword on his back. His entire body turned into a shocking sword light as he quickly stabbed towards Lin Xian. This was an all-out attack from a level 9 peak expert, and it was incomparably terrifying. The sword light shattered the void, forming a black torrent that instantly arrived in front of Lin Xian and the others. Die. The long sword was like a dragon, bringing with it a shocking aura as it pierced forward. The vengeful attack of a peak 9th heaven venerable was extremely terrifying. In an instant, it had arrived in front of Lin Xian. Die, brat. This peak 9th heaven venerable realm cultivator's expression was savage, and it was as if he could already see Lin Xian being pierced through by the sword. However, a purple light suddenly flickered, and a terrifying sword light descended from the sky, directly piercing through the top of the venerable master's head. A terrifying murderous aura swept out and killed the peak 9th heaven venerable. Clang, the 9th heaven venerable Tier's corpse and the sword in his hand fell to the ground with a resounding clang. You people are unpardonable. Since you dare to kill me, you can stay here forever. Lin Xian's voice resounded in all directions. Shameless boasting. Brat, you're too arrogant. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. 3 peak 9th heaven venerables roared angrily and quickly charged over from afar. One of them had a cold expression, and powerful lightning surrounded his body. He was like the god of thunder, bringing with him a powerful sea of lightning as he charged over quickly. The other person was extremely tall, and his entire body flickered as if it was made of gold. His entire body was filled with power. He could easily tear apart heaven and earth with a raise of his hand. The last person was even more terrifying. Just his aura alone could cause the wind and clouds to change. A purple light flickered in his palm, exuding a terrifying energy. This energy gathered in the air, forming a purple light blade that slashed towards Lin Xian. The three peak ninth heaven venerables combined could definitely destroy everything, but they could not stop the king's killing formation at all. Poof, a low sound rang out, and instantly, the purple light blade in the void cracked, turning into countless pieces. At the same time, the entire king's killing formation began to circulate crazily, and a terrifying killing intent enveloped the surroundings. The void cracked, and the ground sank. Terrifying killing sword light pierced through heaven and earth, rampaging in all directions. The three peak ninth heaven venerables roared angrily, resisting the killing sword light with all their might. However, this was the king's killing formation, and it was extremely terrifying. The three ninth heaven venerables could not stop it at all. First, it was the powerhouse surrounded by purple energy. The purple light blade he shot out was instantly shattered. Not only that, but his arms also cracked rapidly, and countless cracks appeared. Then, his arms cracked, turning into a bloody mist. Next, it was his entire body. In front of such a peerless killing weapon, peak ninth heaven venerables could not resist at all. In an instant, a peak ninth heaven venerables was killed. Next, it was the powerhouse whose entire body was radiating golden light. He was a powerhouse who was extremely terrifying. Even a half-earth grade treasure could not hurt him at all. However, in front of this killing intent, his golden body quickly cracked, turning into a pile of rotten flesh. The last lightning venerable was even more unlucky. The terrifying killing intent directly detonated the lightning on his body, and he instantly exploded into a bloody mist, no longer existing. Seeing this scene, everyone's scalps went numb, and their faces were filled with despair. Even the powerful peak ninth heaven venerables could not resist, let alone them. Join forces, join forces. Break out of the encirclement. In the distance, Prince Ling Feng also roared crazily. He had the cosmic armor that could block 70% of the damage, so he was still alive. Of course, this was not just the effect of the cosmic armor. He was not constantly swallowing natural treasures to prevent himself from dying. As for the remaining peak ninth heaven venerables, they did not dare to charge anymore. They quickly gathered together and discussed with each other how to launch a sneak attack. Not long after, a red-haired old man revealed a ferocious expression. He gritted his teeth and said, "Brat, I'll let you experience my Duan family's forbidden technique today. God-slaying demon-slaughtering formation." In the end, the last three peak ninth heaven venerables joined forces and formed a mysterious trajectory. Instantly, three arm-like streaks of blood flew out of their bodies and quickly intertwined in the air. Not only that, but many martial artists in the surroundings also exploded, turning into a bloody mist. This bloody mist seemed to be guided by an unknown force, and all of it came to the front of the three ninth heaven venerables. Soon, the bloody mist increased and finally formed a bloody sword. This bloody sword was 30 meters long, and it floated in the air, exuding a dense murderous aura. It could even block the killing intent formed by the king-killing formation. As for the three peak ninth heaven venerables, they burned all the spiritual power in their bodies and exploded with an extremely powerful energy. Their 6 palms all grabbed the bloody sword aura, and they violently slashed forward. Boom, the bloody sword slashed forward, and the entire space collapsed. Even the killing swords could not block it. Soon, this bloody sword arrived above Lin Xian and the others, and it quickly slashed down. Boom, the blood-red sword slashed forward, and the entire void collapsed. Even the killing swords could not stop it. Soon, the blood-red sword arrived above Lin Xian and the others and slashed down quickly. The killing aura in front of Lin Xian actually cracked, as if it could not withstand the power of the blood-red sword. Meanwhile, Lin Xian and the others' pupils constricted, and they quickly retreated. A terrifying hole appeared where they were just a moment ago. It was bottomless and exuded a dense killing aura. "What's going on?" Lin Xian asked in a low voice. The ninth elder and the others were also panicking. Could it be that the killing formation has been broken? The Crimson Dragon's expression was also ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, "It's fine. The formation is not broken. It's just that we were careless just now. I didn't expect these people to have such a forbidden technique." The sword just now was indeed terrifying because it was formed by the lives of 3 peak ninth heaven venerables burning their spirit power, dozens of ninth heaven venerables, and hundreds of 8th heaven venerables. It could be said that its power was boundless. Die, brat. The three-peaked ninth heaven venerables were pale. It seemed that the sword had consumed too much of their energy, but they still spared no effort to push it forward. Are we going to attack? Lin Xian's eyes were like lightning as he gripped the Lone Star sword tightly. The Crimson Dragon shook his head. Next, I'll let you see what a true king's killing formation is. It turned out that the Crimson Dragon had not fully activated the killing formation's power because it had consumed a lot of his energy to use it. However, the other party had obviously provoked him now. Therefore, he had to attack with all his strength. In the next moment, the king's killing formation trembled and exploded with an incomparable light. Countless killing aura condensed in the air, forming many giant dragons that roared in all directions. With a swing of the dragon's tail, hundreds of martial artist assassins were instantly smashed into blood mist. Corpses flew everywhere, and blood splattered everywhere. The entire mountain peak was like azure hell. It was extremely terrifying. One of the giant dragons even charged toward the blood-red sword. With a roar, the giant dragon crashed into the blood-red sword and instantly broke it. The terrifying power caused the three-peaked ninth heaven venerables to vomit blood and fly backward. How dare you sneak attack Benhuang? You're all dead. The crimson dragon was enraged, and it brandished its dragon claws. Boundless killing intent formed multiple chains that froze the three ninth heaven venerables in midair. Lin Xian's figure flashed, and he arrived before the three of them, taking away all their storage rings. Two of them roared angrily and wanted to self-detonate to drag Lin Xian down with them. However, hundreds of sword lights appeared in the void and completely pierced through the two of them. The other person was also pierced through the heart by thousands of arrows, nailing him to the void. In the end, the three peak venerables died on the spot, and a large number of the surrounding cultivators died as well. Only a tenth of them survived. Those who were still alive were terrified and screamed miserably. They regretted coming to kill Lin Xian. If they hadn't come, they wouldn't have to face such danger. However, it was too late now. On the other hand, Lin Xian's gaze swept across the surroundings like lightning before finally locking onto a figure. Ling Feng. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He gripped the Lone Star sword tightly and strode forward. The king's killing array was extremely terrifying. Until now, all the peerless cultivators had died, and only a few useless cultivators were still running for their lives. However, there was one exception among them. There was one expert who was still alive, and that was Prince Ling Feng. He was wearing the galactic armor, and his entire body was emitting a blue light. He was like a god of war walking on the earth. With the galactic armor's powerful defense, Prince Ling Feng had managed to hold on until now. However, his situation was not optimistic because he didn't have many spirit herbs left. If he couldn't escape now, he would die here sooner or later. In the next moment, his body trembled as he felt a gaze lock onto him. Lin Xian. Prince Ling Feng gritted his teeth, and his expression was ferocious. It was this young man in front of him who had destroyed everything he had. Now, he couldn't wait to tear him apart. Lin Xian's expression was even colder. He snorted, held the Lone Star sword, and strode forward. The two of them were mortal enemies, and there was nothing to talk about. Now that they had met, there was only one way to fight. Seeing his opponent charging towards him, Prince Ling Feng roared at the sky, looking extremely ferocious. Kid, who do you think you are? How dare you attack me? Didn't you use a killing array to kill countless of my experts? If not for the killing array, you wouldn't be my opponent at all. Your Lin family is no match for my Duan family either. He was furious. Previously, he was extremely arrogant and had the upper hand. However, he didn't expect that because of a killing array, all the advantages he had before were gone. Not only that, but he had also suffered a crushing defeat. All the peerless experts around him had died, and he was the only one left. Those experts were all his strength. Half of the Duan family's strength. Now that he had lost all his experts, the Duan family had suffered a serious blow. All of this was thanks to Lin Xian. Lin Xian sneered. You don't have to provoke me. I didn't plan to use the killing array in the first place. I alone am enough to deal with you. Today, I'll let you know that even without the killing array, I can still kill you. Lin Xian's black hair fluttered in the wind, and he was full of fighting spirit. He held the Lone Star Sword, and his entire being was like a sword god, emitting a dazzling light. Boom! In the next moment, he swung his long sword, and a terrifying sword aura swept across heaven and earth, violently slashing forward. This sword was powerful and heavy, as if a raging dragon was lying in the void. Clang! Prince Ling Feng swung his fist, contending with the huge sword aura in the sky. Then, there was an earth-shattering explosion. However, his body flew backward, crashing into countless mountains. He had suffered serious internal injuries in the killing array just now, and now he couldn't use his full strength at all. Moreover, Lin Xian's sword was too terrifying. Lin Xian didn't give chase after sending his opponent flying. Instead, he stood in the void and said coldly, "I know you have the golden imperishable pill. Hurry up and eat it, or you won't be a match for me." Prince Ling Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and slowly stood up. He took out a golden elixir from his storage ring and quickly swallowed it. Then, all of his injuries healed instantly, and even his strength reached its peak. "Brat, I'll let you know the difference between us. In front of me, you'll always be an ant." Prince Ling Feng regained his confidence. Lin Xian didn't say anything, but used his actions to answer his opponent. He swung the Lone Star Sword, and suddenly, countless sword radiances slashed forward. "It's useless. I have the Galaxy Armor, which can block 70% of the damage. Your sword aura can't hurt me at all." Prince Ling Feng laughed maniacally, and his entire body emitted a dazzling light. He was like a god of war, shuttling through the countless sword radiances. Then, he came in front of Lin Xian and threw a punch. Boom! Terrifying energy exploded, as if he was an ancient beast. "Galaxy armor? I have it too." Prince Ling Feng laughed maniacally. His entire body emitted a dazzling light. He was like a god of war, shuttling through the countless sword radiances. Then, he arrived in front of Lin Xian and threw a punch. Boom! Terrifying energy exploded like an ancient beast. "Galactic armor? I have one too." Facing Prince Ling Feng's punch, Lin Xian snorted coldly. A blue armor appeared on his body as well. Moreover, under the blue armor, there was a bright red armor. It was the Red Lotus armor. With both armors, he could block 80% of the damage. His defense was even stronger than Prince Ling Feng's. Therefore, his opponent's punch did not hurt Lin Xian at all. On the other hand, Lin Xian's sword aura was like a mountain, suppressing young Master Ling Feng and forcing him to retreat. "Galactic armor? So you have one too. Good. 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 Kid, I didn't expect you to have this trick up your sleeve." Prince Ling Feng's expression was cold as he took out a treasured fan from his chest. It seemed like he was going to use some powerful ultimate move. Lin Xian's expression was cold. He did not want to waste any more time with his opponent. Therefore, he quickly used the Furious Dragon Will. Instantly, his body's strength increased by 5 times. Not only that, he also used the secret technique, Bloodthirsty Frenzy. He burned his own blood energy to increase his strength by 5 times. With this combination, he exploded with 10 times his strength. Not only that, he had the Lone Star Sword in his hand, which could be stacked by 5 times. In an instant, he used the Gale Lightning Sword. Lin Xian unleashed all 5 swords at the same time. Therefore, when they were stacked together, Lin Xian was able to unleash 20 times the power. 5 swords combined into one. Die. In the sky, 5 gigantic swords appeared and filled the sky. They exuded an ancient aura. Then, the 5 gigantic swords quickly combined into one, forming a solid ancient sword. It slashed forward fiercely. Prince Ling Feng's expression changed. He did not expect his opponent to fight him to the death. However, he roared and exploded with all his strength. Together with the treasured fan in his hand, he quickly attacked. In the next moment, the two forces collided and exploded in the sky. The terrifying energy swallowed the two figures. When everything disappeared, Lin Xian stood in the sky like a god of war. Prince Ling Feng retreated pathetically and spat out mouthfuls of blood. Although he had used all his strength to block that sword, he was severely injured. "Damn it! Impossible! How can he have such strength? Young Master Ling Feng clenched his teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. He had never imagined that an 8th heavenly layer venerable brat would be able to display a strength stronger than his own. He simply could not accept this. Moreover, what made him even more terrified was that the other party was not injured at all. With this comparison, the difference in strength was obvious. It's not like that. I must have been careless. Brat, just you wait. I'll use all my strength right now. I'll definitely be able to kill you. Prince Ling Feng went crazy. He took out another golden indestructible pill and was about to swallow it. Lin Xian coldly snorted as he pointed his finger forward. Instantly, the void-shattering finger flew out and slammed into Prince Ling Feng's hand. The powerful force shattered the golden indestructible pill. You. Die. Prince Ling Feng roared crazily when he saw his life-saving pill shattered. He was unwilling to give up. He still had many secret skills that he had not used. With his strength, as long as he used those secret skills, he would be able to kill his opponent. However, Lin Xian sneered disdainfully, "Stop struggling. You can't defeat me. Today, I will kill you with my strongest move." With that, Lin Xian closed his eyes and sheathed the Lone Star Sword. Dragon Sword Soul. When Lin Xian opened his eyes again, a green sword shadow had appeared in front of him. A dragon-shaped sword floated in the air, emitting a terrifying aura. It stunned the surrounding king-level killing aura. For a moment, the entire mountain peak was silent. There was no sound at all. The surviving martial artists looked at the dragon-shaped sword in a daze. Prince Ling Feng's pupils shrank and his scalp went numb. Impossible. This is impossible. He was too shocked. The dragon-shaped sword shadow was too terrifying. It was even more terrifying than the killing aura around him. This kind of power could definitely kill him. He could not understand how his opponent could have such a terrifying sword shadow. Prince Ling Feng's face was pale. He knew that his opponent was right. No matter what secret skills he used, he would not be able to block the sword aura in front of him. In the next moment, he clenched his teeth and burned his spiritual energy. He turned and ran. The great young master of the Duan clan, Prince Ling Feng of the Tianwu continent. He was a prodigy of the younger generation. However, such a dazzling figure was like a stray dog in front of Lin Xian. He did not even have the strength to fight back. Lin Xian stretched out his hand and grabbed the dragon sword soul. Then, he slashed forward. With one slash, heaven and earth lost their color. Even the killing aura around him was suppressed. In the sky, the escaping Prince Ling Feng trembled. His pupils dilated. Then, countless sword wounds appeared on his body. It was extremely terrifying. Finally, with a boom, he exploded into a bloody mist. Young Master Ling Feng, whose name had shaken the entire Sky Martial continent, had been killed by a single sword strike. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. Prince Ling Feng was the hope of the Duan clan. He was the future master of the Duan clan. But now, he was killed. No matter how dazzling or powerful you were when you were alive, as long as you were dead, nothing would exist. As for the remaining Duan clan martial artists, Lin Xian did not say anything. He just waved his hand and killed all of them. The 9th elder, the 10th elder, and Luo Bingshan looked at their surroundings in shock. Previously, they did not dare to imagine such a scene. One had to know that Prince Ling Feng had brought 10 peak 9th heaven venerables, over 50 9th heaven venerables, and close to 108th heaven venerables. Other than that, there were countless 7th heaven venerables and 5-star assassins. Such a force could kill a half-step king. But now, all of them were dead. They knew that if this matter were to spread, it would definitely cause a commotion in the entire Tianwu continent. At that time, the Duan clan would definitely go all out and counterattack crazily. This was because killing so many peerless experts at once was something that had never happened in the Tianwu continent. Not only were there peerless experts, but Prince Ling Feng had also died. The Duan clan would definitely go crazy. At that time, they would definitely hunt down Lin Xian all over the world. Lin Xian was calm. He said in a low voice, "Clean up the battlefield and collect all the storage rings. Then, we will leave." Buzz. Buzz. Buzz, the peerless killing formation shook and quickly disappeared. Soon, the surrounding scene was revealed. It was still night time, and countless dark clouds gathered in the sky. The dark clouds made people feel depressed. However, as the king-killing formation disappeared, the dark clouds quickly dissipated. The last full moon was in the sky, emitting a cold light. On the other hand, the entire Chongling mountain had been shattered and turned into ruins. With the disappearance of the king's killing array, the dark clouds quickly dissipated. The last full moon hung in the sky, emitting a cold light. On the other hand, the entire Chongling mountain had been shattered and turned into ruins. Not only that, the ground was littered with corpses and blood. The pungent smell of blood filled the air, making the place look like hell. The 9th elder and the 10th elder quickly collected the storage rings scattered on the ground. Previously, when the Crimson Dragon activated the array to kill people, it purposely left the warriors' storage rings untouched. Therefore, Lin Xian and the others collected all of them. Lin Xian, on the other hand, raised his head and stared at the void where a set of blue armor was floating and flickering. Beside it, there was an ancient ring. The blue armor was naturally the Starry Sky armor. It belonged to Prince Ling Feng. Previously, Lin Xian's sword did not destroy the armor. Instead, it slashed directly at Prince Ling Feng's body. Therefore, Prince Ling Feng's entire body turned into a bloody mist. However, the Starry Sky armor and storage ring were not damaged at all. With a wave of his hand, the two treasures in the void quickly flew towards Lin Xian. Soon, the Starry Sky armor and storage ring arrived in front of Lin Xian. The Starry Sky armor was a defensive treasure. It could withstand 70% of the damage. It was rare in the world. It was because of this treasure that Prince Ling Feng could survive until the end. The House of Kings did not have many treasures like this. They were only given to the most important people. But now, Lin Xian had another set in his hands. The storage ring beside it also belonged to Prince Ling Feng. There must be a lot of treasures in it. With a wave of his hand, he put the two treasures into the white bone ring. On the other side, the 9th elder, the 10th elder, and the others had also finished cleaning up the battlefield and collected all the storage rings. Then, Lin Xian released countless black flames, forming a sea of black flames that enveloped the entire mountain. The mountain, trees, corpses, and blood were all turned into ashes in the terrifying black flames. In the end, nothing was left. Lin Xian and the others soared into the sky and disappeared into the night sky. A few days later, the news still spread. It was no secret that Prince Ling Feng had led a large group of experts to hunt down Duan Ling Feng. However, after a few days, there was no news. This meant that something bad had happened. All kinds of news were all over the sky. The Duan clan's experts were searching, trying to find all kinds of lies. However, no matter how hard they searched, they could not find Prince Ling Feng and the others. There could only be one result. It can't be. There are so many peerless experts and terrifying assassins. Could it be that they were all killed? Everyone was shocked, and the entire continent went crazy. What? All the 9th heavenly layer peak powerhouses are dead? How is that possible? How could Lin Xian and the others possess such strength? They were all level peak of kings. It was a top-rate combat strength in the Exalt realm, and it was terrifying to the extreme. However, at this moment, they were all killed. Could it be Lin Zhan's faction? Someone guessed. They did not believe that Lin Xianfeng and the others could kill level 9 peak level venerables. However, someone soon spread the news. That's not the case. The experts from Lin Zhan's faction did not move. That was because killing Prince Ling Feng was not something that could be done by 1 or 2 experts. Even if they moved, they should be cultivators of similar strength. With so many people moving, it would definitely attract everyone's attention. It was impossible that no one had noticed. Hence, this was not Lin Xianfeng's faction. Then who is it? Could it be that Lin Xianfeng has other mysterious factions? Someone guessed. However, the more they dug, the more shocked they were. It's not 1 level 9 peak level venerables, but 10. Moreover, they're all dead. Everyone's mind went blank. They could not believe it. Heavens! Those ninth heaven venerables were all killed mercilessly like harvested chives. There were also hundreds of level 8 venerables, countless cultivators, and assassins. None of them escaped. What kind of technique is this? It's really too heaven-defying. This can no longer be described as shocking. This is simply a miracle. I'm afraid only King Realm experts can do this. One had to know that Prince Ling Feng's people could already kill half-step King Realm experts. Hence, no one could do this except for King Realm experts. Big news. Shocking news. The battlefield has been discovered by experts at Chongling Mountain. Not long after, new news came. It turned out that a peerless expert had found the location of the battle. Instantly, countless cultivators rushed into the sky and rushed to Chongling Mountain. Looking at the pitch-black deep hole that had been completely burned, all the cultivators felt their scalps go numb. Those peerless experts frowned. Although everything had been burned, they could still sense the residual smell of blood in the air, as well as endless killing intent. What kind of aura is this? It's too terrifying. It's not something a venerables can release. It's too terrifying. The smell of blood in the air is definitely not caused by 1 or 2 corpses. There are definitely hundreds of corpses. Furthermore, they are all experts, peerless experts. This is probably half of the Duan clan's strength. They were actually wiped out. I'm afraid the Duan clan will go crazy this time. That Lin Xian has already grown to such an extent. With such heaven-defying methods, I'm afraid the remaining Duan clan won't be his match. This kid is too dangerous. We can't make him our enemy. For a moment, everyone was terrified. Indeed, hundreds of experts had died in this battle. There were even dozens of peerless experts, as well as the famous Prince Ling Feng. It could be said that this was the most tragic battle in the past few hundred years. The shock from this battle did not disappear. Instead, it became more and more intense, quickly affecting the entire Sky Martial continent. Duan clan. The clan was dead silent. When they heard the news that Prince Ling Feng and all the experts he had brought with him had been killed, everyone was stunned. They didn't dare believe it, nor did they dare accept it. Because it was half of their clan's strength. Prince Ling Feng was the future master of their Duan clan, however, all of them had actually been killed, and not a single one of them had escaped alive. It was even to the extent that they didn't even know what method their enemy had utilized. For a time, the entire Duan clan was in panic, and they felt like the end of the world was approaching. On the other hand, the martial exalt was even more frenzied. The Duan clan's ancestor was in closed-door cultivation and was trying his best to break through into the King realm, so he didn't know about this. The entire Duan clan was managed by the martial exalt now, and he went completely berserk when he found out that his son had been killed. On that very day, he led his experts out of the Duan clan to pursue Lin Xian. However, he quickly regretted it because he was targeted as soon as he showed himself. It turned out that a quasi-king had ambushed him with the intention of using his head to exchange for a longevity pill. It wasn't just that, he'd encountered a formidable opponent. The martial exalt's face darkened completely when he saw this person. Wu Zun led countless experts and left the Duan clan to chase after Lin Xian. However, he soon regretted it because he was targeted the moment he appeared. Some half-step kings wanted to exchange his head for a longevity pill. Not only that, he met a powerful opponent, Sword Venerable. He met Sword Venerable. At this moment, Sword Venerable was tall and straight. Although his hair was still white, there was no trace of age on his face. Not only that, his aura was even sharper. It was as if a divine sword had been unsheathed. Sword Venerable had been reborn. Not only had his body recovered, but even his cultivation had recovered. A few months ago, Sword Venerable had taken a longevity pill and gained 30 years of lifespan. After a few months of recovery and taking old-time tea, his body had reached its peak and his cultivation had recovered to the half-step king realm. This could be said to be a miracle. The entire continent was shocked. The deity Sword Villa went crazy, and Sword Venerable himself was even more excited. Of course, all of this was because of Lin Xian. Therefore, he was very grateful to Lin Xian. Now that he knew that Wu Zun wanted to kill Lin Xian, he was naturally the first to rush forward. Wu Zun's face turned green because his opponent was a peerless expert whose name had shaken the continent 1,000 years ago. His sword skills were unfathomable and definitely not inferior to his own. Not only that, there were half-step kings hiding around who wanted to take his life. It could be said that he was in a very awkward situation. If he were to fight, he would not be able to gain any advantage and might even be killed. However, if he were to leave just like that, he would not be able to vent the anger in his heart. For a moment, these people were stunned in the void. Wu Zun was so angry that his body trembled. In the end, his body trembled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Good. 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 Lin Xian, Sword Venerable, I'll remember you. And those people hiding in the dark, just you wait. When my father becomes a king, you will all die. He roared crazily like a crazy beast. However, in the end, he had no choice but to return to the Duan clan with a group of experts. When this news spread, the entire continent was shocked again. They did not expect that even Wu Zun would be forced to retreat and could not attack. This Lin Xian's strength was just too strong, everyone was shocked, and the forces and clans that were allied with the Duan clan were all silent. Many of their people were even transferred back, and none of them dared to find trouble with Lin Xian. It could be said that at this moment, Lin Xian was in the limelight, overshadowing the four young masters of Tianwu. No one in the younger generation could compare to him. While the outside world was in chaos, Lin Xian and the others had already returned to Starpoint Peak. They knew that once this news spread out, it would definitely cause a commotion across the entire continent. At that time, the Duan clan would also crazily counterattack, so they returned early in the morning. Not only that, the disciples of the Immortal Martial Auction House and the Dragon's Word Pavilion who were outside were all summoned back. Lin Xian would not give the Duan family any chance to retaliate. The outside world was indeed in chaos, but Lin Xian was having a party. The bonfire was raised, and the corpses of the huge demonic beasts were cleaned up and placed on top of the bonfire. Golden grease dripped onto the fire, making crackling sounds. Soon, the aroma of barbecued meat filled the mountain. Plates of spirit fruits and cups of spirit wine were casually placed on the grass. Lin Xian, the 9th elder, the 10th elder, and Wang Li Dongfang Xiong and the other disciples of the Dragon Sword Pavilion gathered together and ate and drank to their heart's content. Killing Prince Ling Feng and exhausting half of the Duan clan's strength was indeed something worth celebrating. Brother Xian, awesome. It's too awesome. So many experts at the peak of the 9th stage, all of them were killed. This kind of scene, just thinking about it makes me excited. Wang Li shouted excitedly. Dongfang Xiong scratched his head at the side. Brother Xian, you're too mean. Why didn't you bring your brothers to watch such a wonderful scene? I've never seen a 9th stage expert killed. That's right, Brother Xian. Next time there's such a good thing, bring us along to watch. The group of disciples of the Dragon Sword Pavilion chatted and laughed. Alright, when there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely bring you guys along. Lin Xian said boldly. Come, cheers. Today, we won't rest until we're drunk. A group of people were celebrating. Among the crowd, Dugu Ao Tian and Li Yunfei were also holding their wine cups. However, the two of them were in a daze. It was obvious that they were completely shocked by the news outside and had yet to recover from their shock. Is this really Lin Xian? Why do I feel like I'm dreaming? Li Yunfei could not believe it. Dugu Ao Tian also laughed bitterly. I originally wanted to treat him as an opponent, but now it seems that I can't even see his figure. I've long been left far behind. The two of them were indeed depressed. To be honest, the two of them were also talented martial arts geniuses. That was why they had reached the 7th level of the Venerable Realm at such a young age. At their age, they could be said to be at the top. However, compared to Lin Xian, they felt an endless sense of defeat. Haha, don't be discouraged. Not to mention you, even I am filled with frustration. Beside them, Meng Tian also raised his wine cup and laughed. Junior brother Lin is a monster. He's the only one in the entire Tianwu continent. No one else can compare to him. That's why you've been looking for the wrong target from the beginning. Find someone else. Meng Tian, who was ranked 3rd on the previous mysterious sovereign leaderboard and was now the main powerhouse of the punishment hall, also lamented. Beside him, a handsome man also said, that's right. I originally thought that the boss would be able to suppress him, But now it seems that even 10 bosses are not enough. This young man was ranked second on the previous mysterious sovereign leaderboard. The boss that they were referring to was naturally ranked first on the previous mysterious sovereign leaderboard. At that moment, he was also the strongest warrior of the younger generation in the punishment hall. However, compared to Lin Xian, he was indeed much weaker. After all, even someone as strong as Sir Ling Feng had been defeated by Lin Xian. In the entire continent, there were probably not many people in the younger generation who could compete with Lin Xian. If nothing went wrong, junior brother Lin would definitely become a king. These people looked at Lin Xian with envy. After a night of partying, everyone had a great time. On the second day, Lin Xian had a good rest. On the third day, he once again resumed his normal cultivation. The 9th elder and the 10th elder did not leave either. The two of them were counting the spoils of war. In the previous battle, they had obtained hundreds of storage rings. These were all storage rings of powerhouses. There were even storage rings of peak 9th level martial artists. There were countless treasures inside. What they needed to do now was to count and organize these treasures. Good stuff. Really good stuff. What a great harvest. There are only 10 peak 9th level martial artists. How good would it be if there were 10 more? The 10th elder was very excited because the storage rings of the peak 9th level martial artists were very rich. It could be said that they were a small treasure trove. After spending almost an entire day, the two of them finally finished counting all the items in the storage rings. The result made them suck in a breath of cold air. After spending an entire day, the two of them finally finished checking all the items in the storage rings. The result made them suck in a breath of cold air. Too many, it was too many. The amount was comparable to that of a 6th rank sect. Not only that, the storage rings of the peak 9th rank honorables were even more precious. There were countless treasures inside, and there were even dozens of half-earth rank weapons. Other than that, there were all kinds of weapons, armor, spiritual herbs, spiritual pills, and secret manuals. In other words, the spoils of war this time were the most that the 9th elder and the 9th elder had ever seen in their lives. This did not include the galactic armor that Lin Xian had obtained in Prince Ling Feng's storage ring. Thinking about it, young Master Ling Feng's storage ring should be even richer. Indeed, Lin Xian was also checking Prince Ling Feng's storage ring. Even though he was used to seeing countless treasures, he could not help but be amazed when he saw the storage ring. Other than the galactic armor, the most valuable item was the imperishable golden pill. Lin Xian had seen the power of the imperishable golden pill before. It could heal a severely injured person instantly. It could be said that Lin Xian had been eyeing it for a long time. Now, he finally got it, 7 pills, a total of 7 pills. Prince Ling Feng's storage ring had 7 imperishable golden pills. This was definitely a shocking amount of money. The imperishable golden pills were extremely rare. Even the Duan family did not have many. It was already very impressive for an important person to have 1 or 2, but Prince Ling Feng had 7, including the one that he had eaten previously. He had 8 in total. Under normal circumstances, if young noble Ling Feng were to fight someone, he would have 8 chances to survive. This was absolutely heaven-defying and undefeatable, unless someone was like Lin Xian, who killed him with 1 strike and did not give him the chance to eat the imperishable golden pill. Actually, Lin Xian was also feeling a bit of lingering fear. Fortunately, he had been decisive at that time and used his most powerful attack to kill his opponent. Otherwise, if he really fought with the other party, the battle situation would be different. Looking at the 7 golden indestructible pills in his hand, Lin Xian was extremely excited. This was equivalent to having 7 lives. Yes, 1 for Morong, 1 for Qiu and 1 for Zhao Shui. Lin Xian thought for a moment and decided to give 3 to the 3 of them. Because he had an unusual relationship with these 3 women, he didn't want anything to happen to them. Morong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu were easy to deal with. He could just give them to them when the time came. However, Zhao Shui was in a difficult position because he did not know where she was. Forget it, I'll leave it for her first. Lin Xian carefully put away the indestructible golden pill. This was a good life-saving item. He wouldn't eat it unless he was in a life-or-death situation. Other than the indestructible gold core, there were many other good things in the storage ring. For example, the treasured fan contained a fragmented Earthrank treasure artifact, and its power was boundless. Other than that, there was also a treasured saber that also contained a fragmented Earthrank treasure artifact. The other weapons were also of high grades. Lin Xian also found 2 Earthrank martial arts, a fist technique and a palm technique. However, he didn't plan to learn them now. Instead, he kept them. As for the other spiritual pills, spiritual herbs, and countless spiritual stones, Lin Xian only glanced at them and didn't pay too much attention to them. Because he could have as many of these things as he wanted, he didn't care too much about them. What he really cared about was the fragmented Earthrank treasure artifact and the precious spiritual pills. These were the real treasures. No matter what, this was definitely a great harvest. It was even more than all of his belongings. This was only Prince Lingfeng's personal wealth. Wu Zun and the entire Duan family must have even more wealth and treasures. I really want to tear down the Duan family's nest. Lin Xian was very envious. However, he also knew that this matter couldn't be rushed. He had just killed Prince Lingfeng. The Duan family was probably crazy and couldn't wait for him to deliver himself to their doorstep. Therefore, this matter had to be delayed. Soon, the 9th elder and the other 2 handed over the list to Lin Xian. Lin Xian looked at it and nodded in satisfaction. He didn't keep most of these things and let the 9th elder and the other 2 bring them back for the people of the Palace of Gods of War to use as cultivation resources. He also left a small portion for the people of the Dragon Sword Pavilion to cultivate. These people were his foundation and the foundation of his future. Therefore, Lin Xian was never stingy with his own people. Wang Li, Yu Fei, Dongfeng Xiong and the other disciples of the Dragon Sword Pavilion were also very excited after receiving these cultivation resources. They were even more loyal to Lin Xian. "Young master, why don't you come back with us?" the 9th elder and the other 2 said. "Sure, I haven't been to the Palace of Gods of War before." Lin Xian nodded. He was a little tempted. Now, the situation had reversed. The Duan family had suffered heavy losses and had already left the Palace of Gods of War. Lin Zhan's line of people had regained control of the Palace of Gods of War. Therefore, it was very safe for Lin Xian to head to the Palace of Gods of War now. However, he didn't let his guard down and didn't set off immediately. Instead, he let the Crimson Dragon set up a King's Killing formation again. Anyway, he had just obtained a large amount of resources and could definitely create a King's Killing formation. Moreover, Lin Xian had a new request for this King's Killing formation, which was that it could be carried around with him. If it was someone else, they wouldn't be able to do it. However, the Crimson Dragon definitely had no problem. It was a formation expert and had so many materials with it. Naturally, it could create such a portable killing formation. However, it would take a little longer. "It's fine. I can wait as long as it takes. Go ahead." Lin Xian wasn't in a hurry. This time it took even longer to create the King's Killing formation. It took more than a month. However, the final result was still very good. A portable King's Killing formation. Its power wasn't any weaker than the previous one. Moreover, it could be carried around and released at any time. It could be said that it was Lin Xian's ultimate weapon. However, this wasn't something that could be used forever. It was a consumable item, which meant that it could only be used once. Once it was released, it would be used up. Lin Xian wasn't too surprised. If this King's Killing formation could be used without restraint, then he might really be invincible against anyone below the king level. However, there was no such thing in the world. Lin Xian wasn't too disappointed that it could only be used once. This was originally his trump card. Unless it was a life or death situation, he wouldn't take it out. He also had other life-saving methods, such as the 10,000 Beast Ding. However, to make the 10,000 Beast Ding attack once required an Earth-tier treasure fragment. This price was too high. Lin Xian didn't have much left, so he didn't use the 10,000 Beast Ding if he could. Since he had the King's Killing formation, Lin Xian's safety was guaranteed. Then, the group of people set off and flew towards the Palace of Gods of War. The Palace of Gods of War was a king-level force in the Tianwu continent. It dominated a region and could be said to be the most powerful force. However, Lin Xian was very confused when he heard the ninth elder and the others talk about it. According to them, Lin Zhan became the palace master of the Palace of Gods of War 15 years ago. But how was that possible? Along the way, Lin Xian was very confused as he listened to the ninth elder and the rest's discussion. According to them, Lin Zhan became the palace master of the Palace of Ares 15 years ago. But how was that possible? Lin Xian clearly remembered that 15 years ago, he was only 6 years old. At that time, Lin Zhan stayed with him every day in the Sword Pool Mansion. Moreover, the Tiannan region was very far from here. It was impossible for Lin Zhan to travel to both places at the same time. Lin Zhan left the Sword Pool Mansion at the same time as him. It should be less than 5 years. At that time, he thought that his father was dead. He only found out later that his father came to the Tianwu continent. However, there was a difference of more than 10 years in between. The time didn't match at all. What is going on? Lin Xian was very confused. However, it wasn't appropriate for him to ask the ninth elder and the ninth elder about this. Hence, he could only keep it in his heart and prepare to ask his father when he met him. The Palace of Ares was in the center of the Tianwu continent. It occupied the most fertile land and the best spirit vein. The palace was even more majestic. It had golden bricks and green tiles. Its aura was extraordinary. At a glance, there were countless palaces and pavilions. It was like a paradise on earth. Looking at the paradise-like palaces in the distance, Lin Xian sighed in his heart. According to the ninth elder, when Lin Zhan was in charge of the Palace of Ares, the surrounding countries were all subsidiaries of the Palace of Ares. Not to mention those sixth-rank sects and countless family clans. It could be said that the Palace of Ares was the true overlord of the continent. It was an existence that could make countless powerful martial artists submit to. However, in recent years, with Lin Zhan in seclusion and the Duan family seizing power, the Palace of Ares was quickly depleted. The countries and sects under it were also quickly divided. Until now, although it was still a huge organization, it was no longer the same as when it was at its peak. However, the ninth elder and the rest believed that as long as Lin Zhan came out of seclusion, the Palace of Ares would be glorious again. Lin Xian's arrival was received by a group of powerful elders. These people looked at Lin Xian with smiles on their faces. Their eyes were shining brightly. They couldn't wait to kiss him. They couldn't help but be excited. This was their young master. This was the youth who had killed Prince Ling Feng and countless other peerless experts. He was the future hope of the Palace of War. That was why the elders were so excited to see Lin Xian. Lin Xian was also very happy, because he knew that these people firmly supported his father, which made him very moved. Lin Xian didn't stay idle after interacting with the elders of the older generation. He immediately went to the place where his father was in seclusion. The place where Lin Zhan was in seclusion was a valley called Wanling Valley. This valley was very strange and very famous because there was a huge spiritual vein underground. It could be said that it was the creation of heaven and earth. The spirit chi here was so abundant that it was visible to the naked eye. As soon as Lin Xian entered, he was so moved that the blood in his body began to boil. He quickly absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy. This was simply too shocking because this place was truly a holy land for cultivation. As expected of the House of Kings. It actually had such a heaven-defying place. Even the Crimson Dragon was envious. Young master, we can't go any further. There's a supreme array in front. Even kings can't break it. The ninth elder said quickly. This was also the reason why the Palace of War wasn't worried. It was because no one could enter the place where Lin Zhan was in seclusion. The Crimson Dragon held his chin and swam around quickly to check the front. In the end, he sighed and said, "That's right. There's indeed a huge array in front. It's an ancient array. It will take me a few years to break it." So powerful. Lin Xian was shocked. However, he was elated after that. This meant that his father was absolutely safe. Ninth elder, I would like to cultivate here for a period of time. Lin Xian looked at the valley in front and said slowly. Young master, feel free to cultivate here for as long as you want. I guarantee that no one will disturb you. The ninth elder left to settle some matters. As for Lin Xian, he found a place to sit down. Although he couldn't see his father now, it was good to be able to stay in the place where his father was in seclusion for a period of time. The Crimson Dragon also agreed to this suggestion because the spiritual energy here was too dense. It was just right for him to recover. Amazing, amazing. The Crimson Dragon circled around a few times and then praised, "Kid, I have to say that your father is really amazing. This underground shouldn't be a spiritual vein. It should be a dragon vein." The effect of cultivating here for a long time was heaven-defying. However, the path ahead was sealed by an ancient array. Otherwise, he would also want to play around in the valley. The Crimson Dragon sighed. Lin Xian said cautiously, "Ruzalong, don't mess around." This guy didn't have any scruples. He was really afraid that he would destroy the array in front of him. "Hee, don't worry. I won't mess around." With Ruzalong's guarantee, Lin Xian was relieved. He closed his eyes, formed seals with his hands, and quickly cultivated. Gradually, he entered an ethereal state. The longevity secret art in his body quickly circulated and absorbed the rich spiritual energy around him. This place was very good. Cultivating here for a day was equivalent to cultivating for a few years in the outside world. Therefore, Lin Xian planned to cultivate here well. However, it didn't take long for an unexpected situation to occur in his body. Roar! The great dragon sword soul surged and let out a deep dragon roar, as if it had encountered something. "Is there danger?" Lin Xian frowned and quickly probed with his soul power. He became very cautious. However, he didn't find any danger. There were no hidden experts around. This made him very puzzled. He didn't understand why the great dragon sword soul in his body was acting strangely. However, he soon figured it out because he could clearly feel that there was a deep dragon roar coming from the myriad spirit valley in front of him. "This is?" Lin Xian was shocked. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. He turned to look at the Crimson Dragon and found that it was still lying there cultivating. It seemed that it didn't hear the dragon roar in front of it. What's going on? Am I the only one who can hear it? How is this possible? Lin Xian was very shocked and didn't understand what was going on. However, in the next moment, his body trembled and he was in a trance. It seemed that he was wrapped by a mysterious force and was drawn into the darkness. In just a moment, this strange feeling disappeared. He found that he had left the periphery of the myriad spirit valley. The place he was in was very familiar. In front of him was a small black cauldron with birds and beasts carved on it. It was unusually lively. Next to it was a purple bamboo that flashed with lightning. Many spiritual herbs were planted around the bamboo. "This is..." Lin Xian was shocked. In an instant, the strange feeling disappeared. He realized that he had left the periphery of the Thousand Spirit Valley. He was also very familiar with the place he was in. In front of him was a small black cauldron with birds and beasts carved on it. It was abnormally agile. It was 10,000 beast ding. Beside it was a purple bamboo that was flickering with lightning. It was the purple thunder divine bamboo. There were many spiritual herbs planted around the bamboo. "This is the world in my body." Lin Xian was surprised. He realized that he had come to the world of the sword-shaped pendant lock in his body. However, there was a difference. This was different from the situation he had entered before. Previously, it was his soul power that entered, but this time, it was his body that entered. This situation had only happened when Lord Alcohol was around. After Lord Alcohol left, his body couldn't enter the world at all. But now, he actually came in again. It had to be said that it was really unexpected. Could it be that Lord Alcohol is back? Lin Xian was shocked because he clearly remembered that Lord Alcohol had entered the depths of this world. No, that's not right. It's not Lord Alcohol. Lin Xian shook his head. It was the dragon roar in the Thousand Spirit Valley that caused this movement. Could it be father? Lin Xian was shocked. He guessed that this might be his father's doing. Sure enough, in the next moment, a figure quickly appeared near the withered tree in front of him. It was a man with a stalwart figure. His face was sharp, and he looked very determined. He was like a god of war. Although he didn't emit any aura, he felt like a vast sea, a vast starry sky, and bottomless. This aura had already surpassed the supremacy realm. Father. Lin Xian looked at the figure in front of him and was extremely excited. He quickly shouted. It was indeed his father. His father had pulled him into this mysterious space. Lin Xian ignored everything and ran forward crazily. However, when he reached the withered tree, he couldn't take another step forward. His father's figure was on the other side of the withered tree. They were only a few meters apart, but Lin Xian couldn't cross it. Xian, you've grown up, Lin Zhan said in a calm voice. Father, is it really you? Am I dreaming? Lin Xian was overjoyed. He stopped moving forward and stood beside the tree to ask questions. It's me. I didn't expect you to come to the Myriad Spirits Valley so soon. It seems that the situation outside is much better than I expected. Lin Zhan's face was filled with love. Father, why are you here? And what's with the Palace of War? What's with this space? Why did they say that you came here 15 years ago? But you've only been gone for 5 years. By the way, where's my mother? Mother has also left the Sword Pool Manor. Where is she now? Lin Xian asked a series of questions because he was too confused. Everything that had happened to him was extremely strange. However, in the face of so many questions, Lin Zhan only answered one. Your mother is with me now. She's in the Myriad Spirits Valley, but she can't enter the space world, so you can't meet for the time being. When he heard this, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. However, he still had many questions. Xian, I can't explain everything in such a short time. Moreover, I can't stay in your world for too long. But there's one thing you must remember. You're my son. You don't have to doubt this. As for the time difference, I'll explain it to you in the future. Lin Zhan's voice was calm. Why can't I tell you now? Lin Xian sounded anxious as he really wanted to know the reason. I can't tell you now because time is tight. I need you to do something for me. Something? What's the matter? Lin Xian asked. Go back to the Tiannan region and rescue the Lin family, Lin Zhan said in a low voice. Go back to the Tiannan region? Lin Xian was surprised. This was something that he had planned for a long time, but why did his father's voice sound a little anxious? Did something happen in the Tiannan region? Lin Xian asked again. Something did happen. I'm still in seclusion and can't go out. However, I have a rough idea. Something seemed to have appeared in the Tiannan region, causing the overall cultivation strength to increase tremendously. However, the Tiannan region is now under the control of the Black Dragon sect. Hence, most of the benefits this time belong to the Black Dragon sect. If this continues, the martial artists and citizens in the Tiannan region will suffer even more. They won't be able to make a living. Moreover, the Lin family is still there. Hence, you'd better go back quickly and destroy the Black Dragon sect, Lin Zhan said in a low voice. Okay, I'll go back now. Lin Xian also knew that the situation was serious. His parents were very safe, so he didn't have to worry about them at all. On the contrary, he was very worried about the Tiannan region. Although the Lin family was sealed by the ice and the Black Dragon sect couldn't break it, a few years had passed. Who knew what would happen now? At this moment, Lin Zhan said again, don't be careless. Although you're quite strong, I still have to remind you. The Tiannan region has undergone tremendous changes in the past few years. Its martial cultivation isn't inferior to the Tiannan region anymore. Lin Zhan reminded him, especially the Black Dragon sect leader. He has already stepped into the King Realm. He even has half-stepped King Realm and many peak 9th rank King Realm subordinates. Stepped into the King Realm. Lin Xian was shocked when he heard this. This news really surprised him. After all, it's extremely difficult to break through to the King Realm. Otherwise, there would be piles of King Realm cultivators on the Tianwu continent, and there wouldn't be only a few of them now. After all, the Duan family's ancestor was still unable to break through to the King Realm even after risking his life. However, he didn't expect that the Black Dragon sect leader would actually succeed in breaking through to the King Realm in the Tiannan region. Not only that, but from what he heard, the sect leader's subordinates didn't seem to be any weaker than the House of Kings. Father, are you asking me to challenge the House of Kings alone? The corners of Lin Xian's mouth twitched. Lin Zhan smiled and said, Kid, don't complain to me. Your current strength is probably not even comparable to half-step king realm. If I don't give you some pressure now, how can you improve so quickly? Believe in yourself. The great dragon sword soul in your body is definitely beyond your imagination. As long as there's enough pressure from the outside world, you'll be able to maintain a high-speed cultivation state. Moreover, although the Black Dragon sect as a whole has made a great breakthrough, it's not the result of natural cultivation. Instead, it's because they've consumed something external. Although they have power, their martial cultivation foundation isn't stable. Compared to the real House of Kings, they're far too inferior. What kind of thing can allow their cultivation to improve so much in just a few years? Lin Xian was extremely curious. What could it be that allowed their cultivation to increase by so much in just a few short years? Lin Xian asked curiously. I don't know either. You have to find out yourself. Go. Return to the Tiannan region as soon as possible. I might be out of seclusion by the time you return. Lin Zhan's figure gradually faded. Oh right, father, I have a few indestructible golden pills here. I'll give you and mother too. Lin Xian was about to take out his storage ring. I don't need those things. Keep them for yourself. Lin Zhan shook his head slightly. Then, his figure completely disappeared. Are they gone? Lin Xian was a little disappointed. After all, he hadn't seen his parents for almost 4 to 5 years. Forget it. Father is already a king and has a lifespan of 2,000 years. Mother is also here. I don't have to worry. I'd better hurry back to the Tiannan region. Lin Xian moved and left the mysterious world in his body. The next moment, he opened his eyes and stood up from the grass. Ruzalong, stop cultivating. There's something new for us to do. Damn, kid, stop fooling around. Ben Huang is in the middle of cultivating. The Crimson Dragon was very unhappy that his cultivation was interrupted. The spirit chi here was too dense. Sigh, let's continue cultivating when we come back. There's really something urgent this time. Lin Xian sighed and pulled him up. What's so urgent? Are you going to attack the Duan family? The Crimson Dragon was confused. No, I'm going back to the Tiannan region, Lin Xian said. Tiannan region? Yes, my hometown. Hearing this, the Crimson Dragon was interested. Your hometown? Sounds good. Is there anything fun to do there? Let's go. I'll tell you on the way. I have to decorate Senma College first. Then, the two of them flew into the sky and returned to the God of War Palace to bid farewell to the 9 elders. Although he knew that the Black Dragon sect in the Tiannan region was very powerful, he didn't mobilize people from the God of War Palace. Although the Duan clan had suffered a setback, they were still very powerful. Therefore, he left all the masters of the war god technique here. However, he called Luo Bingshan through the beast slave imprint and had her bring a few reliable 5-star assassins. With these people by his side, they would definitely be a formidable force. After that, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon left the Palace of Ares and flew towards Senma College. On the way, the Crimson Dragon asked curiously, Boy, you haven't told me what fun places there are in your hometown. Lin Xian was helpless. He thought for a moment and said, Do you still remember the first time we met? Why are you bringing this up? The Crimson Dragon looked unhappy. If it weren't for you, how could I have lost my dragon essence? How could I have fallen to such a state? Ugh, Lin Xian was speechless. He didn't expect to bring up the sad past of the Crimson Dragon, so he quickly changed the topic. Wasn't there a black dragon that time? He was in my hometown. What? You're talking about that black guy? And Hong was interested. He snorted coldly. Who does that guy think he is? He actually dares to call himself a dragon? He's just a mixed-blood black dragon. What's there to be proud of? Boy, is he really in your hometown? Then I must go. This time, I must beat him up. He is indeed in my hometown. Moreover, this guy has established a demon sect and is wantonly slaughtering in the Tiannan region. I'm going back this time to destroy him. There's such a thing. The Crimson Dragon was furious. Don't worry. Ben Huang could send him flying with a slap back then. It won't be a problem this time. Lin Xian sighed. But according to the news I received, that guy seems to have broken through to the King Realm. What? King Realm? The Crimson Dragon glared. He's a mixed blood dragon, and he can break through? Hearing this, he was very unhappy because his cultivation had dropped. Although he had recovered a lot during this period, he was still unable to fight against a King Realm. You plan to attack a King Realm expert this time? At the same time, he was also very shocked. Because it seemed that Lin Xian was really going to attack a King Realm expert. Although you have the Dragon Sword Soul, you can't defeat a King Realm expert. After all, a King Realm expert has already surpassed the Venerable Realm and has his own domain. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Maybe he'll break through again. Moreover, according to what I know, that guy should have taken something to break through to the King Realm. The two of them quickly conversed as they flew through the air like lightning. Half a month later, they finally returned to the Blood Realm. Another 3 days later, they arrived at Senma College. However, before they entered the college, Lin Xian frowned in the mountains near the college. Because he saw two figures confronting each other in the air. The terrifying aura pressed down on the countless demon beasts below, causing them to prostrate on the ground and tremble. The person on the left was dressed in a black robe with red patterns on it. He wore a golden mask on his face that flickered with a dazzling light under the sun. His entire body was covered in cold killing intent, and the terrifying killing intent distorted the surrounding space. The person on the other side was a woman. She wore a long purple dress and had a beautiful face. Her temperament was even more ethereal, and she was like a fairy. Countless strands of purple energy surged above her jade-like palm. They were like purple auspicious clouds that emitted a terrifying and shocking aura. The two beautiful women confronted each other in the air. Their terrifying auras collided in the air, causing crackling sounds of thunder. Just as the two of them were about to fight, Lin Xian quickly flew over and shouted, "Stop! They're on our side." It turned out that the two people in front of him were Luo Bingshan and Murong Qingqing. For some reason, the two of them had encountered each other and were confronting each other. Although Lin Xian didn't know the reason, he definitely couldn't let them fight, so he quickly stepped forward to stop them. Murong Qingqing was delighted when she saw Lin Xian fly over. However, when she heard that he was on her side, she immediately raised her eyebrows and snorted angrily. "What did you say? Who's on her side?" The Crimson Dragon laughed wildly at the side. "Ha ha ha. Boy, that girl is jealous." Lin Xian smiled bitterly. Just as he was about to explain something, Luo Bingshan bowed respectfully in the distance. "Greetings, Master." "Master? What master?" Murong Qingqing's figure flashed and arrived beside Lin Xian. At the same time, her slender jade-like hand pinched the flesh on Lin Xian's waist. "When did you receive such a beautiful servant? Why didn't I know about it?" Murong Qingqing was filled with jealousy as she pinched Lin Xian fiercely. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and almost cried out in pain. However, he knew that Murong Qingqing was jealous. He immediately laughed and pulled her into his arms. "Well, I'll tell you about it when I have time." When Lin Xian hugged her, Murong Qingqing's face turned red. She warned him, but she didn't struggle. She said, "You're always so worrisome. You just killed Prince Ling Feng, and you still dare to strut around outside. Aren't you afraid of the Duan family's revenge?" "Hee, aren't I back now?" Lin Xian smiled slightly and let go of Murong Qingqing. Then, he said, "Let's go to Star Point Peak." Then, the group flew toward Star Point Peak like a shooting star. At this moment, Star Point Peak was very quiet. The Ninth Elder and the others had gone back. Wang Li and the others were also cultivating in the college, so there was no one on the mountain. However, Lin Xian didn't mind at all. With a flash of his body, he brought everyone down and walked into his cave abode. "Qingqing, why are you here? Is there something urgent?" Lin Xian asked. "Can't I see you if there's nothing urgent?" "No, it's because I have to go out soon. I'm afraid I won't be back for a while." "Go out? Where are you going?" Morong Qingqing asked. Tiannan region, my hometown. I have some urgent matters to attend to, Lin Xian said. Is she going too? Morong Qingqing glanced at Luo Bingshan beside her. Yes, she's going with me. Lin Xian did not hide it. Then I'll go too. Morong Qingqing said quickly after she heard that Luo Bingshan was going too. She glared at Lin Xian and said quickly. Don't mess around. Lin Xian walked to Morong Qingqing and comforted her. I really have something urgent to attend to this time. I'm afraid I'll get into a conflict with a king. It's too dangerous for you to go. Why don't you stay here and wait for me to come back? A conflict with a king? Is there a king in Tiannan region? This time, Morong Qingqing was really stunned. As far as she knew, Tiannan region's martial arts were not developed. It was impossible for a king to exist. It's hard to explain it in a short time. In short, a king has appeared there. Lin Xian shook his head. All the more reason for me to go. How can I let you take the risk by yourself? Morong Qingqing said, besides, I'm not a burden. In terms of strength, I'm stronger than him. Morong Qingqing glanced at Luo Bingshan again. Indeed, Morong Qingqing's strength was not weaker than Luo Bingshan's, and as the little princess of the House of Kings, she had countless life-saving means in her hands. In addition, Lin Xian also had a king's killing formation. So, as long as he didn't face the Black Dragon sex leader, there shouldn't be much of a problem. All right. In the end, Lin Xian nodded in agreement. On Luo Bingshan's side, in addition to herself, there were also 3 5-star assassins. These 3 5-star assassins were extremely loyal, and they were definitely reliable. Moreover, their cultivation levels were already at the 9th heaven, and they could even assassinate 9th heaven peak stage cultivators. It could be said that he was incomparably powerful. As the head venerate, Luo Bingshan had the strength to assassinate a half-step king. Therefore, although Lin Xian didn't bring many people with him, every one of them was a peerless expert. The next question was how to get to the southern heaven region. He couldn't possibly fly there on foot. That would be too tiring and would take too much time. Lin Xian's gaze turned, and finally fixed on the crimson dragon. He chuckled. Rizalong, why don't you carry us there? Don't even think about it. Brat, I won't become your mount. The crimson dragon shook its head and bared its fangs. Forget it, I'll go to the academy and ask. Lin Xian shrugged and prepared to go to Senma College to ask. He remembered that the True Spirit Palace seemed to sell spirit boats. His figure flickered, and he flew toward the True Spirit Palace. Soon, Lin Xian arrived above the True Spirit Palace and quickly descended. When the surrounding Senma College disciples saw Lin Xian, they immediately screamed. Lin Xian, it's Lin Xian. It's really him. I heard that he killed Prince Ling Feng. He's definitely my idol. He's so handsome. The surrounding disciples screamed, and Lin Xian was also surprised. He didn't expect to be so famous among these disciples. Even the law-enforcing elder in the True Spirit Palace quickly came out and welcomed Lin Xian inside. This caused an even greater commotion among the surrounding disciples. One had to know that it was always the disciples who entered the True Spirit Palace respectfully. They had never seen an elder come out to welcome them. Lin Xian was definitely the first person to welcome Senma College since its opening. Elder, I want to buy a spirit boat, the highest grade one. Lin Xian didn't beat around the bush, and directly stated his purpose. The best spirit boat here is a half-earth rank artifact, but it contains the remains of an earth rank artifact. Soon, the True Spirit Palace elder found the information about the spirit boat and handed it to Lin Xian. Lin Xian glanced at it and found that it was very good in all aspects, especially its speed. Moreover, it contained a fragment of an earth rank artifact, which could be said to be extremely powerful and of the highest grade at present. Okay, I'll take it. Lin Xian used a newly acquired earth rank technique to exchange for the spirit boat. The spirit boat was green all over, and exquisite inscriptions covered the entire body of the boat. When not in use, it was only the size of a palm, but once spiritual power was injected, it would become a huge spirit boat that was 500 meters long. Lin Xian took the spirit boat with satisfaction and returned to Stellar Point Peak. Next, he and the Crimson Dragon began to modify the spirit boat, mainly adding some powerful defensive formations to strengthen the body of the boat. The process was carried out while flying. Because of the urgency of the matter, Lin Xian left with the group after receiving the spirit boat. During the flight, he and the Crimson Dragon began to work on the defensive formations. Morong Qingqing, Luo Bingshan, and the others were also cultivating to prepare for the upcoming battle. The spirit boat was very strange. It could reach a maximum of 500 meters, but there were not many people now, so it could only be a few dozen meters long. Its speed was as fast as lightning, and it was very fast. Its speed was definitely at the peak of the 9th tier, and unlike martial artists, the spirit boat could maintain a high speed all the time. This saved Lin Xian a lot of trouble. Even so, the road ahead was still very long, because this was 2 different continents. Because everyone was cultivating, they didn't feel bored along the way. Lin Xian was even more enthusiastic, and at the same time, he cultivated many martial arts and techniques to increase his cultivation strength to the maximum. This was because he knew that a fierce battle was waiting for him, because the Black Dragon sect was more powerful than Prince Ling Feng. Half a year. This trip back to the Tiannan region took a full half a year. This was also under the condition that they had the supreme-grade spirit boat. If they flew by themselves, in addition to the consumption of energy, it would probably take more than twice as long. In half a year, everyone's cultivation had increased a lot. Among them, Morong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan's aura had become more profound. Lin Xian's improvement was even greater. First of all, he could now condense 4 void-shattering fingers, and he could also use the first 5 of the 9 changes of the firmament, and he could also fuse them with his body. What made him even happier was that he could already complete the 5th sky spill visualization picture. This meant that his soul power had increased greatly, and it would be difficult for anyone below the King realm to be his opponent. The increase in his soul power, in addition to the improvement in his cultivation, allowed the recovery of the Great Dragon Sword soul to be strengthened further, and it was now at the middle stage of the 9th tier. Now that Lin Xian's strength had increased comprehensively, if he fought Prince Ling Feng in his current state, he could kill him even without using the Great Dragon Sword soul. Kid, that should be the Tiannan region you were talking about. The Crimson Dragon looked ahead and said in a deep voice. Indeed, it's not a boundless sea, but a vast land. Morong Qingqing also looked ahead and frowned. He could clearly feel that the spirit veins and spirit qi in this land were far inferior to those in the Tianwu continent. This was also why the warriors in the Tiannan region were not as strong as those in the Tianwu continent. The environment here was not good. However, a king had appeared here. This was too unbelievable. One had to know that there had not been a new king in the Tianwu continent for 1,000 years. One could imagine how difficult it was to become a king. However, a king had appeared in this remote Tiannan region. It had to be said that this was simply too inconceivable. The blood qi below is very thick. It seems that many people have died in this land, Luo Bingshan said coldly. Indeed, Lin Xian and the others had just entered the Tiannan region when they felt the blood qi below. It should be formed by the blood of the dead warriors. Because it contained resentment, it did not dissipate for a long time. Let's go back to the Xia country first. Lin Xian's expression was serious as he quickly changed the direction of the spirit boat. He wanted to go back and save the Lin family before considering how to deal with the Black Dragon sect. The Tianwu kingdom was once a big country in the Tiannan region. The elixirs here were very developed. There were many forces like the Medicine King Valley, the Elixir Garden, and the Alchemy Guild. However, at this moment, the entire Tianshan kingdom was lifeless. Even the air was filled with a thick aura of despair. It turned out that the Alchemy Guild, the largest force in the Tianwu kingdom, had been overthrown. Now, there was a large black flag on top of the original building. There was a black dragon waving its fangs and claws in the wind. The people who lived in this building were not alchemists, but martial artists dressed in black robes. Every one of them had a thick bloody aura around them. It seemed that they had killed many people. That was why they had such a thick murderous aura. One of them, a bald man, sat boldly at the top of the table. His physique was strong and his blood was vigorous. His entire body emitted a strong aura. The surrounding warriors looked at the bald man with envy in their eyes. This was because the bald man was a venerable, and a fourth heaven venerable at that. Although such a person was nothing in the Tianwu continent, in the Tiannan region, he was an extremely powerful existence. When Lin Xian left the Tiannan region, the strongest faction in the entire Tiannan region, the Martial Meng Alliance, only had 13 supremacies. Including some hidden powerhouses, there were only a few dozen venerables in the entire Tiannan region. The others were all martial artists of the three spirit realms. Back then, the strongest person in Tianshan country was only in the spirit detecting realm. Compared to venerable ones, they were worlds apart. Therefore, they could not contend against them at all. Therefore, it didn't take long for the entire heavenly mountain kingdom to fall. At this moment, the bald man said with a ferocious expression, "This group of damned old men, are they itching for a beating recently? Why is the speed of refining pills so slow? Go, teach them a lesson for me. Let them know about the Black Dragon sect. We can't waste a single second. Boss, it's not that we don't want to use our methods. It's just that those old men are too stubborn. Especially that old man called de Quebec. He's like a stubborn donkey. He won't cooperate with us at all. I think we should just kill him. We can use him to intimidate the entire Tianshan country." Old man DK? You mean that person from the Medicine King Valley? The bald man sneered. I remember him. Last time, he didn't even give me face. If it wasn't for the fact that he's good at refining pills, I would have killed him with my blade. But now, it seems that we can't let him live. How about this, we'll execute him in front of everyone tomorrow. It'll intimidate the entire Tianshan country. I don't believe that those alchemists will dare to resist our Black Dragon sect. Yes. In the main hall, the warriors under him moved quickly. There were venerables among them, but most of them were only in the spirit detecting realm. However, with the venerables around, dealing with the alchemists of Tianshan country was a piece of cake. On the other side of Tianshan country, countless alchemists were trapped in a valley, refining pills day and night. In the depths of the valley, there were more than 10 white-haired old men. These people were the best alchemists in Tianshan country. Among them, the president of the Alchemy Guild, the pavilion master of the Pill King Garden, old man DK from the Medicine King Valley, and some elders were all here. In the past, the Medicine King Valley and the Pill King Garden were fighting to the death. But now, there was no hatred between them. Because they were all prisoners. These people all had injuries on their bodies, but they weren't fatal. They must have been left behind when they resisted the Black Dragon sect. Damn the Black Dragon sect, they're too despicable. They're actually keeping me as a slave to refine pills for them. One of the old men clenched his fists, trembling with anger. So what if they're angry? There are many venerables among them, and the highest among us is only in the spirit detecting realm. We can't resist at all. Many people were in despair because the difference in strength between the two sides was too great. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. Damn it, I don't believe it. How did they get so many venerables overnight? This is impossible. Yeah, although the Black Dragon sect was strong in the past, they could only fight against the Martial Alliance. They couldn't be so strong. Otherwise, the Tiannan region would have fallen a few hundred years ago. Everyone gritted their teeth, very confused. The president of the Alchemy Guild also sighed. I've received news that a type of crystal was found in Xia country. It can greatly increase a warrior's cultivation in an instant. I think those people from the Black Dragon sect must have used this kind of crystal to have such a cultivation. Hearing this, everyone sighed. The rise of the Black Dragon sect had only been less than a year. Although the Black Dragon sect had recovered, they had the Martial Alliance on their side. In addition to other large and small forces, both sides had been in a stalemate. But in less than a year, the Black Dragon sect's strength suddenly increased rapidly, and a large number of venerables appeared. Not to mention them, even the Martial Alliance couldn't resist. So, in just half a year, the entire Tiannan region was instantly controlled by the Black Dragon sect. And these people were also reduced to prisoners, refining pills for the Black Dragon sect's disciples all day long. Xia country? An old man sighed. This reminds me of someone. I wonder how he's doing. Old man DK, why are you still lamenting at a time like this? Someone sighed. With his talent, he should be able to survive this battle, Old Man DK whispered again. Old Man DK, who are you talking about? Who is it that you can't forget at this time? Everyone asked. With his talent, he should be able to survive this battle, DK whispered again. Old DK, who are you talking about? Who is it that you can't forget at this time? Everyone asked. Do you remember that a few years ago, there was a young man from the Great Xia who won first place in our Tianshan Kingdom's Elixir King competition? Now that you mention it, I do remember him. Many elders nodded. The president of the Alchemy Guild was even more surprised. Are you talking about that young man called Lin Xian? With the president of the Alchemy Guild's reminder, the elders around him all remembered. There was indeed a young man who had won first place in the Elixir King competition back then. But in the end, everyone sighed. So what if he was first place back then? In this world, it's not certain if he can survive. Everyone shook their heads, and DK sighed as well. He was once the Valley Master of the Medicine King Valley and had received help from Lin Xian. His leg was cured by Lin Xian. Now, he only hoped that Lin Xian could survive. Just as they were talking, there was a commotion in front of them. Several lights flashed in the void like lightning and instantly arrived above the valley. What? It's the people from the Black Dragon sect. They're here again. All the alchemists in the valley looked up. When they saw the warriors in black robes, they trembled in fear. The president of the Alchemy Guild also frowned. That's not right. It's not the day to hand over the elixir yet. Why are these people here early? Is there something else? 3 people floated in the void. One of them was a man with triangular eyes. He shouted coldly, DK, get over here. Hearing this, the other alchemists trembled. The president of the Alchemy Guild looked even more gloomy. Among them, the president of the Alchemy Guild stood out and said in a low voice, Why are you looking for DK? Who are you to speak here? Get lost. The man with triangular eyes roared ferociously. He stretched out a huge palm and slapped the president of the Alchemy Guild away. Boom, the Alchemy Guild master flew backward and crashed into the mountain wall behind him, making a violent trembling sound. Then, he fell to the ground and vomited blood. The triangular-eyed man sneered, Do you think you're some kind of president? How dare you show off in front of me? Remember, you are now slaves, a bunch of dogs. You can only wag your tail at me. DK, you old geezer, did you come here on your own? Or do you want me to take you back? The triangular-eyed man had a ferocious look on his face as his cold gaze locked onto the ground below. The triangular-eyed man had a strong aura. He was already at the first heaven of the Venerable Realm. The strongest alchemists in the valley were only at the spirit detecting realm, and most of them were only at the spirit transformation realm, so they couldn't resist this aura at all. DK also sighed. Don't attack my companions anymore. I'll go with you. Seeing that he had intimidated these alchemists, the triangular-eyed man revealed a satisfied smile. Then, he waved his hand, and the 2 men behind him immediately stepped forward. They took out 2 iron chains and quickly threw them out. The chain was like a venomous snake. It instantly wrapped around DK's body and dropped him into the sky. Seeing this, the surrounding people felt despair, and the disciples of the Medicine King Valley were even more furious. DK was their valley master, and he was being humiliated like this. However, although they were angry, they didn't dare to say anything because they didn't have the strength to fight against the Black Dragon sect. If they rashly went up, they would only be courting death. On the other hand, the triangular-eyed man had a look of resentment. He hung DK in the air, and then his cold voice resounded in all directions. DK has gone against the Black Dragon sect many times, and he still doesn't repent. So now, the Black Dragon sect will punish him. At this point, the triangular-eyed man's smile became even more ferocious. Tomorrow at noon, we will execute him in the Pill King Square. Whoever dares to go against the Black Dragon sect will end up like this. What? Execution. Hearing this, the entire valley was shocked. Especially the disciples of the Medicine King Valley, who let out cries of despair. Alchemists were different from ordinary warriors. Once they were captured, they were basically enslaved to refine pills. It was rare for them to be executed. This was especially so for alchemists like de Quebec. Because of their high level, they were rarely executed. But now, the other party wanted to execute him. It had to be said that this was beyond everyone's expectations. Haha, what's there to be surprised about? He's just a spirit-detecting alchemist. At most, he can refine some pills for ordinary sect members. Do you really think that the higher-ups of the Black Dragon sect need your pills? Seeing the commotion, the triangular-eyed man sneered disdainfully. Hearing this, everyone felt a sense of despair. Indeed, the pills they refined were for the disciples of the Black Dragon sect. The pills above supremacy were all provided by the Divine Pill Hall, one of the 8 halls of the Black Dragon sect. Therefore, in the eyes of the Black Dragon sect, DK was not important at all. Take him away. Tomorrow, I'll cut him up piece by piece. With that, the 2 burly men carried DK and quickly left the valley. Damn it! Damn it! The Alchemy Guild president got up from the ground. Ignoring his injuries, he hammered the ground fiercely. The others also had looks of despair. Soon, the news that DK was going to be executed spread throughout the entire Xianxia country, causing an uproar in Xianxia country. Before this, DK was a famous alchemist master in Xianxia country. Now, however, he was going to be executed. The next day, the Elixir King Square was packed with people. DK was nailed to the void by 5 chains. Once the time was up, the disciples of the Black Dragon sect would attack him. At that moment, a huge spirit boat flew over quickly in the sky. It was Lin Xian's spirit boat. Ever since he arrived in the Tiannan region, he had been unable to calm down. Especially the places he had passed through in the past few days, they were all places he had stayed in before. Tianxia country should be below, Lin Xian muttered as he looked at the ground below. Why are there so many people gathered below? Is there something going on? The Crimson Dragon looked down with a puzzled expression. Lin Xian also looked down. Soon, he frowned and even a hint of anger appeared on his face. Morong Qingqing and the falling ice mountain also noticed what was happening below. Seeing Lin Xian's terrible expression, Morong Qingqing asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Lin Xian did not speak. He controlled the spirit boat and let it float in the sky. Then, he said in a deep voice, "Wait here first. I'll go down and take care of something." After saying that, his body swayed and flew down quickly like a peerless divine sword. Lin Xian's body swayed, and like a peerless divine sword, he quickly flew down. Let's go and watch the show. When the Crimson Dragon saw Lin Xian going down, it waved its dragon claws and controlled the spiritual boat to fly down. It had set up many formations on the spiritual boat. Apart from defense, there were also formations to hide its aura. Therefore, at this moment, it controlled the spiritual boat to quickly shrink and float in the air. As long as it wanted to, the people below would definitely not notice them. This was perfect for them to watch from a close distance. Below, countless people gathered in the Elixir King Square. These people were all martial artists from the Tianshan Kingdom. At this moment, they were looking ahead angrily. At the front, DK was hung in midair. His body was covered in wounds. It seemed that he had suffered a lot of torture last night. Beside him stood the triangular-eyed man with a shiny long saber in his hand. It seemed that he was the executioner today. The triangular-eyed man looked at the time and felt that it was about time. He immediately tightened his grip on the long saber in his hand. The other party's ferocious voice was also heard. "Don't worry, I won't kill you all at once. I'll skin you alive piece by piece. I want everyone to know the consequences of resisting the Black Dragon sect." As soon as he finished speaking, a saber light flashed and the long saber ruthlessly slashed DK's body. Immediately, blood spurted out and dyed the sky red. The triangular-eyed man was a first heaven supremacy after all. He had very precise control of his strength. Therefore, when the saber slashed DK's body, it was painful, but it did not threaten his life at all. When the people in the square saw this scene, they immediately clenched their fists. Countless people were furious and wanted to rush up, but they were firmly stopped by the people from the Black Dragon sect. The Black Dragon sect was extremely powerful now, so the martial artists in the square could not resist at all. They could only watch as DK was executed. The triangular-eyed man slashed with his saber and laughed sinisterly. In the next moment, the long saber in his hand fell again. However, at this moment, the sky suddenly darkened as if dark clouds had covered the sun. At this moment, everyone subconsciously looked up at the sky. Then, their expressions changed drastically as if they had seen the most terrifying thing. Even the martial artists from the Black Dragon sect were frightened and trembling all over. The triangular-eyed man's face was even paler, and the long saber in his hand stopped in midair. Because in the sky above, a huge palm was rapidly pressing down. The palm blotted out the sky like a huge black mountain, causing the entire void to collapse. This palm was too terrifying. It was like the hand of a demon god, causing everyone to suffocate. The triangular-eyed man was even more terrified because he realized that the palm seemed to be coming for him. Scram! Gritting his teeth, the triangular-eyed man roared and slashed out with the long saber in his hand. In an instant, it turned into a bolt of lightning and slashed toward the void. As a first-rank venerable, he had always been high and mighty in the heavenly mountain kingdom. No one could stop him. But now, he realized that he was wrong. This was because the saber light he had slashed out had not caused any damage to the black palm at all. Not only that, but it was also easily torn apart. Soon, the palm arrived before him. Boom, his palm slammed into the ground, instantly enveloping the area where the triangular-eyed man was. The ground sank, and countless cracks appeared in the square, spreading in all directions. The triangular-eyed man was turned into a pile of rotten meat, and couldn't be more dead. A pitch-black crater appeared on the ground, and the pungent smell of blood gradually spread in all directions. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. They did not expect the triangular-eyed man to die just like that. He was killed by a single palm. It was too unbelievable. One had to know that in their eyes, a first-rank venerable was a godlike existence that could not be resisted. However, such a person had been killed so easily. Who did it? So powerful. The Black Dragon cult warriors were both shocked and furious as they looked at the sky. Who is it? Get out here. How dare you attack a member of the Black Dragon cult? You're dead meat. An old man roared crazily. He was also a member of the Black Dragon cult, and his strength was on par with the triangular-eyed man. However, at this moment, he was extremely terrified because he did not see who it was. However, in the next moment, everyone was shocked because a figure quickly descended from the sky. It was a young man with a handsome face. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his entire body emitted a powerful aura. His gaze was like a sword light, causing everyone to tremble. It's you. You were the one who attacked just now. The old man from the Black Dragon cult gritted his teeth and asked. Although he was also afraid of the other party's strength, he could not embarrass the Black Dragon cult in front of so many people. Men, attack. Kill him. Immediately, countless warriors rushed into the sky. Many of them were first-rank venerables, and there were also countless fifth-rank spirit-detecting realm cultivators. There were hundreds of them densely packed together. There were so many experts in the square. One could imagine that the Black Dragon cult's strength was above the entire Tiannan region. However, these people were nothing in Lin Xian's eyes. Lin Xian stood in the air and did not attack at all. He only snorted coldly. However, this voice contained an endless murderous aura and pressure. Immediately, the hundreds of cultivators who flew over from all directions exploded and died. Bang 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 bang, a series of explosions sounded. One by one, the warriors exploded into a bloody mist. The pungent smell of blood instantly filled the square. What? They're dead. The entire square was dumbfounded. There was not a single sound. What kind of method was that? Just a voice alone caused hundreds of warriors to explode and die. There was no resistance at all. One had to know that there were many venerables. This method was too heaven-defying. It was simply a divine skill. The black-robed old man's scalp went numb. He screamed as if he had gone crazy. Who are you? Who are you? He was scared. He was really scared. This was because even their hall master did not have such a method. However, the other party, a young man who was only about 20 years old, had such a heaven-defying method. He did not dare to resist at all. Lin Xian did not say anything. With a flick of his finger, a sword chi rushed out and pierced through the old man like lightning. Poof! The black-robed old man's glabella was stabbed and he fell to the ground, dead. He died with doubts. He did not know who the mysterious young man in front of him was. Run! The surviving disciples of the Black Dragon cult were terrified. Many of them even went crazy. In the face of such combat strength, they could not resist at all. They could only turn around and run. However, Lin Xian did not plan to let them go at all. These people were too evil. He did not know how many people they had killed. Therefore, he stretched out his 5 fingers and shot out hundreds of sword chi. Each of them turned into a long rainbow and accurately killed the remaining warriors of the Black Dragon cult. In an instant, hundreds of people were cut in half. Their corpses fell to the ground. The entire Elixir King Square was dyed red. It was like hell on earth. None of the warriors in the square were frightened. Instead, they clenched their fists and looked extremely excited. They looked at Lin Xian as if they were looking at a god. Their eyes were filled with endless admiration and gratitude. Lin Xian was their savior. The dead Black Dragon sect disciples were demons and deserved to be killed. Many of them could not control their anger. They took out their swords and slashed at the corpses on the ground. More than one person did that. One could imagine how many sins the Black Dragon sect had committed in Tianshan country and even the entire Tiannan region. Meanwhile, in the void, DK, who was hanging by countless chains, was completely stunned. He had thought that today would be his doomsday and did not plan to live anymore. He would rather die than live a hellish life. However, what he didn't expect was that at the moment before his death, a shocking change occurred. A handsome young man with fluttering black hair killed the triangular-eyed man with one punch. He also killed hundreds of Black Dragon sect disciples in an instant. It was like a legend to him. However, when he saw the young man's face, he was even more shocked. He was completely stunned. Although almost 5 years had passed and the young man had grown up, he could still vaguely see the young man's face. Lin Xian, you're Lin Xian. DK trembled with excitement. 2 streams of tears flowed down from his old eyes. He did not expect the godlike person who had descended on the square to save him was Lin Xian. Yesterday, he was still lamenting how he missed Lin Xian. He did not expect Lin Xian to really appear today. Could it be that the heavens had sent him to save Tianshan country? Lin Xian looked at the old figure in the sky and felt extremely emotional. A few years ago, he had treated the old man's leg. Not only that, he was also very familiar with the Elixir King Square. This was where he had won first place in the Elixir King tournament and obtained the White Dragon Soaring Elixir. It was because of that elixir that he had the Great Dragon Sword Soul. It could be said that this was a very important turning point for him. His gaze condensed into 2 rays of sword light that shot into the sky, instantly shattering the chains. Following this, Lin Xian waved his hand and DK landed beside him. Lin Xian, it's really you. DK trembled with excitement as he watched the miraculous scene unfold before him. It's me. Lin Xian nodded and took out a pill from his storage ring. Don't say anything. Take this pill. After receiving the pill, DK was even more shocked. Just from the fragrance alone, he knew that this was definitely a divine medicine, perhaps even the divine pill hall, one of the 8 great halls of the Black Dragon cult, would not be able to refine such a pill. However, looking at Lin Xian's appearance, he seemed very casual and normal. Could it be that he had so many precious medicinal pills in his hands? DK was very confused, but he still swallowed it quickly. In the next moment, his entire body began to tremble because he could clearly feel that all the injuries on his body had healed. Not only that, but his damaged body had also instantly recovered to its peak. What kind of pill is this? It's too miraculous. Looking at the excited DK, Lin Xian sighed inside. This was just an ordinary tier 7 medicinal pill, but in these people's eyes, it was a divine medicine. It seemed they really hadn't had a good time these past few years. Although DK was excited, he didn't forget about the important matter at hand. He hastily grabbed Lin Xian and said, Lin Xian, hurry and save the Heavenly Mountain Empire. Originally, he had already despaired, feeling that there was no hope for him and his empire. But now, Lin Xian's appearance gave him hope once more. Where's the main force of your heavenly mountain empire locked up? Asked Lin Xian. Since he's already here, he will naturally help these people. However, his time was limited, and he couldn't save all the heavenly mountain empire's martial artists. So he had his own idea. That was to save the heavenly mountain empire's peak martial artists and then have them save themselves. Seeing Lin Xian agree, DK was also excited. He quickly said, "They're all in Pill Valley." Yes, the heavenly mountain empire's medicinal pills were flourishing, so those alchemy grandmasters were the strongest martial artists in the city. As for those people, they were currently locked up in Pill Valley and had to refine medicinal pills for the Black Dragon cult to use. Alright, then let's go to Pill Valley. Point me in the right direction. After saying that, Lin Xian's body glowed with a dazzling light that enveloped de Quebec. Then, he turned into a beam of sword radiance and charged into the distance. As for the Heavenly Mountain Empire's martial artists in the plaza, they were constantly kowtowing in the direction Lin Xian had left. DK was too shocked. That speed was too fast. He had never seen anything like it. If it weren't for Lin Xian's light protecting him, just that speed alone would be enough to tear his body apart. He didn't dare to imagine just what realm Lin Xian had reached. He was definitely at the Venerable Realm. As for what heaven stage he was at, he didn't know. The two of them quickly arrived near Pill Valley. DK pointed to a mountain valley in front of them. That is Pill Valley. All of the Heavenly Mountain Empire's medicinal pills are imprisoned there. However, the Black Dragon cult's troops are guarding it. There's no way to charge in. There are quite a few venerables among them. There are even third heaven stage venerables. Before DK could finish speaking, he saw Lin Xian striding forward. Lin Gongzi, be careful. There are third heaven stage venerables ahead, warned DK from behind. In his view, third heaven stage venerables were already incredible existences, far surpassing the triangular-eyed man from before. So he had to be careful. He had even thought of a plan to sneak in. But now it seemed Lin Xian wasn't planning on being careful at all. He was like a war god, rapidly walking through the air. His terrifying voice shook the surroundings like thunder. As expected, Lin Xian's actions drew the attention of the Black Dragon cult's people near Pill Valley. Two small squads quickly flew over. These two squads each had 30 people. The captains were first heaven stage venerables, and there were quite a few half-step venerables and peak spirit detecting experts. Who are you? How dare you cause trouble here? Hurry up and kneel, or you'll die without a corpse, shouted the two first heaven stage venerables. However, Lin Xian's expression was ice cold. He raised his hands and clenched them. Those two first heaven stage venerables were sucked over. What? The distant Black Dragon cult's disciples were shocked. The two first heaven stage venerables were horrified. They did their best to struggle, but it was useless. In the next moment, they were sucked into Lin Xian's hands. Lin Xian, on the other hand, gripped their necks tightly with both hands. Crack, two crisp sounds were heard, and then the two men's necks bent as they died. Lin Xian casually tossed them aside. Take their storage rings, Lin Xian said to the people behind him. DK was completely dumbfounded. Although he had seen Lin Xian's power before, he was still shocked to see it again. Only when Lin Xian reminded him did he come back to his senses and quickly take the two venerable storage rings. As for the Black Dragon cult disciples in the distance, although they didn't know who Lin Xian was, they felt their scalps go numb when they saw how easily he killed their captains. They knew that this was an expert, so they quickly retreated to report it. But in the next moment, two sword lights flew out of Lin Xian's hands and enveloped the two groups of cultivators. Bloody mist exploded, and those cultivators were cut to pieces. Only their storage rings floated in the air. During this entire process, Lin Xian didn't stop at all. He continued to walk through the air. In an instant, the two groups were completely wiped out. DK, who was behind Lin Xian, was extremely excited. He followed Lin Xian and searched through the storage rings in the air. Lin Xian had no intention of hiding himself at all, so it didn't take long for another Black Dragon cult martial practitioner to discover him. However, those people's fates were the same as before. They were killed by Lin Xian's sword. Not good. The enemy is too strong. Hurry and retreat. The other Black Dragon cult disciples all fled. As for Lin Xian, a ball of black flames flew out of his eyes, forming a black sea of flames. Ah! Those fleeing cultivators were all burned to ashes. Shock, absolute shock, in an instant, over 100 Black Dragon cult disciples were killed. As for the alchemists in Pill Valley, they also noticed the battle in the sky and immediately let out startled cries. What's going on? Someone's attacking the Black Dragon cult. Who is it? They killed hundreds of Black Dragon cult disciples in an instant. Is it someone from the Martial Alliance? The alchemists below were shocked. The Pill Alliance's head and the other elders were also shocked. They saw DK in the air. It's old man DK, shouted the Pill Alliance's head. What? DK, that old bastard, wasn't he killed? How is he still alive? The surrounding people also had mixed feelings. However, when they saw old man DK flying over with a young man, they were all excited. Old monster DK, are you alright? That's great. Those old men were extremely excited, and the surrounding alchemist also cheered. This is? The president of the Pill Alliance and the others looked at Lin Xian because they clearly saw that the young man in front of them had killed all the warriors of the Black Dragon cult. Lin Xian, he's Lin Xian. The young man who won the Pill King tournament back then. Old man DK quickly said. Lin Xian, hearing this, everyone was shocked and stood rooted to the ground. Because just yesterday, they were still talking about that young man, and many people were still sighing. However, he had not expected that the other party would appear today. Moreover, he had appeared in such a powerful manner. With a raise of his hand, he had killed several hundred Black Dragon cult cultivators. This method was simply too heaven-defying. Lin Xian, it's really Lin Xian. Oh my god, I'm not dreaming, am I? Lin Gongzi, are you from the Martial Alliance? Everyone was excited. However, Lin Xian shook his head slightly. I'm not from the Martial Alliance, but I came back this time to deal with the Black Dragon cult. Hearing Lin Xian's words, everyone was excited. At that moment, a cold snort came from behind. Deal with the Black Dragon cult? What arrogance! Young man, you're the one who killed my subordinates. How dare you kill the people of the Black Dragon cult? I advise you to obediently kneel down and accept your death. Otherwise, I'll make you regret it. A cruel voice was heard, and immediately, the expressions of everyone in the valley changed. This was because they were extremely familiar with this voice. It was the Honorable who was watching over them. The other party was a deacon of the Ravengale Hall. His cultivation was at the third heaven of the Honorable Realm, and he could be said to be extremely powerful. At this moment, seeing the other party rushing over aggressively, those alchemists all trembled. Lin Xian also turned around and coldly raised his head. As expected, there was a large man in the sky behind him. His muscles bulged, and his aura was extremely powerful. He was at the third heaven of the Honorable Realm. Behind him stood 8 martial artists, all of whom were at the second sky of the Honorable Realm. It was no wonder these alchemists were so afraid. With this person's power, killing all of them would be as easy as flipping a hand. However, now that Lin Xian had arrived, the situation had changed. Lin Xian looked at the sky and said coldly, all of you, kneel by the side and wait for my orders. What? The alchemists of Pill Valley were all dumbfounded. They didn't dare to imagine that a youth would dare to say such words to a third heaven honorable. Was he not afraid of death? It had to be known that this was a third heaven honorable. He wasn't one of those first heaven honorables from before. Even the Pill Alliance's head and the other seniors' expressions changed. There were even quite a few people who hastily sent messages to Lin Xian to flee. Of those people, only DK's expression remained the same. He was already numb to this. As for the Black Dragon cult's honorables behind him, they began to crazily laugh at Lin Xian's words. What did you say? You want us to kneel to the side? Wait for your orders? Brat, I have to say, you're the first person I've seen in all these years who dares to say such words. Don't worry, I'll give you some special treatment in a bit. You actually dare to say such words to us? You really don't know life from death. Brat, kneel on the ground and break your own arms. cripple your own martial arts, and I'll leave you with an intact corpse. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die without a burial ground." The group of people roared furiously, and the ferocious man at the front had a sinister expression. However, Lin Xian just stood there with his hands clasped behind his back, a disdainful smile on his face. Although he didn't say anything, that disdainful smile made the Black Dragon cult's people go crazy. For the past year, they had seen the fearful looks of others. They had never seen such a mocking expression, therefore, those people couldn't stand it at all. In the next moment, the ferocious man at the front roared and quickly charged at Lin Xian. Although he was huge, he arrived in front of Lin Xian in an instant. Boom! With a single punch, even the void exploded. The terrifying power was like a ferocious beast that quickly rushed toward Lin Xian. Oh no! Retreat! The Alchemy Guild's president and the surrounding elders all had a drastic change in expression as they frantically retreated. The alchemists around them closed their eyes, unable to bear to watch. Even DK's scalp went numb. That was because his opponent's power was too terrifying. He couldn't withstand it at all. Although he had seen Lin Xian's power, he didn't think that Lin Xian could withstand that punch. The ferocious man had a sinister smile on his face. It was as if he could already see Lin Xian being killed by that punch. Bang! In the next moment, the terrifying fist landed on Lin Xian's body with an earth-shattering sound. The entire valley trembled as countless boulders fell from the mountain. What? That's impossible. However, just as everyone was in despair, the ferocious man in front of them suddenly let out a shrill cry as if he had encountered something terrifying. Everyone's heart skipped a beat as they opened their eyes and looked ahead. Then, they were all stunned. He's fine, he's fine. Such a violent punch landed on Lin Xian's body, but he's fine. Even Lin Xian's clothes didn't change. What's going on? Everyone was dumbfounded. Even the 8-second level supremacies behind him were dumbfounded. You. The ferocious man was even more shocked. He was very confident in his punch as even a cultivator of the same level as him wouldn't be able to withstand it. However, nothing happened to Lin Xian. Even a 4th or 5th level supremacy wouldn't be able to do that. Who is he? How can he have such a technique? The ferocious man couldn't figure it out. However, in the next moment, he screamed in agony. That was because Lin Xian had stretched out his palm and grabbed his fist before pulling it forcefully. Crack! Crack! The arm that had landed on Lin Xian's body was immediately torn off. Blood flowed out as white bones and flesh were exposed. The ferocious man didn't expect that at all. He was in so much pain that his entire body was twisted. Kid, I'll kill you. He had never suffered such a serious injury before. Hence, he was like a crazy beast as he punched Lin Xian with his other fist. However, Lin Xian's expression was cold as he raised his palm and gently pressed it against the ferocious man's head. Boom! The ferocious man's head turned into a bloody mist in an instant. It was a real bloody mist as not even a bit of flesh was left behind. Plop! The headless body fell to the ground as blood flowed out and dyed the entire ground red. On the other hand, Lin Xian's body was spotless as if he was an immortal who had descended to the mortal world. What? He's dead. Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. That was a 3rd heaven honorable realm expert, a supreme expert in their eyes. However, he had been killed so easily that he did not even have the chance to fight back. For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian, their minds blank. They couldn't imagine what kind of strength was needed to accomplish such a feat. The elders of the Alchemy Guild were even more shocked. It was no wonder that the other party did not run away and even had a look of disdain on his face. It turned out that a 3rd heavenly layer venerable realm expert could not even withstand a single blow from him. The 8-second sky venerables felt their scalps go numb. They knew that the young man in front of them was definitely a super expert. He wasn't someone they could contend against. Retreat! Retreat quickly. Quickly report to the Hall Master that a super expert has appeared in the Heavenly Mountain Empire. In the next moment, the 8 of them looked at each other and quickly soared into the sky, flying in 8 different directions. Oh no, we can't let them escape. The Alchemy Guild's Hall Master and the others' expressions changed. If they let them escape, they would definitely bring even more cultivators. At that time, the Heavenly Mountain Empire would be finished. However, as Lin Xian looked at the fleeing figures, the disdain on his face grew. He raised his arm and shot a sword light into the sky. Immediately, the sword light turned into 8 shooting stars that shot toward the 8 fleeing people. Pft! Pft! In the next moment, the 8 sword lights pierced through the 8 second heaven honorables and nailed their corpses to the ground. In an instant, 8 second heaven honorables had been killed. In Pill Valley, the alchemists gulped. This was too heaven-defying. Killing venerables with just a raise of his hand was something that they did not even dare to dream of. Many of them were shocked because many of them had seen Lin Xian before. At that time, he was still a youth who was inferior to them. However, in just 4 or 5 years, he had already grown to such a terrifying level. Lin Gongzi, let's go quickly. This big man is a deacon of the Ravengale Hall. There are even more experts around. If we don't leave quickly, it will be very troublesome if we are surrounded. The Alchemy Guild's Hall Master said quickly. The others nodded in agreement. This was the best opportunity for them to escape. However, Lin Xian shook his head slightly. There's no rush. Let's wait here. When everyone arrives, we'll deal with them all together. We won't have to search everywhere and waste time. What? Lin Gongzi, do you want to kill everyone? Hearing this, the alchemists' hearts pounded wildly. To tell the truth, they instinctively did not believe it. However, what had just happened deeply stimulated them. Perhaps Lin Xian could really fight against the Black Dragon cult. Lin Xian took out a few recovery pills and gave them to the Alchemy Guild's Hall Master and the others. Old Man DK, on the other hand, led some alchemists to quickly collect the storage rings of the corpses. After taking the pills, the Alchemy Guild's Hall Master and the others felt the changes in their bodies and immediately screamed. Heavens! What a magical pill! What grade is this? Could it be the legendary divine pill? The group of people was very excited. Lin Xian asked in a deep voice, tell me about the situation here. Hearing this, the Alchemy Guild's Ravengale Hall Master sighed. The ones bullying us are mainly the Ravengale Hall of the Black Dragon cult. They have many venerables, but we don't have any venerables here. So even if we want to resist, we don't have the strength to do so. What about the other countries? Are they the same? Lin Xian asked again. They're all about the same. The Black Dragon cult has 8 halls, and they basically occupy the entire Tiannan region. Only the Martial Alliance, some hidden families, and those young geniuses can fight against the Black Dragon cult. As for the others, they've basically all fallen. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded and said again, when those people come later, I'll kill them. The rest will be up to you. After all, I can't stay here for too long. Seeing the alchemist's disappointment, Lin Xian said, don't worry, I'll help you improve your strength to the Venerable Realm. What? To the Venerable Realm? Do you have that magical crystal too? This time everyone around was excited. Crystal? What crystal? You mean the crystal that can greatly improve a martial artist's cultivation? They were too excited. If one of the contestants really had that kind of stone, they could instantly become a venerable. However, to their disappointment, Lin Xian shook his head. I don't have that kind of stone you're talking about. I have other ways to help you break through to the Venerable Realm. By the way, what's the crystal you mentioned? Can you tell me more about it? We don't know the details. We only know that this kind of stone suddenly appeared more than half a year ago, and it allowed the people of the Black Dragon cult to greatly improve in a short period of time. By the way, that stone seems to have come from the Xia, the Alchemy Guild's guild master said. What? The Xia? Lin Xian's expression changed. This time, Lin Xian's expression changed. This wasn't good news for him. If that thing really had come from the Great Xia, then the Great Xia's situation would be even worse than the Tianshan Empire. It seems I can't stay here. I have to return to the Great Xia. Lin Xian didn't hesitate and took out medicinal pills. Here are 8 medicinal pills. They should be enough for you to break through to the Exalted Realm. I'll go kill all the Black Dragon cult's disciples and then leave the Tianshan Empire. Without waiting for them to react, Lin Xian soared into the sky. Countless Black Dragon cult's disciples had gathered in a city very close to Pill Valley. They had long since received news that some experts had come to help Pill Valley and oppose the Black Dragon cult. At this moment, a bald man with a powerful aura was gathering the surrounding disciples to prepare a counterattack against Pill Valley. This bald man was one of the Ravengale Hall's important generals. His cultivation base had reached the 4th heaven stage of the Venerate realm. He could be said to have the highest cultivation base within the Tianshan Empire. Beside him was a white-robed youth with an evil charm. Although he was young, his aura didn't seem to be any weaker than the bald man. I didn't expect to run into such a situation as soon as I arrived. It seems the Tianshan Empire hasn't been completely tamed yet, said the evil youth. How about it? Do you need my Divine Pill Hall to take action? This white-robed youth was from the Divine Wind Hall. The Divine Pill Hall was the same as the Ravengale Hall. They were also one of the Black Dragon cult's 8 great halls. The bald man smiled. Don't worry, my Ravengale Hall can handle this matter. I'd like to see who has the guts to cause trouble in my territory. Boom, however, he had only just finished speaking when a huge palm descended from the sky, smashing into the plaza. Countless Black Dragon cult's disciples were blown to bits. For a moment, flesh and blood splattered everywhere, and blood sprayed everywhere. The entire square turned into a living hell. What? Seeing this scene, the pupils of the bald man and the evil-looking youth beside him, as well as the surrounding experts, suddenly shrank. This was because they had not felt any danger at all. As for how that huge palm had appeared, they had no idea. Damn it, who is it? Get out here. Seeing so many of his subordinates die at once, the bald man roared madly. At the side, the young man with the wicked eyebrows did not look good either. Their muscles tensed as they quickly scanned their surroundings, trying to find the enemy. In the next moment, a figure descended before them. Who is it? Could it be that you did it just now? The bald man and the evil-looking youth looked at the figure in front of them with bewilderment. Because this was not what they had expected. In their opinion, only those from the Martial Alliance could go against the Black Dragon River. Moreover, the person who could do such a thing must be a super elder in the Martial Alliance. However, the figure in front of him was a young man. In fact, he was even a few years younger than the evil youth. Such a young person, no matter how talented he was, should only be at the spirit transformation realm or the spirit detecting realm. How could he have such power? This figure was naturally Lin Xian. He glanced at the front and then said in a deep voice, "It seems that you are the so-called remnants of the Ravengale Hall." Remnants? Kid, you're courting death. The supremacies were enraged when they heard that. So it's you. Since that's the case, you can all die. Lin Xian's eyes flickered like a killing god. How dare you? How dare you? You're courting death. Lin Xian's words infuriated these people. When had they ever been looked down upon like this? The bald man roared furiously. He pulled out the saber on his back and quickly slashed it forward. Kid, go to hell. He did not care who the young man in front of him was. Only death awaited him for daring to say such things. The saber gleam flashed ferociously like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain. The surrounding martial artists cheered when the saber was swung. In their opinion, as long as their boss swung the saber, the arrogant kid in front of them would definitely be split in half. However, they were stunned in the next moment. Even the smiles on their faces froze. That was because that ferocious saber was actually caught by the other party. Moreover, it was caught by the other party with 2 fingers. Their eyes almost popped out when they saw that. 2 fingers actually caught their boss's full-powered attack? How was that possible? Too weak. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. Then, he exerted some force with his fingers. Immediately, the huge saber broke into 2 with a crack. What? It broke? The bald man was stunned. He could not believe it. Not only did the other party catch his attack, but he also broke his saber? That was something that he did not dare to imagine. However, Lin Xian was not willing to talk nonsense with him. He simply threw a punch and directly hit the bald man's chest. Immediately, the bald man's ribs broke and a transparent round hole appeared in his chest. Plop, the bald man's corpse knelt on the ground. His pupils suddenly dilated. Even until his death, he could not believe that someone could kill him with a single punch. That scene deeply stunned everyone in the hall. One had to know that their boss was a 4th Heaven Martial Honor Realm patriarch who would soon break through to the 5th Heaven Martial Honor Realm. He was extremely powerful. However, at that moment, he was killed with a single punch. Demon, you're a demon. The remaining supremacies felt their scalps go numb. Their expressions changed drastically as they retreated, wanting to escape. However, Lin Xian's body swayed. Like a ghost, he appeared in front of everyone in an instant. He quickly attacked. Every time, it was a simple punch. The seemingly ordinary fist had become a life-taking divine fist in the eyes of these people. Everyone was like a piece of paper, unable to withstand the power of that fist. Boom 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 boom, those supremacies' bodies split open one by one and were blasted into pieces. In an instant, all 18 supremacies in the hall were dead. Only the evil-looking young man in a white shirt was left. The evil-looking young man looked at Lin Xian's back. His entire body trembled and his pants were wet. He was so scared that he peed his pants. He could not believe that there was such a terrifying person in the world who could kill 18 supremacies in an instant. Every single one of them was killed with a single punch. The only person who could do this was probably their hall master. Who are you? The evil-looking young man was so scared that his voice trembled. Lin Xian turned around and asked coldly, are you also from the Ravengale Hall? No, I'm not from the Ravengale Hall. I'm from the Divine Pill Hall. The evil-looking young man quickly said. He thought that Lin Xian was only targeting the Ravengale Hall. However, Lin Xian frowned. His eyes flashed with cold killing intent. Divine Pill Hall? So you're also from the Black Dragon sect? If that's the case, then die. With that, his 5 fingers formed a claw and grabbed forward. Lin Xian frowned and a cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. Divine Pill Hall? So you're also a member of the Black Dragon sect? If that's the case, then die. With that, he clawed at the young man. The evil young man's expression changed drastically. He did not expect Lin Xian to attack the entire Black Dragon sect. He found it laughable because the Black Dragon sect was the overlord of the entire Tiannan region. However, he did not have time to laugh at Lin Xian because the terrifying palm had already reached for him. Damn it, get lost. The evil young man roared angrily and quickly shot out a flame. Boom, the flame was terrifying and burned fiercely with monstrous momentum. It was going to burn Lin Xian to ashes. It was alchemy fire, the flame that the evil young man was proud of. His cultivation was also at the 4th heaven of the venerable realm. His strength was not weaker than the bald man from before. Not only that, he also had a strange alchemy fire, so his overall strength was stronger. Now that he was forced into a corner, he could only use all his strength to escape. Die! The evil young man roared. However, the flame that he was proud of had no effect on Lin Xian. In an instant, Lin Xian grabbed the young man's neck and twisted it forcefully. No, you can't kill me. The evil young man shouted frantically and wanted to beg for mercy. However, his neck was broken halfway through his sentence. Plop, Lin Xian threw the young man's body aside. At that moment, DK, the president of the Alchemy Guild, and the others had just arrived. They were shocked when they saw the countless venerable corpses in the hall. They're all dead? Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. One had to know that those people who ruled Tianshan country were the true powerhouses. Each of them could wipe out Tianshan country, but they were all killed at that moment. Lin Xian turned around and said to DK and the others, that's all I can do. The rest is up to you. You are now venerables, and the strongest person in Tianshan country has been killed by me. You can distribute the resources as you wish. Try your best to survive. Don't fight against the Black Dragon cult. Once I'm done with the matters in Xia country, I'll launch an all-out attack on the Black Dragon cult. With that, Lin Xian soared into the sky and quickly disappeared into the horizon. Only a group of people were left, looking at the sky and exclaiming. Whoosh! In the next moment, Lin Xian returned to the spirit boat. He quickly steered the spirit boat and flew in the direction of the Xia country. How is it? Do you know those people down there? Morong Qingqing and the others asked. Some old friends, but they were captured by the Black Dragon sect, so I'm dealing with them. Now, let's go to Xia country immediately. There seems to be a mutation there, Lin Xian said. Mutation? What mutation? Morong Qingqing and the others were puzzled. It said that a kind of crystal appeared there that can increase a warrior's strength in an instant. The venerables of the Black Dragon cult all appeared like this. There's such a magical thing in the world? Morong Qingqing was surprised, and Luo Bingshan was also moved. The Crimson Dragon held his chin and thought carefully. It's not that there aren't things that can increase a warrior's cultivation in an instant, but these things are all extremely precious. But according to what you said, at least countless warriors of the Black Dragon cult have benefited. That's impossible. If there are so many things that can increase a warrior's cultivation, then why are we still cultivating? The Crimson Dragon was very puzzled. He thought for a long time but still couldn't understand. Lin Xian also took a deep breath. Don't think about it. We'll know when we reach Xia country. The incident in Tianshan country happened so quickly that the Black Dragon cult didn't even notice. Moreover, Tianshan country was just an ordinary country. There were thousands of countries like it in the Tiannan region, so it wasn't worth paying attention to. In other words, they didn't even know that Lin Xian and the others were coming. Xia country wasn't too far away from Tianshan country. With Lin Xian and the others' speed, they could arrive in a day. As they got closer and closer to Xia country, Lin Xian also became nervous. He was afraid that something would happen to his family, so he was very nervous. Morong Qingqing comforted him from the side. The Crimson Dragon was very excited and couldn't wait to rush to Xia country. He really wanted to know what kind of magical thing could increase a warrior's cultivation in an instant. Xia country was located in a very remote location in the Tiannan region. It was originally just an ordinary country that wouldn't attract anyone's attention. However, half a year ago, a mysterious crystal appeared here. The crystal was very magical. It contained a mysterious energy that could increase a warrior's cultivation by a large margin. At first, the crystal wasn't discovered by humans, but was swallowed by a demon beast. Suddenly, that ordinary demon beast turned into a powerful demon general in an instant. As this happened more and more, it finally attracted the attention of warriors. However, the Black Dragon sect had fully recovered and was wantonly invading the Tiannan region. At that time, Xia country was controlled by the Nether Hall. Therefore, this matter was quickly discovered by the Nether Hall and the entire Black Dragon sect was shocked. Later on, Xia country was controlled by the upper echelons of the Black Dragon sect. Most of the mysterious crystals fell into the hands of the Black Dragon sect. Of course, not all of them. There were also experts and geniuses from the Martial Alliance, as well as those who were lucky enough to obtain some. However, compared to the Black Dragon sect, the number was pitifully small. Since then, Xia country became a place that the Black Dragon sect paid great attention to. This was because this was the production area of the mysterious crystals. However, other than the mysterious crystals, there was another place that was listed as a forbidden area. That was the Sword Pool Mansion. Because the Sword Pool Mansion was too strange, the entire mansion was completely wrapped in ice, and outsiders couldn't enter at all. Even the supremacies of the Black Dragon sect couldn't break through the ice. Later on, it was said that the Black Dragon sect's protectors were alarmed and came to investigate. In the end, they couldn't break through it, but they gave an order. The entire Sword Pool Mansion was sealed, and outsiders were not allowed to approach. On the other side, the moment Lin Xian entered Xia country's territory, he unleashed his powerful soul force to investigate the Sword Pool Mansion. When he sensed the dense ice energy, he heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the Sword Pool Mansion is still the same. It's wrapped in ice and didn't break through. It seems that those people from the Black Dragon sect didn't succeed. However, this also made him very puzzled, because the Sword Pool Mansion would definitely attract the attention of the Black Dragon sect, and those supremacies would also make a move. Now that the Sword Pool Mansion was still wrapped in ice, it meant that the other party had failed. What kind of ice was it that even the supremacies couldn't break through? This made Lin Xian very puzzled. At the same time, he was very worried. Under such a powerful ice energy, Could the Lin family members in the Sword Pool Mansion survive? In the sky, the spirit boat flew quickly like a bolt of lightning, streaking across the sky above the state of Great Xia. Soon, Lin Xian and the others arrived above the Sword Pool Mansion. Just as they had predicted, the situation in the state of Great Xia was worse than that in the Tianshan country. The strongest Black Dragon sect warrior in the Tianshan country was only at the fourth heaven of the Venerable Realm. In the state of Great Xia, fourth heaven venerables could be seen everywhere. In addition, there were fifth heaven, sixth heaven, and even seventh heaven venerables. It seemed that the rumors were true. The mysterious crystal that could increase a warrior's cultivation came from the state of Great Xia. Otherwise, the Black Dragon sect would not have sent so many experts to this remote country. None of these venerables noticed that there was a spirit boat above them. Not to mention these people, the spirit boat had a hidden aura array. Even an 8th heaven or 9th heaven venerable might not be able to sense it. Lin Xian stood on the spirit boat and quickly probed below with his soul power. Below, there was an azure ice city that was releasing traces of cold air. It was like the legendary Ice Kingdom. There was a defensive array around it that blocked the cold air and prevented it from spreading. In addition, there were many pavilions and halls near the Sword Pool Mansion. Each of them had the flag of the Black Dragon sect. Obviously, they were responsible for guarding the place. One of the pavilions was very majestic. It had a total of 32 floors and was 100 feet tall. It was magnificent and looked like a heavenly pillar standing on the ground. Countless warriors were entering and exiting the huge pavilion. These people were all elites of the Black Dragon sect. If Lin Xian wanted to know about the Sword Pool Mansion, he naturally looked at the majestic pavilion. With his outstanding soul power, he could clearly hear the conversation in the building. On the 23rd floor of the pavilion, a hunchbacked old man's eyes were like lightning. He had the aura of a 6th heaven venerable. He asked his subordinate in a deep voice, "How are the preparations going?" "We're almost done. This time, we've recruited many array masters and even invited the 3rd division master of the Divine Pill Hall. I think with his fire cloud earth fire, he should be able to break the ice outside the Sword Pool Mansion." A middle-aged man in black light armor quickly reported. After the hunchbacked old man heard this, he nodded in satisfaction. "Since you're ready, let's do it tomorrow. This Sword Pool Manor actually has such strange ice. I think there must be some kind of rare treasure inside. Therefore, no matter what, we have to break it open. I'd rather miss it than miss it. I won't let the treasure escape in front of me." The hunchbacked old man revealed an evil smile. Then, he said in a deep voice, "All of you can leave now. Go and prepare. Also, we must tighten our defenses tonight. We must not let anything happen at the most critical moment." The warriors under him nodded, then turned around and prepared to leave. However, when they pushed open the door to the conference hall, they found an unfamiliar young man standing outside. "Which branch are you from? Why was he here? Don't you know the rules?" Seeing this young man blocking their way, an elder snorted in displeasure. However, the mysterious young man in front of him had an ice-cold expression. His body stood there like a boulder and did not move at all. In the main hall, the Black Dragon sect members were even more displeased. Suddenly, their pupils constricted as if they had discovered something. Then, they shrieked, "You're not a disciple of the Black Dragon sect? Who are you? Why are you here?" They had indeed discovered something strange because the young man's clothes did not have the symbol of the Black Dragon sect. No matter what clothes the Black Dragon sect wore, there would be a black dragon as a symbol. However, the young man did not have such a symbol. This meant that the young man was definitely not a member of the Black Dragon sect. The mysterious young man in front of them was indeed not a member of the Black Dragon sect because he was Lin Xian. Previously, he had used his soul power on the spirit boat to gather information. Soon, he heard the conversation in the conference room. When he found out that these people wanted to attack the Sword Pool Mansion tomorrow, an uncontrollable killing intent rose from his body. No one could attack his people. That was his bottom line. Now, someone actually dared to touch his bottom line. Therefore, he arrived outside the conference hall in an instant. Since these people wanted to attack the Sword Pool Mansion tomorrow, he could only destroy them today. However, the elders in the hall were extremely displeased that the young man dared to ignore their words. Men! Where's the enforcers? Take him down. Interrogate him. We must find out who he is. How did he get in? The hunchbacked old man shouted coldly. His voice was filled with endless majesty. The others also frowned. Yes, their place could be said to be very confidential. There were groups of guards outside, so outsiders could not enter at all. However, the young man in front of them appeared here, which made them very puzzled. No need to shout. Are the guards you mentioned them? Lin Xian waved his hand, and more than 10 heads fell to the ground. Every head was covered in blood, and those people even had terrified expressions on their faces. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded because the heads on the ground belonged to the law enforcement team outside. However, at this moment, they were all killed. Moreover, they did not know when the young man attacked. Thinking of this, they broke out in cold sweat. This was because such a situation would only happen when the difference between the two sides was too great. Otherwise, if the two sides attacked, they would definitely know. In other words, the mysterious young man's strength was beyond their expectations. He could kill their people silently. But how was that possible? Those law enforcement team members were all venerable ones. Who could kill so many venerable ones silently? In the hall, these people did not dare to believe it. However, these people would not sit still and wait for death. Many of them started to send voice transmissions to mobilize people from their floors. The middle-aged man in black armor from before strode out and asked coldly. Who are you? What's your purpose here? Lin Xian did not answer his question. Instead, he asked in return, are you going to attack the Sword Pool Mansion tomorrow? Hearing this, everyone frowned, and the burly man in black armor's pupils constricted. He said in a sharp voice, are you from the Sword Pool Mansion? That's right, I'm from the Sword Pool Mansion. Lin Xian said coldly, since you want to attack my clansmen, then don't blame me for annihilating all of you. Hearing that he was from the Sword Pool Mansion, everyone was shocked, and the middle-aged man in black armor even laughed wildly. Good, that's really great. We were worried that we didn't know the secrets of the Sword Pool Mansion. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to us. Kid, kneel down obediently and tell me all the secrets of the Sword Pool Mansion. I can leave your corpse intact. Otherwise, you and your clansmen will be torn into pieces. The burly man in black armor had a cruel smile on his face, and the others in the room also laughed wildly. Great! That's great! We were worried that we didn't know the secrets of the Sword Pool Mansion. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to us. Kid, kneel down obediently and tell me all the secrets of the Sword Pool Mansion. Then, I'll leave your corpse intact. Otherwise, you and your clansmen will be torn into pieces. The burly man in black armor had a cruel smile on his face. Everyone else in the room laughed maniacally. Great! They could finally unravel the secrets of the Sword Pool Mansion. Moreover, Lin Xian's face darkened. Endless killing intent emerged from his body. These people still dared to have designs on the Sword Pool Mansion. They really deserved to die. How dare you have designs on the Lin family? You deserve to die. Lin Xian's voice was cold. He stretched out his hand and a huge suction force came from his palm. Instantly, the middle-aged man in black armor was sucked into his hand. Then, terrifying lightning surged out and enveloped the burly man in black armor. Crackle, the charred body fell to the ground. The burly man in black armor had turned into a dried corpse. His entire body was charred black and the lightning on his body kept trembling. He couldn't be more dead. Who else dares to have designs on the Lin family? Lin Xian's eyes were cold as he swept his gaze across the room. Everyone in the hall was dumbstruck. It was dead silent. In the hall, the people from the Black Dragon sect were completely stunned. They didn't expect the burly man in black armor to be killed so easily without any resistance. This was beyond their expectations. The burly man in black armor wasn't weak. He was at the fifth heaven of the honorable realm and was considered an expert among them. However, such an expert couldn't even withstand one move from the young man in front of them. Moreover, what frightened them even more was that the young man said he was from the Sword Pool Mansion. However, since when did the Sword Pool Mansion have such an expert? Could he be from the Martial Alliance? The hearts of the elders from the Nether Hall beat wildly. However, they quickly shook their heads. The Martial Alliance was the sworn enemy of the Black Dragon sect. They had detailed information about the young experts in the Martial Alliance, but they didn't know who the young man in front of them was. In that case, there were only two possibilities. The first was that the young man wasn't from the Martial Alliance. The second was that the young man was an expert who had only appeared recently. However, no matter which one it wasn't good news to them because they were now enemies. Who are you? What are you trying to do? The hunchbacked elder in the hall asked coldly. I've already said that I'm from the Lin family. As for my purpose, of course, it's to destroy the Black Dragon sect. Exterminate the Black Dragon sect? When they heard this, the elders of the Nether Hall sneered with disdain. Kid, I admit that you're very powerful to be able to kill a fifth heavenly layer venerable. I'm afraid none of us here is a match for you. But don't be too arrogant. You don't know the strength of our Black Dragon sect. Not to mention the sect's guardian elders, even if our hall master were here, he would be able to kill you easily. Exactly. Our Black Dragon is the overlord of the South Horizon region. An ignorant brat like you still dares to clamor here? You're courting death. Don't think that just because your Lin family is frozen, we can't touch you. With the fire cloud earth fire, we can also break through the ice. When the time comes, everyone from the Sword Pool Manor's Lin family will die. Another red-robed elder shouted coldly. His voice was ferocious and his eyes were filled with viciousness. However, just as he finished speaking, he saw Lin Xian slash out a sword light and directly split his body in half. Blood and intestines immediately flowed out of his body. The pungent smell of blood made everyone in the hall want to vomit. I've said it before. If you dare to threaten me with the Sword Pool Manor, there's only one outcome. Lin Xian's voice was cold like a god of death. Since you dare to challenge my bottom line, then die. At the end of his sentence, a terrifying killing intent soared from his body. However, at this moment, a low voice suddenly came from the corridor. Countless Black Dragon sect cultivators rushed over and surrounded the entire 23rd floor. Ha 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 ha. Kid, so what if you're strong? Could it be that you can go against the entire Nether Hall? Seeing the surrounding cultivators rushing over, the elders in the hall all laughed wildly. They did not attack earlier not because they were afraid of Lin Xian, but because they were waiting for reinforcements to arrive. Now that everyone in the pavilion had been called over, this was an extremely terrifying force that could definitely kill this kid in front of them. Of course, they would not let Lin Xian die so easily. At the very least, they would let him suffer endless pain. Kid, you're arrogant. How dare you kill someone from the Nether Hall? Today is the day you die. I won't let you die. I'll break all the bones in your body and let you watch as the Sword Pool Manor is destroyed. Humph, your Lin family will become the slaves of the Nether Hall. Slaves for life. You'll never be able to rise again. Those people were very arrogant. They looked at Lin Xian as if they were looking at a dead man. Lin Xian's expression was cold. He did not show any fear because these people were no different from ants in front of him. If it were not for the fact that the Nether Hall was too widespread and spread across several countries, he would even want to wipe out the entire Nether Hall. Since he could not get rid of the Nether Hall in a short period of time, he would not let go of the people in the pavilion today. How ignorant. Do you think that you can save your lives with more people? Lin Xian's lips curled into a disdainful smile. You're courting death. Kid, you're still so stubborn even when you're about to die. Seeing the disdainful smile, the elders of the Nether Hall were furious. The hunchbacked elder's face was gloomy. He waved his hand and said to the warriors around him, "Go, kill him." Once the order was given, the 8 men in black who were walking at the front immediately attacked. 8 fists were thrown from different directions. They were like ferocious beasts as they rushed toward Lin Xian at high speed. These 8 people were all experts. They were not inferior to the men in black who had died earlier. If the 8 of them attacked, no one in the pavilion would be able to stop them. Bang! 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 However, such terrifying fists stopped when they were 3 feet away from Lin Xian. They could not move at all. What? How is this possible? Everyone was shocked. the 8 men were even more horrified. They felt an incomparably terrifying power on their bodies, causing them to completely lose the ability to resist. Crack! 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 In the next moment, the 8 of them screamed because their arms were all chopped off, revealing airy white bones. Not only that, but there was also terrifying lightning surging out. It was like a lightning beast that instantly swallowed them up. Boom! 8 charred corpses fell to the ground. Impossible! Seeing this scene, the surrounding people were all stunned. They cried out in horror. In the blink of an eye, the expert from the Black Dragon cult was killed without being able to put up any resistance. This was too shocking. They could not believe it. In the blink of an eye, the 8 Black Dragon sect experts were killed without being able to resist at all. This was too shocking. They could not believe it. Based on the way Lin Xian killed the burly man in black armor, he should have surpassed the 5th heaven of the Venerable Realm. However, looking at his age, he was only in his 20s. At most, he was at the 6th heaven of the Venerable Realm. It was impossible for him to be stronger than that. However, even a 6th heaven of the Venerable Realm could not kill 8 5th heaven Venerables in an instant. It was simply impossible. However, Lin Xian had done it so easily. Are you a 7th heaven of the Venerable Realm? These people looked at Lin Xian in horror. A 7th heaven of the Venerable Realm was a top-notch expert even in the Black Dragon sect. Although they were also venerables, they were only a branch of the Nether Hall, so there was no 7th heaven Venerable Realm expert among them. Go, and get the Divine Pill Hall's 3rd Division Master. The hunchbacked old man shouted frantically with a terrified expression. Delay, they had to delay, they still had hope because the Divine Pill Hall's 3rd Division Master was a 7th heaven Venerable. Moreover, he had the fire cloud earthly fire in his hands. It could be said that he was extremely terrifying. As long as he could make it in time, he would definitely be able to kill this little thief in front of him. In the next moment, the hunchbacked old man gave orders frantically again. Go. Kill him. Even if he's a 7th heaven Venerable, he can't stop so many of us. As far as they knew, a 7th heaven Venerable could not fight against so many people. However, this was only their understanding. Seeing the countless Black Dragon sect martial artists, Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold killing intent. In the next moment, his eyes turned red, and his body was surrounded by a terrifying killing intent. A boundless sea of blood quickly appeared and surged behind him. Blood Sword Massacre. A low voice came from his mouth. Lin Xian's killing intent soared into the sky. The sea of blood behind him surged, and boundless killing intent instantly enveloped the entire hall. At this moment, the space was dyed red. Looking at the martial artists who were charging at him, Lin Xian threw a punch. Immediately, the sea of blood behind him surged and turned into a blood dragon that charged forward. Ah! No! In the next moment, a miserable shriek rang out. That was because the Black Dragon cult martial artist at the front had his body split open and turned into a bloody mist. In the blink of an eye, the crowded hall was emptied. Looking at this scene, everyone felt their scalps go numb, and their expressions were filled with fear. One punch, just one punch, had killed at least 100 martial artists. Half of them were supremacies. What kind of technique is this? How could it be so terrifying? Even a 7th heavenly layer Venerable wouldn't be able to do that, right? The eyes of the Black Dragon Society members were filled with despair as they fled madly. However, the entire pavilion was sealed off by Lin Xian's blood sea. No one could escape. Since the moment these people had set their sights on the Sword Pool Mansion, their fates had been sealed. Lin Xian clenched his fist. The sea of blood around him surged, and a blood-red killing sword quickly appeared. Then, he brandished his long sword and streaks of sword chi swept out in all directions. Wherever the sword chi passed, the cultivators were all killed. Massacre. This was simply a massacre, because the two sides were not on the same level at all. One had to know that Lin Xian was in existence who could even kill a half-step king. Most of these people were 4th or 5th heaven supremacies. The better ones were at 5th or 6th heaven. The two sides were not on the same level at all. It was like a dragon trampling ants to death. Soon, all the martial artists who rushed over from the other floors were killed by Lin Xian. Only the Nether Hall elders were left in the hall. Blood gathered into a small river and flowed under everyone's feet. The pungent smell of blood made these damned elders have the urge to die. Lin Xian turned around again and stared at those people. Immediately, the elders in the hall trembled and screamed in fear. What are you trying to do? I'm telling you, don't mess around. We're from the Nether Hall. No, don't kill me. We'll tell you whatever you want to know. Please let us go. Many people roared, but even more people begged for mercy. A few elders even knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing to Lin Xian. They wanted to exchange for their lives. Lin Xian's expression was cold and even filled with disdain. These people seemed to be powerful and had reached the supremacy realm, but deep down, they were even inferior to those in the spirit-detecting realm. They lacked sharpness, bravery, and bloodthirstiness. This was because they did not cultivate their strength at all. They only reached the supremacy realm with the help of external forces. People like them could not unleash the strength that a supremacy should have. Once they encountered true danger, they would not dare to risk their lives. Pitiful ants, you're insulting the supremacy realm, Lin Xian stretched out his hand. Immediately, the sea of blood behind him turned into countless blood swords and stabbed forward. Don't kill me. Save me. Up ahead, the elders of the Black Dragon cult in the Great Hall screamed and quickly fled. However, they could not escape at all. The blood swords in the sky were like blood bolts of lightning. They instantly pierced through those elders and nailed them to death in the air. In the blink of an eye, everyone from the Nether Hall in the pavilion was killed. Lin Xian withdrew the sea of blood and absorbed all the blood around him. It turned into the power of the sea of blood and strengthened his blood sword inheritance again. The blood sword inheritance was very strange. The more he killed, the stronger he became. However, Lin Xian was not willing to use it normally. He would only use it when he met someone who deserved to die. He spread out his soul power and quickly scanned the entire 32nd floor of the pavilion. He did not find anyone who had escaped. Then, he turned around and walked out. The corpses in the corridor were piled up like a mountain and blocked the exit. Lin Xian frowned slightly and wanted to blast the way out. However, at that moment, a powerful force came from the opposite side and instantly blasted the corpses in the corridor into pieces. Not only that, but the pieces quickly burned and disappeared as if they did not exist at all. None of this was caused by Lin Xian, so he stopped and looked ahead with narrowed eyes. As expected, two figures appeared in front of him. The one in front was a handsome young man. He was wearing a luxurious robe and had flames gathered to form a fire dragon. Beside the young man with flames stood an old man. He was expressionless and had a sinister look in his eyes. He was like a goshawk and emitted an extremely dangerous aura. At that moment, the old man slowly retracted his hand and the flames on his body quickly disappeared. It seemed that the previous attack was from this old man in black. The young man looked around and saw that no one was alive. He did not show any anger on his face. Instead, he smiled. Not bad, not bad. To be able to destroy a branch of the Nether Hall in such a short period of time, your strength is not bad. Looking at your young age, you should be a young genius. However, I don't have any information about you. I'm curious. Who are you? You look so young. You should be a young genius, but I don't have any information about you. I'm curious. Who are you? Asked the flaming youth. You don't need to know who I am. Lin Xian's expression was cold, and his voice was cold. The young man who was bathed in flames didn't get angry. Instead, he stared at Lin Xian with a smile. You have a personality. I like it. You're definitely not weak. You should be at the 7th sky of the Venerable Realm. How about it? Are you interested in joining my Divine Pill Hall and being my subordinate? Don't worry. I won't mistreat you. As long as you follow me, I promise to be your subordinate for the rest of your life. I'll make you rich, said the flaming youth. Follow you? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. It was the first time he had heard such words. No one had ever dared to say such words to him. The flaming youth did not know what Lin Xian was thinking. He continued speaking arrogantly. Don't worry. You won't be at a disadvantage if you follow me. Although you're at the seventh sky of the venerable realm and are considered a genius, I'm even stronger. I, Fang Yan, am the third leader of the Divine Pill Hall. Once I break the ice in the Sword Pool Mansion, I'll have made a great contribution and will soon become the second leader. Following me is definitely the wisest choice. Our Divine Pill Hall is not like the Nether Hall. We're the #1 hall. Fang Yan was very confident. He was indeed confident because the Divine Pill Hall was ranked first in the Black Dragon Church, while the Nether Hall was ranked second from the bottom. Although they were both halls, the gap between them was huge. Fang Yan was young. Not only had his cultivation reached the seventh sky of the venerable realm, but his alchemy skills were also impressive. Not only that, but he was also the third leader of the Divine Pill Hall. His status was as high as Qin Yun, he had countless geniuses working for him. Therefore, in his opinion, as long as he revealed his identity, all the geniuses in the world would submit to him. The young man in front of him was no exception. However, Lin Xian only laughed, and it was a disdainful sneer. Seeing Lin Xian's disdainful smile, the flaming youth opposite him laughed. It seems like you don't believe me. But it doesn't matter. I've met many geniuses before, and none of them believed me. But in the end, they still became my subordinates. You are no exception. The flaming youth seemed to have boundless confidence. I'll capture you first and then bring you back for training. Don't worry, you will recognize me as your master in less than 3 days. He turned his head slightly and said to the black-clothed old man beside him, catch him. Yes, branch master. The black-robed old man nodded coldly. Then, like a ghost, he rushed forward quickly. He didn't say much, but his attacks were swift and fierce. The claw was like a goshawk. It was very sturdy and was surrounded by countless red flames. With a blazing aura, it quickly tore through the void and grabbed at Lin Xian. Lin Xian stood in place without moving. When the other party attacked, his eyes suddenly became sharp. Not only that, but countless azure auras bloomed around him as if they were going to freeze the entire space. A blue ice fist formed in front of him and quickly blasted forward. Boom, the fist hit the black-robed old man's palm hard and immediately sent him flying. What? The black-robed old man's pupils constricted. He exploded with all his strength and quickly retreated. When he landed, half of his body was already frozen by the ice. Ice spiritual power, you are an ice martial artist. The black-robed old man's face was gloomy. He found that the flames in his body were suppressed. This wasn't good news for him because ice and fire were elements that restrained each other. However, who could restrain who depended on the cultivation of both parties? Now, it seemed that the other party was obviously stronger than him. But how could this be? The black-robed old man cursed in disbelief. The other party was only a 20-year-old young man. How could his cultivation be higher than his? This scene made the flaming youth stop smiling. Ice martial soul, I see. No wonder you were so confident and refused to submit to me. It turns out that it is the ice martial soul, which is the opposite of the flame martial soul. However, I like to subdue people like you. The flaming youth smiled evilly again. But soon, his smile froze. Because the black-robed old man behind him screamed. What? What's going on? The flaming youth turned around abruptly. Then, his pupils constricted and he was stunned. It turned out that the black-robed old man behind him was suddenly pierced by countless ice. Not only that, the ice cones were stained with blood. They froze the black-robed old man's body and formed a human-shaped ice sculpture. Dead? How could this be? The flaming youth couldn't believe it. The old man he brought along was very powerful. His cultivation was at the 7th rank honorable realm. Like him, he was also a fire-type martial artist and was very powerful. Even if the black-robed old man was Lin Xian, he couldn't have been killed instantly. Could it be that the other party's ice power was so terrifying? The flaming youth couldn't figure it out. He could only turn around and stare at Lin Xian. The flames on his body flickered. What method did you use to kill him? Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. You didn't even see clearly how I attacked. You want to subdue me with such strength? Lin Xian's words made the flaming youth's face turn ugly. However, he then snorted coldly. Don't be so smug. The black-robed old man must have been careless previously. Coupled with your sneak attack, that's why you succeeded. Brat, you've got guts, you actually dared to kill my people. Today, I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death. Not only that, I'll capture you and refine you into my most loyal servant. The flaming youth roared. He waved his hand and quickly formed a red palm. Then, he slammed it forward. Wherever it passed, the air melted and space distorted. Everything around it burned rapidly. On the other hand, Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. Playing with fire in front of me? You're courting death. Then, he looked around. Suddenly, a ball of black flames flew out and landed lightly on the flaming palm. In the next moment, the flaming palm made a sizzling sound and disappeared quickly like ice melting. What? It melted? Flames? How can you have flames? Seeing this, the flaming youth's face finally changed. He couldn't understand how a person could have both the ice power and the fire power at the same time. Looking at the flaming youth's shocked expression, Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. Surprised? Can't believe it? I really don't understand. How can a person like you be so arrogant? Do you really think that you're invincible by relying on external forces to raise your cultivation? Let me tell you. A person like you isn't even an ant in my eyes. Because you don't know how vast the world is. I reckon that with your character and methods, you won't even survive a day in Tianwu continent. What? Tianwu continent? You're from Tianwu continent. This time, the flaming youth was shocked and he screamed. He did not expect that Su Mo was from the Tianwu continent. No wonder he was so powerful. No wonder he could kill so many people in an instant. No wonder he could possess both the ice and fire attributes. Su Mo was a genius martial artist from the Tianwu continent. No, I have to send this news back. Boy, you surprised me. I did not expect you to be from the Tianwu continent. But you are too arrogant. Do you really think you can kill me? Just you wait. When you send the news back, the Black Dragon sect will send real experts to kill you. After saying that, the flaming youth turned around and wanted to leave. You want to leave? Do you think that is possible? Lin Xian's body flashed and he appeared in front of the flaming youth, blocking his way. You are courting death. How dare you look down on me? The flaming youth was furious. He did not attack because Su Mo was too mysterious and possessed both the ice and fire attributes. However, this did not mean that he could tolerate being looked down on. He was the third branch leader of the Divine Pill Hall and a genius of the Tiannan region. Boy, so what if you are from the Tianwu continent? I will let you know how powerful I am. The flaming youth's voice was ferocious. In the next moment, a ball of orange flames appeared in his palm and floated in his palm like a cloud. Fire cloud earthly fire. Die, brat. The moment the cloud-like red flames appeared, they emitted a blazing heat. The aura was twice as strong as the previous flames. I have just obtained the fire cloud earthly fire and did not want to use it. I did not expect to meet you. Boy, you should be proud to die under my fire cloud earthly fire. The flaming youth's voice was cold and there was a trace of madness in his eyes. After that, the cloud-like flames quickly merged with his right palm and his aura suddenly increased by 3 times. Ha 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 ha. So what if you are from the Tianwu continent? I have merged with the fire cloud earthly fire. Even an 8th rank honored realm expert is not my match. Die. Fire cloud palm. The flaming youth shouted angrily and struck out with his palm. A red palm left countless afterimages in the air and struck towards Lin Xian. This was the fiery young man's trump card, as well as his greatest reliance. Lin Xian still shook his head in disdain. Too weak. The next moment, he also slowly raised his palm, and countless black flames appeared in his palm. Then, he gently pressed forward. Boom, the void collapsed, and a pitch-black black hole appeared. It was as if a giant abyss beast was going to swallow everything around it. The next moment, a strange scene appeared. Everything around him began to burn rapidly and silently, disappearing into thin air. There was no violent explosion, not even a sound. However, this silent burning was too terrifying. Nothing could stop it. The flaming youth revealed a look of horror once again, because he discovered that the fire cloud chapter he had shot out had disappeared without a trace in an instant. What kind of flame is this? How terrifying. He couldn't understand how such a terrifying flame could exist in this world. However, he did not have the chance to think about it. This was because the terrifying black flames had enveloped him in an instant. In the next moment, his palm quickly turned into ashes and disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not only the palm, but the entire body of the flaming youth was engulfed by the black flames in an instant and burned to a crisp. In the end, nothing was left. Lin Xian was expressionless as if he had done something insignificant. He waved his hand and recalled the black flames that filled the sky. Then, he turned around and left. The pavilion was still the same, but there was no one inside. Not only that, but all the forces of the Black Dragon cult around the Sword Pool mansion had been uprooted by Lin Xian. No one survived, no one escaped, and no one was able to spread the news. Therefore, for a moment, the surroundings of the Sword Pool mansion became dead silent. The Black Dragon cult probably did not expect their forces to be wiped out in an instant. Without any trouble around, Lin Xian arrived in front of the Sword Pool mansion. This time, the Crimson Dragon, Morong Qingqing, and Luo Bingshan had all come. The four of them looked at the ice mountain in front of them and frowned. Ruzalong, set up a formation. I don't want to be disturbed when I'm breaking the ice, Lin Xian said. That's easy. The Crimson Dragon casually set up a formation that enveloped the entire Sword Pool mansion. Even if they were to turn the world upside down inside, no one outside would notice anything unusual. On the other hand, Lin Xian stretched out his palm, and the black flames danced quickly. Then, he pressed forward. Bang, when his palm touched the ice in front of him, there was a tremor. Even the air buzzed and trembled as if it could not withstand it. What a terrifying power of ice! Lin Xian was surprised. He realized that the power of ice could resist his black flames. It was unbelievable. One had to know that his black flames were not ordinary flames. They were obtained from the heavenly Netherbird. It could be said that they were extremely terrifying. However, the ice in front of him could resist it. It was amazing. It was no wonder that the Sword Pool mansion was still safe and sound after such a long time. It was because no one could break the power of ice. Even if Lin Xian did not make a move, the Nether Hall and the Flaming Youth would not be able to break it. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's eyes focused. His entire body burned with black flames, forming a terrifying flame aura that quickly poured into his palm. Finally, the ice in front of him melted. However, the speed was extremely slow. If he wanted to break the ice in the entire Sword Pool mansion, it would take at least 1 or 2 months. No, it's too slow. Lin Xian retracted his palm and shook his head slightly. Although he could hide it for a while, he could not hide it forever. He believed that it would not take long for the Black Dragon cult to react. At that time, they would definitely send a large number of experts. Ordinary sovereigns would be easy to deal with, but if a half-step king or the Black Dragon cult's leader personally came, things would be troublesome. He did not want to fight against the Black Dragon cult's leader yet, so he had to think of another way to save the Sword Pool mansion as soon as possible. Why don't we do it together? I'll help you break it. On the side, Morong Qingqing said. Luo Bingshan also gripped her treasured blade tightly. As long as Lin Xian gave the order, she would immediately make a move. The Crimson Dragon stroked his chin and carefully observed the ice in front of him. He even used a secret technique. Why does this thing sound so familiar? Where have I heard of it before? The Crimson Dragon was suspicious. Then he exclaimed, "What? Could it be that kind of thing? But how was this possible? Why would that thing appear here? Even the Sky Martial continent did not have the qualifications to appear here." What is it? Lin Xian asked. He rarely saw the Crimson Dragon so surprised. What? Could it be that kind of thing? But how was that possible? How could that thing appear here? Even the Sky Martial continent did not have the qualifications to appear here. The Crimson Dragon was shocked. What is it? Lin Xian asked. He rarely saw the Crimson Dragon so surprised. Sea God ice, an extremely terrifying type of ice. The Crimson Dragon said. Then it quickly walked forward, wanting to verify it. It quickly waved its dragon claws, and suddenly a dark red light pierced forward. The ice in front of it moved strangely, and its surface rippled like water. That's right, it's the sea god ice. The aura was terrifying, dark blue, and when it was attacked, it would produce ripples like the sea. These were the characteristics of the sea god ice. Boy, I'm getting more and more curious about your family. They actually have the sea god ice. The Crimson Dragon was right. He was indeed curious. First, Lin Xian's father was so terrifying. Not only did he become a king, he also controlled a dragon vein. Now, Lin Xian's family had a miraculous item like the sea god's ice. Sea god ice? What is that? This time, not only Lin Xian, even Morong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan were puzzled because they had never heard of this name. Of course you don't know, because even in the Sky Martial continent, there is no such thing. The Crimson Dragon explained, this is a type of ice called the sea god ice. It is very strange, even a king would be moved by it. In the past, there was a legend that there used to be a continent, but it was later broken up and formed many different continents. And in between those broken continents, there was an endless sea. It is said that there was once a god who descended and used the power of ice to freeze the endless sea. Although it was destroyed later on, the remaining pieces of ice gathered together and formed the unique sea god's ice. Hearing the Crimson Dragon's explanation, Lin Xian and the others opened their mouths wide. Freezing the endless sea? This sea god's ice was too terrifying. One had to know that although the Sky Martial continent was huge, the surrounding endless sea was even bigger than the Sky Martial continent. To be able to freeze the sea, one could only imagine how terrifying it was. Perhaps even a king would not be able to do such a thing. Are you sure this is the sea god's ice? Lin Xian was shocked. He didn't expect his family to have such an item. I'm also suspicious. How could such a magical thing appear in such a remote place? But now, it seems that it's true. It's just that there aren't many of them, the Crimson Dragon said. Even though it covers the entire mountain matter, it's probably the size of the sea god ice. It's only the size of a fingernail. Brat, this is a great opportunity. If you can absorb this sea god's ice, your ice martial soul will definitely improve greatly. I don't dare to say anything else, but at least it won't be weaker than the black flame martial soul. Really? Lin Xian was excited. He didn't expect to have such a fortuitous encounter. Indeed, the great dragon sword soul was the strongest among his martial souls. The second was the black flame martial spirit, and the third was the thunder martial spirit. The ice martial spirit that he had condensed the earliest was currently the weakest. Other than the great dragon sword soul, it was an offensive saint art. The black flame martial spirit came from the heavenly netherbird, and the thunder martial spirit was formed from the 6,000-year-old purple thunder divine bamboo. Only the ice martial spirit was considered his most ordinary one. But now, he had found a piece of sea god's ice. It was even more terrifying than the heavenly nether black flame. If he could absorb the sea god's ice, his ice martial soul would definitely improve greatly. Since he knew the benefits of the sea god's ice, Lin Xian naturally wouldn't let it go. In the next moment, he sat down cross-legged and used his ice martial soul to quickly absorb the ice energy in front of him. This time, it could be said that Lin Xian was going all out. However, the sea god's ice was a magical item. Its power was even above the heavenly netherblack flame. Therefore, even though Lin Xian was extremely powerful, his absorption speed was not fast. At this rate, it would take a long time. On the side, Morong Qingqing also frowned. No, Lin Xian, don't be too impulsive. This kind of ice energy is very dangerous. If you absorb too much, it will be a huge burden on your body. She was right. This kind of ice energy was too terrifying. No one below the king realm dared to absorb too much. Otherwise, their bodies wouldn't be able to withstand it. However, Lin Xian was different. This was because he cultivated the Angry Dragon Manual. This was an earth-tier cultivation technique. Moreover, it was an earth-tier cultivation technique that increased the strength of one's body and blood. At this point, Lin Xian's Angry Dragon Manual was already at the 3rd level. The blood in his body was vigorous like a furnace, burning fiercely. Therefore, his body could withstand more ice energy than ordinary martial artists. Streams of ice energy surged out from the ice mountain and quickly entered Lin Xian's body. During this process, the overflowing ice energy made Murong Qingqing, Luo Bingshan, and the others feel uncomfortable. One could imagine just how much power of frost Lin Xian was enduring right now. Gradually, a layer of blue ice appeared on his body. It was as if he had turned into an iceman. Although Murong Qingqing and the others were worried, they didn't act rashly. This was because they could clearly sense that although Lin Xian's body was covered in blue ice, the blood in his body was very vigorous. It was roaring like an angry dragon. At this moment, the power of the longevity art was also revealed. Lin Xian hadn't changed his cultivation technique since the beginning. Although the longevity art didn't have a grade, it was very mysterious. Even now, he felt that he couldn't see through it. Now, Lin Xian was madly absorbing the ice energy. The longevity art displayed its great power and quickly circulated in his body. Its speed even surpassed that of an earth-tier cultivation technique. Lin Xian was like a bottomless pit. He crazily absorbed the ice energy in front of him. The ice on his body became thicker and thicker. In the end, it completely enveloped him. Lin Xian, stop. You can't absorb any more. This is already the limit. Murong Qingqing was anxious. Don't worry, I'm fine. I have the indestructible golden pellet. Even if I'm seriously injured, I can recover in an instant. Lin Xian's voice was firm. There was no fear. Everything was within his calculations. The Crimson Dragon watched from the side and nodded. It had to be said that Lin Xian's body was too strong. It was even stronger than some half-step kings. It was very clear about the power of the Neptune hilt. No one below the king level dared to touch it. Even if they did, they would carefully absorb it. They wouldn't be like Lin Xian, who was crazily devouring it without thinking about the consequences. Lin Xian's body was indeed strong. Apart from the Fury Dragon art, he also frequently consumed old-time tea and all kinds of natural treasures. It could be said that his life force had reached a terrifying level. Don't worry, don't worry. This kid won't kill himself. The Crimson Dragon God said to Murong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan. Then, it looked outside and said in a low voice, what we need to do should be to deal with those guys who are coming. While Lin Xian was absorbing the sea god's ice, the Black Dragon sect had also discovered something strange. The headquarters of the Nether Hall was located in a mountain range in the cloud region of the Xia country. At this moment, a disciple of the Nether Hall was flying towards the headquarters in a hurry. He looked extremely flustered. Report, something bad has happened. There has been no news from the Sword Pool Mansion for a day. Soon, the news reached the headquarters of the Nether Hall. No news for a day? Are you sure? The headquarters of the Nether Hall quickly checked and found that there had been no news from the 4th Division for a day. This made everyone in the headquarters feel heavy. According to the rules, every division had to report to the headquarters every day. No accidents were allowed to happen. However, there had been no news from the 4th Division for a day. There was only one possibility for this, and that was that something had happened to the 4th Division. Gather the 5th and 3rd Divisions. Hurry and check on the 4th Division. Soon, the 3rd and 5th Divisions received the order and moved quickly. They did not dare to delay the orders from the headquarters. Therefore, they rushed to the 4th Division as fast as they could. There were more than 600 people in the 2 divisions. They were all elites. The 2 leaders were 7th-rank supremacies. One was a woman in black, and the other was a red-robed old man. The 2 of them led the branch's martial practitioners to look at the 32-story pavilion in front of them and frowned. The surrounding array is not damaged. There are no signs of fighting either. Did no one come? Although there are no signs of fighting, the scene is very strange. There is not a single disciple here. The 2 of them quickly conversed, and their expressions became even gloomier. Go in and take a look. The leader of the 3rd Division, the woman in black, said coldly as she pointed at a burly man beside her. Immediately, a set of spiritual power armor formed on the burly man's body. Then, he quickly walked forward. He took a deep breath. With one hand holding a long saber, he pushed open the door in front of him with the other. Creak, the thick metal door was pushed open, revealing the situation inside. It was still quiet inside. There was no one inside. Report, there is no one. The burly man quickly ran back. The woman in black nodded. However, her expression changed drastically in the next moment. She smelled a faint smell of blood coming from the front. Not good. The black-robed woman's heart skipped a beat. She quickly led the warriors behind her and rushed forward. By the side, the red-robed old man also moved and followed. The two parties quickly scouted and finally arrived at the 23rd floor. When they saw the ground full of corpses and meat dregs, they were all stunned. Some of them even couldn't take it and started vomiting. How was this the 4th Division? This was hell on earth. What shocked them even more was that all the tables, chairs, and furnishings around them were all neat and tidy. There wasn't even a trace of a knife mark. This time, there was no fierce battle at all. It was a one-sided massacre. Only an instant kill could produce such a result. A peerless expert had appeared and destroyed the 4th Division. The black-cloaked woman and the red-robed old man looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. This time around, they were here to patrol under orders. But now that a peerless powerhouse had appeared, it was not a good thing for them. That was because the other party was too powerful. They were actually able to slaughter the 4th Division. If they were to fight against them, they would most likely be doomed. However, if they couldn't complete the mission given to them by their superiors, they would feel worse than death. In the next moment, the black-cloaked woman took a deep breath and said coldly, "Everyone, listen up. With the pavilion as the center, search in all directions. Don't miss a single spot. If you find anything suspicious, report it immediately. Focus on the Sword Pool Mansion." The red-robed old man also gave the order to search. Then, close to 600 Black Dragon sect disciples quickly spread out to search. I hope that the peerless powerhouse has already left. The red-robed old man's face was very ugly. He was only from the 5th Division and his strength was slightly weaker than the 4th Division. He didn't want to meet that mysterious peerless powerhouse. However, things didn't go as he wished. Just as the red-robed old man and the black-cloaked woman were waiting anxiously, a warrior quickly came to report. "Sir, we found something strange near the Sword Pool Mansion. Let's go." The two of them didn't dare to delay and quickly moved out. Soon, they arrived near the Sword Pool Mansion. What's wrong? The two of them looked ahead and quickly sensed, but they didn't find anything. "Sir, it's useless to just sense this time. This was discovered by our people by accident." With that, he slashed forward with his saber. In the next moment, a light screen appeared in the void in front of them and blocked the saber light. What? There's a defensive formation. Seeing this, the black-cloaked woman and the red-robed old man were shocked. They knew that there was a formation set up around them, but the formation that appeared in the air was definitely not set up by the Black Dragon sect. They couldn't be wrong about that. In other words, someone had set up a formation near the Sword Pool Mansion without them knowing. Thinking about the destruction of the 4th Division, the two of them quickly realized that the other party was definitely targeting the Sword Pool Mansion. What should we do? 3rd Division Master, should we report to the Hall Master immediately? The red-robed old man asked quickly. Humph. Report to the Hall Master? Have you found out what it is? Is there anyone inside? What kind of formation is this? What does it do? The black-cloaked woman snorted coldly. 5th Division Master, I know you're afraid of death, but if you can't complete the mission, I'm afraid you'll suffer a fate worse than death. Hearing this, the red-robed old man trembled and then said dejectedly, "All right, I understand. I'll gather people to investigate the formation in front of us." This formation was naturally set up by the Crimson Dragon. At this moment, the Crimson Dragon, Morong Qingqing and the rest saw the situation outside from the formation. They didn't expect that in just a day, the other party would find them. The Black Dragon sect was quite fast. Morong Qingqing was also surprised. Because from the other party's fighting strength and battle experience, it was a complete mess. Compared to the Tianwu continent, it was much worse. However, just from the efficiency of their work, it was not inferior to the House of Kings. In just a day, they had gathered a large number of warriors and found their location. Humph, so what if they found us? If they're not strong enough, it's useless. Morong Qingqing snorted coldly. Indeed, although there were many people outside, about 500 to 600 people, they were too weak. In their eyes, they were no different from ants. Morong Qingqing didn't even need to do anything. The 3 5-star assassins that Luo Bingshan brought with him, with the permission of the Crimson Dragon, began to move. The 3 assassins' cultivation had reached the 9th level of Honored Realm. With the secret assassination technique, they were able to assassinate a 9th level peak existence. Brothers, the update frenzy is here, I'll definitely let you guys enjoy it. Everyone has votes, vote, support. The 3 assassins were all 9th heaven venerables. With their secret assassination techniques, they could even assassinate peak 9th heaven existences. They could be said to be incomparably powerful. At this moment, dealing with the people outside was simply a piece of cake. However, these 3 assassins were probably used to assassinating all year round. Even when facing the ants outside, they did not reveal themselves. Instead, they hid in the void and assassinated. Outside, the black-clothed woman and the red-robed old man quickly ordered their subordinates to gather again and prepare to study the formation ahead. Listen, the formation ahead is very mysterious. It might be where the enemy is hiding. So, later, you must. The black-clothed woman quickly ordered. However, she was only halfway through her sentence when her neck was suddenly pierced. Terrifying blood sprayed all over the ground as her head fell to the ground. Buzz, this scene stunned everyone. They did not expect the 3rd Division Master to die just like that. They did not even see who had attacked. The red-robed old man at the side was so frightened that he wet his pants. He was originally timid and very afraid. The scene just now had scared him out of his wits. The head of the 3rd Division Master, who had been perfectly fine, suddenly flew up and fell to the ground. The blood that spurted out all sprayed onto his face. Screams, horror, shock, all kinds of emotions filled the red-robed old man's mind. He could not imagine who could kill the 3rd Division Master in an instant. After all, the 3rd Division Master was an extremely powerful 7th Heaven Venerables. He was also very famous in the Nether Hall. At this moment, he had actually died so inexplicably. He did not even know who the killer was. Where was it? How did it happen? He did not know at all. However, the red-robed old man did not need to know because in the next moment, his head also flew. Blood sprayed into the sky. Soon, he lost consciousness. The 600 Black Dragon School's disciples at the front were all stunned. They didn't dare to imagine this scene. Their 2 leaders had actually died suddenly during the assignment of tasks. Moreover, they had been killed in one move. Even the 2 division masters did not know how they had died, let alone these people. However, these people were not stupid. Someone who could silently kill a 7th Heaven Venerables was definitely an extremely terrifying killer. There is a peerless killer nearby. Hurry up and run. In an instant, the 600 Black Dragon sect disciples ran in all directions. Like locusts in autumn, they covered the sky. In the sky, on the ground, in all directions, there were people fleeing. In their opinion, since the other party was trying to assassinate them, there shouldn't be too many people. If they ran in different directions, they would definitely be able to escape. As long as one of them managed to escape, they would be able to relay the news to the headquarters. They had a good idea, but they had underestimated the enemy. If it was an ordinary assassin, this method would really allow them to escape, but this time, it wouldn't work. Because the one who had attacked this time was a 9th Heaven Venerable, the terror of a 9th Heaven Venerable was unimaginable to these people. The 3 9th Heaven Venerables were hidden in the void, and they were like life reapers as they attacked mercilessly. That speed was extremely fast, completely toppling the understanding of these people. Because in the next moment, over 100 heads flew up and blood splattered in all directions. From an outsider's point of view, these hundreds of heads flew up at the same time, as if 100 people had attacked at the same time. However, there was only one person who did it. This was the speed of a 9th Heaven Venerable. Thus, in practically the blink of an eye, those 600 Black Dragon School's disciples were all killed. The ground was littered with corpses, and the pungent smell of blood permeated the surroundings. The figures of the 3 5-star assassins also appeared. One of the middle-aged men waved his hand, and a boundless sea of fire instantly burned these corpses. As assassins, not only did they have to be good at assassination, but they also had to know how to clean up the scene. Only then could they hide the truth and not be discovered. And these 3 5-star assassins had reached the peak. In an instant, all the corpses on the ground disappeared, and so did the blood. In fact, even the smell of blood had disappeared from the air. It was as if everything that had happened before was an illusion, and it had never happened. In the next instant, these 3 figures flashed, and returned behind Luo Bingshan. Although the Black Dragon School's disciples outside had been dealt with, Morong Qingqing and the others were not relaxed. This was because, according to Lin Xian, there were king tears in this place. If they caused too much of a commotion and really attracted king tears, then it would be troublesome. After all, no matter how weak a king tier was, they were still a king tier. They were existences that had formed a domain, and were fundamentally different from venerables. Even the weakest king tier could easily kill a 9th heaven venerable. The gap between them could be imagined. Ruzalong, how long will it take for this guy to finish absorbing? Morong Qingqing asked. The Crimson Dragon said in a low voice, it's hard to say. According to yesterday's speed, it should be a month. But from the looks of it today, it should be done in 10 days. 10 days? That's too long. At that time, I'm afraid it will really attract king tears. The 3 of them were worried, but at this moment, Lin Xian suddenly said, don't worry, it won't take that long. You can hear? Morong Qingqing was surprised. Normally, when martial artists cultivated, they would be completely immersed in their cultivation, and they would not know what was happening outside. And now, looking at Lin Xian's appearance, it seemed that he could hear everything they said clearly. How could she know that Lin Xian cultivated the Heavens Rise visualization chart? His soul power had been greatly improved, and it was difficult to find a match for him below the king tier. With such powerful soul power, it was very easy for him to multitask. Therefore, Lin Xian could focus on absorbing the frost energy while paying attention to what was happening outside. It won't take 10 days. I just need to open a hole in the ice wall in front of us and rescue my people. Then, we can leave. That's right. The Crimson Dragon slapped his head. That's a good idea. Hearing this, Morong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan sighed in relief. Indeed, it would be much easier to open a hole in the ice wall. In fact, Lin Xian had done the same. From the beginning, he had chosen a place to absorb the frost energy. And now, he had already created a fist-sized hole, and it was still expanding. A day had passed, and the Nether Hall realized that not only had they lost contact with the 4th Division, but they had also lost contact with the 3rd and 5th Divisions that they had sent out earlier. This caused them to be extremely astonished. They really could not understand what had happened. One had to know that the strength of a division was extremely great. Not to mention other things, the number of people in the division was enormous. If they really encountered a battle, 1 or 2 of them would be able to escape. But until now, they had not received any information at all. It was as if everyone had evaporated into thin air. Could it be the Martial Alliance? The Nether Hall's headquarters guessed, but they were still not sure. Could it be the Martial Alliance? The headquarters of the Nether Hall was puzzled. Only the Martial Alliance could go against the Black Dragon sect, however, they did not dare to believe it. This was because even the Martial Alliance did not have the power to silently destroy 3 of the Nether Hall's branches, unless it was the top expert in the Martial Alliance. However, such an expert would be under the watch of the Black Dragon sect's guardians and would not have the time to do anything. Therefore, they really did not know what had happened to the 3 branches. However, they could not just let this matter go. After all, this had happened in their territory. Therefore, they quickly sent the 2nd branch. The 2nd branch was powerful. Its strength was even more terrifying than the 3rd and 4th branches combined. Not only that, the leader this time was an 8th level honorable and 5 7th level honorables. Together with 500 Black Dragon sect disciples, they were extremely powerful. Even if they were attacked by the Martial Alliance, they would not be afraid at all. Soon, these people flew toward the Sword Pool Mansion. At the same time, Lin Xian finally succeeded in creating a 1-meter-tall hole in the Sword Pool Mansion. Although it was a little small, it was enough. Moreover, the situation was urgent, so he did not continue to expand. In the next moment, he stood up and stopped absorbing. In a flash, he entered the Sword Pool mansion. Behind him, the Crimson Dragon, Morong Qingqing, and Luo Bingshan also quickly followed. The 3 5-star assassins stayed outside and were responsible for monitoring the situation. After entering the Sword Pool mansion and looking at the familiar surroundings, Lin Xian was filled with emotions. 5 years. He had left the Sword Pool mansion for 5 years. Now, he was finally back. Grandfather, second uncle, my people, I'm back to save you. Lin Xian clenched his fists. Luo Bingshan followed Lin Xian respectfully while Morong Qingqing looked around curiously. As this was Lin Xian's home, where he used to live, Morong Qingqing was especially concerned. The Crimson Dragon was also very proud. Of course, it was not curious about the surrounding scenery, but the sea god's ice. As expected of the legendary ice. Although those people have been frozen, their life force has not been extinguished. As long as the ice is removed, these people will immediately come back to life. The Crimson Dragon kept nodding in amazement. In front of him, there were hundreds of figures, all of them covered in blue frost. Lin Xian looked at an old man and a middle-aged man, and his expression was abnormally excited because they were his grandfather and second uncle. The others were also his clansmen. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian did not hesitate and once again absorbed the frost energy from those people. Compared to before, the absorption this time was much easier. Although there were hundreds of people frozen, each of them had very little ice power. In addition, Lin Xian had already absorbed it once, so he was more experienced. Thus, Lin Xian's speed was even faster this time. Soon, the frost energy on the bodies of the hundreds of people in front of him quickly dissolved, and the blue frost disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, all the frost energy disappeared, and the hundreds of warriors came back to life. Crack crack crack, because they had not moved for 5 years, when these people moved again, their bones made cracking sounds. However, the first sentence that came out of their mouths was, "Xian'er, run." Hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes immediately moistened. He did not expect that even though they were frozen, his grandfather, second uncle, and clansmen were still worried about his safety. This made him extremely touched. In front, the people of Sword Leaving Mansion were also stunned after shouting this sentence. Could it be that the frost energy has been removed? They felt the condition of their bodies and were extremely surprised. This was because they clearly remembered that they were all frozen in the end, but now they could move again. It's not a dream, it's really not a dream. The frost energy is gone. Everyone shouted wildly. Then, they looked around and were all stunned. Because the enemies from before had disappeared, the surroundings were quiet, and the surrounding buildings were still sealed by the frost energy. Only they could move. However, in the next moment, all of them looked at Lin Xian. Among them, a tall old man and a square-faced middle-aged man were even more excited, and their bodies were trembling. "Xian'er, you're Xian'er!" They were too excited. They did not expect that not only would the frost in their bodies disappear, but they would also see Lin Xian the moment they came out. "You're fine? That's great!" The Lin family members cheered. "Eh? No, you've grown taller. And you look different too." Old Master Lin and second uncle Lin were very surprised. Could it be that a long time has passed? Looking at the strange yet familiar surroundings, they were very puzzled. "Grandfather, second uncle, masters, this is not the place to talk. Follow me out first. When we reach a safe place, I'll tell you in detail," Lin Xian said. Good, good, good. As long as you're fine, this old man is relieved." Old Master Lin was very excited, and he grabbed Lin Xian's hand and did not let go. Second Uncle Lin grinned at the side, and the others cheered excitedly. Soon, they saw Morong Qingqing, Luo Bingshan, and the Crimson Dragon. "This is?" Second Uncle Lin asked curiously. "Second Uncle, they're my friends." Lin Xian gave a simple introduction, and then the group of them walked out. Although Old Master Lin and the others had a lot of questions, it was not the right time to ask. They could only wait until they had settled down. Soon, the group of people left Sword Pool Manor and came outside. "Xian'er, where are we going?" Second Uncle Lin asked. Should we build a new manor nearby? No, I'll take you out of Xia country. Lin Xian said. Out of Xia country? Why? Old Master Lin and the others were puzzled. Isn't it good to live here? Second Uncle Lin also asked. That's right. Our Lin family's foundation is in Xia country. Where can we go if we leave? Lin Xian laughed bitterly. He knew that these people had been frozen for 5 years and didn't know what was going on outside. Therefore, he could only explain simply, Grandpa, second uncle, Xia country isn't safe now. Let's talk about it after we get on the spirit boat. Then, Lin Xian turned his head and said to the Crimson Dragon, Ruse along, remove the array. Let's leave. Simple. Hearing this, the Crimson Dragon waved its dragon claws and immediately removed the array. Grandpa, second uncle, stand back. I'll take over Sword Pool Manor first. What? Take over Sword Pool Manor? Old Master Lin and the others were puzzled. They didn't understand what Lin Xian meant. Lin Xian smiled and was about to take over Sword Pool Manor. However, at this moment, there was a violent fluctuation in the sky. An extremely powerful aura came quickly, like a demonic mountain, pressing down on everyone. In the distance, the void trembled. It was as if dark clouds were coming. A huge pressure came from the sky. It was like the palm of a demon god. It was extremely terrifying as it slammed towards Lin Xian and the rest. Feeling that aura, the expressions of Old Master Lin and the rest of the Lin family changed. Fear, endless fear, they had never seen such a terrifying aura in their lives. They didn't even know what realm this aura was at. Many of the ordinary members of the Lin family turned pale and collapsed to the ground. Old Master Lin and second Uncle Lin roared and quickly stood in front of Lin Xian to shield him. Xiao Xian, run. Lin Xian's face also darkened. He looked at the sky and a cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. In the next moment, he waved his hand and formed an invisible force that instantly destroyed the pressure coming from the sky. Rays of sword light danced and formed a huge defensive barrier that protected all of the Lin family members. Not only that, he also injected pure energy into the bodies of the Lin family members, instantly healing their bodies. Grandpa, second uncle, don't worry. It's fine. Lin Xian comforted them. The Lin family members were shocked. Old Master Lin and second Uncle Lin were even more shocked. They didn't expect Lin Xian to have such a method to block that terrifying aura, only now did they realize that Lin Xian seemed to have not only grown older, but his cultivation had also become unfathomable. Although they didn't know what was happening outside, they still had experience. From that aura, it definitely surpassed the spirit detecting realm and even reached a legendary realm. To put it bluntly, that aura just now could have killed all of them. They probably couldn't find anyone in the entire Xia country who could fight against it. However, such a terrifying aura was completely destroyed by Lin Xian with a wave of his hand. This meant that Lin Xian's strength was above that of the mysterious enemy. In the next moment, countless experts stepped through the air. They were like a dark cloud or a demonic mountain as they quickly flew over. Seeing these people, Old Master Lin and the rest were even more shocked. This was because they discovered that there were a total of 500 enemies. Every single one of them had an abnormally powerful aura, so much so that one would feel despair just by looking at them. Even the weakest of them had reached the spirit-detecting realm. As for the few middle-aged men in the lead, their auras were like that of gods. They could only be looked up to. Who are these people? Old Master Lin and the rest were terrified. They couldn't believe that so many experts had appeared in China. No wonder Lin Xian said he wanted to leave Xia country. Could it be because of these people? Suddenly, a disciple of the Lin clan screamed, "Look at their clothes. They're from the Nether Hall." What? Nether Hall? This time, the Lin family was all shocked. How could the Nether Hall be so powerful? They were very familiar with the Nether Hall. Previously, they had been frozen because the Nether Hall had attacked their Sword Pool mansion. However, at that time, the Nether Hall was only slightly more powerful than them. But now, these people were standing in front of them like gods. They couldn't believe it. Impossible. How could the Nether Hall have such a terrifying expert? If this is true, then the other party could have instantly annihilated the entire Sword Pool mansion. Second Uncle Lin's expression was very ugly. They are indeed from the Nether Hall. Not only Xia country, but the entire Tiannan region has also undergone some special changes. That's why their strength has increased greatly. But don't worry. With me around, they won't be able to cause any trouble. Lin Xian comforted. Won't be able to cause any trouble? Old Master Lin and the rest widened their eyes in disbelief as they looked at Lin Xian. There were so many experts in the sky. Any one of them could wipe out Xia country. However, Lin Xian didn't care about them at all. Could it be that he was even stronger? Although everyone was bewildered, they could tell from Lin Xian's earlier display that he was indeed incomparably powerful and had exceeded their understanding. Thinking of this, they all calmed down. Xiao Xian, tell me honestly. How strong have you become? Old Master Lin asked in a deep voice. He didn't want Lin Xian to risk his life for them. Don't worry, grandfather. I'm a little stronger than all of them combined. Lin Xian said with a smile. Hearing this, the corners of everyone's mouths twitched. He was a little stronger than all of them combined? This wasn't a dream, right? At this moment, the group of terrifying warriors in the sky had also arrived above the Sword Pool Mansion. They were the second division sent by the Nether Hall. After receiving orders from the headquarters, the second division didn't hesitate and flew at full speed. Finally, at the last moment, they arrived at the Sword Pool Mansion. However, what shocked them was that a hole had been opened in the Sword Pool Mansion, and the people who were sealed in ice inside had actually come out. This caused the people of the second division to be extremely shocked, especially the second division leader. One had to know that back then, the Nether Hall had used countless methods, but they were still unable to break through the ice. Even the protectors of the Black Dragon sect were unable to do anything. But now, the ice had actually been broken. Not only that, the people inside weren't dead. They had all come back to life. No, this matter was too strange. He had to capture them all and study them properly. This was because in the eyes of the Nether Hall, the Sword Pool Mansion must be hiding a huge secret. They had to unearth this secret so that they could obtain battle merits and be valued by the Black Dragon sect. Thinking of this, the second division leader of the Nether Hall took a step forward, looked down, and shouted coldly. I didn't expect you people of the Sword Pool Mansion to be able to come back to life. But this is good too. It saves the Nether Hall the trouble of taking action. Kneel on the ground obediently and become slaves of the Nether Hall, and I can spare your lives. The second division leader obviously wanted to intimidate everyone, so his voice was filled with endless power, causing the entire void to tremble. The surrounding mountains collapsed as they couldn't withstand this power at all. Looking at everything around them, the people of the Lin family were extremely shocked. What made them feel strange was that ever since Lin Xian formed a protective barrier and enveloped them, they didn't feel any energy threat. So now, they could only see the terrifying energy outside, but they couldn't feel it at all. While the Lin family was shocked, the second division leader in the sky was even more shocked. He was obviously trying to intimidate everyone, so his voice was filled with endless pressure. Not to mention the cultivators of the Lin family, even ordinary venerables would tremble and kneel in front of his voice. They wouldn't be able to resist at all. However, although the group of people below looked terrified, their bodies didn't change at all. They didn't even tremble. This was simply too bizarre. Lin Xian's face darkened when he saw this. Killing intent surfaced in his eyes. Since he had rescued the Lin family, the next step was naturally to eliminate the Nether Hall. He asked in a cold voice, which division do you belong to? Lin Xian's voice was not loud, but it spread clearly in all directions. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the second division leader was stunned. Then, he laughed arrogantly. Kid, it seems like you know a lot. You even know about our division. Listen up, I'm the second division leader of the Nether Hall. Today, I brought the brothers of the second division here to capture you. As soon as he finished speaking, the warriors behind him laughed sinisterly. In their opinion, the people below were too weak. There was not even a single supremacy. Of course, they could only see the cultivation of Old Master Lin and the others. As for Lin Xian and the others' cultivation, they could not see through it at all. However, looking at how young the other party was, he did not look like a supremacy. Therefore, they did not take it to heart at all. However, Lin Xian sneered, the second division? Very well. I've already destroyed the third, fourth, and fifth division. I was still thinking of where to find you, but I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to me. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the arrogant laughter above disappeared as if someone was strangling them. What did you say? You destroyed the third, fourth, and fifth division? Kid, do you know the consequences of saying that? Do you believe that I'll kill all of you below with one palm? The second division leader stopped smiling. His expression was extremely sinister. He naturally knew about the disappearance of the third, fourth, and fifth division. According to their guess, it should be the doing of the Martial Alliance's super elders. However, now, a 20-year-old young man actually said that he was the one who destroyed it? This was simply too unbelievable. Lin Xian shook his head. He could not be bothered to talk to the other party. Then, he said to Luo Bingshan, do it. Go ahead. Remember, leave the second division leader behind. I want him alive. Lin Xian's words made Old Master Lin and the others widen their eyes in disbelief. As for the people in the sky, they started to sneer. They looked down below as if they were looking at idiots. They simply did not believe that the people below could contend against them. What an ignorant brat. He actually wants to challenge our second division? The second division master sneered disdainfully. The martial artists behind him were even more rampant. It seemed that the group of people below were all idiots. Alright, let me make a move later and let them know how powerful Grandpa is. I'm going to break all their bones and enslave all the men. As for the women, ha 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 ha. Ignorant worm, it seems like you've been frozen for too long, so you don't know how powerful we are. The cultivators of the second branch sneered and prepared to attack. They wanted to teach these people a lesson and show them how powerful they were. However, Luo Bingshan bowed respectfully. Yes, master. Then, she moved her body and quickly rose into the air. Old Master Lin and the others were very worried. Xiaoxian, can a little girl like her do it? Don't harm him. Don't worry, the trouble will be solved soon, and we can leave this place. Lin Xian smiled. Above, the cultivators of the Nether Hall's second division saw Luo Bingshan flying towards them and laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Do you think you can kill us by sending a little girl up? How naive. This girl has a good figure, but she's wearing a mask on her face. I wonder what she looks like. However, I've decided to catch her later and let her know how powerful I am. Those people laughed sinisterly, not taking it to heart. The second division master crossed his arms and looked like he was watching a show. In his opinion, the other party was just a weak little girl. He did not need to do anything at all. Just one of his subordinates would be enough to subdue her. Luo Bingshan wore a golden mask and looked like a killing god. Her cold gaze swept across the crowd. Then, she said coldly, you dare to go against my master? Only death awaits you. As soon as she finished speaking, Luo Bingshan disappeared. The next moment, she reappeared behind the crowd. Her slender hand withdrew her long saber and slowly sheathed it. Clang, poof. Poof, in the sky, 500 heads flew up, and blood instantly dyed the sky red. The scene was spectacular. In just an instant, the arrogant second division had been killed. 500 heads flew up, each of their faces filled with horror. They did not believe that someone could kill all of them in an instant. What was even more tragic was that they did not even know how the other party had done it. Among these 500 people, the 5 7th level supremacies were naturally included. Other than that, only the second division master was still alive. However, his face no longer had the arrogance from before. Instead, it was replaced by deep horror. Shocking, it was too shocking, he did not dare to believe the scene before him. One had to know that those were his 500 subordinates. Among them, there were 5 7th level supremacies and dozens of 6th level supremacies. Any one of these people could wipe out the entire Xia country. However, they had all been killed at this moment. Below, Old Master Lin and the rest were even more shocked. All of them widened their eyes in disbelief. The people in the sky had shocked them greatly. They had even thought that the other party was a god. This was because the aura of those people had exceeded their understanding. However, such powerful people had been killed in an instant. Moreover, the one who had done it was a weak little girl. The Lin family members' minds went blank. They did not dare to believe it. Lin Xian nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, "Bring him back." Immediately, Luo Bingshan turned around and stared coldly at the second division master. The second division master trembled. It was as if he was being stared at by the Grim Reaper. A deep sense of fear rose from his body. This gaze was too terrifying. Perhaps even their hall master could not release such a terrifying killing intent. He knew that things were not good. The woman in front of him was definitely a peerless assassin. She was not someone he could fight against. Even the entire Nether Hall might not be able to fight against her. At this moment, the second division master only had one thought, and that was to escape. Escape as much as possible. In the next moment, he roared angrily and quickly burned the spiritual energy in his body. His entire body turned into a ray of light and fled into the distance. However, Luo Bingshan's expression was cold. With a stroke of her finger, a resplendent blade light quickly slashed out and cut the second division master's body in half. The second division master's body below the waist fell to the ground. Blood dyed the ground red, but the body above the waist was still alive. However, the pain caused his face to become extremely distorted. Luo Bingshan snorted coldly. Her 5 fingers formed a claw and instantly grabbed the second division master's upper body. Then, she brought him to Lin Xian. "Master." Luo Bingshan respectfully called out to Lin Xian. Luo Bingshan snorted coldly. His 5 fingers formed a claw and instantly grabbed the upper half of the second division leader's body before bringing him to Lin Xian. "Master." Luo Bingshan called out respectfully to Lin Xian. "No, don't kill me. Please let me go. I'll tell you everything you want to know." Hearing Luo Bingshan call the young man master, the second division leader panicked. He had never thought that the person he had treated as an ant would be such a terrifying existence, therefore, he quickly begged for mercy. Although he had been cut in half, he was not dead yet. As long as he was alive, he would have a chance to recover. However, Lin Xian would not let the people from the Nether Hall go. Previously, they had even threatened to kill the Lin family. How could he show mercy? In the next moment, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the second division leader's head. Then, he used his soul power to obtain information. Although the second division leader was an 8th heaven honorable, his strength had been raised through external means. His true strength could not withstand a single blow. Moreover, Lin Xian's soul power was too strong. Therefore, the second division leader had no chance of resisting. In an instant, Lin Xian obtained the information he wanted. This guy has killed many innocent people. His hands are stained with the blood of countless people. He deserves to die. With a flick of his finger, the nether black flame covered the upper half of the second division leader's body and burned him to ashes. Morong Qingqing, Luo Bingshan, and the rest were used to it and did not react at all. However, Old Master Lin and the rest of the Lin family were shocked. They did not expect Lin Xian to have such terrifying means. He could kill a divine immortal with a raise of his hand, Lin Xian did not explain. After all, it would be troublesome to explain. It was better to wait until they were on the spiritual boat. In the next moment, he waved his hand and summoned the spiritual boat in the sky. Then, he turned to Old Master Lin and the rest and said, "Grandfather, second uncle, family members, let's go up." Looking at the huge spiritual boat, Old Master Lin and the rest took a deep breath and quickly boarded the spiritual boat. Lin Xian did not go up immediately. Instead, he stared at the sword pool mansion behind. Then, he stretched out his hand and grabbed at the sword pool mansion. The gigantic palm grew larger and larger, like a dark cloud, it enveloped the entire sword pool manor. At this moment, the spirit boat had already taken off. Grandpa Lin and the others stood on the spiritual state and exclaimed as they watched this scene. The sword pool mansion was extremely majestic and huge. Even if the top warriors of China fought, they would not be able to completely destroy it. But now, Lin Xian had actually grasped the entire sword pool manor with a single hand. This was too shocking. However, this was not the end of it, because Lin Xian's next move was even more shocking. He raised his hand and uprooted the entire sword pool mansion. The huge mansion was like a city, but it was actually lifted up by Lin Xian. Immediately, a bottomless pit appeared on the ground, and the ground cracked. Countless cracks appeared and spread in all directions. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian kept the sword pool matter into the world within his body. Because the surface of the sword pool matter was made of sea god ice, ordinary storage rings could not withstand the cold air at all. Therefore, he could only keep it in the world within his body to be safe. In the next moment, Lin Xian's body swayed and he came to the spirit boat. Then, he controlled the spirit boat and flew into the distance. Next, after settling Grandpa Lin and the others down, Lin Xian began to tell them about what had happened in the past few years and the changes in the Xia country. After Grandpa Lin and the others heard this, they were extremely emotional. They did not expect the Xia country to have undergone such earth-shattering changes in just 5 years. These changes were something they could not even dream of. Not only that, Lin Xian's experience was even more amazing. Step by step, he rose from the Xia country to the Tiannan region. Finally, his name shook the entire Tianwu continent and he became the top genius of the Tianwu continent. There was another piece of news that made Grandpa Lin and second Uncle Lin very excited. It was news about Lin Zhan. You're saying that Xiao Zhan is still alive? Grandpa Lin was very excited. Father is still alive and he's in the Tianwu continent. After this matter in the Tiannan region is over, I'll bring you guys over, Lin Xian said with a smile. Good. 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 Grandpa Lin was very happy. He did not expect that not only would the entire Lin clan be revived today, but they would also meet Lin Xian and even receive news about Lin Zhan. This was great news for them. Next, Lin Xian let them rest. There was no need for them to participate in the rest of the matters. This spirit boat was very big and it was very comfortable. There were all kinds of cultivation resources, so there was no problem for the Lin clan to stay on it. Lin Xian, where are we going now? Morong Qingqing accompanied Grandpa Lin and chatted for a while before leaving. Lin Xian looked at the peerless beauty in front of him and said with a smile, "It seems that my grandfather likes you very much." "Oh right, did he give you any family heirloom?" "Family heirloom? What family heirloom?" Morong Qingqing asked. "Of course it's a family heirloom for my granddaughter-in-law," Lin Xian said with a smile. "Go to hell." Morong Qingqing's face turned red as she lightly punched Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled and narrowed his eyes. He began to talk about serious matters. "Next, we'll go and eliminate the Nether Hall. I can't watch them harm Xia country." Morong Qingqing nodded. She would always support Lin Xian's decision. Moreover, she had seen the Nether Hall's methods. It was definitely the actions of the demonic sect. It should not exist in this world. From the second division leader's memories, Lin Xian learned about the Nether Hall. However, what surprised him was that the Nether Hall's headquarters was in Cloud State. Moreover, it was in the Black Heaven sect. The Black Heaven sect was Lin Xian's first sect. His martial path started there. However, he did not expect that his original sect would be occupied by the Nether Hall. At this thought, Lin Xian's heart sank. He waved his hand and increased the speed of the spirit boat. Cloud State, Nether Hall's headquarters. The Nether Hall's Hall Master was very powerful. His cultivation had reached the 9th heaven of the Venerable Realm. Not only that, he controlled 8 or 9 countries around Xia country. It could be said that he was the true overlord here. However, he had been in a bad mood for the past 2 days. This was because there was no news from the people he sent out. It was as if they had disappeared into thin air. First, it was the 4th division, then the 3rd and 5th divisions. Now, there was no news from the 2nd division. Trash, a bunch of trash. The Nether Ancestor roared angrily. Until now, he had not even figured out who the enemy was. How could he not be angry? "Hall Master, please calm down." His subordinates were so frightened that they trembled. The 2nd division is very strong, so there shouldn't be any accidents. I think it won't be long before news comes back. The Nether Ancestor gradually calmed down. Indeed, the 2nd division was powerful. The division leader was an 8th heaven Venerable Realm expert. No one in Xia country could match him. Even those people from the Martial Alliance might not be able to defeat him. Let's wait a little longer. Let's wait another day. If there's no news after a day, let the first division take action. The Nether Ancestor said. Let's wait for one more day. If there's no news after one day, let the first division take action. The Netherworld Patriarch said. Don't worry, Hall Master. I'll definitely capture the enemy. A young man in his 30s said in a deep voice. He was wearing a black armor that made him look like a god of war. He was the leader of the first division, and his cultivation was at the peak of the 8th level honorable realm. The Netherworld Patriarch nodded in satisfaction. He was very satisfied with the first division. However, at this moment, the entire hall suddenly trembled as if an earthquake had occurred. Everyone's expression changed when they felt the impact. This was because it was impossible. Their hall was protected by countless formations. Even a 9th level honorable realm expert would not be able to shake it. However, such an incomparably sturdy great hall actually shook. How could they not be shocked? Netherworld Ancestor jumped to his feet and looked around in bewilderment. 2 rays of light burst out from his green eyes and swept across the area like a long blade. In the next moment, he seemed to have sensed something. His expression changed drastically, and he quickly flew outside like a ghost. When the other people in the hall saw this, they followed one after another. When they walked out of the main hall and looked into the distance, everyone was stunned. They saw a young man descending from the sky. The Netherworld Hall's headquarters had trembled under his feet. This young man was naturally Lin Xian. After he learned that it was the Black Heaven sect, he quickly rushed over. However, when he arrived at the Black Heaven sect, he realized that the situation was worse than he had imagined. This was because the Netherworld Hall had completely turned into their headquarters. The people from the Black Heaven sect were nowhere to be seen. Lin Xian looked at his surroundings and sighed inwardly. The Black Heaven sect was only a 2-star sect. It was impossible for them to fight against the Netherworld Hall. Moreover, it was not just the Black Heaven sect. The entire Xia country's sects and forces had been destroyed. Not many people were still alive. The Sword Pool Mansion was able to survive because of the sea god's ice. No one could break through that kind of ice, which was why it was intact. No one was injured, and no one died. However, the other sects were not so lucky. The Netherworld Hall was a demonic sect. Their methods were extremely cruel. One could imagine the fate of those people. The old sect was no more. The only thing Lin Xian could do was to kill the people of the Nether Hall and avenge the Black Heaven sect. Just as Xiaochen was thinking, 2 Nether Hall cultivators flew over and shouted coldly. Who are you? You actually dared to trespass into the Nether Hall. Quickly kneel down and accept your death. In the next moment, 2 black spears shot towards Lin Xian like venomous snakes. As expected of the Nether Hall's headquarters. Just the guards at the entrance were at the first heaven of the exalted realm. The 2 spears whistled through the air, turning into black afterimages as they quickly pierced towards Lin Xian. But in the next moment, it stopped 10 meters away from Lin Xian. There seemed to be an invisible force. He grabbed 2 spears. In the next moment, the 2 spears quickly shattered, turning into molten iron and dissipating in the air. Countless cracks appeared on the bodies of the 2 Black Dragon Church's disciples that were guarding the entrance. Like shattered porcelain, they exploded with a loud bang. Throughout the entire process, Lin Xian did not even make a move. He only glanced at the 2 of them, and this happened. This scene stunned the surrounding cultivators who wanted to rush over. However, it angered the Netherworld Ancestor who was in the main hall. He did not expect that someone would dare to cause trouble in his territory. This was a slap to his face. If news of this spread and the other halls heard about it, how was he going to survive in the future? In fact, the Netherworld Ancestor did not even need to say anything. His subordinates had already begun to gather people and counterattack. After all, this was the headquarters of the Nether Hall. There were many powerhouses here. In the blink of an eye, dozens of figures rushed towards Lin Xian. These people were all powerhouses. Most of them were at the 7th heaven of the exalted realm. The weakest among them was at the 6th heaven of the exalted realm. It was indeed shocking to see them attacking together. This was because they would only send out such a lineup to deal with the super elders of the Martial Alliance. But now, the Nether Hall was using them to deal with a 20-year-old young man. However, this outcome was not something that anyone could have imagined. Bang! 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 Dozens of figures rushed over at lightning speed. However, when they were about 10 feet away from Lin Xian, they seemed to have hit an iron wall. There was a violent tremor. Was this a defensive wall? It was formless and intangible. Was he a wind-based cultivator? The netherworld ancestor narrowed his eyes. He had to admit that this young man's strength had exceeded his expectations to be able to block dozens of seventh heaven venerables in an instant. No wonder he was so bold to attack the headquarters of the Nether Hall. However, in the next moment, he revealed a cruel smile. This was because he knew that his subordinate's strength was not limited to this. On the side, the black-armored young man from the 1st Division nodded slightly. Looking at this guy's strength, he should be at the 8th heaven of the Venerable Realm. Moreover, his use of the wind-based technique is extremely exquisite. Not bad. This is interesting. A bald old man said indifferently. He was the law enforcement elder of the Nether Hall. However, it's impossible for him to block my law enforcement team with such strength. I think that person can only block one attack. He definitely won't be able to block the second attack. The upper echelons of the Nether Hall looked at the situation below and discussed among themselves. However, none of them had the intention to attack. This was because in their opinion, Lin Xian was not worth their time. The dozens of 7th heaven venerables frowned when they saw this. However, in the next moment, they quickly pulled out their weapons. Sabers, swords, spears. All the weapons shone with a cold light and were imbued with powerful spiritual energy. They stabbed forward fiercely. That kid is finished. Seeing this, the law enforcement elder revealed a ferocious expression. However, in the next moment, his smile froze. This was because Lin Xian in front of him had moved. He looked at the cultivators who were charging at him from all directions and snorted coldly. It was as if countless thunderbolts had exploded. The dozens of 7th heaven venerables around him suddenly exploded and turned into piles of blood mist that drifted in the air. Then, a strong wind swept past and blew away all the blood mist. What? How is this possible? Seeing this, the upper echelons of the Nether Hall were all stunned. Dead? Dozens of 7th heaven venerables died in an instant? What exactly is going on? They did not see the other party attack at all. They only heard the other party snort coldly and the dozens of Nether Hall experts around them exploded and died. What kind of technique was this? They had never heard of it before. At this moment, even the Nether ancestor's face darkened. His green eyes shone with a cold light. He knew that he had underestimated the mysterious young man in front of him. After killing dozens of 7th heaven venerables, Lin Xian was expressionless as he strode forward. His pitch-black eyes were extremely cold and carried a strong murderous aura as he scanned the 4 houses. Lin Xian was expressionless after killing more than a dozen 7th-level honorables. He strode forward. His pitch-black eyes were cold and filled with killing intent as he scanned the 4 houses. In the next moment, a sharp aura spread out in all directions with Lin Xian as the center. Instantly, the surrounding Black Dragon sect disciples were terrified and began to tremble. Even the expressions of the Nether Hall's higher-ups changed. This killing intent was too terrifying. They had never felt it before. The Nether Hall ancestor's face was terrifyingly gloomy. His eyes emitted a green light. With a cold snort, a powerful force erupted from his body and swept through heaven and earth. That was the power of a 9th-level honorable. It was extremely terrifying. At this moment, it was like a demon god was above everyone, quickly blocking the killing intent released by Lin Xian. He had to make a move because the other party's killing intent was too terrifying. It made him shudder. If he did not make a move, his subordinates would not be able to resist at all. In the face of the Nether Hall ancestors' counterattack, Lin Xian did not care at all. He was like a god of death as he walked on the mountain path. This was his former sect. However, at this moment, all his old friends were gone. Only these people from the demonic sect were here. Thinking of all this, Lin Xian could not control the killing intent in his heart. All of you must die. In the next moment, Lin Xian's killing intent became even more intense. Not only that, but there was also a blue aura surrounding him, releasing a terrifying chill. As soon as the aura was released, endless frost formed around him and spread rapidly. Everywhere it passed, it seemed to become a world of ice and snow. Previously, Lin Xian had absorbed a lot of the sea god's ice's chill. At this moment, its power was finally revealed. Those martial artists who were close to the Nether Hall did not have time to escape. They were covered by the blue frost and turned into ice men. It was not just the surface. Their internal organs and blood were all frozen, and they died in an instant. Wherever Lin Xian passed, he left behind frozen corpses. Go, we must stop him. Seeing this bizarre scene, the law enforcement elder's heart began to pound. He hurriedly ordered his subordinates to kill this person at all costs, otherwise, the entire Nether Hall would have been sealed in ice by him. In the next moment, the first, second, and third enforcement teams were dispatched. These people were dressed in black and their expressions were cold. They were like killing machines without any emotions at all. They were originally born to kill, and their hands were stained with endless blood. At this moment, they had been summoned by the law enforcement elder to attack Lin Xian with all their might. Lin Xian's expression was cold as he punched out. Boom, the bodies of the 10 people at the front suddenly exploded, turning into a bloody mist. Following this, under the effects of the ice energy, they turned into countless pieces of ice and fell to the ground. Boom, another 10 people exploded and turned into a bloody mist. Then, they were frozen again and fell to the ground. In next to no time, the first enforcement team, the second enforcement team, and the third enforcement team were all annihilated and turned into a pile of ice crystals and rotten flesh that fell to the ground. The surroundings were silent. Only the whistling of the cold wind could be heard, carrying with it a cold killing intent. In the blink of an eye, the members of the third enforcement team were all killed, turning into countless pieces of ice that fell to the ground. The people of the Nether Hall were completely stunned. As members of the demonic sect, they had killed many people in the past. Each of them had hundreds or thousands of lives on their bodies. However, at this moment, seeing this scene, their scalps went numb. That was because they had never seen such a way of killing people. No matter who it was, whether it was a 7th-level venerable or a spirit-detecting realm martial artist, they were all killed with a single punch. There was no difference. It was as if in the eyes of the other party, they were all ants that could not resist at all. Therefore, even though these people had experienced countless killings, their hearts were cold and their bodies were trembling at this moment. Even the high-ranking elders in the main hall were extremely shocked. They had never heard of such a killing method before. If Lin Xian's previous actions had shocked them, the current situation had terrified them. The 3 enforcement teams each had 50 people, and they were all 7th-level venerables. In total, there were 150 people. It could be said that it was an extremely terrifying force. However, such a powerful team had been killed in an instant. They could not fight back at all. This made them unable to believe it. Impossible, this was impossible. Even an 8th-level venerable could not do that. Who exactly was he? The enforcement elder shook his head frantically, his eyes filled with fear. That was because he knew the strength of his subordinates the best. Even an 8th-level venerable could not fight against the 3 teams he had sent out just now. However, the other party had done it. This made him unable to believe it. Could the other party be a 9th-level venerable? But how was that possible? How old was he? He was only 20 years old. There were not many 9th-level venerables at such a young age in the Black Dragon sect. Moreover, the Black Dragon sect had used external forces to increase their strength. The other party was not from the Black Dragon sect, so how could he have such a cultivation level? Who was he? Who exactly was he? Was he from the Martial Alliance, or was he a powerhouse that they did not know about? For a moment, those people were all stunned. However, just as these people were in shock, Lin Xian moved again. His figure flashed, and like a bolt of blue lightning, he charged towards the main hall in front of him. In the next moment, he arrived in front of these people. With a wave of his palm, a terrifying blue palm like a dragon grabbed the enforcement elder's head. Boom, in the next moment, the enforcement elder's head exploded like a watermelon, and the pungent smell of blood instantly filled the air. Even the blood splattered on the faces of the surrounding elders. What? Impossible. These people screamed. They could not believe that the enforcement elder had died in front of them just like that. That was the enforcement elder. He was extremely powerful and could definitely be ranked in the top 5 in the Netherworld Hall. However, at this moment, he could not fight back at all and had been killed so easily. Demon, you're a demon. Who are you? Who exactly are you? Impossible, how can you be so strong? At this moment, the experts of the Netherworld Hall were terrified and kept screaming. They were usually high and mighty, slaughtering the people of the Xia country and looking down on everyone else. However, they did not expect that one day, they would become lambs waiting to be slaughtered in the eyes of others. At this moment, they finally experienced the fear of the weak. This fear was like a demon that suppressed the pain in their throats and pulled them into the abyss of hell. Who am I? I'm a disciple of the Black Heaven sect, and I'm here to seek revenge. Lin Xian's voice was cold and filled with endless chill. What? You're a disciple of the Black Heaven sect? That's impossible. How is this possible? Hearing this, the elders of the Netherworld Hall were terrified. They had personally destroyed the Black Heaven sect. A 2-star sect had been destroyed without much effort at that time. However, a mysterious young man had appeared and claimed to be a disciple of the Black Heaven sect. He wanted to take revenge on them. How could they believe this? If the Black Heaven sect really had such a terrifying disciple, they would not have been able to kill him so easily back then. That's impossible. You can't figure it out, right? Then go to hell and figure it out for me. Lin Xian's expression was cold, and his eyes were overflowing with killing intent. His 5 fingers formed a claw and quickly grabbed another person. This time, his target was the young man in black armor. It was the first branch master of the Nether Hall. You're courting death. Get out of my way. The first branch master roared angrily and erupted with a tyrannical aura. In the next moment, he shot up into the sky like a bolt of black lightning. Faced with Lin Xian's strength, he did not dare to resist at all, so he could only escape. However, in the next moment, he despaired. That was because the palm still forcibly grabbed his head and dragged him to the ground. Boom, his huge body was pulled down from the sky and slammed into the ground. A vigorous and powerful palm firmly grabbed his head, and a terrifying killing intent and cold aura poured into his body through the palm. Feeling the terrifying killing intent and cold aura, the first branch master was terrified. He knew that he had no way out. He could only fight to the death to seize a chance of survival. Therefore, in the next moment, he roared and quickly burned all the spiritual power in his body. He punched out with both fists like a ferocious beast, fiercely smashing toward Lin Xian. As long as he injured the other party, he would have a chance to escape. When the Netherworld sect's ancestor intervened, they would be saved. Boom, the first branch master's fists fiercely collided with a low sound, but it did not hit Lin Xian. Instead, it hit the blue ice wall in front of Lin Xian. Although the power was terrifying, it could not shake the ice wall at all. Not only that, the terrifying rebound force broke the first branch master's fists. Moreover, the blue ice wall emitted a terrifying chill. Countless cold aura spread along the first branch master's fists, and soon his arms were frozen. Lin Xian flicked his finger, and the 2 arms turned into countless fragments that scattered on the ground. Ah! With his arms crippled, the first division leader let out a blood-curdling scream. His handsome face was incomparably pale, and his eyes were filled with terror. His body was trembling. Go to hell and repent. Lin Xian said coldly, his voice filled with endless killing intent. Boom, the head of the first division leader exploded, and the headless corpse was instantly sealed in ice, turning into an ice sculpture. What? This was impossible. The first branch leader is also dead? When they witnessed this scene, all the surviving elders of the Nether Hall turned pale with fright. It was different from the law enforcers who had died before. This time, it was the first branch leader. That was in existence at the peak of the 8th Heaven Venerable Realm. He was ranked 3rd in the entire Nether Hall, and he was very young. His future was limitless. There were even rumors that he could become the next Hall Master of the Nether Hall. However, such a young genius was killed by a single palm strike. Perhaps even the Netherworld ancestor couldn't do it. What was the cultivation level of this young man? 9th Heaven Venerable? Or even higher, could he really be a disciple of the Black Heaven sect? At this moment, the eyes of the Nether Hall elders were filled with despair. If they had known that the Black Heaven sect had such a powerful disciple, they wouldn't have dared to provoke him even if they were beaten to death. Ah! Kill him. Only by killing him can we live. Immediately, 2 angry roars were heard. 2 elders quickly burned their spiritual power to obtain great power and quickly charged toward Lin Xian. These elders of the Nether Hall knew that if they didn't kill Lin Xian, they wouldn't be able to escape. Therefore, in an instant, they charged toward Lin Xian with the determination to die. The 2 elders who attacked first even burned all the spiritual power in their bodies and exploded with unparalleled power. The elder in green robes on the left held a long saber that was as thin as a cicada's wing. He quickly slashed toward Lin Xian. The saber light was as cold as moonlight. Wherever it passed, the entire void was cut in half. The elder in white robes on the right held a long spear in his hand. He looked like a god of war as his entire body emitted a dazzling golden light. The long spear in his hand turned into an angry dragon that roared as it charged forward. These 2 elders were both at the peak of 8th Heaven Honorable Realm. Now that they were burning their spiritual power, they exploded with power that was comparable to a 9th Heaven Honorable Realm cultivator. Even a 9th Heaven Honorable Realm cultivator might not be able to withstand the full power of these 2 elders. At this moment, 2 fierce attacks instantly pierced toward Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian sneered and reached out his left hand to grab the long green saber. There were black patterns on his palm that looked like demonic patterns that emitted a blazing aura. It was the 9 underworld black flames. Meanwhile, his right hand clenched into a fist and punched out. His fist was covered in a thick blue icy aura as it quickly blasted to the right. You're courting death. Seeing that Lin Xian was actually grabbing their treasured weapons with his bare hands, the 2 elders sneered. Cold light bloomed in their eyes as their strength became even more terrifying. In their opinion, Lin Xian was simply too arrogant for daring to fight against the 2 of them at the same time. Moreover, he was doing it with his bare hands. They had to make use of this rare opportunity to kill him. The saber flashed and soon collided with the palm that was covered in black patterns. However, it did not cut off the other party's palm as expected. Instead, the long green saber quickly melted under the palm and turned into a pool of molten iron. What? This is impossible! The green-robed elder screamed. His eyes were filled with fear. He could not believe that his strongest attack had been so easily neutralized by the other party. Not only that, even his green saber had been melted by the other party. What kind of move was this? It was so terrifying. The green-robed elder turned around and fled with fear in his eyes. He now understood that the mysterious young man in front of him had a cultivation that was definitely beyond his understanding. Perhaps even their hall master might not be able to fight against him, let alone him. The only thing he could do now was to run. He had to run for his life. However, just as he turned around, Lin Xian's black palm grabbed him. Immediately, countless black flames jumped and burned the green-robed elder to ashes. With a scream, the green-robed elder disappeared completely. At the same time, Lin Xian's right fist blasted out. With an unparalleled icy aura, it fiercely hit the long spear. Bang! Icy aura gushed out and emitted a terrifying chill. Immediately, the white-robed elder was frozen into an ice sculpture. The terrifying fist hit the ice and shattered it into countless pieces. In an instant, the 2 elders who had burned their spiritual power and attacked with all their might were killed. The whole process seemed to take a long time, but it actually happened in an instant. Therefore, before the people around them could react, the 2 elders were already dead. The Netherworld ancestor was completely stunned. His eyes were filled with horror. From the very beginning, he did not take the other party seriously. Later on, he was shocked and surprised. Now, he was filled with fear. This was because his subordinates, the 2nd and 3rd strongest of the Nether Hall, as well as all the elders, had been easily killed by the other party. Now, he was the only one left. The reason he was able to survive until now was not because he was powerful, but because the other party did not attack him. If the other party had attacked him, even if he was a 9th Heaven Honorable, he would not have been able to resist. It's over. It's really over this time. The Nether Ancestor's face was filled with despair. The other party was too powerful. Moreover, the other party would not let them go because the other party was from the Black Heaven sect. The Nether Hall had once destroyed the Black Heaven sect. Now that the other party had come to seek revenge, how could they let him go? It was laughable that he had been so confident that the other party was courting death by coming to their base camp. Now, it seemed that they were the ones courting death. If they had run away when the other party attacked, they might have been able to survive. However, it was too late now. Lin Xian's expression was cold as he looked at the Nether Ancestor. The Nether Hall has done many evil things. How dare you attack the Black Heaven sect? Since you've touched my bottom line, you can die now. At the end of his sentence, Lin Xian's expression suddenly became ferocious, and his eyes shone brightly. Soul-searching skill. Then, his soul power gushed out and turned into a sharp awl that pierced the Nether Ancestor's head. Ah! The next moment, the Nether Ancestor screamed as he held his head. His eyes rolled back and his body twitched as if he was in great pain. He was indeed in pain because his soul power had been severely damaged. This kind of pain was 10 times more painful than physical injuries. Lin Xian had no intention of letting him go. Therefore, he forcefully searched the Nether Ancestor's soul to obtain information. Soon, Lin Xian stopped. The Nether Ancestor's soul power had been completely destroyed. He fell to the ground and twitched. Lin Xian waved his hand, and an icy longsword appeared at his fingertips. He immediately pierced the Nether Ancestor on the ground and stared at the ground. From then on, all the martial artists in the Nether Hall's base camp were killed. Lin Xian, on the other hand, looked at the sky and sighed. My fellow disciples of the Black Heaven sect, rest in peace. Then, the 9 underworlds' black flame gushed out and burned all the blood from the corpses. Soon, the entire mountain was restored to its original state. After doing all this, an endless amount of ice chi erupted from his body and quickly spread in all directions. Instantly, the entire Black Heaven sect was frozen, forming an ice palace. Under the sun, the newly formed ice palace shone with blue light. Although the people of the Black Sky sect were no longer around, Lin Xian wanted the Black Sky sect to continue existing, so he sealed it in ice. No one below the King realm could break through it. This could be considered as allowing the Xiantian sect to continue existing as an alternative. After doing all this, Lin Xian's figure flashed and turned into a sword light, disappearing on the spot. He had just used the soul-searching technique and obtained a lot of important information. This netherworld old ancestor was worthy of being one of the 8 Great Hall Masters. He knew a lot more than the previous 2nd Division Master. Even some core secrets were known to Lin Xian. For example, the 2nd Division Master did not know the origin of the mysterious crystal at all, but the netherworld old ancestor knew. However, this result surprised Lin Xian because he did not expect that the place where the mysterious crystal first appeared was related to him. It was the demon abyss that he had once gone to. In the past, there was a mysterious area near the Black Heaven sect that was known as a forbidden area. That was the demon abyss. He remembered that the demon abyss had spat out a magical stone that contained a strange energy. Back then, as a disciple of the Black Heaven sect, he had fought over it once. He had even entered the demon abyss and found countless stone tablets, as well as the afterimages of experts fighting. Fortunately, Lord Alcohol was there, so he could leave safely. At that time, he felt that the demon abyss was extremely mysterious. However, he was weak and did not have the ability to investigate it. Later on, he did not bother about it and gradually forgot about it. Half a year ago, a mysterious crystal appeared in the demon abyss that could greatly increase a warrior's cultivation. It was also from then on that disaster began. As the Black Heaven sect was the closest to the demon abyss, it was directly destroyed by the Netherworld Hall. Not only that, but the entire mountain was also occupied by the Netherworld Hall. However, from the information obtained from the Netherworld Old Ancestor's soul, the demon abyss seemed to have changed and become a forbidden area. Not to mention ordinary people, even 9th level venerables would definitely die if they walked in. Moreover, it was said that the Black Dragon cult's leader personally found the source of the mysterious crystal and took it away, placing it in another place. From then on, the Black Dragon cult became dominant. Lin Xian was very curious about the demon abyss, so he discussed it with the Crimson Dragon, Morong Qingqing, and the others and decided to take a look. Soon, the spirit boat glided through the air and arrived near the demon abyss. Lin Xian and the others did not rashly move forward because they felt a sense of danger. That aura even made the Crimson Dragon turn serious. Ruzalong, what did you find? Lin Xian asked. The Crimson Dragon muttered in disbelief. After a long time, he slowly said, "This seems to be the power of a domain." Domain? Are you talking about a king's domain? Lin Xian was shocked. At the side, Morong Qingqing's expression was also serious. No, it does seem like a domain. I've seen this power on the patriarch before. The patriarch that Morong Qingqing mentioned was naturally the king of the Morong family. Since both of them said so, it seemed that the invisible power ahead was a king's domain. But how is that possible? How can there be a king's domain in front of us? Lin Xian could not understand. Could there be a king in the demon abyss? After thinking about it, it seemed that this was the only possibility. It is indeed a king, and not just any king. Look at the aura of this domain, it's really terrifying. The Crimson Dragon's expression was serious. However, Lin Xian was even more confused. He said in a low voice, "If it's as you said, this is a king's domain. Those below the king level can't enter at all. But that shouldn't be, because 5 years ago, I went in once." What? You went in? The Crimson Dragon and Morong Qingqing were shocked. Lin Xian nodded and then told them about his experience. After that, the Crimson Dragon and Morong Qingqing pondered, thinking about the possibilities. According to what you said, 5 years ago, this place was not so terrifying. And the reason for such a terrifying change is that it has only been half a year. Morong Qingqing was very confused and couldn't figure out the reason. Although she had seen a king's domain, she was still a young person and did not know the true secrets of a king. The Crimson Dragon obviously knew more, because he used to be a king. According to what you said, I seem to have thought of a possibility, but it's too shocking. I don't really believe it. The Crimson Dragon shook his head slightly. Continue to explode. Requesting votes. Requesting support. Requesting subscriptions. The Crimson Dragon obviously knew more, because he was once a king. According to what you said, I seem to have thought of a possibility, but it's too shocking. I don't really believe it. The Crimson Dragon shook his head slightly. Boy, I have to say, your Tiannan region Xia kingdom is really amazing. First there was the mysterious sea god's ice, and now there's the king's domain. It's hard to imagine that such a thing would appear in a small, remote country. What's going on? Tell us clearly, don't keep us in suspense. Morong Qingqing asked curiously. Lin Xian was also anxious. Ruzalong, hurry up and tell us. The Crimson Dragon quickly shook his head. No, this is just my guess. It's too scary to say it out loud. Ruzalong shook his head, refusing to say anything. However, he did not give up on his research. If we can find a piece of that mysterious crystal, it might be of great help to us. Mysterious crystal? Hearing this, Lin Xian pondered. He had indeed obtained some information from the Netherworld ancestors' memories. If you want to find that stone, maybe I have a way. Lin Xian said. Because in a month, the Black Dragon will have a grand meeting. At that time, all the halls and subordinate sects will come to participate. The purpose of that meeting seems to be to distribute the mysterious crystal. There's such a thing? Then we must go and see. The Crimson Dragon was excited. Only by finding the mysterious crystal and understanding what it was could they crack the true secret of the Devil's Abyss. Morong Qingqing was also curious. Because even though she was the little princess of the House of Kings, she had never heard of that mysterious crystal. Therefore, she wanted to see it for herself. The Dark and Light Conference. In a month, it will be held in the Barbaric Mountains. Lin Xian told her what he knew. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go, the Crimson Dragon urged. Morong Qingqing frowned and said, we are not from the Black Dragon sect. If we go there, won't we be walking right into their trap? What's there to be afraid of? At worst, we'll just charge in. I don't believe that group of trash can stop us. The Crimson Dragon shook its head and wagged its tail disdainfully. Don't act recklessly. Don't be impulsive. After all, the Black Dragon sect has a king. Moreover, there are quite a few half-step kings. Therefore, we shouldn't act rashly in this meeting. Why don't we take a look around first? Lin Xian said cautiously. Everyone nodded in agreement to Lin Xian's suggestion. Then, they flew toward the southern Desolation mountain range. The Dark and Light Assembly was a grand event of the Black Dragon cult. The geniuses and elites of all the major halls would gather there. Although the Black Dragon sect was huge and was a demonic sect, it was divided into many small groups. At the very least, each hall had their own way of doing things. And this Obsidian Society was another opportunity for them to perform. He could also obtain mysterious crystals. Therefore, this was a grand occasion for the Black Dragon sect. And this was the first time the Black Dragon sect had held this event since its revival. Therefore, one could imagine how lively it would be. Before Lin Xian left, he had the Crimson Dragon set up an illusion array to cover up the destruction of the Nether Hall. Therefore, the Black Dragon sect didn't know about it yet. Apart from the Nether Hall, the other 7 halls and the families and sects that surrendered all began to make preparations. They were preparing to head to the southern Desolation mountain range to participate in the Dark and Light Assembly. Lin Xian had the spirit state, so his speed was even faster. Therefore, it took them less than 10 days to arrive near the southern Desolation mountain range. However, for safety reasons, Lin Xian didn't drive the spirit boat to the southern Desolation mountain range. Instead, he stopped near the southern Emperor mountain range. He let the spirit boat float in the air and activated all the arrays to defend against the Lin family clansmen inside. Not only that, he also left 3 5-star assassins inside. These 3 5-star assassins had all been planted with the beast slave mark by Lin Xian. It could be said that they were extremely loyal and would never betray him. With these 3 5-star assassins, Lin Xian was relieved. Moreover, they stopped in the air and were covered by an array. As long as the Black Dragon sect's leader didn't come personally, no one would notice. Lin Xian, on the other hand, brought Murong Qingqing, Luo Bingshan, and the Crimson Dragon and flew towards the southern Desolation mountain range. They wandered around for a few days and found that during this period, venerables landed from time to time. These people were all elites with powerful auras. Although their ages, appearances, and clothes were different, without exception, they all had a black dragon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. This meant that they were all from the Black Dragon sect. Not only that, they also found out that to participate in this conference, one must have the Black Dragon token. Otherwise, they couldn't enter at all. F***CK. What stupid Black Dragon token? Ben Huang doesn't have such a thing. At most, we'll just kill our way in. The Crimson Dragon said angrily. Lin Xian shook his head, don't be anxious. Let's wait for a while. There are still more than 10 days. There should be a way. Therefore, Lin Xian and the others waited patiently again. During this period, Lin Xian had been absorbing the ice energy of the sea god's ice to strengthen his ice martial soul. A few days later, another group of people appeared in the sky. This group of people was very strange. There weren't many of them and there was only one palanquin. However, this palanquin was very huge. It was made of gold and there were dragons and phoenixes carved on it. It was golden and dazzling. As for the golden palanquin, it was being carried by 8 people. The 8 short martial artists were only half a meter tall. They had the face of a middle-aged man and each of them looked fierce. Their auras were at the 7th heaven of the Venerable Realm. Using a 7th heaven of the Venerable Realm as a teacher was really a big deal. It was probably rare in the Tianwu continent. Lin Xian and the others naturally noticed this strange situation. They were also very curious. Just what kind of person would be able to have such extravagance? There are beauties nearby? How wonderful. Suddenly, an evil voice came from the golden palanquin. Looks like I'm very lucky to find beauties in this barren mountain. All of you, listen up. Descend. Soon, the 8 venerable realm bearers received the order and quickly descended. The direction they descended was where Lin Xian and the others were. He's coming towards us. Did he discover us? Murong Qingqing was surprised. Lin Xian also frowned slightly. They had been hiding very well for so many days that none of the supremacies who came and went discovered them. However, at that moment, the golden sedan chair had discovered them. It must be said that this was truly surprising. Soon, the golden palanquin stopped above Lin Xian and the others. Among them, the two short venerables at the front slowly opened the curtains and knelt in the void. In the next moment, a figure walked out of the palanquin. Soon, the huge golden palanquin stopped above Lin Xian and the rest. Among them, the two short venerables at the front slowly opened the curtains of the palanquin and knelt down in the air. In the next moment, a figure walked out of the palanquin. It was a young man in a black robe. His face was pale as if he was sick. His eyes were somewhat sinister and emitted an evil light. Beside him were two young women. They were being held in his bosom. The two women were very enchanting and wore very revealing clothes. Their eyes were like hooks that could take away one's soul. The sickly young man stood in the air with the two beauties in his arms and then looked down. Finally, he locked his gaze on Lin Xian and the rest. His body swayed and he landed on the ground with the two young women. In the sky, 4 short venerables stayed in place while the other 4 landed with him. The moment the young man landed, his gaze was fixed on Murong Qingqing. A flickering light burst out from his dark eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a sinister smile. "Beauty, you are indeed a peerless beauty." The young man laughed wildly and was very excited. He was like a hungry wolf that had encountered a delicious meal. On the other hand, the two young girls beside him were obviously not happy. They kept sizing up Murong Qingqing with cold eyes. To be honest, the two of them were considered beauties, but compared to Murong Qingqing, the difference was like heaven and earth. At this moment, they saw the young man staring at Murong Qingqing. Of course, they were unhappy. However, the young man did not care about this at all. He stared at Murong Qingqing and almost drooled. "Beauty, why are you alone in the wilderness? Aren't you afraid of danger? Are you also here to participate in the Dark Light Convention? Come, follow me. I guarantee that you will be very comfortable." The young man stared at Murong Qingqing and smiled evilly. Lin Xian, who was standing at the side, was very displeased. Didn't he see that there were 3 people standing next to her? Moreover, the other party actually dared to poach him. He was really courting death, therefore, he asked coldly, "Who are you?" Lin Xian's words made the evil youth frown impatiently. "What a piece of trash. You don't even know who I am?" He glanced at Lin Xian, then raised his eyebrows and stared at Luo Bingshan. Although the falling ice mountain was wearing a golden mask and his face couldn't be seen clearly, there was nothing to say about his figure. Not only that, but she also exuded a cold and noble aura, as if she was a high and mighty queen. This aura was fatal to the evil youth. Soon, he started drooling as he stared at Luo Bingshan. "Beautiful, truly beautiful. I didn't expect there to be such a peerless beauty. Although he's wearing a golden mask, it's more artistic and attractive. However, the only pity is that the two beauties actually followed a trash." At the end of his speech, the evil youth looked at Lin Xian. However, his gaze was icy cold. "Kid, you can scram now. This young master will spare your life for the sake of the two beauties. Hurry up and scram." Hearing those words, Lin Xian laughed. It was a laugh of disdain. This guy in front of him was really an idiot. He couldn't even see the situation clearly and dared to scold him. He narrowed his eyes and coldly asked, "You're here to participate in the Dark Light Assembly?" "Nonsense. If I'm not participating in the Dark Light Assembly, why would I come to this remote mountain? Kid, this young master is in a good mood and won't kill you. Hurry up and scram. Otherwise, if I change my mind, even 10,000 lives won't be enough for you." "So, you have the Black Dragon token on you?" Lin Xian asked again. "Of course I do." "What, don't tell me you don't even have the Black Dragon token? Which hall are you from? Without the Black Dragon token, you dare to secretly participate in the Dark Light Assembly? You're courting death." Hearing that the other party had the Black Dragon token, Lin Xian smiled with satisfaction. At the side, the Crimson Dragon also opened its mouth and laughed like an old monster. "That's great. After waiting for so long, I finally got a Black Dragon token. I didn't expect it to come to me on its own accord. Kid, if you want to blame someone, blame your bad luck for coming to me on your own accord. The Crimson Dragon laughed wildly. Lin Xian also said coldly, hand over the Black Dragon token and I'll leave you with an intact corpse. Are you threatening me? The evil youth sneered. He sneered disdainfully, it seems that you really don't know who I am. That's true. I've been cultivating and only recently appeared. Not many people in the Black Dragon sect know me. But don't worry. After the Dark Light Assembly, the world will definitely know the name of Hua Wufeng. Not many people know you? That's even better. Lin Xian's smile grew wider. He didn't expect the heavens to send him such a treasure. Thinking of this, he took a step forward and sneered, I really can't think of any reason why I should let you go. Impudent. Seeing this scene, Hua Wufeng's face finally sank. Go, break his legs. Make him kneel on the ground and beg me like a dog. As soon as he finished speaking, a short honorable walked out. Like a ghost, he quickly charged towards Lin Xian. He was so fast that ordinary honorables couldn't see him at all. In an instant, he was in front of Lin Xian. His hands were like heavenly hammers as they slammed towards Lin Xian's knees. As soon as the two short honorables attacked, a ray of light appeared in front of Lin Xian. It was extremely sharp and instantly slashed towards them. In the next moment, the two short honorables screamed in pain as they were split in half. Blood splattered everywhere as they fell to the ground. What? You dare kill my people? Seeing this, the evil youth was finally enraged. The 8 short honorables were his subordinates. On the surface, they were carrying his palanquin, but in reality, they were his guards. Each of them was a 7th heaven honorable. When the 8 of them worked together, even an 8th heaven honorable was no match for them. But now, one of them had been killed. How could he accept this? However, what surprised him was that it wasn't the young man in front of him who attacked. It was the peerless beauty with a golden mask. He didn't expect the beauty to have such sharp saber techniques. The killing intent that she emitted was even more terrifying than his guards. Such killing intent couldn't be produced out of thin air. It could only be condensed by killing countless people. He realized that he had underestimated the people in front of him. Who are you? Which hall are you from? Don't you know who I am? Let me tell you, I'm the disciple of the 3rd guardian. How dare you kill my people? Kneel down and wait for your punishment. Hua Wufeng said arrogantly. If the disciples of the Black Dragon sect heard this, they would definitely kneel on the ground in fear. That was because he was the disciple of the 3rd guardian. His status was too high. How dare you kill my people? Kneel down and await your punishment. Hua Wufeng said proudly. If the disciples of the Black Dragon religion heard this, they would have knelt down in fear. Hua Wufeng was the disciple of the 3rd guardian. His position was too high. The highest position in the Black Dragon religion was the Patriarch. Below him were the left and right emissaries, the left emissary of the Azure Dragon and the right emissary of the Unfettered Emissary. Then there were the 4 great guardians and the 8 great halls. In other words, the 3rd protector was a terrifying existence, who was even more powerful than the 8 hall leaders. Hua Wufeng was the youngest disciple of the 3rd guardian. He was also the 3rd guardian's favorite disciple. However, Hua Wufeng had been cultivating with the 3rd guardian since he was young. He was only released when the Dark and Light Conference was about to take place. Almost no one knew who Hua Wufeng was. However, no one in the Black Dragon religion would dare to offend him if he revealed his identity. Unfortunately, Lin Xian was not a member of the Black Dragon religion. Therefore, he did not do anything even after hearing Hua Wufeng's identity. Instead, his murderous intent grew stronger. I didn't expect you to have such an important identity. Since that's the case, I can't let you live. Lin Xian unleashed a boundless sword intent that sealed off the space. The Crimson Dragon waved its claws and formed a formation that encapsulated the golden palanquin and the 4 martial highnesses. You dare to attack me? Hua Wufeng was enraged. However, his eyes widened when he observed Lin Xian and the others. You're not from the Black Dragon religion, isn't it too late to realize it now? Lin Xian smirked coldly. Go, all of you go. Kill him. Hua Wufeng roared furiously, kill this kid and the snake. Also, capture these two beauties alive for me. Make sure you don't hurt their faces. Immediately, the three short seventh-layer martial highnesses and the two beautiful women beside them immediately made their moves. The three short venerables transformed into phantoms and charged toward Lin Xian. The two young and beautiful women among them drew two long swords that glinted with cold light and slashed at the dark red divine dragon with all their might. The demonic shadows were extremely fast and powerful. In an instant, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were surrounded. The next moment. Crack! Crack! Crack, bang! Bang, Lin Xian's kick landed on the three short seventh-type sovereigns. Their bodies instantly exploded in the air and turned into a bloody mist. The two young women screamed as they were killed by the crimson dragon's claws. Fresh blood flowed and the pungent smell of blood filled the air. However, it was burned to ashes by Lin Xian's black flames in an instant. You! This time, Hua Wufeng's expression finally changed. He did not expect the man and the snake in front of him to be so powerful that they could instantly kill his guards. Those were 7th-level venerables, and there were 5 of them. If they attacked together, they would be extremely powerful. Even he would not be able to kill them completely. However, the other party had done it so easily. Didn't this mean that the other party's cultivation was higher than his? But how was that possible? He was an 8th-level venerables and was extremely powerful. That was why his master had allowed him to come out alone. Although he had never traveled the underworld, he knew a lot of information. He knew that with his 8th-level venerables cultivation and his status, he could definitely dominate the entire Tiannan region. No one would dare to provoke him. However, he did not expect to encounter such a disaster as soon as he came out in this barren mountain. Originally, he did not pay attention to Lin Xian and the others because he could not detect their auras. Although this made him a little suspicious, in his opinion, these people's auras were too weak to be worth mentioning. However, now that he thought about it, that was not the case. The other party's cultivation was obviously higher than his, so he could not detect their auras. Stop fighting. I'll give you whatever you want. Hua Wufeng quickly said when he saw the murderous Lin Xian. He had been cultivating in seclusion since he was young and had never experienced a battle. Therefore, he was stunned when he saw the blood. What do I want? I want your life. Lin Xian sneered and stretched out his hand to grab the air in front of him. You're courting death. Hua Wufeng was enraged and threw a punch. His lungs were about to explode because he thought that he had already given in. However, the other party was still unyielding. He was truly infuriated, therefore, in the next moment, he could no longer care about anything else. He quickly gathered his spiritual power and threw a punch. Although the other party was mysterious and powerful, he was not weak either. Furthermore, this punch contained all his strength. He believed that he could definitely destroy the other party. However, he soon realized that he was wrong. This was because his fist did not cause any damage to the other party's palm. Instead, his own bones quickly broke because of the impact. Ah! The pain caused him to scream in agony. However, this was not the end. In the next moment, a powerful hand grabbed his head. Then, he felt a piercing pain in his head as if an invisible force was trying to forcibly retrieve his memories. The pain caused him to pass out. Soon, Lin Xian found all the information. Then, he waved his finger and the storage ring on the ground floated into his hand. Hua Wufeng's body was quickly burned until nothing was left. After obtaining the other party's storage ring, Lin Xian probed it with his spiritual power and found a black dragon token inside. With a satisfied smile, Lin Xian said, "Let's go. We can go to the Dark Light Convention now." Then, the group of people soared up into the sky. In the sky, the remaining 4 short venerables were trapped by the formation set up by the Crimson Dragon and were trying their best to break it. However, with their strength, they could not break it. Lin Xian did not kill them. Instead, he planted a beast-slave seal on each of them and turned them into puppets. Then, he led Morong Qingqing and the rest into the golden palanquin. If he wanted to plant a beast-slave seal on a peak expert like Luo Bingshan, he might need to use 10,000 beast ding. However, for a 7th-layer venerable, there was no need for 10,000 beast ding. Lin Xian could do it himself. After all, his current spiritual power was extremely powerful. Even a half-step king might not be able to compare to it. Let's go. Lin Xian sat in the golden palanquin and issued the order. Savage Mountain Range, a valley. This was the Southern Desolation ancient city, a city left behind from the ancient times. It was also the location of the Dark Light Convention. At this moment, the Southern Desolation ancient city was bustling with noise and excitement. However, they were not ordinary disciples. Only the genius elite disciples of the various halls could come here. Ordinary Black Dragon cult disciples could not even dream of coming here. Among them, there were many newcomers participating in the Dark Light Convention for the first time. They looked at the experts and elders with their mouths wide open. It was hard for them to imagine that there would be so many powerful venerables in this ancient city. Branch Master, it seems like there are quite a lot of people participating in the Dark Light Convention this time. Two figures stood on the street. One of them was a youth wearing a purple robe. Branch Leader, it seems that there are quite a lot of people participating in the Dark and Light Conference this time. Two figures stood on the street. One of them was a young man in a purple robe. Not only was his robe purple, but his eyebrows, hair, and even his eyes were purple. His entire body was filled with an evil aura. Beside the young man stood a purple-haired old man. He was the one who had spoken earlier. The Purple Demon Hall was one of the 8 great halls of the Black Dragon cult. Lin Xian had fought with the Purple Demon Hall a few years ago. The young man in purple was an important figure in the Purple Demon Hall. It's nothing. This conference is the first since the restoration of the holy cult. Naturally, many people will come. The young man in purple said casually. He looked at the approaching figures with an arrogant face. I think the people from the 8 great halls will come. The purple-haired old man nodded slightly. Indeed. Other than the 8 great halls, the disciples of the 4 great protectors will also come. Other than that, some clans and sects that have pledged allegiance to the holy cult will also send people. As he spoke, the young man in purple suddenly frowned and stared at a figure in front of him. Nangong Hao. I didn't expect him to come too. There was a tall young man in front of him. He was surrounded by countless warriors like stars surrounding the moon. It looked as if an emperor was on a journey. Nangong Hao. I didn't expect his cultivation to have improved again. The purple-haired old man's eyes flickered. This young man's talent is terrifying. Not only is his alchemy skills extraordinary, but his cultivation is also powerful. It is said that not long ago, he even fought with the first branch leader of the Divine Pill Hall and almost won. Although he is only the second branch leader, his reputation is not inferior to that of the first branch leader. The Divine Pill Hall has always been arrogant and claimed to be number 1. They don't put our Purple Demon Hall in their eyes. Therefore, there is no need for us to greet them this time. The young man in purple nodded coldly and turned to leave. But in the next moment, he stopped because he saw another figure. A handsome young man in a blood-red robe was walking forward. Beside him, there were 2 extremely enchanting women. Blood Hand. The young man in purple frowned slightly. At the side, the purple-haired old man also had a solemn expression. Blood Hand, the Blood Fiend Hall's first branch master. The competition between the 8 halls of the Black Dragon cult was extremely intense. Among them, the Divine Pill Hall had a very high status among the 8 halls because of its ability to refine pills. However, the strength of the Blood Fiend Hall in front of him was extremely terrifying. Not only that, the people of the Blood Fiend Hall were all killing gods. Every one of their hands was stained with the blood and sweat of countless people. Sometimes, they didn't even need to make a move. Just the killing intent on their bodies was enough to scare their enemies out of their wits. It could be said that the members of the Blood Fiend Hall were a group of Blood Fiend maniacs, and the blood-robed youth before him, Blood Hand, was the most representative figure among them. It seems that the Dark and Light Conference this time won't be peaceful. I didn't expect that even the Blood Hand would come. The purple-clad young man took a deep breath. The appearance of Nangong Hao and Blood Hand immediately attracted the attention of most people. Many people stared at the 2 people in the field with envy. At this moment, another commotion broke out in the crowd as another figure walked over quickly. This was a black-robed young man. His face was pale, as if he had never seen the sun. His eyes were very long and narrow, and when his gaze turned, there was a sinister aura. Ghostly, it can't be, right? He's here too. Seeing the black-robed young man, the purple-haired old man's body trembled slightly. Nangonghao and Bloodhound's reputations were already very tyrannical, but this black-robed young man who appeared before them was even more bizarre. Because he was the #1 branch master of the malicious ghost hall, Ghostly, the malicious ghost hall was an extremely bizarre hall. They dealt with the dead and ghosts all year round, and it could be said that every one of them carried a sinister ghost aura. Among them, Ghostly was the most terrifying one. Legend had it that he had a white bone banner with 999 ghosts sealed on it. It was extremely terrifying. With a light wave, it could emit ghostly wails and howls, causing one's scalp to go numb. It could be said that they would rather offend Bloodhound than provoke Ghostly. The black-robed young man, Ghostly, slowly walked into the field with a sinister smile on his face. Immediately, Nangonghao and Bloodhound frowned, and the surrounding Black Dragon sect cultivators pulled away with a whoosh. No one dared to stand together with Ghostly. Hee, so lively. It's broad daylight, why did a wild ghost like you come out? Just as everyone was alarmed, laughter suddenly rang out. Hearing this voice, everyone's bodies trembled, and their scalps went numb. They never imagined that someone would actually dare to joke with Ghostly in front of everyone. Could it be that he didn't want to live anymore? Everyone looked over, and they were all dumbfounded, because they didn't see anyone. Could it be an illusion? Just as everyone was bewildered, their eyelids suddenly twitched, because a figure was standing right in front of them. No one clearly saw how he appeared, as if he had been standing there before, but everyone knew that there was clearly no one there before. What a terrifying movement technique. Everyone was shocked, no wonder he dared to joke with Ghostly. Seeing this figure, the purple-robed young man frowned, and even took 2 steps back. On the side, the purple-haired old man's voice trembled slightly. Assassination Hall's #1 branch master, Shadowless. Come without a shadow, leave without a trace, and kill without a trace. This was everyone's evaluation of the Assassination Hall. No one knew when they would appear, and no one knew who they would kill, but when they attacked, there would definitely be experts who would fall. As expected of the Dark and Light Conference, to have gathered so many experts. The purple-haired old man took a deep breath, his voice trembling. Indeed, whether it was Nangonghao, Bloodhound, Ghostly, Shadowless, or his purple demon hall, each of them was an extremely powerful existence. They were existences that could make everyone tremble. As soon as these 5 people appeared, they immediately attracted everyone's attention, and the 5 of them were filled with fighting spirit. Although they hadn't made a move yet, their invisible auras were already clashing. Crackle, bang, bang. The void vibrated, and a low sound was heard, as terrifying energy swept out in all directions. The energy was so terrifying that it caused the surrounding void to distort. The surrounding people were terrified, and they quickly retreated. Some of them were even slower, and their bodies trembled as if they had been struck by lightning. How terrifying! Was this the strength of the sacred sect Skyprides? The surrounding martial artists' hearts trembled. Gap, a huge gap, in front of these people. They didn't have any ability to resist, and they couldn't even block their auras. Everyone looked at the top 5 Skyprides in front of them, terrified, and at the same time envious. However, at this moment, a golden palanquin suddenly appeared above their heads. A golden palanquin, like a golden flash, quickly flew over from the distance and stopped above the crowd. It wasn't just passing by. Instead, it stopped right there like a golden cloud, floating above everyone. Arrogant, too arrogant, everyone looked up in shock. They had never seen such an entrance before. Wasn't he stepping on their heads to enter the stage? Even the previous geniuses didn't dare to do this. Who was this person? How dare he be so arrogant? The surrounding Black Dragon sect cultivators were unhappy, and the previous geniuses had gloomy expressions. Killing intent even appeared in their eyes. Who were they? They were all geniuses of their respective halls. They were existences that countless Black Dragon sect disciples could only look up to. They were usually high and mighty, and even the older generation figures treated them with courtesy. Who would dare to suppress them? But now, an inexplicable palanquin had stopped above their heads and didn't seem to have any intention of leaving. As geniuses, they couldn't bear it. In the distance, the purple-clothed youth's face was gloomy. He frowned and looked at the sky, puzzled. Could it be that some big shot from the Black Dragon sect is here? He couldn't think of any young generation that dared to be so arrogant. It could only be those older generation figures. However, the purple-haired old man frowned. The big shots of the Black Dragon sect always have a special style when they come out. But I can't think of any big shot that's in a golden palanquin. In fact, the surrounding people had already begun to guess. They didn't believe that this was something a young man could do. Below, the 5 outstanding geniuses didn't speak. Their eyes flickered, and they concealed their anger well. Because if the other party was an older generation figure, they really couldn't say anything. Just as the crowd was discussing, a light voice came from the golden palanquin above. Is this the Dark Light Convention? There are so many people here. Why is it so lively? Hearing that voice, everyone was in an uproar. The faces of the 5 geniuses darkened. That voice was very young, and obviously belonged to the younger generation. They couldn't stand it. Impudent. Who are you? How dare you stop above us? Get down here. Flying is not allowed in the southern desolate ancient town. Don't you know that? Which hall are you from? Too arrogant. Cold shouts were heard one after another. It was obvious that everyone was furious. However, a disdainful voice sounded from the golden palanquin again. To find so many flies as soon as I arrive, how annoying. F*ck, who is he calling a fly? Arrogant, too arrogant. Which hall is he from? Why don't I have any impression of it? All sorts of angry curses rang out. The Heaven's favorites' faces were terrifyingly dark. Among them, Nangonghao's eyes were like lightning as he stared at the sky and said coldly, Who are you? Hurry up and come out. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite and kicking you out. As the second branch master of the Divine Pill Hall, he was extremely furious. This was because no one could surpass him, not even the first branch master of the Divine Pill Hall, let alone others. Since you are begging to see me, I will be merciful and fulfill your wishes. The arrogant voice sounded again. Immediately after, the 2 short supremacies in front slowly pulled open the curtain and knelt on the ground to welcome the newcomer respectfully. Hearing this, Nangonghao was so angry that he vomited blood. However, the people around him frowned because only now did they realize that the 4 people carrying the palanquin were actually 7th-level supremacies. A 7th-level supremacies carrying a palanquin was definitely a shocking extravagance. Even the hall masters might not necessarily have such extravagance. F*ck. Who is this person? He actually used 4 7th-level supremacies as palanquin carriers. This is too extravagant. What a prodigal. What a prodigal. These are experts. However, he actually used them as palanquin carriers. This is a waste of talent. The group of people wailed, while Nangonghao, Blood Rogue, and the others frowned. They really couldn't figure out who it was to have such a grand display of extravagance. However, they soon found out because the other party was about to come out. Sure enough, a figure slowly walked out of the golden palanquin. It was a young man in a black robe. He had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. His face was extremely handsome, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were even more arrogant. His expression was as if he was the overlord of the world. Not only that, but there were also 2 peerless beauties leaning against him. The person on the left was wearing a purple dress. She was extremely beautiful, like a fairy who had descended to the mortal world. The person on the right was even more mysterious. Her black robe accentuated her exquisite figure. She wore a golden mask on her face that shone with a cold light. Although her face could not be seen clearly, it added a hint of mystery to her. That feeling was the most attractive, arrogant, mysterious, powerful aura, and beautiful face. Regardless of which one it was, everyone was deeply shocked. For a moment, the entire street was silent, and there was not a single sound. The young man was naturally Lin Xian. The 2 beauties beside him were Murong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan. A few days ago, he met Hua Wufeng in the southern Desolation mountain range, so he took care of him. Then, Lin Xian disguised himself as Hua Wufeng and entered the southern desolation ancient town with Murong Qingqing and the others. Since Hua Wufeng had been in seclusion, this was the first time he had appeared in front of everyone. Therefore, almost no one in the Black Dragon sect knew him. This made it easier for Xian and the others to move. At least in the southern desolation ancient array, no one should know him. Even the hall masters did not know him. Perhaps only the third guardian knew him. However, according to the memories he obtained, the third guardian would not be participating in the Dark Light convention, so he was very safe. It was not until a long time later that the people below came back to their senses and stared at the top. Damn, who is this kid? He actually has two peerless beauties. F*ck, I'm so jealous. What's with that look? It's so fierce. It's like an emperor looking down on the common people. Who is he? How come I've never heard of him? He shouldn't be someone from the 8 halls, right? Definitely not. The 5 strongest halls are already here. The remaining 3 can't have such a character. Otherwise, we would have known long ago. Damn. I'm starting to wonder if he's really from the Black Dragon sect. Many people below were shocked, but when they saw the black robe embroidered with a dragon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws, they heaved a sigh of relief. Are you stupid? What an idiot. Without the Black Dragon token, you can't enter the southern desolation ancient town. If he can enter, he must be from the Black Dragon sect. The surrounding Black Dragon sect martial artists discussed. On the other hand, Nangong Hao, Xue Shou, Guili, and the other elites stared at the figure in the sky. Although they didn't know who the young man was, they could tell from his arrogant attitude and sharp eyes that he wasn't any weaker than them. However, they were extremely displeased because up until now, the other party was still walking in the air, stepping on their heads the entire time. Among them, the purple-robed youth Xianxia was frowning in the distance. His purple eyes shone with a mysterious light. Xue Shou smiled cruelly as his body emitted a bloody light and a murderous aura. His eyes were like 2 blood-red swords as he stared at the sky. Guili's face was pale as he smirked and cackled. What a strong body. Her soul must be good too. She's suitable to be my food. Guili stared at Shadowless and sneered. Meanwhile, Shadowless remained expressionless as if he didn't exist. Nangong Hao was the most furious. The Divine Pill Hall had always thought of themselves as the number 1 hall among the 8 halls, and Nangong Hao was one of the 2 most outstanding people in the hall. It could be said that in his opinion, he was the most outstanding young prodigy of the 8 great halls. Everyone had to grovel at his feet. However, a mysterious young man had appeared and was standing above him. Not only that, the young man's arrogant attitude made him extremely unhappy. Especially the 2 beauties beside the young man. Even he was envious of them. Such an entrance, such beauties, and such an attitude should belong to him. He wouldn't allow anyone to be arrogant in front of him. In the next instant, Nangong Hao looked at the sky and shouted, "Who are you? Which hall are you from? Why haven't I seen you before? Hurry up and prove your identity. Otherwise, I have the right to throw you out." He knew that the young man must have passed the inspection to be able to enter. However, he couldn't care less now. He just wanted to find a random reason to drag the young man down from the sky. If the young man continued to stand above him, he would definitely go crazy. Hearing the shout from below, Lin Xian lowered his head and looked at Nangong Hao. Then, he smirked disdainfully. Listen carefully, your father's name is Hua Wufeng. I'm the closed-door disciple of the third guardian. Hearing this, Nangong Hao's face darkened again. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. On the other hand, Bloodhand, Ghostly, and the others were shocked. The disciple of the third guardian? He is actually the disciple of the third guardian. Everyone was shocked. They couldn't help but be shocked. The status of the 4 great protectors was very high, even higher than that of the 8 great hall masters. Furthermore, the other party was the disciple of the third protector. His status was clearly higher than theirs. No wonder he was so arrogant and dared to stand above them all. F*ck. The disciple of the third protector, I knew that this kid had a great background. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten 4 7th level venerables to pull his carriage. It can't be, right? Even the Protector's disciple is participating in the Dark Light Convention? Looks like this meeting is definitely not going to be peaceful. Look at the faces of Nangong Hao and the others, it's so dark. I'm sure he's going crazy. You don't have to tell me that. They're all arrogant and unruly people. They won't submit to anyone. But who would have thought that there would be a young man standing above all of them today? How could they accept this? Everyone was discussing spiritedly, while some were extremely puzzled. That's not right. I've also heard of the third Protector's disciple, but I don't think there's such a person. At this time, Bloodhand, whose body was emitting a bloody light, spoke. I've also seen the third Protector's disciple, but I've never seen you before. Therefore, I'm still very doubtful about your identity. It's normal that you haven't seen me before. Lin Xian said arrogantly, I've been in seclusion and have only recently come out. But don't worry, after the Dark Light Convention, the whole world will know the name of Hua Wufeng. If you still don't believe me, just take a look at this. Lin Xian waved his hand and took out a black token. Black Dragon Token. And it was the Black Dragon Token with the third Protector's mark. The moment this token appeared, everyone went silent, because no one could forge this token. In other words, the other party was really the third Protector's disciple. Seeing the expressions of the people below, Lin Xian smiled inwardly. He knew that these people already believed him, so no one would doubt him anymore. Now, all he had to do was wait for the mysterious crystal to appear. However, Lin Xian did not plan to leave just like that. His gaze turned, and finally stared at Nangong Hao again. Yes, I'm talking about you. Lin Xian pointed at Nangong Hao and said arrogantly. I've been on the road for an entire day, so I'm really tired. Hurry up and refine a few pills for me to relieve my fatigue. Remember, use the best spiritual medicine, and don't skimp on the materials. With that, he hugged Murong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan, and strode away. The crowd below was in an uproar, and Nangong Hao's face was dark, looking extremely ferocious. He clenched his fists tightly, like a mad beast. That damned guy, how dare he look down on me? Kill him. I must kill him. His lungs were about to explode from anger, because no young man had ever dared to speak to him like that. On the side, Bloodhand grinned, he's really arrogant. Although his identity is not bad, I wonder how strong he is? I really want to have a fight with him. Ghostly sneered, so what if he's the disciple of the third guardian? As long as he's not strong enough, I can still refine his soul into my white bone batter. Shadowless was still expressionless, but his eyes shone with a cold light. It was as if he was an experienced hunter who had found an interesting prey. In the distance, Ziyang frowned as well. This Hua Wufeng is really arrogant. However, the Saint sect has always been unrestrained. If he's not strong enough, I'm afraid he'll really be killed by Nangong Hao and the rest. At that time, even the third guardian will not be able to say anything. That's right. Putting everything else aside, the force behind Nangong Hao alone is no weaker than the third guardian. After all, the Divine Pill Hall's position in the Saint sect is unparalleled. Indeed, as a demonic sect, the Black Dragon sect was ruthless and decisive in their actions. Even if the disciple of the guardian was not strong enough, he could not say anything if he was killed. Moreover, Nangong Hao and the rest were not ordinary people. They were extremely talented and were the geniuses of the Black Dragon sect. Behind each of them were representatives of the various halls, and some of them were even closely related to the other protectors. Therefore, they were not afraid of Lin Xian, and some of them had even started discussing how to get rid of Lin Xian. On the other side, after Lin Xian and the rest left, Murong Qingqing asked worriedly. Aren't you being too ostentatious? If you anger those people, I'm afraid it'll be bad for our operation. Lin Xian smiled and said, I have to be arrogant. I can't help it. My appearance will definitely arouse their suspicions. They'll definitely test me. If I don't act like Hua Wufeng, I'm afraid it'll arouse their suspicions. And to be honest, I don't really care about those guys. Although they're called prodigies, they're no different from ants in my eyes. If they really dare to make a move, I don't mind playing with them. I'll let them know what a true prodigy is. At the end, Lin Xian's eyes were filled with sharpness. Indeed, although Nangong Hao and Blood Rogue were strong, they were only early-stage 9th-level venerables. Lin Xian could kill people like them with a slap, so he didn't really care about them. Although the southern desolation ancient town was in the middle of endless mountains, it was no different from a real city. It had all kinds of things. Lin Xian led Murong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan to the restaurant. In fact, the Dark and Light Conference was a very strange place. It didn't care about status, but strength and wealth. If you had money and strength, you could stay in the best hotel and enjoy the best treatment. If you didn't have money, even a hall master wouldn't be able to get the best treatment. However, the strength and wealth of a hall master wouldn't be lacking, so this situation wouldn't happen. However, the disciples of the Black Dragon sect were different. Here, they would be divided into different ranks and enjoy different treatment. This was the purpose of the Dark and Light Conference. It was to separate everyone into different ranks. Firstly, it was to reward the top warriors. Secondly, it was to stimulate the other warriors and make them work hard to cultivate. Lin Xian now had the identity of Hua Wufeng, so he was at the top in terms of status and wealth. Naturally, he wanted to stay in the best restaurant and enjoy the best treatment. The Dark and Light Convention would officially begin tomorrow, so Lin Xian and the others were very relaxed today, and didn't go out to stroll around. The first day of the conference was to trade. Because the Tiannan region was very vast, and each hall belonged to a different region. Therefore, each of the halls had some treasures that they didn't need, or things that were unique to the region. The Dark and Light Conference had specially arranged a day for these people to trade. The next day was an auction organized by the headquarters of the Black Dragon cult. In this auction, some extremely precious treasures would be auctioned, treasures that would even move the hearts of those hall masters. The first 2 days were a battle of wealth, but the third day was not so gentle. The third day was a battle of strength. Lin Xian didn't know exactly what it was. He only knew that it was a competition called the Octatic Treasure Chess Game. However, it was said that the mysterious crystal appeared in the final Octatic Treasure Chess Game. Therefore, Lin Xian was looking forward to the Octatic Treasure Chess Game. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth raised into a smile. Then, he formed a seal with his palm and quickly entered a state of cultivation. Strands of cold qi gushed out from the surface and quickly circled around the terrifying cold qi in all directions. As Lin Xian absorbed the cold qi of the sea god's ice, his ice martial spirit became stronger and stronger. Now, it was not weaker than the lightning martial spirit. Moreover, he believed that as long as he absorbed all of the sea god's ice, not to mention the lightning martial spirit, even the black flame martial spirit would surpass it. Lin Xian was cultivating in his room, but it wasn't peaceful outside. During the day, Lin Xian suppressed the heavens prides of the various halls and became the most dazzling figure. Naturally, it attracted the dissatisfaction of many people. Among them, the most dissatisfied were Nangong Hao, Bloodhand, and the others. Especially Nangong Hao, his lungs were about to explode during the day. Therefore, when night fell, he immediately sent people to investigate Lin Xian and the others. At least, he wanted to feel out the other party's strength. If they were strong, he would think of another way. If they were weak, then they couldn't blame him. He could easily slaughter the other party. Even if the other party's identity was special, he would have a way to resist the anger of the third protector in the future. In the night sky, 5 figures were like ghosts as they shuttled through the ancient city of the southern desolation. Soon, they arrived at the Drunken Immortal Inn. Not only that, they immediately locked on to Lin Xian's residence. It seemed that the Divine Pill Hall was really powerful to be able to find Lin Xian's residence so easily. The 5 black-clothed men were all 8th-level Honorable Realm cultivators. At this moment, the 5 of them looked at each other and then silently charged forward. Their purpose was naturally to test Lin Xian. However, just as they rose into the air, a saber light flashed in the air and quickly enveloped the 5 of them. Then, 5 heads flew up and blood spurted out. Their bodies fell to the ground. The eyes of each of the 5 heads were filled with terror because they didn't believe that someone could easily kill all 5 of them with a single move. A figure appeared. It was Luo Bingshan. She slowly put away her treasured saber and waved her hand, clearing away the corpses, heads, and blood. Even the smell of blood in the air was gone. After doing this, Luo Bingshan's figure flashed and disappeared. The whole process was completed in an instant. Therefore, no one in the ancient city of the southern desolation knew that a battle had just happened. Not only Nangong Hao, but Bloodhand, Ghostly, and the others also sent people. However, without exception, they were all eliminated by Luo Bingshan. Lin Xian didn't care about what happened outside. This kind of thing didn't require him to do anything. He only needed to patiently cultivate. The night was silent. The next day, the Dark and Light Conference officially began. The streets of the ancient city of the southern desolation were filled with disciples of the Black Dragon cult. Both sides of the street were filled with all kinds of stalls. Cultivation techniques, secret manuals, treasures, weapons, defensive equipment, pills, spiritual herbs, and all kinds of things related to cultivation were all taken out for trade. It could be said that this was a grand occasion. The entire ancient city of the southern desolation was bustling with noise and excitement. If it was outside, the Black Dragon cult's martial artists would definitely snatch the treasures when they saw so many treasures. They might even kill the owners of the treasures. However, the Dark and Light Conference was hosted by the Black Dragon cult. Therefore, even if the Black Dragon cult's disciples were usually very cruel, they didn't dare to kill people in the ancient city of the southern desolation. Moreover, the ancient city of the southern desolation also had a rule that no fighting was allowed in the city. This was an iron law that no one dared to violate. There were people who couldn't do it before, but they were all severely punished. Lin Xian also woke up early. He brought Morong Qingqing, Rua Bingshan, and the Crimson Dragon out of the restaurant to try their luck. Lin Xian also woke up early and brought Morong Qingqing, Rua Bingshan, and the Crimson Dragon out of the restaurant to try their luck. In the words of the Crimson Dragon, the Tiannan region was not ordinary and could be said to be incomparably mysterious. Perhaps these warriors had some treasures in their hands. Lin Xian also went out with this attitude. This was because in the past, there were some treasures that ordinary warriors did not recognize and even treated as ordinary things. But in the eyes of a true expert, those were priceless treasures. Lin Xian also walked on the street with the two beauties. He did not even look at the stalls on both sides. However, his soul power had already swept through quickly. As long as there was a treasure, he would definitely not miss it. Eh? This is? Suddenly, Lin Xian stopped in his tracks. The corner of his mouth raised into a smile because he found something special. White bone wood, a very special material. It was one of the materials needed to refine the Red Lotus armor. Lin Xian only found a little bit of it in the Tianwu continent. He did not expect to find it in the Tiannan region. It seems that my luck is really good. I did not expect to find white bone wood not long after I came out. Lin Xian was very excited. Now that he had refined half of the Red Lotus armor, its power was very obvious. Therefore, he hoped to refine all of the Red Lotus armor, and this white bone wood was the key. Therefore, he had to get it. You brat, did you find something good? Seeing Lin Xian smile, the Crimson Dragon asked. That's right, it is indeed something good. Lin Xian nodded and walked forward. Finally, he stopped at a stall on the right. How much is this? I want it. Lin Xian pointed at a bone-like object on the ground and said. The stall owner was a young man with fiery red short hair. His eyes were originally closed, and no one knew what he was thinking. However, when he heard Lin Xian's words, he opened his eyes. When he saw Lin Xian, Morong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan, he was stunned. Then, his eyes shone with a scorching light. You want this? The red-haired youth glanced at the white bone wood on the ground. Yes. Lin Xian nodded. Name your price. The smile on the corners of the red-haired young man's mouth grew wider when he heard this. Although he didn't know what the white bone-like thing on the ground was, judging from the other party's tone, it seemed to be rich and overbearing. Naturally, he had to take advantage of this kind of rich man. 30 million spirit stones and a half-earth tier cultivation technique, the red-haired youth quickly said. Hearing this, the surrounding martial artists' eyelids jumped wildly. They looked at the short-haired youth as if they were looking at an idiot. 30 million spirit stones for a set of half-earth rank cultivation manuals? You dare to ask for such a price? It's not just asking for an exorbitant price. It's as if he wants to eat someone alive. In their opinion, the other party would definitely not agree to this price. On the other hand, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. To be honest, this price was not considered expensive for the real white bone wood. Therefore, when he heard this price, he almost nodded in agreement without hesitation. After all, compared to the white bone wood, spirit stones, and half-earth rank cultivation manuals were really nothing to him. Alright, I agree to your price. Let's make the deal, Lin Xian said indifferently as if he was talking about something insignificant. As soon as he said that, the surrounding crowd burst into an uproar. What? Did I hear wrongly? 30 million spirit stones and a half-earth rank cultivation manual? This is really a shocking amount of money. Not only that. It's fine if it's exchanging for a treasure, but what are those white bones? They look like trash. Why would anyone buy them? Could this guy have misjudged? Who knows? With his status, 30 million spirit stones and a half-earth rank cultivation manual are probably nothing. So what if he misjudged? The crowd discussed animatedly. They were incomparably envious of Lin Xian's generosity. The red-haired youth was also slightly stunned. He did not expect the other party to agree so readily. Could it be that this white bone is really a treasure? He was very puzzled. He did not know what this thing was at all. He did not pay much attention to it before, but now it seemed that it was indeed a treasure. Otherwise, the other party would not spend such a high price to buy it. One had to know that this price was just casually mentioned. He did not expect it to be successful at all. Lin Xian was about to pay when the red-haired youth quickly interrupted. Wait, I've changed my mind. What did you say? Lin Xian stopped what he was doing and frowned. I said, I've changed my mind, 30 million spirit stones and a half-earth rank cultivation manual is too cheap. I want to raise the price. Otherwise, I won't sell this white bone. Hearing this, Lin Xian's face darkened. It seemed that this guy wanted to raise the price. The surrounding crowd also understood what was going on. Then, they looked like they were watching a show. This guy is really ruthless. 30 million spirit stones and a half-earth rank cultivation manual are not enough? He wants to raise the price? Isn't he afraid of dying from overeating? What do you know? The other party agreed so readily. This means that the white bone is definitely a treasure. He'd be a fool not to raise the price now. However, that guy doesn't look like someone to be trifled with. Don't forget that he was very arrogant when he appeared yesterday. The crowd discussed animatedly. Lin Xian's face darkened. He asked coldly, what price do you want? This is a special case, but I think you can afford it. The red-haired youth's eyes lit up. Then, he stretched out his finger and pointed forward. I want her. I want her to accompany me for a night. The red-haired youth pointed at Murong Qingqing and said. Let her accompany me for a night. Then, give me 30 million spirit stones and a half-earth rank cultivation manual. This white bone is yours. What? This guy actually made such a request. He's a kindred spirit. I didn't expect that guy to have such good taste. I'm so envious. That girl in purple is really a peerless beauty. She's even more beautiful than a fairy. This is going to be a good show. The red-haired youth's words caused an uproar among the surrounding martial artists. The whole street was bustling with noise and excitement. Lin Xian's face darkened completely. His eyes flashed with killing intent. Murong Qingqing was his woman. He would not allow anyone to have ideas about her, let alone talk about her like that. Murong Qingqing's face was also cold. As the little princess of the House of Kings, she had never been bullied like this before. If she encountered such a situation outside, she would have slapped the other party to death. However, they were in the southern desolation ancient town now. Moreover, Lin Xian still had a mission. She really could not make a move. However, Lin Xian did not care about this. He would not let the other party go. Let me give you a piece of advice. Quickly kneel down and apologize. Take back what you said just now. Otherwise, I'll let you know what regret is. Lin Xian said coldly. What? I can't bear to part with it. The red-haired man laughed. Isn't it just a woman? I'm just playing, not leaving. At worst, I'll return it to you after playing. Ha 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 ha. If you don't agree, don't even think about taking this bone away. The red-haired young man was very arrogant. Although his request was somewhat unreasonable, he was not afraid at all because the rules of the Dark and Light Convention stated that fighting was not allowed during the convention. Anyone who fought would end up in an incomparably miserable state, therefore, he was not worried about his own safety at all. Moreover, he came late, so he did not see Lin Xian's arrival yesterday. Naturally, he did not know Lin Xian's identity. His prediction was good, but it was useless. Hearing this, Lin Xian completely lost control of his killing intent. At this moment, he did not care about the convention's rules at all. He took a step forward, and his right foot quickly kicked forward. This kick was very sudden and incomparably powerful. It carried a terrifying power and dense killing intent. Boom, the red-haired young man's right arm exploded, turning into a bloody mist. His bones shattered all over the ground. Ah, the red-haired young man screamed crazily, covering his wound with a sinister expression. You dare to hurt me? To be honest, he was really stunned because he never thought that the other party would make a move. One had to know that the southern desolate ancient town had rules that fighting was not allowed in the city. This rule was like a heavenly law that no one dared to violate. But now, someone actually dared to make a move on him. You're dead. The red-haired young man roared crazily. Breaking the city's rules, no one can stop you, you should worry about yourself first. Lin Xian's voice was ice-cold. Like a killing god, his right foot kicked out again. You dare? The red-haired young man's pupil shrank. He did not think that the other party would dare to make a move. The next moment, he roared and retreated, wanting to dodge. However, Lin Xian's kick was too fast. Like lightning, it instantly exploded the other party's left arm again. Bang! Another bloody mist, the stinging smell of blood pervaded the air. No, the red-haired young man screamed, his eyes full of fear. He was scared, really scared. Because the other party's strength was stronger than his, and it seemed that he did not care about the rules of the city at all. Especially when he saw the other party's gaze, his heart trembled. His eyes were incomparably cold and filled with intense killing intent. It was even more terrifying than Skyblades. I was wrong, I want to apologize to you, please spare me. The red-haired youth began to beg for mercy. Apologize? Lin Xian sneered. You've got the wrong person. Hearing this, the red-haired youth hurriedly crawled to Murong Qingqing and began to kowtow. I deserve to die. I was blind. My mouth is cheap, please, I beg you, spare me, humph. Murong Qingqing snorted coldly. She did not have a good impression of this person. If it wasn't Lin Xian today, but someone else, they would probably end up in a miserable state. Therefore, Murong Qingqing looked at Lin Xian. It was obvious that she would listen to Lin Xian on this matter. Now you know you were wrong? It was too late. Lin Xian's voice was cold. You'll pay for your words. After saying that, the killing intent on his body suddenly erupted. Feeling this aura, the red-haired youth trembled. He knew that the other party wanted to kill him, so he simply threw caution to the wind. If you kill me, you'll die too. The enforcers will not let you go. Boom. However, what answered him was an extremely terrifying kick. The red-haired youth's head suddenly exploded like a watermelon. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere, splattering on the faces of the surrounding people. The headless corpse that was sitting cross-legged also fell with a loud bang. Then, Lin Xian stepped on it, crushing it into pieces. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere, and the pungent smell of blood instantly spread out. The surrounding people were completely stunned. They did not expect that someone would dare to kill someone on the street, and in such a cruel way. Did he not know the rules of the Dark and Light Conference? Crazy, he's crazy. He actually dares to kill someone on the street. That kid is dead. Even if his identity is special, no one can save him. Arrogant, he's too arrogant. Yesterday, they thought that he was already extremely arrogant. They did not expect him to be even more arrogant today. He actually killed someone on the street. Everyone went crazy. They looked at Lin Xian with faces full of shock. The red-haired youth's head exploded, and his body was torn into pieces. Even if he died, he would not believe that someone dared to kill him on the street without any hesitation. Morong Qingqing sighed. However, looking at Lin Xian's side profile, her heart felt warm. She knew that all of this was because of her. The reason why Lin Xian broke the rules of the Dark and Light Conference was because he cared about her. Therefore, no matter what danger there was, she would face it together with Lin Xian. Lin Xian's expression was cold, and killing intent surrounded his body. The other party dared to have ideas about Morong Qingqing. Killing him like this was too easy. With a wave of his hand, he grabbed the white bone wood on the ground and put it into his storage ring. The next moment, he turned around and prepared to leave with his people. However, things were not that simple. The surrounding crowd suddenly dispersed, and a group of martial artists wearing black armor quickly rushed over. What's going on? Who dares to cause trouble in the Southern Desolation ancient city? A fierce voice sounded, intimidating everyone. This was the law enforcement team of the Southern Desolation ancient city, used to maintain the stability of the entire ancient city. Normally, they would not do anything because no one dared to break the rules of the Southern Desolation ancient city. This was the first time, so they were very angry and decided to punish the person who did it. Boy, did you kill him? The leader of the law enforcement team was a middle-aged man. His cold eyes stared at Lin Xian. In his eyes, there was a trace of killing intent. It was reasonable to say that even the members of the law enforcement team would not have killing intent. At most, they would be angry. However, the killing intent in the other party's eyes was indeed hard to understand. In fact, if it was an older generation figure, they would be able to understand. Because it was very normal. The person who died was a disciple of the Azura Hall. Although this middle-aged man was now a member of the law enforcement team, he used to be from the Azura Hall. Therefore, at this moment, when he saw Lin Xian kill a disciple of the Azura Hall, he had such killing intent. I killed him. Lin Xian nodded, expressionless. It's good that you admit it. Men, take him away. The man said coldly. However, Lin Xian frowned. Don't you want to know why I killed him? I don't need to know. I only need to know that you killed someone and broke the rules of the Southern Desolation ancient city. According to the rules, I need to arrest you and punish you. The man's voice was cold and merciless. The surrounding crowd was shocked, and many people were puzzled. They could not understand why the man's words were filled with killing intent. It can't be, right? Even if that boy killed someone, he is the disciple of the third guardian. It is reasonable to say that the law enforcement team should not treat him like this. What do you know? The one who died was a disciple of the Azura Hall, and the captain of the law enforcement team, Huqing, used to be from the Azura Hall. You say he doesn't have killing intent? What? Captain Huqing used to be from the Azura Hall? I really don't know. Updated. Isn't this great? Please subscribe. Please support. Looks like that kid is going to be unlucky. Although he's the disciple of the third guardian, the Southern Wind ancient town has strict rules. Anyone who violates the rules will be punished. And this kid killed someone on the street. I guess he'll be severely punished. Yeah, maybe his cultivation will be crippled. Everyone was discussing. At this moment, two black-armored martial artists walked out from the law enforcement team and quickly grabbed Lin Xian. Lin Xian shouted coldly, "Get lost. For the sake of the law enforcement team, I won't kill you. If you dare to provoke me again, don't blame me for being impolite and killing you all." He was not a member of the Black Dragon sect, so he had no scruples at this moment. Others were afraid of the law enforcement hall, but he was not. Therefore, an invisible force surged out of his body and quickly rushed forward. In the next moment, the two law enforcement martial artists were forced to retreat. Lin Xian had held back. Otherwise, the two of them would have been split open and turned into a bloody mist. How dare you? This is the Southern Desolation ancient town. No matter who you are, you can't be presumptuous here. Captain Huqing shouted coldly. Men, take him down with all your might. Immediately, the law enforcement team behind him rushed toward Lin Xian. These people were very powerful. They were all Eighth Heaven Venerables. At this moment, they attacked with all their might and their speed was extremely fast. Even the surrounding martial artists did not see what was going on. However, although they could not see any trace of the law enforcement team, these people were extremely shocked. It's over. This kid has completely angered the law enforcement team. He's too arrogant. Although he's the disciple of the third guardian, he can't be so presumptuous. This time, he's dead for sure. Sigh, he's too young. It's his first time here. He definitely doesn't know the rules of the Southern Desolation ancient town. Yeah, in the past, there were also young geniuses who were arrogant and unruly. They thought that their talent was outstanding and did not care about the rules here. But in the end, they were the unlucky ones. Not only would their cultivation be crippled, but they would also never be put in an important position by the Black Dragon sect. Hehe, it's even better if this guy is unlucky. Who asked him to be so arrogant yesterday? Humph. Even if he managed to evade the enforcers, the Azura Hall will not let him off. Those fellows are a bunch of lunatics. Forget about the disciple of the third protector, even if it was the third protector, the Azura Hall would probably go crazy and kill him. The group of people shook their heads and sneered. They all believed that Lin Xian was dead for sure. But in the next moment, they were stunned. Because the situation in the field had changed drastically. More than a dozen law enforcement team martialists rushed towards Lin Xian like lightning, arriving in front of Lin Xian in an instant. Their hands were like cold steel as they quickly grabbed at Lin Xian, wanting to take him down. However, Lin Xian had a look of disdain on his face as he casually extended his palm and slapped forward. Pa, the law enforcer in front of him was instantly sent flying. It was as easy as swatting a fly. Bang, the law enforcer's body spun 360 degrees in the air before landing heavily on the ground. His teeth were all broken. And this was still Lin Xian holding back. Otherwise, that slap would have been enough to explode the law enforcer's head. And after this person, the remaining dozen law enforcement team martialists were all sent flying. These people had come like lightning and left even faster. Each of them was like a cannonball as they landed heavily on the ground. Their faces were swollen like pig heads. Seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and was stunned on the spot. The law enforcement team was actually defeated? And they were all sent flying in an instant. But, how is this possible? Everyone was in disbelief. One had to know that those who could become the law enforcement team of the Southern Desolation ancient city were all extremely powerful existences. However, more than a dozen 8th-level venerables were actually sent flying in an instant. This was really hard for them to believe. Perhaps only the most elite martialists could do this. For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian with deep fear in their eyes. This was because they now knew that Lin Xian was definitely not weaker than Nangong Hao, Bloodhand, and the others. Previously, everyone was afraid because of his identity, but it was different now. These people's gazes changed because they realized that the other party was a true powerhouse. Even if he wasn't the disciple of the third guardian, with his courage and insight, not many people would dare to provoke him. Everyone was stunned. Judging from his strength, he was definitely a 9th-level venerable. Only a 9th-level venerable could send the law enforcement team flying so easily. The law enforcement team martialists who were sent flying struggled to stand up, but their bodies were in extreme pain. There was even a cold aura flowing in their bodies, making them unable to gather spirit power. What kind of technique was this? Everyone looked at Lin Xian in horror. You dare to hit the law enforcement team? You're courting death. The law enforcement team leader, Huicheng, had a ferocious expression. In the next moment, he roared and circulated all the strength in his body, quickly charging towards Lin Xian. Roaring Tiger Fist. Huicheng's palm transformed into a ferocious tiger, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It quickly enveloped Lin Xian, wanting to destroy him. Lin Xian snorted coldly and quickly formed a seal with his palm. Immediately, the figure of Xianxia appeared. Not only that, but Xianxi's body was also covered with a blue aura that was extremely cold. Xianxia roared angrily and with its huge body, fiercely collided with the tiger fist in front of it. Flying. Crack, that terrifying force directly broke Huicheng's entire arm. Poof, Huicheng's body was sent flying and heavily crashed into the building behind him. His right arm hung limply by his side. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect that even the law enforcement team captain was no match for Lin Xian. You. Huiqing held his right arm and looked forward in horror. He didn't expect the young man in front of him to be so terrifying that he could defeat him with a single punch. Who exactly are you? Huiqing's expression was ferocious as he gritted his teeth and asked. Don't you think it's too late to ask who I am now? Lin Xian sneered, then took out a black token. The third guardian. When Huiqing saw the picture on the token, his pupils constricted. He didn't expect the young man in front of him to be related to the third guardian. At the thought of this, cold sweat began to drip down his body. Reckless. He was too reckless. Previously, when the Shura Hall members were killed, he lost his mind and didn't ask about the investigation, let alone find out the identity of the other party. Now, it seemed that things were going to be difficult. Not to mention the other party's identity, the law enforcement team couldn't take him down based on his strength alone. They didn't even have the face to stay here. Lin Xian looked at the wailing law enforcement team on the ground and shook his head slightly. Then, he turned around and said to Murong Qingqing and the others, let's go. The group turned around and prepared to leave. However, Huiqing was anxious. He stomped his feet and wanted to stop Lin Xian, but he didn't dare. However, he couldn't let Lin Xian leave just like that. One had to know that Lin Xian killed people on the street and violated the rules of the Southern Desolation ancient city. The law enforcement team had to capture him. If he didn't do anything, he would definitely be punished by the higher-ups. However, he couldn't defeat the other party, so he was in a dilemma. A new day, continue to explode. Please vote. Please support. Please subscribe. My name is Hua Wufeng. I live in the Drunken Immortal Inn. If anyone is unhappy with me, tell them to come find me. Lin Xian said, then left with Murong Qingqing and the others. Behind them, Huiqing opened his mouth, but no words came out. He knew that with their current strength, there was no way they could stop Hua Wufeng. If they went up, they would only be humiliating themselves. Captain, are we just going to watch that kid leave? The other enforcers got up from the ground and said unwillingly. What else can we do? Are we going to catch him? Huiqing snorted. Forget it. That person is not someone we can mess with. Let's report this to the higher-ups and let them handle it. With that, Huiqing's face darkened as he led the enforcers away. After the enforcers left, the entire street was in an uproar. Shock. It was simply too shocking. There was someone who killed someone on the street and was not punished. Not only that, even the enforcers could not do anything about it. This was definitely the first time since the Dark Light Conference was held. This Hua Wufeng is too scary. I didn't expect him to be so strong. Yeah, he's definitely on par with those top prodigies. Looks like there's going to be a good show in this Dark Light Conference. Everyone was discussing excitedly. In a VIP room in the Drunken Immortal Inn. Two elders, a middle-aged man, and a middle-aged woman were gathered together to discuss something. Beside them, there was a beautiful maid waiting on them. Gentlemen, try the spiritual tea of the Drunken Immortal Inn. It's of the highest quality. You guys from the Shura Hall, don't just fight and kill. Sit down and drink tea when you're free. The middle-aged woman smiled as she poured tea. It turned out that the other three were the elders of the Shura Hall. These people all had red hair and a wild aura emanated from their bodies. It seemed that they had cultivated a very domineering technique to change their hair color. Elder Shogu, Elder Shoda, and Elder Shomu. Please have some tea. The middle-aged man and the two elders took the spiritual tea, tasted it, and nodded. That's right, the spirit tea of the Drunken Immortal Inn is indeed of the highest quality. The middle-aged man, Elder Shogu, nodded slightly. However, at this moment, a series of hurried footsteps came from outside, followed by a voice. Elder, this is bad. Bad news. That voice sounded very urgent. Hearing that, the middle-aged woman in the VIP room frowned, and the faces of the other three Azura Hall elders sank. Among them, Elder Shogu shouted, What are you panicking for? Why are you making a fuss over nothing? He did not want others to think that their Azura Hall was filled with such useless people. However, the disciple outside didn't leave. He still said anxiously, "Elders, something bad has happened. Just now, senior brother Luo Jiang was beaten to death on the street." What? Hearing those words, the three elders of the Azura Hall could no longer sit still and immediately stood up. The berserk aura instantly erupted and blasted out in all directions. Fortunately, as a top-notch restaurant, the Drunken Immortal Inn possessed a powerful defensive formation that was able to block the aura. Otherwise, this aura alone would be enough to raise the entire restaurant to the ground. "Come in and tell me what happened." Elder Shogu's expression was cold. "Yes." Soon, the Azura Hall disciple from outside entered the VIP room, knelt on the ground, and quickly reported. "Just now, a person called Hua Wufeng directly beat senior brother Luo Jiang to death on the street." "Why did he do it?" Elder Shoda asked coldly. "I don't know." That person knelt on the ground and quickly shook his head. However, Elder Xiaomu coldly snorted, "Don't care about the reason. He actually dared to beat someone from our Azura Hall to death. Did the enforcers not do anything?" "The enforcers came, led by Captain Huacheng, but it was useless." That disciple quickly said, "All of the enforcers, including Captain Huacheng, were injured by that person called Hua Wufeng." "What? You're saying that the brat even injured the enforcers?" Hearing that, the expressions of the three elders of the Azura Hall changed. They did not expect that the other party would be so arrogant. Not only did he dare to kill someone on the street, he even injured the enforcers. This was something that they had never even dreamed of. What happened after that? Did the enforcers let that arrogant brat leave? Elder Shogu asked in a deep voice. Yes, the brat left a message and left. The enforcers did not do anything. The disciple kneeling on the ground said. What message? The three elders asked in unison. He said that his name is Hua Wufeng and that he lives in the Drunken Immortal Inn. Regarding this matter, if anyone is unhappy and wants to find him, they can come. You're courting death. Arrogant. You've gone too far. The three elders of the Azura Hall were furious. They did not expect that someone would dare to start a fight in the southern desolation ancient town. Moreover, his attitude was extremely arrogant. He did not put the Azura Hall in his eyes at all. Hua Wufeng, right? I'll let you know that the disciples of the Azura Hall are not that easy to kill. No matter who he is, he dared to kill someone from the Azura Hall. This time, we'll teach him a lesson. You're saying that he lives in the Drunken Immortal Inn? I'd like to see who he is to be so arrogant. The three elders of the Azura Hall looked ferocious as they prepared to attack that person called Hua Wufeng. They had no choice but to take action. The other party was too arrogant. He had killed someone from the Azura Hall on the street. If they did not step in, they would definitely be mocked by the other halls. Capture that kid. I can't do it. What can he do? The three of them left quickly and headed outside with murderous intent. However, the street outside was not calm at all. Originally, everyone thought that the matter would be over after the enforcement team left. However, they did not expect that there would be another change on the way. A group of martial artists with blood-red hair had cold expressions and murderous intent in their eyes. They quickly came to the street and surrounded Ling Xian and the others. When the crowd saw the group of people with blood-red hair, they were shocked. The Azura Hall. They were from the Azura Hall. The Azura Hall's martial arts were too brutal. Hence, their hair was blood-red and they were very recognizable. At this moment, there were more than 20 disciples of the Azura Hall surrounding Lin Xian and the others. The atmosphere was very tense. A huge battle was about to break out. The surrounding martial artists found a safe place and prepared to watch the battle. Some of them did not know what had happened earlier. When they saw the scene, they were extremely shocked. Are these people crazy? How dare they fight in the southern desolation ancient city? Don't they know the rules of the ancient city? Someone was puzzled. However, the person beside him said, Damn, brother. Don't you know? That young man just now killed a member of the Azura Hall on the street. Now that the Azura Hall is here for revenge, it's natural. What? Someone killed someone on the street? And he killed someone from the Azura Hall? F***ck, brother. Don't you know? That young man killed a member of the Azura Hall on the street. It's only natural that the Azura Hall would come for revenge. What? Someone killed someone on the street? And he killed a member of the Azura Hall? The new martial artists were shocked. They did not expect someone to be so bold. The members of the Azura Hall were all madmen. They were all cruel and could not bear to be taken advantage of. Yet, someone dared to provoke them. Not only that, the Azura Hall and the Blood Fiend Hall had a very good relationship because of their similar cultivation techniques. Angering the Azura Hall was equivalent to angering the Blood Fiend Hall. The Blood Fiend Hall was an even more terrifying existence. Their first division leader, Shui Gaoshu, was a battle maniac. There were very few people in the younger generation who could compete with Shui Gaoshu. Even the older generation might not be able to defeat him. Therefore, they were shocked when they learned that someone had provoked the Azura Hall. I just came from the Drunken Immortal Inn. I heard that the 3 elders of the Azura Hall have also received the news and are rushing over. What? Even the elders of the Azura Hall know? Looks like this is really troublesome. That kid is definitely dead. Not necessarily. The other party's identity is not simple. I don't think his life is in danger, but he will definitely be tortured. It's very possible. After all, the members of the Azura Hall are all madmen. They won't give face to anyone. However, some people still did not believe it. No way, are you crazy? Do you really think they would dare to attack on the street? I'm afraid that the law enforcement team will be the first to destroy them. However, many of the people around them had complicated expressions. Why are you looking at me like that? Did I say something wrong? Or did I say something wrong? The disciple felt his hair stand on end. However, the surrounding martial artists did not answer. Instead, they all sighed heavily. The surrounding people discussed animatedly. The situation on the street ahead was even more tense. The members of the Azura Hall surrounded Lin Xian. Their expressions were ferocious and they wanted to tear him apart. Kid, you dare to kill members of the Azura Hall? Kneel down and accept your death. Kid, break your arms and kneel before the Azura Hall. Then, I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, I'll let you know what it means to wish you were dead. The group of Azura Hall martial artists glared at Lin Xian and roared with all their might. Those who dare to provoke my Azura Hall can only atone for their crimes with death. Kill him. Avenge our Azura Hall disciples. Looking at the scene around him, Lin Xian sneered. To be honest, he really didn't care about these people. If they dared to make a move, he didn't mind sending them on their way. On the side, the Crimson Dragon said impatiently, "Boy, hurry up and kill these flies. They're so annoying." However, at this moment, a cold shout suddenly came from afar. It was like thunder, exploding in the sky. The energy contained within was extremely terrifying, causing the ears of the surrounding cultivators to tremble and their bodies to tremble. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked ahead. The next moment, the crowd in front of him dispersed, and 3 figures quickly walked over. The 3 of them were brimming with murderous intent. Their aura materialized and circled around them. It was as if they had come from the Azura Hell. Seeing the 3 figures, the surrounding cultivators held their breaths. They knew that the 3 elders of the Azura Hall had finally arrived. When the Azura Hall disciples saw the 3 figures, they were ecstatic. They shouted, "Elder, it's this boy. He's the one who killed our Azura Hall disciples. Elder, you must kill this boy and avenge senior brother Luo Jiang." Hearing this, the 3 elders nodded their heads heavily. Don't worry. No one dares to kill our Azura Hall disciples. I'll make him pay a painful price. Elder Xiaomu said coldly. Elder Xiaogu took a step forward and stared coldly at Lin Xian. You're the one who killed our Azura Hall disciples? His voice was filled with boundless murderous intent, causing the surrounding space to distort. If you're talking about that trash, I'm the one who killed him. Lin Xian nodded, not caring at all. You're courting death. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Elder Xiaogu was even more exposed. His eyes were bloodshot, and a terrifying murderous aura surged around him. If that's the case, go to hell. As he spoke, he had already raised his right hand. Countless blood-red lights surrounded his palm, and a terrifying aura filled the air. He was about to throw a punch. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared and blocked Elder Shogu's path. In the next moment, a calm voice sounded. Elder Shogu, please stop. This is the matter of our enforcers. Let us handle it. A majestic voice sounded in the air. Then, everyone was shocked and looked forward. Elder Shogu was also stunned. However, when he saw the person in front of him, he slowly lowered his hand. Elder Linghu. Elder Shogu looked solemn as he looked at the gray-robed elder in front of him. Since Elder Linghu has personally taken action, I naturally have to respect it. However, this little thief killed our Azura Hall disciples on the street. I hope Elder Linghu will give us an explanation. Otherwise, this matter won't end so easily. Elder Linghu nodded slightly. Don't worry. The ancient city of the Southern Desolation has its own rules. No matter who it is, even the hall master must abide by the rules. Since he has broken the rules, he must be punished accordingly. You Azura Hall can rest assured about this. Since the other party had said so, the three elders of the Azura Hall had no reason to take action. They led the disciples of the Azura Hall to the side and watched quietly. Although they couldn't kill the other party with their own hands, they could still vent their anger by watching the other party being punished with their own eyes. Elder Linghu turned around and stared at Lin Xian. He said in a deep voice, "You're Hua Wufeng?" I didn't do it. It's me. Lin Xian still looked calm, as if he didn't care about the punishment that was about to come. Seeing his expression, Elder Linghu's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise. However, soon after, he said in a deep voice. Although Luo Jiang was the one who started it and humiliated the people around you, you can't kill him. After all, this punishment is too heavy for Luo Jiang. However, since you have broken the rules of the ancient city of the Southern Desolation, you must be punished accordingly. Therefore, you will have to pay 50 million spiritual stones as compensation. Moreover, we will take you away and lock you up for 3 days so that you can reflect on your actions. Compensation. Hearing this, Lin Xian smiled and narrowed his eyes. The other party's way of handling things was beyond his expectations. On the other hand, the people of the Azura Hall were stunned. Elder Linghu, what did you say? 50 million spiritual stones? 3 days of confinement? Are you sure you're not mistaken? He killed our Azura Hall disciples on the street. How can this be the only punishment? The people from the Azura Hall were stunned. Elder Linghu, what did you say? 50 million yuan? He'll be grounded for 3 days. Are you sure you're not mistaken? He killed someone from the Azura Hall on the street. How can that be the only punishment? We must cripple his martial arts and expel him from the Black Dragon sect. To be honest, the people from the Azura Hall were stunned, especially the 3 elders. They were so angry that their bodies were trembling. They did not expect the enforcers to make such a decision in the end. Was this not a slap to the Azura Hall's face? The surrounding disciples of the Black Dragon sect were dumbfounded. They could not believe the result of the punishment. Elder Shoda's expression was also gloomy. He said coldly, Elder Linghu, if I remember correctly, the punishment for killing someone on the street in the southern wilderness should be to cripple his cultivation and expel him from the Black Dragon sect. I don't know if I'm wrong? Elder Shogu snorted coldly. Elder Linghu, is this the explanation you're giving to the Azura Hall? What a joke. Then, the disciples of the Azura Hall glared at the scene in front of them angrily. Seeing the Azura Hall's attitude, Elder Linghu's expression also darkened. He said coldly, may I ask the 3 elders of the Azura Hall if you know the other party's identity? Do you know why he killed Luo Jiang? Hearing that, the 3 elders were speechless. To be honest, they really did not know, but so what if they knew? They did not want a reason, they wanted the other party to die. As expected, you don't know. Elder Linghu sighed and said in a deep voice. Let's put it this way. Luo Jiang from the Azura Hall was obsessed and wanted to lay his hands on a woman next to the other party. In the end, he got himself into trouble and was killed. Hearing that, the 3 elders of the Azura Hall frowned. Was that the reason? What was that? If the Azura Hall took a fancy to a woman, it was reasonable even if they openly snatched her. However, in the next moment, Elder Linghu's words stunned the 3 of them. This was because Elder Ling Hu said slowly, the other party's name is Hua Wufeng. He's the disciple of the third guardian. Moreover, according to our calculations, his strength has reached the 9th heaven of the venerable state. He can be said to be a top genius. Do you think that such a person can endure Luo Zhang's provocation? 9th heaven venerable. A young heaven's pride. Which one of them isn't arrogant and unruly? Besides, it was Luo Zhang's fault to begin with. Therefore, there is no problem with my punishment. To be honest, the 3 elders of the Azure Hall were indeed stunned. They hadn't expected the other party to be so powerful. He was actually a 9th level venerable. Furthermore, what shocked them even more was the other party's identity. The other party turned out to be the disciple of the third protector. This identity was indeed a little tricky. Therefore, in the next moment, they subconsciously looked at Lin Xian. However, when they saw the disdainful smile on Lin Xian's face, they were instantly enraged. His anger rose to his head and burned his brain. I'm going to die from anger, I'm really going to die from anger. Elder Xiaogu was so angry that his whole body was trembling. His hair was standing up, and his eyes were red. As for the 2 elders beside him, they were also fuming with anger. You're going too far. Do you really think that there's no one in my Azure Hall? They were really mad. One had to know that they cultivated the Azure technique. It was incomparably violent and unrestrained. At this moment, they were blinded by hatred and had lost their minds. Therefore, they no longer cared about the third protector's disciple. They were all glaring fiercely at Lin Xian. No, I don't care who he is. Since he has broken the rules, he must die. Hearing this, Elder Ling Hu frowned. To be honest, this scene was within his expectations because the other party was from the Azure Hall. Speaking of which, he was most afraid of dealing with people from the Azure Hall because they were complete lunatics. They were not from the Blood Fiend Hall. Although the Blood Fiend Hall was involved in killing, they were still clear-headed. However, once the people from the Azure Hall went crazy, they would not even recognize their own family. Not to mention that the other party was the third protector's disciple. Even if the other party was the third protector, these people would probably charge forward and fight with their lives. Since he knew the Azure Hall's temper, he naturally had a way to deal with it. He said in a low voice again, "It seems that the 3 of you don't agree with the punishment of the enforcers? What kind of punishment is this? The Azure Hall doesn't agree with it at all." Elder Xiaogu said coldly. Indeed, he could not agree with it. If he admitted it this time, the Azure Hall would not be able to raise its head in the Black Dragon sect anymore. At the side, Elder Xiaodu said, "Elder Ling Hu, your enforcers only care about the third protector's face. Have you ever thought about the Azure Hall's face? If we admit defeat today, where will the Azure Hall's face go?" That's right. Aren't your enforcers working together with the third protector to slap the Azure Hall's face? Elder Xiaomu's face was also gloomy. Indeed, they could not tolerate it. If no one knew about this, they would have let it go this time. However, now that the whole city knew about it, the Azure Hall naturally could not let it go so easily. They had to severely punish the other party. This was the only way to preserve the Azure Hall's face. This way, no one would dare to provoke the Azure Hall in the future. Hearing this, Elder Ling Hu sighed. I know you don't agree because you don't want to embarrass the Azure Hall. How about this, I'll give the Azure Hall some face. What do you think? I'll ask Hua Wufeng to apologize to the Azure Hall. That should satisfy you, right? Hearing this, the surrounding people were shocked. Indeed, by doing so, they had truly given the Azure Hall enough face. That was because Hua Wufeng's identity and status were both top-notch. Asking him to apologize was definitely giving the Azure Hall a lot of face. However, the 3 elders of the Azure Hall had already lost their minds in anger. Their eyes were bloodshot and they could not listen to anything. He can apologize, but he must kneel and apologize. Kneel and apologize? Hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. Even Elder Ling Hu frowned. Asking Hua Wufeng to apologize was giving the Azure Hall face. However, asking him to kneel and apologize was not just giving the Azure Hall face. This was a slap to the third protector's face. How could the third protector agree to something like this? However, seeing the 3 elders of the Azure Hall go crazy, elderling who knew that they would not listen to any advice. Therefore, he could only sigh and step aside. Since the Azure Hall does not agree with the punishment for this matter, then I'll leave it to the two of you to settle it yourselves. However, I don't want any more murders to happen. He really had no other choice. The Azure Hall was a bunch of lunatics who would not listen to advice. On the other hand, Hua Wufeng's identity was special, so he could not forcefully stop him. Therefore, he could only leave it to the two of them to settle it. Moreover, he believed that with him present, there would not be any accidents. No matter who was at a disadvantage, it would have nothing to do with the enforcement team. Seeing elderling who step aside, Xiao Gu and the others snorted. They did not expect the enforcement team to help them. As long as they did not stop them, it would be a very good outcome. In the end, his eyes were bloodshot as he stared ahead. Brat, how dare you kill a disciple of the Azure Hall? Today, you must kneel and apologize. Kneel and apologize. Kneel and apologize to a disciple of the Azure Hall. Brat, I advise you to do as you're told. Otherwise, you'll end up in a terrible state. Kid, how dare you kill a disciple of the Azure Hall? You must kneel down and apologize today. Kneel down and apologize. Kneel down to a disciple of the Azure Hall. Kid, I advise you to do as you're told. Otherwise, you'll end up in a terrible state. The three elders of the Azure Hall looked ferocious like demons. They quickly walked forward and surrounded Lin Xian. As for the Azure Hall's disciples behind him, they followed closely behind him. As for the surrounding cultivators, they continuously moved backwards to create sufficient space for them. However, they did not leave. Instead, they watched the battle anxiously. Beside them, elderling whose eyes flickered. He secretly channeled his spiritual energy. If the situation went beyond his expectations, he would stop it immediately. Looking at the aggressive Azure Hall disciples, Lin Xian threw his head back and laughed. Kneel down and apologize? Not bad, that's a good suggestion. I agree. What? Hearing that, the surrounding people were stunned. He agrees? How is that possible? Kneeling down and apologizing was extremely humiliating. It was even more humiliating than death. However, the other party had agreed. The elders of the Azure Hall were stunned at first. Then, they laughed ferociously. Kid, at least you know what's good for you. Humph, now you know how powerful the Azure Hall is. Even elderling who was stunned. He did not expect the other party to agree. Could it be that Hua Wufeng is really just a pushover? However, in the next moment, everyone was stunned. Because Lin Xian's black hair was flying in the wind and his expression was arrogant. He said coldly, I'm not the one who wants to kneel. It's you. He pointed at the people of the Azure Hall. If the three of you kneel down and apologize to me, I'll let you go. Otherwise, I'll destroy the Azure Hall. What? He wants the Azure Hall to kneel down and apologize? Everyone's mind went blank. They felt that their brains were not enough. The plot twist was too fast. I knew it. That kid is so arrogant. How could he kneel down and apologize? Arrogant. He's too arrogant. He killed the people of the Azure Hall and wants them to kneel down and apologize. What a savage. It's over. Back off, back off. Those lunatics from the Azure Hall will definitely go crazy. Don't hurt the innocent. The Azure Hall had indeed gone mad. They had never expected that the other party would actually want them to kneel and apologize. Brat, what did you say? You want us to kneel down and apologize? Elder Shogu's expression was ferocious, and the aura on his body was extremely violent. You're courting death. Elder Shogu gritted his teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. Although Elder Shomu didn't say anything, the killing intent on his body was like a wild blade that wanted to tear apart the vault of heaven. The Azure Hall disciples behind him were also glaring furiously. As long as the elder gave the order, they would definitely charge forward like crazy. Lin Xian paid no heed to the Azure Hall that was about to go berserk. He sneered, what? You're not satisfied with kneeling? Alright, I'll tell you why I want you to kneel. First of all, your Azure Hall's disciple actually dared to humiliate my woman. Naturally, he has committed a capital offense. It is only right for me to kill him. Originally, this matter was already settled, but you three old farts actually came to stop me? You've wasted my time, you deserve to die. Do you know how precious my time is? You've actually wasted it. If it weren't for the enforcement team, I would have already killed all of you. Now, I'm only asking you to kneel down and apologize. I'm already giving you face. Are you still not satisfied? Lin Xian's voice was cold, and his words were filled with insolence. This time, Lin Xian wasn't deliberately looking for trouble. He was really angry, so the other party had to kneel down and apologize to him. You've gone too far, brat, you're too arrogant. Elder Xiaogu was extremely ferocious. So what if you're the third guardian's disciple? Today, I'll teach you a good lesson. I'll let you know how to respect your elders. Elder Xiaoda's entire body trembled. Elder Xiaomu's expression was even crazier. He roared, "Brat, go to hell." Then, like a bolt of lightning, he dashed forward at high speed. Elder Xiaogu and Elder Xiaoda also moved. The three of them joined forces and quickly charged toward Lin Xian. The three of them were all at the early stage of the 9th rank. At this moment, they attacked with all their strength, and their momentum was extremely terrifying. The entire street was enveloped by an invisible force. The air condensed, and everyone felt as if they were suffocating. 9th rank venerables were existences that they looked up to. At this moment, 3 9th rank venerables attacked, and their power was definitely beyond imagination. The entire southern wasteland ancient city activated a defensive array at the first moment. Mysterious inscriptions flickered on the streets to protect them. Otherwise, just the aura of the three people would be enough to destroy the entire ancient city. Seeing that the defensive array had been activated, the three elders of the Azura Hall attacked even more recklessly. Their violent aura connected heaven and earth, forming a large demonic cloud that covered the sky. Brat, go to hell. Azura Demon Slaughtering Fist. Elder Xiaomu was the first to attack, so he was also the first to arrive at Lin Xian's side. His entire right arm was wrapped in terrifying demonic patterns, and it emitted a shocking killing intent. A terrifying power surged out with his fist and fiercely blasted forward. The void shattered, and the earth trembled. The entire southern wasteland ancient city shook slightly. This was still the defensive state of the array. Otherwise, this punch would definitely split the entire southern wasteland ancient city in half. Azura Demon Slaughtering Fist? This is the ultimate technique of the Azura Hall. I didn't expect him to use it so quickly. It seemed that the people of the Azura Hall were really crazy. It's over, it's over. The Azura Demon Slaughtering Fist is extremely terrifying. I'm afraid no one in the same realm can resist it. Although that Hua Wufeng is also a 9th rank venerables, I'm afraid he can't block this punch, right? This punch shocked many people. They didn't expect the people of the Azura Hall to use their ultimate technique right from the start. For a moment, everyone's hearts were in their mouths. However, Lin Xian's face was filled with disdain. The power of the opponent's punch had only increased by 3 times. It shouldn't be an Earth-rank martial art. Even if it was an Earth-rank martial art, he wouldn't be afraid at all. Therefore, in the next moment, he sneered and quickly circulated the Furious Dragon art in his body. Furious Dragon Fist. Lin Xian didn't use his martial soul. He only used the strength of his physical body to throw out this punch. Instantly, his qi and blood surged like a vast ocean, and a terrifying power quickly surged out. The power of this punch was too terrifying. When it hit the air, it directly let out a deep dragon's roar, as if a huge dragon was charging out. Boom! Elder Xiaomu's Azura Demon Slaughtering Fist was instantly shattered. Not only that, the violent power sent him flying. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. 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 6 houses were destroyed in a row before Elder Xiaomu fell into a pile of ruins. Seeing this scene, everyone's mouths were wide open. They didn't dare to believe it. They didn't expect Elder Xiaomu to be defeated in one move. Moreover, it was under the circumstances of using his ultimate technique. This was too unbelievable. Boom. 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 Boom! After destroying 6 houses in a row, Old Man Xiaomu finally collapsed in the midst of the ruins. Looking at this scene, everyone opened their mouths wide in disbelief. They did not expect Elder Xiaomu to be defeated in one move. Furthermore, he had used his ultimate technique. This was too inconceivable. Even Elder Ling Hu's eyes narrowed, and his expression turned solemn. To be honest, he did not think Lin Xian would win. He knew the Azura Hall's strength. He thought that once the three from the Azura Hall had vented their anger and Lin Xian was injured, he would end the fight at the critical moment. That would be the end of it. However, he did not expect Elder Xiaomu from the Azura Hall to be sent flying in an instant. That was beyond his expectations. What shocked him even more was the 6 houses that had been destroyed. The entire southern wilderness ancient town was enveloped by a defensive formation. Even the houses were extremely sturdy. An ordinary ninth heaven supremacy might not be able to break them. Yet now, that person had smashed apart 6 houses. One could well imagine how terrifying that person's strength was. How could Hua Wufeng be so powerful? He was probably comparable to a ninth heaven supremacy in the middle stage. Elder Ling Hu's eyelids twitched as he looked ahead. Elder Shogu and Elder Shouda's eyes narrowed. They did not believe that Hua Wufeng could succeed in one move. It seemed that they had completely underestimated Hua Wufeng's strength. Don't hesitate. Let's attack together. Elder Shogu roared. Then, the two of them exploded with unparalleled strength. Azura Spear. Elder Shogu's demonic aura surged and formed a black spear in the air. Demonic runes were engraved on it, and it emitted a terrifying power. In the next moment, he held the spear with both hands and stabbed it forward. Boom, the spear was extremely terrifying. It was as if it had turned into a black demonic dragon. It roared in the air and caused the space in front of it to collapse. The terrifying power enveloped Lin Xian. Demon-slaying saber. Elder Shouda also took out a treasured saber and quickly slashed it forward. The two elders worked together. Their power was 3 times stronger than Elder Xiaomu's. One could imagine that there was absolutely no one in the same level who could withstand it. Lin Xian still sneered disdainfully. In the next moment, he shouted coldly and the raging dragon incantation in his body circulated crazily. Vigorous qi and blood surged and rushed into the sky, forming a blood dragon in the sky and quickly circling above his head. Elder Ling Hu was shocked when he saw this terrifying scene. He had never seen someone with such powerful qi and blood. This was definitely beyond his understanding. Get lost. Lin Xian roared as he punched out with both of his fists. Pung, an earth-shattering collision sound rang out as invisible waves rapidly spread out in all directions. This collision was too terrifying, causing many of the surrounding martial artists to bleed from their ears. Some of the weaker ones even fainted from the impact. In the sky, the Azura spear condensed from demonic qi was shattered by this punch, turning into countless black fragments. Elder Shogu felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His chest caved in as he was flung away. On the other side, Elder Shouda's situation was even worse. His long saber struck his opponent's fist, producing a terrifying sound. The rebounding force caused the web between his thumb and forefinger to split open. Blood spurted out as his long saber fell to the ground. His entire arm was also destroyed by this force. It was not broken. Instead, it was directly turned into minced meat by this force. Elder Shouda clutched his wound and screamed in pain. His expression was extremely ferocious. Shock. Absolute shock. In an instant, the 3 Azura Hall elders were severely injured. In front of Lin Xian, they had no power to resist at all. The surrounding crowd was stunned because they did not expect this outcome at all. The corner of Elder Ling Hu's mouth twitched. This was completely different from what he had imagined. The 3 Azura Hall elders also looked at Lin Xian in shock. Their expressions were full of fear. They did not expect this young man in front of them to be so powerful that the 3 of them together could not defeat him. As for the Azura Hall disciples behind them, they were even more stunned. They originally wanted to charge forward, but now they stopped in their tracks and did not dare to move. Their 3 elders had been defeated, let alone them. However, Lin Xian did not plan to let them off so easily. Old man, you want me to kneel down and apologize? Kneel down and apologize to me. With that, Lin Xian stretched out his palm and the dragon catcher hand flew out like an angry dragon. 3 rays of light quickly grabbed at the 3 Azura Hall elders. How dare you? Get lost. How dare you touch me? The Azura Hall will never forgive you. Xiao De and the other 2 elders roared crazily. They were really scared. If they kneeled down and apologized to Lin Xian in front of everyone, they would not be able to survive in the future. Not only the 3 of them, but the entire Azura Hall would also be slapped in the face and become a laughingstock. Such an outcome was even more unbearable than being killed. Therefore, although the 3 of them were severely injured, they did not care about anything else at this moment. They began to burn their spiritual energy and unleashed a terrifying power to resist. However, Lin Xian was not Hua Wufeng. He was someone who could easily kill a peak 9th rank martial artist, let alone 3 9th rank martial artists in the early stage. Therefore, the dragon catcher hand slammed onto the 3 of them, instantly dispersing the spiritual energy that they had gathered. Soon after, 3 gigantic palms of light grabbed the 3 elders of the Azura Hall and lifted them up as if they were ants. No. You can't do this. Elder Linghu, save us. The faces of the Azura Hall elders turned green. They were no longer as crazy as before. At this moment, their faces were filled with fear as they screamed. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. They did not expect the Azura Hall, which was usually fierce and famous like a lunatic, to be like this. The corner of Elder Linghu's mouth twitched. He did not expect this to happen either. However, he decided to stop it. No matter what, he could not let the 3 elders of the Azura Hall kneel down and apologize in front of everyone. If he really did that, the entire Azura Hall would probably go crazy. Therefore, in the next moment, his figure flashed and he rushed toward Lin Xian. He said in a deep voice, "All right, stop. You've vented your anger. Hurry up and release the 3 elders." Lin Xian frowned and a cold light shone in his eyes. In the next moment, he suddenly turned around and looked at Elder Linghu with a terrifying gaze. Who do you think you are? How dare you order me around? Hurry up and leave. Otherwise, I'll make you kowtow with me. Lin Xian's voice was cold and filled with murderous intent. He did not have a good impression of Elder Linghu. He only wanted to maintain the internal balance of the Black Dragon sect. However, why would Lin Xian listen to him? He was not a member of the Black Dragon sect. His goal was to destroy the Black Dragon sect, therefore, he directly scolded Elder Linghu. Lin Xian frowned, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. In the next moment, he suddenly turned around and looked at Elder Linghu with a terrifying gaze. Who do you think you are? How dare you order me around? I'll get lost, or I'll make you kowtow with me. Everyone was dumbfounded when they heard that. Many people even thought that they were dreaming and couldn't believe their ears. What is he doing? How dare he scold Elder Linghu? F***ck. Crazy, he's really crazy. How dare he speak to the leader of the enforcement team like that? Does he want to die? Everyone says that the people of the Azura Hall are crazy, but why do I feel that this kid is even crazier than them? Everyone was shocked and couldn't believe it. Elder Linghu was even more stunned. He couldn't believe his ears. What was he doing? Scolding him? His face darkened when he thought of that. Good. 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 Kid, I didn't expect you to be so arrogant. You don't even put me in your eyes. Elder Linghu was so angry that he laughed. Then I'll see what qualifications you have to be arrogant in front of me. The 3 elders of the Azura Hall were originally in despair when they were caught by Lin Xian, but now they were laughing wildly. They were very excited. Haha, this idiot kid dares to scold Elder Linghu. He's dead for sure. In the next moment, they all roared, Elder Linghu, did you see that? This kid is too arrogant. Elder Linghu, quickly take him down. Punish him severely. We can't let such a person go, or he'll be a threat to the entire Dark Light Convention. Capture him, cripple his cultivation, and get rid of this disaster forever. The 3 elders of the Azura Hall roared crazily. Elder Linghu's eyes were gloomy, and in the next moment, a terrifying power erupted from his body. As the leader of the enforcement team, Elder Linghu's cultivation was at the mid-stage of the 9th Heaven Venerable Realm. He was much stronger than the 3 elders of the Azura Hall. At this moment, his aura erupted, forming countless gusts of wind that swept through the entire ancient city of the southern desolation. The world was dark and gloomy. An energy that made one's heart tremble rapidly spread out in all directions. Elder Spiritual Fox straightened his body. The aura on his body was extremely sharp. He stretched out a palm and grabbed in front of him. Rumble, he stretched out his hand, and thunder rumbled in front of him. Lightning bolts fell in all directions, forming a sea of lightning. Terrifying lightning power exploded out, forming many lightning beasts that danced in the air. Together with the terrifying palm, they instantly enveloped Lin Xian. Rushing Thunder Palm, this is the unique skill of the saint, Rushing Thunder Palm. Seeing this scene, the surrounding martial artists cried out in alarm. As for the 3 Azura Hall elders, they were overjoyed. The Rushing Thunder Palm was even more terrifying than their Azura ultimate skill. Now that Elder Linghu was using it, he would definitely be able to subdue the detestable brat in an instant. Rushing Thunder Palm? Lin Xian's lips curled up in disdain. In the next moment, he let out a low growl. Countless purple-white lightning bolts surged in his body and quickly condensed in front of him. They formed a purple-white lightning fist and blasted forward. As soon as the purple-white lightning bolts appeared, the surrounding void trembled violently. Countless black holes appeared in the surroundings, as if they couldn't withstand this power. A strange and terrifying power surged out and instantly tore apart the sea of lightning formed by the Rushing Thunder Palm. What? The power of lightning? He also possesses the power of lightning? Could he be a thunder-type martial artist? Purple-white lightning? What kind of lightning is this? How come I've never heard of it? Seeing Lin Xian secretly using a thunder-type martial art, everyone opened their mouths wide in shock. Elder Linghu's eyelids twitched violently, and he was shocked. He didn't expect Lin Xian to be a thunder-type martial artist like him. However, he quickly calmed down. So what if you're a thunder-type martial artist? You're just a kid. How can you beat me? Get down. Thinking of this, he roared angrily. The power of lightning in his body surged and quickly poured into his palm, causing the Rushing Thunder Palm in the void to shine even brighter. In the next moment, the purple-white lightning fist and the Rushing Thunder Palm collided violently. Suddenly, there was a loud sound of thunder. Countless lightning bolts were like wild snakes, blasting in all directions. Cracks appeared in the void like a broken mirror. The earth trembled as countless defensive arrays flashed, quickly protecting the entire ancient town. Even so, the terrifying power caused the entire ancient town to shake violently. Ka, there was a piercing sound in the sky, as if metal was breaking. Everyone raised their heads and looked up. Then, they opened their mouths wide in horror. Because they discovered that the radiance of the Rushing Thunder Hand only persisted for a moment, and then loudly shattered, splitting into countless bolts of lightning. The purple-white lightning fist was like the fist of the thunder god. It quickly broke through the Rushing Thunder Palm and blasted toward Elder Linghu in an even more violent manner. What? How is this possible? Elder Linghu's pupils shrank, and his face was full of disbelief. That was his ultimate skill, the Rushing Thunder Palm. How could it be broken so easily? How powerful was his opponent? How could he have such terrifying power? However, he did not have time to think about this because the purple-white lightning fist in front of him had already blasted toward him. He did not dare to take it head-on. He could only dodge to the side in a flash. However, he had underestimated the lightning fist. The moment he moved, the purple-white lightning fist in the sky moved with him. Not only that, but the fist also accelerated midway and blasted directly on Elder Linghu's body. Rumble, the lightning exploded, and the terrifying energy flooded the surroundings. Elder Linghu screamed as his body was struck by the lightning. Everyone was stunned. They could not believe it. That was Elder Linghu. He was the highest leader of the enforcers and was extremely terrifying. Even the hall masters of the various halls had to be polite when they met him. However, he had been defeated by a young man. This was simply too unbelievable. The 3 elders of the Azura Hall were even more shocked. Their minds were blank, and their faces were filled with despair. They had thought that with Elder Linghu's help, they would definitely be able to subdue the detestable kid in front of them. However, they did not expect him to be so powerful that even Elderling Hu was no match for him. Their faces were ashen, and the hope that had risen in their hearts was instantly extinguished. Did they really have to kowtow to this kid in front of everyone? At that thought, the three elders had the urge to kill themselves. They even wanted to self-destruct and die. However, Lin Xian did not give them any chance to do so. The three green dragon hands were like the hands of a devil as they pressed down on them tightly. The three elders of the Azure Hall could not mobilize the spiritual power in their bodies. Get over here. Lin Xian snorted coldly. 3 light palms carrying the 3 elders of the Azure Hall quickly flew over. Bang! 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 In the next instant, the 3 elders were pressed to the ground by the giant light palms. They are kneeling. They are really kneeling. The crowd exclaimed as they looked at the scene before them. They couldn't believe that they would see such a scene one day. 3 elders of the Azure Hall were kneeling before a young man. Since you like kneeling and apologizing, I'll do as you wish. After saying that, Lin Xian's eyes flickered. 3 gigantic green dragon palms appeared in the air and pressed the 3 elders' heads to the ground. Bang! 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 Under Lin Xian's control, the 3 Shura Hall elders could not resist at all. They were forced to kneel and kowtow. When their heads touched the ground, they immediately let out a low groan. Southern Desolation Ancient Town. At this moment, the street was silent. Only the sound of heads hitting the ground could be heard. Bang! 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 The sound was so low that it seemed to be knocking on everyone's hearts. No one could describe their feelings at this moment because this scene was like a dream. The 3 elders of the Azure Hall were pressed to the ground and they were kowtowing non-stop. This scene was simply too shocking. The surrounding martial artists were stunned. The disciples of the Shura Hall were stunned. Even the 3 elders who were pressed to the ground and kowtowed non-stop were stunned. Until now, the 3 elders still could not believe that the young man dared to make them kowtow and apologize in public. This was no longer a matter of face-slapping. This was a situation where they would not rest until one of them was dead. The Shura Hall was humiliated like this today. They would definitely go berserk. At that time, the entire hall would be infuriated. Even if the young man was the disciple of the third guardian, he would not be able to suppress his anger. In the end, even the third guardian would not be able to protect him. Lunatic, this guy is definitely a lunatic. In the distance, Elderling Hu supported his body. His eyes were filled with shock. After knowing this, the Shura Hall would definitely not rest until the young man in front of him was dead. There was also the Blood Fiend Hall. They had a very good relationship with the Shura Hall. He was afraid that even the Blood Fiend Hall would not be able to take this lying down. At that time, when the 2 halls went berserk, the young man in front of him would not be able to resist. However, the surrounding martial artists did not care about this at all. They were not disciples of the Shura Hall, nor were they the third guardian's men. Therefore, the outcome of this matter had nothing to do with them. However, at this moment, their eyes were red and they were trembling with excitement. Looking at the scene before them, many people felt their blood boil, and they could not help but roar at the sky. Idol, this is my King idol. Arrogant, too arrogant. I've never seen anyone so arrogant. Awesome, this is too awesome. 3 elders kneeling on the ground and kowtowing. Just thinking about it makes one's blood boil. If there comes a day when I have such strength, I would be willing to die. These people from the Black Dragon sect were originally disciples of the demonic sect. They only worshipped strength and didn't care about relationships or reasons. They only worshipped the strong, but Lin Xian's rampant behavior today and the scene in front of them had deeply convinced these people. From their point of view, this was what true experts were like. They wanted their enemies to kneel at their feet. However, there were also some people who swallowed their saliva fiercely, as if their hearts had been struck by lightning. It's over. There's going to be a huge earthquake. I'm afraid this dark and light conference won't be peaceful. If what happened yesterday spreads, the people from the Azure Hall will definitely come knocking on our door. No matter how strong he is, can he contend against the entire Azure Hall? One must know that even the third guardian himself could not directly start a war with an entire hall. In front of them, the three Azura Hall elders who were kneeling on the ground regained their senses and let out sharp screams. "Kid, how dare you treat us like this? You're dead. The Azura Hall will not rest until you're dead. The humiliation I suffered today, I will return it 100 times over in the future. You're finished. No one can save you, not even the third protector. Just you wait. Just you wait, the Azura Hall's counterattack will tear you apart." The three elders kneeled on the ground, their heads held down by the three light elementals. They kept kowtowing, but they still kept roaring. If sound could kill, they would have torn the other party into countless pieces. Behind them, the disciples of the Azura Hall saw this scene and their faces were filled with despair. "Elders, get up. Fight back. Hurry up and release the elders of the Azura Hall. Otherwise, when the Azura Hall's army arrives, they will tear you to pieces." All the disciples of the Azura Hall roared madly, but none of them dared to step forward. It would be a small matter if they were killed by the other party, but if they were forced to kowtow to the ground, they might as well smash their heads against the wall and die. It's useless to say anything. Today, the three of them will kowtow to the end. 100 of them, not one less. Lin Xian's black hair fluttered in the wind as he looked around. He controlled the giant light elementals in the air and shocked everyone like an emperor. In the distance, Elder Ling Hu saw this scene and was extremely shocked. The corner of his mouth kept twitching. He now knew that the young man in front of him was not someone they could afford to offend. However, this scene was too shocking. He could not allow it to continue. Otherwise, his position as the leader of the enforcers would come to an end. "Sir Hua, stop. I beg you. You've vented your anger and kowtowed. Hurry up and release the three elders." Elder Ling Hu said, his voice no longer as arrogant as before. The surrounding people were shocked. They did not expect the leader of the enforcers to beg someone else. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it even if they were beaten to death. "Now you know how to beg for mercy? What were you doing earlier? Weren't you very arrogant before?" Lin Xian sneered. "I said it before. 100 kowtows, not one less." Elder Ling Hu's eyelids twitched when he heard that. However, a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He did not dare to say anything because the other party was stronger than him. Moreover, the other party had no qualms. He was a madman. If he said anything more, the other party would probably force him to kowtow to the ground. Elder Shogu roared madly, "Brat, you're too arrogant. So what if I kowtow to you 100 times? As long as I'm alive, I'll lead the Azura Hall's army and kill you. Not only you, but everyone related to you will die. Yes, all of them will die." Elder Shoda's face was also filled with madness. "Especially those 2B G's beside you. They'll die with you." He was really mad because this murder was caused by a woman. Not only did he hate Lin Xian, but he also hated the Murong Qingqing beside Lin Xian. "Brat, kill us if you dare. Otherwise, you'll pay 100 times the price." The three Azura Hall elders' voices were wretched. They sounded like evil spirits, causing people to tremble from head to toe. Lin Xian's face darkened. There was a trace of cold killing intent in his eyes. "How dare you threaten me now? Looks like you don't know what's good for you." The three elders of the Azura Hall screamed miserably, as if they were evil spirits. Everyone who heard them trembled in fear. Lin Xian's face darkened as well. His eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. "How dare you threaten me now? It seems like you don't know what's good for you. So what if I threaten you? Provoking the Azura Hall is the biggest mistake you've made in your life. Kill me if you dare. Otherwise, I'll make you suffer 10,000 times more." The three elders roared in anger. They did not believe that Lin Xian would dare to kill them. "Kill you? Do you think I don't dare to?" Lin Xian's body emitted a terrifying killing intent as he spoke. It was as if a sort of slaughter was hanging in the air. That aura made everyone tremble. Many of them even wanted to kneel on the ground. The three elders of the Azura Hall in front of Lin Xian. They were the first to bear the brunt. They screamed as they were enveloped by the crazy killing intent. Their eyes were filled with fear. "No, you can't do it." Elder Ling Hu shouted frantically from the side. He wanted to stop Lin Xian. Elder Shogu was also shocked. He screamed, "Kid, how dare you trick me?" Bang, Lin Xian did not say a word. Instead, he responded with a fierce attack. The dragon catcher hand above him slammed down hard. Elder Shogu's head was cracked open. Brain matter flew out and blood splattered everywhere. Half of his body fell to the ground with a plop. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. He killed someone again. After killing the disciples of the Azura Hall, Lin Xian killed someone again. This time, it was an elder of the Azura Hall. Everyone's heart trembled violently. They did not expect Lin Xian to kill someone again. Moreover, it was an elder of the Azura Hall. He was going to poke a hole in the sky. Looking at the corpse on the ground, Elder Shoda and Elder Shomu on the side were also dumbfounded. They didn't think that the other party would actually dare to make a move and kill without hesitation. "Kid, you're dead meat. How dare you kill an elder of the Azura Hall? No one in the world can save you." Elder Shoda roared ferociously. He seemed to have gone mad. "Noisy." Lin Xian coldly snorted. He controlled the azure dragon hand above him and once again smashed down. Immediately, Elder Shoda's head exploded. Another one had died. Seeing Elder Shoda's corpse fall, everyone's hearts trembled fiercely. "Kill all of us if you have the ability. However, even if you kill us, the Azura Hall will avenge us." The last elder, Elder Shomu, roared. "You don't have to use the Azura Hall to scare me. If I want to, I can destroy the Azura Hall anytime I want." Lin Xian's voice was ice cold. His palm fell, and Elder Shomu immediately exploded. Blood splattered everywhere and corpses flew everywhere. The pungent smell of blood quickly spread out. Everyone's scalp went numb as they looked at the 3 corpses in the field, dumbstruck. What happened today was too shocking. They might not be able to see it a second time in their lives. Elder Linghu's scalp went numb. He knew that things were completely out of his control. On the other hand, the disciples of the Azura Hall were so agitated that they went crazy. They didn't expect that their 3 elders would be pressed to the ground and kowtowed. Now, they were killed in front of everyone. It made them feel as if the sky was falling down. "You're courting death. How dare you kill our elders? I'll fight you to the death." One of the disciples' eyes were bloodshot. He was so agitated that he couldn't care less about anything else. He charged at Lin Xian fiercely. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. Then, he punched out, and the Azura Hall disciple's body was instantly torn into pieces. "Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wishes. Go. Fight him to the death. Avenge our elders." The group of Azura Hall disciples' eyes were red as they charged at Lin Xian crazily. Lin Xian didn't show any mercy. As long as they dared to come within 3 feet of him, he would kill them all with a punch. Bang! 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 In an instant, 5 Azura Hall martial artists were killed by him. Everyone's scalp went numb. They were dumbfounded and didn't know what to say. Elder Linghu was also dumbfounded. He even forgot to stop them. However, as more and more Azura Hall disciples charged at Lin Xian without any regard for their lives, a cold shout came from the void. "Everyone, stop." The voice was like a clap of thunder. It stunned everyone, especially the Azura Hall disciples. Their bodies froze on the spot, and the redness in their eyes quickly faded. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at the void. Elder Linghu's expression changed drastically. He bowed respectfully to the void. "Greetings, Lord City Governor." "What? Lord City Governor?" Hearing this, the crowd went into an uproar. They didn't expect this majestic voice to come from the Southern Desolation Ancient Town City Governor. Although the Southern Desolation Ancient Town didn't belong to any hall, it was still a part of the Black Dragon sect. The city governor's status was equivalent to the 4 great protectors. He was even above the hall masters. They didn't expect that even the city governor would be alerted this time. There was no figure in the sky, but the voice clearly rang in everyone's ears. "Today's matter ends here. Everyone should leave immediately. The Azura Hall disciples can't act presumptuously here. Hua Wufeng, as the disciple of the 3rd great protector, you're powerful. I won't punish you for killing the Azura Hall's elder. However, when the Azura Hall comes looking for you for revenge in the future, I won't interfere. Azura Hall? If they dare to come looking for trouble, I don't mind destroying them. Lin Xian didn't care. Since he was going to destroy the Black Dragon sect sooner or later, it would be best if he could destroy the Azura Hall here. The mysterious voice in the sky didn't reply. Instead, it disappeared and didn't speak again. However, with the city governor's order, the surrounding people didn't dare to stay any longer. They quickly dispersed. The Azura Hall disciples glared at Lin Xian fiercely, then left with murderous intent. Needless to say, they were going to look for the Black Dragon sect for revenge. Lin Xian also withdrew his murderous intent and left with Murong Qingqing and the others. He didn't care about the Azura Hall. The only thing he was worried about was the Black Dragon sect's leader. He didn't care about the others. If those people really pushed him too far, he didn't mind killing them in the southern desolation ancient town. After all, he had the king's killing array on him. No one could trap him. At most, he could just leave this place. Lin Xian and the Azura Hall disciples left. However, this matter didn't disappear. Instead, it swept through the entire southern desolation ancient town like a gust of wind. In an instant, all the martial artists were talking about this matter. It's over. The Azura Hall is really done for this time. If they can't take revenge, they won't be able to raise their heads for the rest of their lives. Yeah, the elder of the hall was forced to kowtow 100 times. That's not all. He was even killed on the spot. This is a great humiliation. That Hua Wufeng is too terrifying. Why do I feel that his strength has surpassed Nangonghao and the others? Is this the disciple taught by the protector? Isn't this strength too strong? That Hua Wufeng is too terrifying. Why do I feel that his strength has surpassed Nangonghao and the rest? Is this the disciple of the guardian? Isn't this strength too strong? The crowd was shocked and many were envious. However, not everyone felt the same way. F***ck, what Hua Wufeng? Let him come over. I'll slap him to death. Those were the disciples of the Blood Fiend Hall. They had a good relationship with the Azura Hall. Hence, they were filled with killing intent when the Azura Hall suffered such a heavy blow. However, they did not dare to attack. After all, there were rules in Nanhuang Ancient City. Only Lin Xian would be safe if he attacked. The others could not do so. In history, no one dared to challenge the rules of the ancient wildlands. Even the madmen of the Blood Fiend Hall did not dare to attack. The only ones who could attack were the Azura Hall. The city governor had said that he would not interfere when the Azura Hall came to seek revenge on Lin Xian. This meant that the Azura Hall disciples were allowed to attack Lin Xian. However, the people of the Azura Hall seemed to have disappeared. They did not appear in front of the crowd. However, the crowd knew that the people of the Azura Hall could not have disappeared. They must have gathered somewhere to discuss revenge. Everyone was talking about it. As for Nangonghao and Blood Rogue, Ghostly and the rest naturally heard the news. They did not expect the other party to be so arrogant as to attack the Azura Hall. Nangonghao frowned when he heard the news. He looked at the subordinate who came to report and asked, "Where's Xiaoming? Is he not here yet?" Xiaoming was the first branch leader of the Azura Hall. He was also one of the top skyprides of the younger generation. However, the subordinate quickly shook his head. He's not here yet. Not only him, but most of the Azura Hall's main forces are not here yet. I think they'll arrive in Nanhuang Ancient Town the day after tomorrow. The day after tomorrow? Nangonghao narrowed his eyes when he heard that. Murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Hua Wufeng, I wanted to deal with you personally. However, you provoked the Azura Hall. Since that's the case, I'll let those madmen kill you. It saves me the trouble of doing it myself. On the other side, Blood Rogue also received the news. The good relationship between the Blood Fiend Hall and the Azura Hall was not a joke. So when he heard the news, his face immediately darkened. There was even a trace of sharp killing intent in his eyes. However, it remained that he was not someone from the Azura Hall. Thus, even though he was furious, he did not lose his rationality. The fact that the other party was able to kill 3 of the Azura Hall's elders meant that the other party was definitely not weaker than him. At the very least, he was a prodigy. To deal with such a person, it was impossible for ordinary people to do it. Only a genius like him could possibly kill such a person. However, with the dark light convention at such a critical juncture, it was impossible for him to casually make a move. It was not because of the rules of the southern desolate ancient town, but because of the octatic treasure chess game. For them, this was an extremely rare opportunity. He had to use all of his energy to deal with this matter. Therefore, before that, he would not make a move. Taking a deep breath, he called for his subordinates and said in a deep voice, "Pass down the order. Tell our Blood Fiend Hall members not to provoke Hua Wufeng during this period of time. Without my orders, no one is to act rashly. Do you hear me?" "Yes." A middle-aged man quickly agreed, but soon after, his face revealed a difficult expression, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. "What's wrong? If you have something to say it quickly." "Leader, Shueli has already gone to look for Hua Wufeng." "What?" Hearing his subordinate's words, Bloodhound immediately frowned. He did not expect his subordinates to be so impatient. "Hurry up and call him back. We must not fight with Hua Wufeng." Seeing Bloodhound's expression, his subordinates knew the severity of the matter and quickly moved. On the other hand, Bloodhound's face was gloomy and his eyes were filled with killing intent. "Hua Wufeng, I advise you not to touch my people. Otherwise, after the Dark Light Convention, I'll make sure you die a horrible death." On the other side, Lin Xian and the others had returned to the Drunken Immortal Inn. Although today's incident had caused an uproar and shocked the entire Black Dragon sect, it was nothing to Lin Xian. Compared to young Master Ling Feng, the people from Azura Hall were much weaker. They were even weaker than the 8 big families. Therefore, Lin Xian did not take them seriously. What he needed to do now was to increase his strength and wait for the mysterious crystal to appear on the 3rd day. Once he obtained the mysterious crystal, he would leave this place and study the mysterious demon abyss. After taking a deep breath, Lin Xian calmed himself down and started to absorb the sea god's ice power in his body. After the previous cultivation, he had absorbed almost a third of it. His ice martial soul was now extremely terrifying. Not long after. Suddenly, the air in the room fluctuated. A voice quickly sounded. "Hua Wufeng, how dare you kill the Azura Hall members? Get out here. I am Shueli from the Blood Killing Hall. I will take your head and offer it to my brothers in the Azura Hall." The voice was ferocious and filled with boundless killing intent. Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes. There was a hint of coldness in his gaze. However, he did not get up. Instead, he summoned his lightning martial soul. The lightning force in his body surged and quickly condensed into a human-shaped lightning bolt in front of him. Then, the human-shaped lightning bolt quickly changed and gradually Lin Xian's appearance appeared. On his body, a set of purplish-white armor formed. As soon as the figure appeared, he nodded slightly at Lin Xian before quickly disappearing on the spot. On the other hand, Lin Xian slowly closed his eyes again and continued to cultivate. In a remote place in the ancient wilderness city, a crimson figure stood. The figure was tall and muscular. He wore a red armor and looked like a god of war. He was Shueli from the Blood Killing Hall. He was the one who had sent the voice out. At that moment, he was looking at the sky. He knew that the other party had received his message and would definitely come over. Indeed, not long after, he saw a purplish-white light flying over. "Humph, he is here." When Shueli saw this, a cruel smile appeared on his face. He was afraid that the other party would not come. As long as the other party came, he would definitely let him know what regret was. Swoosh, a purplish-white light flashed and a purple figure appeared in front of him. The purplish-white armor on his body flashed with terrifying lightning as if he was the god of thunder. A lightning-based martial artist was just like the legends. Shueli did not see that it was a lightning martial soul. He thought that it was Lin Xian. In the next moment, he stepped out and said coldly, "Lad, follow me back obediently. Kneel in front of the Azura Hall and accept your death. I will let you die a quick death. Otherwise, if I catch you personally, it will be difficult for you to die." 10 chapters. Everyone watch first, I will continue to write. There will be more tonight. Please support, please subscribe. However, Lin Xian's thunder martial soul didn't know how to speak. Therefore, Lin Xian's only response was to attack. With a punch, thunder and lightning surged. The terrifying power of thunder and lightning spread in all directions, forming a huge thunder and lightning cage that enveloped Xueli. "You're courting death." Xueli was furious. He had not expected his opponent to attack immediately. Immediately, he roared and quickly counterattacked. As an elite of the Blood Fiend Hall, he was a violent and bloodthirsty person. At this moment, his attack was even more ferocious. The murderous aura around him surged. Together with the bloody aura, it formed a ferocious demon. Countless bloody murderous aura surrounded him, forming a materialized light that made him look like a god of death. With a monstrous murderous aura, he quickly charged forward. Bang! In the next moment, Xueli and the Thunder Martial Soul clashed. Suddenly, terrifying energy spread in all directions. However, the battle only lasted for a short while before it ended. Lin Xian's Thunder Martial Soul was extremely valiant. With a punch, it broke all the skills and shattered the sea of blood and bones around him. Then, he threw out a palm that covered the sky and hit Xueli directly. The terrifying power of thunder and lightning formed a seal in his body, completely sealing his spiritual power. What? How is this possible? Xueli's spiritual power was sealed in an instant. His face was extremely pale and his eyes were filled with horror. He had not expected his opponent to be so powerful that he could be subdued in an instant. How is this possible? He screamed in disbelief. Only his master, Blood Hand, could subdue him in an instant. Could it be that the young man in front of him was so powerful that he could compete with his master? He could not understand. In the next moment, he felt his body shake. He was carried by the Thunder Martial Soul and flew quickly to the Drunken Immortal Inn. It was not dark yet, so there were many people on the streets of the southern desolate ancient town. However, in the next moment, they all looked up at the sky and their mouths fell open. Damn, it can't be. That bloody figure? Isn't that someone from the Blood Fiend Hall? It's true. And it's an elite of the Blood Fiend Hall, a general of the Blood Hand, Xueli. Why is he being dragged away? Who knows? Could there be another battle? Damn, look at that purple figure. F***CK, is that Hua Wufeng? Hua Wufeng? Everyone looked over carefully and indeed saw the purple figure. Immediately, their heads exploded. It can't be. I did feel the energy fluctuation just now. Could it be that Hua Wufeng and Xueli were the ones who did it? Madman. He was too arrogant. First, they killed the Azura Hall, and now they're making a move against the Blood Fiend Hall? This guy is crazy. It's over. He's definitely finished. The Blood Fiend Hall and the Azura Hall have always been on good terms. Now that the other party has made a move on the people of the Blood Fiend Hall, I'm afraid the Blood Fiend Hall will not rest until the other party is dead. That's also a group of lunatics. Furthermore, they're battle maniacs. Their battle prowess is incomparably terrifying. I'm afraid that no matter how strong Hua Wufeng is, he won't be able to defeat the entire Blood Fiend Hall. Everyone was discussing spiritedly. They were incomparably shocked, but this had nothing to do with the Thunder Martial Spirit. He was only responsible for bringing the blood force to the Drunken Immortal restaurant. After that, he waved his hand and several lightning bolts gathered to form chains, quickly wrapping around the blood force. Then, he hung the blood force above the Drunken Immortal restaurant. The Thunder Martial Spirit's body swayed and disappeared into the empty space. No. You can't do this to me. Xueli roared madly as he was hung in the air. The Drunken Immortal restaurant was the most prosperous place in the southern wilderness ancient town. The people who came and went were the elites of the various halls. However, he was hung at the entrance and everyone around saw him. This was even more unbearable than killing him. Humiliation. This was a blatant humiliation. This was not only a slap to his face, but also a slap to the Blood Fiend Hall's face. Seeing this, the martial artists of the Black Dragon sect were even more shocked. The effect was similar to kneeling down and kowtowing. Based on the Blood Fiend Hall's style of doing things, they would definitely fight to the death with Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian did not care at all. He had already planned to destroy the various halls, not to mention hanging one person. Soon, the thunder martial spirit returned to Lin Xian's room and entered his body in a flash. The corners of Lin Xian's lips curled up as he continued to cultivate. Branch leader, branch leader. Something bad has happened. On the other side, a disciple of the Blood Fiend Hall quickly reported. What's the matter? Why are you so flustered? Bloodhand asked in a low voice. Is it about Xueli? Previously, he knew that Xueli had gone to look for Hua Wufeng, so he was especially concerned. It's about Xueli. The disciple's expression was very ugly. What's the news? Has Xueli been killed? Bloodhand asked. He had already thought of the worst outcome. He hasn't been killed, but, the disciple hesitated and finally said, but Xueli has been hung at the Drunken Immortal restaurant. Now everyone knows. What? Hung at the Drunken Immortal restaurant? Bloodhand's face turned black when he heard this. This was no longer a slap to the face, this was a slap to the face. And it was a violent kick. So Xueli allowed the other party to seal him and didn't resist? Bloodhand's voice was filled with murderous intent. Xueli's cultivation has been sealed by someone. He has no power to resist at all. Furthermore, that kid's lightning chains are extremely terrifying. A few of our disciples wanted to attack, but they were all injured by the power of lightning. Trash, a bunch of trash. Bloodhand roared crazily. He couldn't be involved in this matter. Otherwise, he would be humiliated. Go inform Bloodblade and ask him to save Xueli. Soon, Bloodhand regained his composure and ordered his subordinate in a low voice. The subordinate received the order and quickly left. However, the murderous intent in Bloodhand's eyes grew stronger. Hua Wufeng, you're arrogant. However, you'll pay for what you've done. Just you wait. After the octatic treasure chess game, I'll kill you with my own hands. At the end of his sentence, Bloodhand's entire face became ferocious. On the other side, Bloodblade made his move. It was a young man. He was very handsome. He wore a blood-red robe and his waterfall-like hair was tied up on his head with a fork. He looked very dashing. His temperament was completely different from the other warriors in the Blood Slaughter Hall. If he walked outside, no one would think that he was from the Blood Slaughter Hall. However, he was the renowned Shui Dao of the Blood Fiend Hall. He only needed one strike to kill, so he was named Bloodblade. One could imagine how terrifying his strength was. After receiving Bloodhand's order, he immediately made his move and soon arrived in front of the Drunken Immortal restaurant. The surrounding warriors were shocked again. They didn't expect Bloodhand to send such a terrifying person. Bloodblade. Damn, it's really Bloodblade. He actually made his move. Looks like the Blood Slaughter Hall is really angry this time. Spitting blood. Continue to feel good. Requesting votes. Tipping. Collecting. Subscribing. The surrounding warriors were shocked again. They did not expect Bloodhand to send such a terrifying person. Bloodblade. Damn, he actually made a move. It seems that Blood Fiend Hall is really angry this time. They can't help it. Cousin's Elite was hung at the door. This is more painful than being slapped in the face. Of course they're angry. But what surprised me was that Hua Wufeng was so powerful. Just a few lightning chains were able to produce such power. Bloodfiend Hall was forced to send an expert like Bloodblade. The crowd discussed animatedly. Bloodblade stood in front of the Drunken Immortal Inn and looked at Xueli with narrowed eyes. Blade, save me. Xueli was in the air. When he saw Bloodblade's figure, he was overjoyed. Bloodfiend Hall's disciples had made a move before, but without exception, they were all defeated by the lightning. This made Xueli go crazy. He even felt like dying. The news of him being hung up and beaten had spread. Countless people had seen it with their own eyes. He was too ashamed to live. If the spiritual power in his body had not been sealed, he would have self-destructed. However, Bloodblade had appeared when he was in despair. That was why he was so excited. He knew Bloodblade's power. Bloodblade was more terrifying than him. After all, Bloodblade's name was not given casually. Bloodblade narrowed his eyes. When he saw Xueli, his gaze became fierce. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the surrounding martial artists changed. Retreat. Bloodblade is about to make a move. Some of the older warriors' expressions changed drastically. The new warriors were very confused. What does Bloodblade's move have to do with us? He's not going to attack us. But in the next moment, they understood. This was because when Yidao Shui grabbed the blood-colored demonic blade at his waist, his entire temperament underwent an earth-shaking change. His originally carefree and calm expression immediately disappeared. It was replaced by a berserk attitude. A terrifying blood-colored gale surged out of his body and swept in all directions. A blood-colored light materialized and enveloped the entire street. His originally delicate and handsome face became incomparably grave and stern, as if he was a god of death. The saber light flashed like a scarlet lightning bolt, instantly charging into the sky. This saber strike was extremely terrifying. It directly cut the lightning chain apart. We're saved. Shui heaved a sigh of relief and fell heavily to the ground. However, he couldn't care less about the pain. Instead, he quickly got up and tried to stop Bloodblade. This was because Bloodblade was currently holding the blood-colored demonic saber as he strode towards the drunken immortal inn. From the looks of it, he was probably looking for Lin Xian to fight. However, Shui stopped him with all his might. No. What do you mean? Looking down on me? You think I can't beat him? Shui Dao's voice was ice-cold and contained a trace of madness. My name wasn't given randomly. I only need one stab to kill him. However, Shui shook his head frantically. No, you can't go. It's not that I don't believe you, but that kid is really too strange. If anything happens to you, our Blood Fiend Hall will be completely destroyed. Beside him, a few disciples from the Blood Fiend Hall quickly stepped forward to stop him. That's right, Master Yidao. Blood Hand Branch Leader has ordered us not to attack Hua Wufeng. Bloodblade stopped when he heard Blood Hand's order. Then, he stabbed the blood-colored demonic saber in his hand into the bridge. The moment his hand left the saber, the murderous aura on his body disappeared and he became confident and calm again. In that case, let's go. Bloodblade, who had returned to his normal state, said with a smile. Then, he turned around and walked into the distance. The surrounding crowd immediately opened up a path for him. Even the new disciples retreated far away in fear. Now, they understood why he was called Bloodblade. That slash was really too terrifying. No one could block it. Meanwhile, in the drunken immortal inn, the Crimson Dragon looked down and quickly said, Kid, the person you kidnapped has been rescued. Aren't you going to attack? Don't worry about them. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. He wasn't interested in attacking these people. Lin Xian's side was calm and peaceful, but the elites of the various halls were extremely busy. Even in this quiet night, there were countless figures shuttling back and forth in the ancient city of the southern wilderness, reporting news after news. This was because what had happened during the day was too shocking. First, the disciples of the Azura Hall were killed. Then, the elders of the Azura Hall were pressed to the ground and kowtowed. Finally, 3 elders of the Azura Hall and more than 10 disciples of the Azura Hall were killed in front of everyone. Even the leader of the enforcement team was injured. However, the instigator, Hua Wufeng, didn't receive any punishment. This was something that had never happened in the history of the Black Dragon sect. Not only that, after this incident, the other party actually beat up the elites of the Blood Fiend Hall and trampled on their faces. It could be said that in one day, the other party had provoked the Azura Hall and the Blood Fiend Hall. It could be said that everyone was shocked. However, the elites of the various halls frowned because they didn't believe that a normal person could do this. Even a lunatic wouldn't dare to do this. This was because no matter how powerful the third guardian was, he couldn't attack 2 halls at the same time. Moreover, the other party was only a disciple of the third guardian. What exactly did he rely on to dare to attack like this? Some people even suspected that the other party wasn't even the third guardian's disciple. He might be a spy from the Martial Alliance. Therefore, all the halls sent people to investigate and even went to the Saint sect to investigate. However, the third guardian was in seclusion and they couldn't see him at all. Moreover, the information they gathered didn't satisfy them. This was because the information they gathered showed that this was the first time Hua Wufeng had come out of seclusion and no one had seen him before. This meant that other than the third guardian, no one knew if this Hua Wufeng was real or fake. However, the third guardian was in seclusion and they couldn't see him at all. Therefore, this matter became a mystery and they couldn't find out the truth. However, they still managed to find a piece of information. When Hua Wufeng first came out of seclusion, his cultivation wasn't that high. He was only an 8th level supremacy. However, the power he displayed during the day was too terrifying. It was definitely the power of a 9th level supremacy. This information made them very suspicious. Many people's eyes even lit up. If the other party was really an imposter, then he was definitely dead. This was because the southern wilderness ancient town didn't only have the younger generation. There were countless older generation experts and even extremely terrifying existences like the city governor. As long as those people attacked, the other party wouldn't be able to escape. However, they weren't completely confident. Moreover, the matter of cultivation was only a guess. Therefore, it wasn't enough to attract the older generation to attack. However, these people didn't give up. Since they couldn't collect evidence, they planned to follow the other party. As long as the other party revealed a flaw, they could immediately attack. Southern Barren Ancient Town, City Leader's Mansion. A tall and majestic middle-aged man sat on the main seat. He held all sorts of information in his hands as his fingers tapped on the air. Beside him stood a few martial artists in black. One of them was Elder Linghu. Elder Linghu said respectfully, the information was sent by the various halls. They seem to be suspecting Hua Wufeng. They are. The third guardian is in seclusion and this is Hua Wufeng's first appearance. It's too much of a coincidence. What's more, he seems to be extremely arrogant. He doesn't care about anyone. First, he angered Nangong Hao. Then, he massacred the Azura Hall. Finally, he defeated the Bloody Massacre Hall. In just one day, he had offended 3 halls. It probably wasn't done by the third guardian's disciple. Even a guardian had to maintain a good relationship with the halls. Hence, he wouldn't allow his disciples to do such things. So this Hua Wufeng is a fake? Elder Linghu was shocked. We can't say that yet. However, the city leader shook his head slightly. There's no direct evidence to prove that he's a fake. Moreover, he has the Black Dragon token of the third guardian. His personality is the same as the information we gathered. He's arrogant and condescending. There's another reason. There's an imbalance within the Saint sect. The third guardian might want to climb up the ranks. Hence, he ordered his disciples to do such things. However, it's all just speculation. Hence, before we get concrete evidence, we can't do anything to Hua Wufeng. What do you mean? Elder Linghu asked. Let them test him. They wanted to do it anyway. I'll borrow their hands. Go and tell them not to go overboard. At least, there can't be a large-scale battle. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. I'll do it right away, Elder Linghu said respectfully. Then, he quickly turned and left. On the other side, the elites of the hall smiled ferociously when they received the news from Elder Linghu. They knew that the city leader had acquiesced to their idea. As long as they were careful and didn't engage in a large-scale battle, the city leader's mansion and the enforcers wouldn't interfere. This was undoubtedly good news for them. The night passed quickly. On the second day, the southern desolate ancient town was bustling with noise and excitement again because an auction was going to be held today. The treasures from the Holy Church would be auctioned off. That was a treasure of the saint. Some of them could even make the hall master jealous, so these Black Dragon cult disciples were very excited. Lin Xian also stopped cultivating and pushed open the door. With Morong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan in tow, the group left the Drunken Immortal restaurant. He also wanted to see what kind of good items would appear in the Black Dragon sex auction. When the surrounding martial artists saw Lin Xian and the others come out, they all turned silent. Among them, there were a few people who sneered. He's Hua Wufeng? It doesn't look like anything special. Humph, he still dares to come out. He has offended the Azura Hall and Blood Fiend Hall. I heard that Nangong Hao is also there. With so many people here, any one of them can crush him to death. Just you wait. The Azura Hall's army will be here soon. At most, he will die the day after tomorrow. I heard that tomorrow is the Octatic Treasure chess game. I wonder if he will participate? He's not qualified. Even if he participates, he will only be killed one day earlier. These were all martial artists from the top halls. They had already received orders to kill him after the Dark and Light convention. Therefore, in their eyes, he was a dead man. Looking at the martial artists from the various halls, Lin Xian suddenly stopped in his tracks. What's wrong? Morong Qingqing asked softly, don't tell me you want to fight again? Crimson Dragon also said, aren't you going to the auction? I'm not going. Lin Xian shook his head, then walked in another direction. Seeing this scene, the surrounding warriors were also stunned. They did not understand why he was leaving. Was he not going to participate in the auction? It can't be. This auction is a treasure of the Saint sect. Even the hall master is interested in it. How can he not care? However, many people sneered, humph. I guess he doesn't have any money on him. Instead of just standing there and watching, he might as well leave quickly so that he won't be laughed at. Hee, I guess he knows that his time is up. Even if he buys the treasure, it's useless. What, he must be afraid of our branch leader. He can only kill ordinary disciples. If he really meets a top prodigy, he's nothing at all. Many people sneered, thinking that he was afraid. On the other hand, Lin Xian and the others left the auction house and came to a quiet place. Kid, you're really not going to the auction? Crimson Dragon asked. Tiannan region is very mysterious. Maybe some treasure will appear at the auction. It's a pity if you don't go. Indeed, one could find a white bone wood just by strolling around. Who knew if there were other treasures at the auction? However, Lin Xian shook his head, there's no need to give money to the Black Dragon sect. I'll destroy it sooner or later anyway. It's better to just steal it. Kid? You want to fight? Hearing this, Crimson Dragon's eyes lit up. Indeed, the Black Dragon sect is their target. There's no need to give money to them at the auction. We just need to wait for those people to get the treasure, then we'll steal it. Crimson Dragon was very excited. Then he said, we need to send someone to the auction. Otherwise, we won't know who got the good stuff. I'll go. Luo Bingshan stood up. No need. It's a small matter. Just find someone, Lin Xian said. Ruse along, bring someone from the Blood Fiend Hall back. The Crimson Dragon turned into a bolt of lightning and quickly brought someone back. The disciple of the Blood Fiend Hall had his spiritual power sealed by the Crimson Dragon and couldn't resist at all. When he saw Lin Xian and the others, he was so scared that his face turned pale. What are you doing? If you dare touch me, the Blood Fiend Hall will never let you go. The warrior roared crazily. However, Lin Xian's soul power quickly surged out and pierced into the warrior's soul, planting a beast-slave imprint on it. Suddenly, the ferocious disciple of the Blood Fiend Hall became abnormally quiet. He then knelt down on one knee and respectfully shouted to Lin Xian, greetings, master. Very good. Go to the auction and remember the direction of all the treasures. Then report to me. Yes, master. The person quickly left. On the other hand, Lin Xian and the others began to stroll around leisurely. On the other side, at the auction, the elites of the various halls had all come to participate. Among them, the 5 top prodigies had arrived early and were invited to the VIP room. On the way, Ghostly, who was dressed in a black robe and had a pale face, met Bloodhand, who was dressed in a blood-red robe. I heard that your people were beaten up yesterday? I wonder what you, as a branch leader, think about it. You wandering ghost, get out of my way. If you piss me off, I'll cut you in half. Facing Ghostly's provocation, Bloodhand's voice was cold and his blood aura surged. On the way, Ghostly, who was dressed in a black robe and had a pale face, met Bloodhand, who was dressed in a blood-red robe. I heard that your men were beaten up yesterday? I wonder how you feel about that. You're a wandering ghost. Get out of my way. If you piss me off, I'll kill you. Faced with Ghostly's provocation, Bloodhand's voice was cold, and his blood aura surged. What? You want to fight me too? Ghostly sneered. However, Bloodhand snorted. I know what you mean. There's a blood soul stone in this auction. It's useful to both of us. Aren't you picking a fight with me because of the blood soul stone? It's good that you know. Ghostly sneered. The blood soul stone is mine. If you dare to fight me, don't blame me for using the white bone banner to extract your soul. It's just a bone banner. If you piss me off, I'll kill you. Bloodhand's expression was ferocious. As for the blood soul stone, it's mine. If you have enough spirit stones, feel free to compete with me. With that, he snorted and left with the Blood Fiend clan. Ghostly's expression was cold, and his eyes were glowing with a terrifying green light. On the other side, Nangonghao was also dressed in a robe. He was surrounded by the crowd. He looked around but did not see Hua Wufeng. Where's Hua Wufeng? Why isn't he here yet? He asked in a low voice. Chief, Hua Wufeng left halfway and did not come to the auction. As for the reason, we don't know. Hearing that, Nangonghao snorted. What a piece of trash. Since he's not coming, then forget it. Ignore him. He's about to die. It doesn't matter if he comes or not. There's a few spiritual herbs being auctioned this time. They're almost extinct. I must get them. Nangonghao muttered to himself. His eyes were burning with passion. Then, he led his men into the VIP room. After that, the Shadowless clan, Ravengale clan, Purple Demon clan, and other clans, as well as some sects and families that had sided with the Black Dragon sect, all entered the auction. Soon, the auction began. It was a half-earth step treasure right off the bat, and it immediately drew cries of surprise from everyone. This place wasn't like the Martial Heaven continent. Even these peak heavenly geniuses didn't have a half-earth tier treasure item. So as soon as that weapon appeared, everyone was attracted to it. From this point, it could be seen that although these people's cultivation bases had been raised by external forces, the Heavenly South region's overall level and resources were still lacking compared to the Martial Heaven continent. For example, half-earth tier treasure items were incomparably precious. But on the Martial Heaven continent, the peak families and sects still had quite a few. 1 million. As soon as the announcement was made, someone immediately made a bid. The bidder was the second leader of the Ravengale Hall. You want to buy a half-earth step artifact with just 1 million? What a joke. 2 million. The elite from Shadowless Hall sneered. 2 million, 400,000. Everyone started to bid, and the price kept rising. If Lin Xian were here, he would definitely see that the price of a half-earth tier treasure item was at least 10 times higher than on the Martial Heaven continent. As expected, this was a rare treasure in the Heavenly South region. In the end, this half-earth tier treasure item was won by the Shadowless Hall's Shadowless Hall for 5 million. Everyone was incomparably envious, and quite a few people were terrified. The Shadowless Hall was originally a group of assassins. Their attacks were swift and fierce, and they were extremely strange. Now that they had a half-earth tier treasure item, they would become even more terrifying. Shadowless's strength would also explosively increase. Bloodhand frowned. To tell the truth, he was extremely envious of this half-earth tier treasure item. The power of this treasure item combined with their Blood Fiend Hall's cultivation techniques would definitely allow them to sweep through everything. However, because he wanted to compete for the Blood Soul Stone, he didn't use too much of his wealth. In the end, this treasure was won by Shadowless. Forget it. Although a half-earth tier treasure item is good, it can't compare to a Blood Soul Stone. As long as I can obtain a Blood Soul Stone, my strength will also greatly increase. Bloodhand snorted and closed his eyes to rest, preparing for the next auction. The following auction was even more intense. There were several extremely precious spirit herbs among them. They were all won by Nangonghao at an extremely high price. The price was extremely shocking, and at the same time, extremely envious. As expected of the Divine Pill Hall, they were extremely wealthy. Nangonghao didn't even blink when he threw out so many spirit stones. These items were passed down from the Saint sect. They were all very precious and attracted the attention of these elite martial artists. On the auction stage, a black-robed old man said loudly, "The next item is even more magical." Not only can it increase a martial artist's vitality, but it can also strengthen their soul force. It can be said to be incomparably magical. Hearing this, everyone cried out in surprise, and in the VIP room, Bloodhound sat up straight. He knew that the item he had been waiting for had finally appeared. On the other side, Ghostly also revealed a cold smile. His green eyes bloomed with a terrifying light. The Blood Soul Stone is definitely mine. His voice was extremely sharp, carrying a sinister aura. Sure enough, the next moment, the auctioneer continued, this magical item is the Blood Soul Stone. Not only can the Blood Soul Stone increase a martial artist's vitality, but its blood can also strengthen soul force. It can be said to be an extremely rare treasure. Hearing this, the martial artists in the hall were all excited. They didn't expect to see such a creature in an auction. Everyone couldn't wait to participate in the bidding. Even Namgong Hao's eyes were burning. As an alchemist, he also needed to strengthen his soul force. This Blood Soul Stone was very useful to him, not only him, but everyone wanted their vitality and soul force to be strong. Therefore, the Blood Soul Stone was very attractive to everyone. Blood Soul Stone, starting price 10 million. Each increment must be no less than 1 million. The bidding starts now. As soon as he finished speaking, the people in the hall boiled with excitement. 13 million, 15 million, 20 million, 24 million, 28 million, the price soared. He, 30 million. Let's see who dares to compete with me. A cold voice sounded, causing everyone's hairs to stand on end. They knew that it was Ghostly's voice. The ordinary martial artists shrank their necks in fear. They didn't dare to compete with Ghostly. Moreover, they didn't have so many spirit stones. As for the top geniuses, they weren't afraid of Ghostly 35 million. You don't need to scare me. I'm not afraid of you. Bloodhound snorted, 40 million. This kind of good item can only be used by us alchemists. It's a waste for others to use it. Namgong Hao said proudly. Is that so? I don't think so. Soul force is also important to us assassins. Shadowless's voice also sounded. 45 million, 50 million. Ziyang didn't say anything. He only bid in a deep voice. Everyone is fighting so fiercely. I don't think there will be any results. Why don't you give it to me? In the future, if you want any beautiful slaves, just tell me. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. A delicate voice sounded. Hearing this voice, everyone was shocked. Pink aristocratic family. Someone exclaimed. Damn it, those women are here too. When did they come? Why didn't I know? Namgong Hao frowned. Those who could make him feel this way must have a high status. The Pink aristocratic family was a special force in the Tiannan region. After the Black Dragon sect was awakened, they submitted. Not only that, their status did not drop, but it was even higher than before. They were even valued by the Black Dragon sect's leader. The Pink aristocratic family was full of women, and they were all beautiful women. They were proficient in all kinds of charming techniques and were deeply loved by the higher-ups of the Black Dragon sect. The Pink aristocratic family also worked hard to send their beautiful women to the experts of the various halls. Until now, almost every expert of the Black Dragon sect had a woman from the Pink aristocratic family beside them. It could be said that the Pink aristocratic family had completely integrated into the Black Dragon sect. They were deeply rooted and very complicated. No one dared to touch them easily. Even the Divine Pill Hall did not dare to provoke the Pink aristocratic family. The two women beside Bloodhound previously were from the Pink aristocratic family. Even Namgong Hao had women from the Pink aristocratic family. Therefore, everyone knew that although these women looked gentle on the surface, once they were angered, they would retaliate like a storm. Moreover, no one could contend against them. Therefore, when everyone heard the Pink aristocratic family's bid, most of them gave up. Only a few geniuses and extremely powerful martial artists were still bidding. However, gradually, those experts could not hold on. Only the Pink aristocratic family, Namgong Hao, Bloodhound, and Ghostly were left. 100 million. A cold voice sounded. Ghostly was expressionless. He was no longer as relaxed as before. 110 million. Bloodhound gritted his teeth. However, he was determined to get the Blood Soul Stone. 130 million. Nangonghao snorted. His expression was very cold. Even if the Divine Pill Hall was rich, they could not afford such expenditure. After all, 100 million was not a small amount. Hee, it seems like you guys are still unwilling to give up. 150 million. The coquettish voice sounded again. It was as if the spiritual stones were nothing. Hearing this frivolous voice, the surrounding people were shocked. Too strong. Compared to the 5 geniuses, the pink aristocratic family was even stronger. This was because the 5 great sky prides were directly under their respective halls, and each hall was in a hostile state. However, the pink aristocratic family was different. They had already infiltrated each hall. To put it bluntly, behind every expert stood a woman from the pink aristocratic family. Therefore, behind the pink aristocratic family was the entire Black Dragon sect. Therefore, the pink aristocratic family's financial resources could be said to be very strong. After a round of fighting, Nangonghao, Bloodhand, and Ghostly all retreated in defeat. The pink family's Yu Luosha had already won the Blood Soul Stone for 200 million. Humph. Nangonghao snorted, his face gloomy. Ghostly's expression was also cold. The green light in his eyes kept flickering, like 2 balls of ghost fire. Pink aristocratic family, Yu Luocha. You better not fall into my hands. Otherwise, I will refine your soul into the most terrifying evil spirit. In another VIP room, Bloodhand's face was also filled with killing intent. A sea of blood formed around him, dyeing the entire room red. If the other party wasn't from the pink aristocratic family, he would have already charged over with his saber. He thought that his biggest enemy during the fight was Ghostly. However, he didn't expect that the final winner wasn't him or Ghostly, but the pink aristocratic family. As for Yu Luocha, she kept giggling, seemingly very satisfied with the result. Everyone was shocked. Although they had no fate with the Blood Soul Stone, they didn't come in vain to be able to see such a thrilling auction. After the Blood Soul Stone, the atmosphere in the auction house dropped, but it was still very lively. After all, a magical treasure like the Blood Soul Stone was rare. There was only one in the entire auction house. Half a day later, the highly anticipated auction finally came to an end. However, the lively atmosphere didn't dissipate. The warriors in the hall were all discussing excitedly. However, in the corner of the hall, there was a figure sitting there quietly. He didn't talk to anyone, as if he was asleep. He was the warrior that Lin Xian had planted a beast slave seal on. At that moment, he had already transmitted the scene of the auction to Lin Xian. Soon, Lin Xian received the information. He quickly browsed through it, then the corner of his mouth curled up, revealing a satisfied smile. Lin Xian was indeed very satisfied. He didn't expect that a good item would appear in this auction. It was the Blood Soul Stone. It could increase blood chi and soul power at the same time. To be honest, he had never seen such an item before. If he could get his hands on this item, it would be of great help to his cultivation of the Furious Dragon formula and the Sky Spill visualization picture. Therefore, he decided to make a move. Not only that, other than the Blood Soul Stone, Lin Xian also found a few supreme-grade spiritual herbs and some other items. Since he was going to make a move, he might as well go big. Lin Xian decided to snatch everything in the auction house. After all, they were all from the Black Dragon religion. Snatching 1 or 2 made no difference to him. Therefore, in the next moment, he summoned the little white monkey. Wooji wooji, the little white monkey cried out happily. Then, it took out a small shabby bowl and started to cast a spell. Whoosh, soon, there were a few more spiritual herbs in the bowl. They were all extremely precious spiritual herbs. On the other side of the auction house, Nangonghao cried out in surprise because he found that the supreme-grade spiritual herbs he had just bought were gone. How is this possible? Nangonghao was shocked. Who dares to attack me? Get out here. His nerves were twisted as he roared like a madman. He was really angry. As the second branch leader of the Divine Pill Hall and a top genius, no one had ever dared to attack him. Now, someone dared to snatch his spiritual herbs. This was definitely a blatant provocation. However, what made him even more furious was that he didn't even see who it was. How did he do it? What's wrong? What's going on? The surrounding martial artists were also confused. They only saw Nangonghao being stunned for a moment before he roared angrily. Who dares to provoke Nangonghao? Are you kidding? Who dares to provoke him? Do they want to die? Then why is he so angry? Who knows? Everyone shook their heads. They didn't understand what was going on. On the other side, Shadowless from the assassination hall also snorted and shook his head. He couldn't figure out what was wrong with Nangonghao. It was really embarrassing for him to lose his composure like this. After receiving the half-earth class artifact from the Elder, Shadowless left with the people from the assassination hall. However, in the next moment, he was stunned. Because the half-earth rank treasure he had just obtained was gone. It was indeed gone. It was as if it had disappeared into thin air. How is this possible? Shadowless was shocked. He quickly scanned his surroundings but found no one around him. Who is it? Get out here. Shadowless's expression was cold. A trace of ferocity finally appeared on his expressionless face. Murderous aura surged from his body and instantly pierced through all directions. Feeling this murderous aura, the surrounding warriors all exclaimed and retreated crazily. They did not expect Shadowless to go crazy and release such a murderous aura. Crazy, this is really crazy. First Nangonghao, now Shadowless. What was wrong with them? No one could understand why the top prodigies had gone crazy. On the other side, Bloodhand and Ghostly also snorted coldly. Both of them were in a bad mood. They did not obtain the Blood Soul Stone. Although they had obtained other treasures, they were still very unhappy. At this moment, seeing Shadowless and Nangonghao go crazy, they sneered. However, in the next moment, both of their expressions changed at the same time. This was because they discovered that the treasures they had just won had also disappeared. Now, they finally knew why Nangonghao and Bloodhand went crazy. The same thing must have happened. Strange, it was really strange. Clearly, no one had made a move, but their treasures had disappeared into thin air. There's a peerless expert. Bloodhand's face was terrifyingly gloomy. His murderous aura condensed and was about to explode. Ghostly's expression was also ferocious. His green eyes bloomed with a terrifying light. Impossible, no matter how powerful a warrior is, he can't escape our detection. But we didn't find anything. This means that it's not what we think at all. But, what method is it? These prodigies really could not understand. In the next moment, there were more exclamations. It seemed that those people's treasures had mysteriously disappeared. Among them, there was one voice that was the sharpest. It was a woman's voice. It was very mournful, as if it could pierce the entire sky. Ah! Damn it! Who is it? Who dares to take my Blood Soul Stone? Don't let me find you, or I'll tear you to pieces. What? The Blood Soul Stone was lost? Hearing this, the surrounding people were shocked. Thinking back to how those Sky Prides had gone crazy, they finally understood what had happened. Could it be that someone had stolen all the treasures they had won? From the looks of it, it was possible. Otherwise, these people would not be so crazy. But how was that possible? They were all top-notch experts. Who could snatch away the treasure in front of them, and from the looks of it, they didn't seem to have discovered who the enemy was. Everyone was stunned. It was as if they had seen a ghost. Because this matter was simply too strange. The people in the auction house naturally knew about it, so they decided to quickly seal off the entire auction house and investigate carefully. However, no matter how much he investigated, there were no results. There was only a group of Skyprides whose faces were terrifyingly dark. On the other side, Lin Xian looked at the pile of treasures on the ground and laughed loudly. The little white monkey kept yawning and rubbing its eyes. It seemed that it was very tired. It seemed that seizing so many treasures this time must have consumed a lot of its energy. Lin Xian generously gave him a pile of top-grade spirit fruits, and hurriedly let the young man rest. The little white monkey hugged the pile of spirit fruits, turned into a ray of white light, and entered the demon beast pouch. Lin Xian took out a few stalks of spirit herbs and a blood-red stone from the pile of treasures on the ground. These spirit herbs were not bad and would be of some use to him. And this blood-red stone was the most precious of them all. It was the blood soul stone, which could increase blood chi and soul power. As for the other items, although they were also treasures, Lin Xian did not care about them. He just casually put them away. This is the blood soul stone. The Crimson Dragon was shocked. He did not expect another treasure to appear at the auction. Morong Qingqing also exclaimed, then said slowly, this blood soul stone is indeed precious. Even the Morong family doesn't have many. I only got a little on my birthday in the past. I didn't expect you to be so lucky. Lin Xian was also very excited. With the blood soul stone, his angry dragon mantra and sky spill visualization image would definitely be able to improve. Let's go back. I think those guys are going crazy. The Crimson Dragon was also excited. Hehe, should we send them a message? Of course. I'm waiting for them to come to me. If I don't send them a message, how will they know that I did it? Therefore, Lin Xian kept laughing along the way. The items at the auction were really good. This was a great harvest, anyway, they were all extremely arrogant words. Soon, these words reached the ears of the Skyprides. In the auction, Nangong Hao, Bloodhand, Ghostly, Shadowless, Ziyang, Pink Family, and many other elite warriors were all gritting their teeth. Although they did not see it with their own eyes, from the reports of their subordinates, this matter was definitely related to Hua Wufeng. It was even possible that he was the one who did it. This was because he did not even come to the auction. How could he know what happened at the auction and say such things? Wasn't he obviously provoking them? Hua Wufeng, how dare you steal from me? I'll tear you into pieces. Nangong Hao's expression was cold. He had never suffered such a loss before. Bloodhand's expression was ferocious. The sea of blood on his body surged, emitting a strong smell of blood. Ghostly also had a ferocious smile on his face. His green eyes were emitting a very strange light. Like Bloodhand, he was determined to get the blood soul stone. Originally, he thought that the two of them had no hope after it fell into the hands of the Pink family. However, he did not expect the situation to take a turn now. Although they had dropped many treasures, the blood soul stone had also been dropped. Moreover, from the current situation, it seemed that Hua Wufeng had stolen it. This was undoubtedly good news for them. If they could snatch the blood soul stone from Hua Wufeng, it would be theirs. There was no need to return it to the Pink family. Thinking of this, Ghostly laughed coldly. He looked like an evil spirit. However, the others could not laugh at all. Their faces were gloomy as if they wanted to kill someone. Especially the Pink family. They were so angry that they stomped their feet. Their status was so high that no one in the entire Black Dragon religion dared to offend them. However, someone dared to steal from them. This was really audacious and intolerable. Hua Wufeng, right? No matter how capable you are, no matter what your identity is, you're dead for daring to find trouble with the Pink family. I'll let you know that in front of the Pink family, whether you're a ninth heaven supremacy or the disciple of the third guardian, everything is useless. The southern wilderness ancient town naturally received the news as well. Hence, the order was passed down. The martial artists and elites of the various halls could attack, but they were only allowed to attack Hua Wufeng. They were not allowed to implicate others. Hearing the news, the prodigies and elites all revealed sinister smiles. Soon, a few of them gathered together and began to discuss. Although they used to be enemies, they now had a common enemy, and that was Lin Xian. What do you guys think? Do you plan to attack directly? Nangong Hao asked, looking like a leader. Hearing that, Bloodhand said coldly, I don't need to attack directly to deal with him. Ghostly sneered, tomorrow is the octatic treasure chess game. It's not good to waste energy tonight. However, I'll send my strongest subordinates to kill that kid. The others nodded. They would all send their elite troops to assassinate Hua Wufeng. However, they would not attack personally. Because tomorrow was the octatic treasure chess game, which was extremely important to them. Because tomorrow would decide the ownership of the mysterious crystal. Compared to the blood soul stone, the mysterious crystal was more attractive. One had to know that the blood soul stone could increase one's vitality and soul, while the mysterious crystal could directly increase a martial artist's cultivation. Their cultivation had been raised that way, so they naturally knew how magical the mysterious crystal was. Nothing could be compared to the mysterious crystal. Everything had to make way for the mysterious crystal, hence, these people would not attack before the octatic treasure chest game. However, they would not let Lin Xian go. Pink family, Yu Luosha, the most outstanding disciple of the younger generation. At that moment, her face was pale as she said coldly, "No matter what you decide, the blood soul stone is mine. Whoever dares to fight with me, don't blame the Pink family for being merciless." Hearing that, the prodigies and elites did not speak, but Bloodhand snorted coldly. Ghostly also laughed sinisterly. It seemed that the two of them did not care about the Pink family's warning. "Alright, everyone. Let's talk about how to deal with Hua Wufeng." "What's there to talk about? He's just an arrogant kid. If we really attack, I can destroy him with one hand." Bloodhand snorted with disdain. Ghostly also smiled coldly, "I really want to do it. I'll extract his soul and merge it into my white bone banner. This way, my chances of winning tomorrow will increase by a lot. But to be honest, that kid shouldn't be easy to deal with. If he really wants to fight, he should be able to last 10 moves from me. But he's too strange. I won't risk tomorrow's game on the island. Tomorrow is the last day of the Dark and Light Conference, and also the most crucial day. At that time, the Azura Hall's army will arrive, and our respective Vice Hall Masters will also arrive. That's a truly terrifying expert. I'm afraid that even the city lord of the southern wasteland ancient town would have to treat him seriously. Even if this brat can live past today, he will definitely die tomorrow." Ziyang said in a deep voice. "That makes sense." Nangonghao nodded. "Then I'll send out a nameless elite fire element martial practitioner. I will let him know the consequences of provoking my divine pill hall. Leave the assassination to me." Shadowless was expressionless, but his eyes were full of murderous intent. "I will also send out 5 elites. I will also send out capable generals." Voices rang out one after another. Soon, the various halls, as well as the experts, would send out their elites in preparation to kill Lin Xian tonight. Cold moon, lonely star. The night was very quiet, very quiet. Lin Xian sat in his room, took out the blood soul stone, and carefully examined it. It was a blood soul stone the size of a goose egg. It was very smooth, and emitted a crimson light. It felt very warm to the touch. As long as he held it, he could feel the energy inside. If he absorbed a little bit, he could feel his blood chi and soul strengthening. Good stuff, this is definitely good stuff. Lin Xian was very happy. With this blood soul stone, his Furious Dragon formula and Sky Spill visualization chart could definitely reach a new level. However, he didn't immediately start cultivating. Instead, he frowned slightly. This was because he sensed that dozens of auras were quickly approaching. These people's auras were very powerful and fast. There were even assassins hidden in the air. Without a doubt, these were the prodigies. At the same time, he also sensed that Murong Qingqing and Rua Bingshan in the room next to him also wanted to make a move. Hence, he quickly sent a voice transmission. "The two of you can sleep peacefully. Leave the rest to me." Then, Lin Xian took a deep breath and disappeared from the room. In the next moment, he arrived at the roof of the Drunken Immortal Inn. Lin Xian stood quietly at the highest peak with his hands behind his back. He looked up at the cold moon as if he was waiting for something. Buzz, suddenly, a blood-colored saber light lit up from the void. It was like a blood-colored lightning bolt, carrying violent energy as it quickly slashed towards Lin Xian's neck. This saber strike was very sudden, and its speed was very fast, to the extreme. Even a ninth heaven supremacy wouldn't be able to dodge it. One could imagine that the attacker was definitely a peerless swordsman. Furthermore, judging from the violent aura, it should be someone from the Blood Fiend Hall. If someone else was here, they would definitely exclaim in shock. This was because the attacker was Blood One Saber. He only needed one strike to kill someone, so he was called Blood One Saber. At the same time, 3 cold lights lit up behind him. 3 long swords were like venomous snakes, emitting a sinister aura as they silently pierced towards him. They were aimed at the middle of Lin Xian's back. If he was hit, he would definitely die immediately. Countless ghostly figures pounced towards him rapidly. countless streaks of fire appeared in the sky, forming a fiery dragon that roared at him. Meanwhile, pink fog formed under his feet, quickly forming two palms that grabbed his legs. These attacks were formed in an instant. It could be said that there was an inescapable net, and it was definitely a sure kill. This was a sure death situation. This situation could make any ninth heaven supremacy despair. However, Lin Xian looked at these attacks and didn't seem to make a move. He stood with his hands behind his back as if he didn't see them. When these attacks were about to land on him, a smile appeared on his face. The corners of his mouth finally curled up into a cold smile. In the next instant, an extremely terrifying cold aura exploded from his body and quickly spread out in all directions. In an instant, it enveloped the entire space. That cold aura was so cold that it froze the entire space the moment it appeared. Countless streaks of ice quickly spread from Lin Xian's body. The blood-red saber light in front of Lin Xian stopped in an instant and hung in midair. That saber light was covered by countless streaks of ice, forming a layer of frost. Not only that, but the three Han Jianguang behind him were also instantly frozen. The sea of fire above him, the fog below him, the hidden weapons and ghostly figures around him, and the boundless sea of blood were all frozen at this moment. This scene was very strange. It was as if a blue painting was slowly unfolding. The blood-colored saber light in front of Lin Xian suddenly stopped and hung in midair. The saber light was wrapped in ice, forming a layer of frost. Not only that, but the three Han Jianguang behind him were also instantly frozen. The sea of fire above him, the fog below him, the hidden weapons and ghosts around him, and the boundless sea of blood were all frozen at this moment. This scene was very strange. It was like a blue painting that was slowly unfolding. It was not just these attacks. The surrounding cultivators who had attacked were also forced out of the void by this blue frost. They did not even have the chance to escape before they were frozen and turned into ice sculptures. The one who had attacked was a handsome young man. He was dressed in a blood-colored robe, and his black hair was coiled on his head with a fork. He held a blood-colored demonic saber in his hand that shone with a demonic light. His originally bloodthirsty eyes were now filled with fear. He was an elite of the Blood Fiend Hall, Bloody Dao. However, at this moment, he was frozen. Behind him was a black-robed assassin. He was dressed in black and had short hair. His face was very ordinary. If he was thrown into a crowd, he would not attract anyone's attention at all. This was an assassin from the assassination hall. He was very ordinary, but his attacks were very sharp and could kill with one move. However, such a terrifying assassin was also frozen at this moment. On his left and right were two middle-aged men with pale faces and ferocious expressions. They held two ghost streamers in their hands, and the surrounding ghosts were released by them. These two people were surrounded by countless ghosts. They did not look like humans at all, but like demons that had crawled out of hell. These were the elites of the malicious ghost hall. However, at this moment, they were even more frightened than if they had seen ghosts. This was because they could not move at all. Their bodies were completely frozen. Below them was a beautiful woman. She was wearing very little clothes, and her eyes were even more seductive. She exuded a dazzling aura, but at this moment, she was filled with fear. This was a woman from the pink aristocratic family. Below her were two elites of the Divine Pill Hall. They were both fire-type elites and had strange flames in their hands. They could easily defeat a ninth heaven supremacy. However, they could not melt the ice on their bodies. These people were the elites of the various halls. Every one of them could strike fear in countless people. However, at this moment, they were gathered together to kill Lin Xian. It could be said that this was an extremely powerful lineup, even those top prodigies might not be able to escape. But now, they were instantly frozen by Lin Xian. They still maintained their attacking postures, and even the hideous smiles on their faces were still present. However, the expressions in their eyes had changed. Each and every one of them was incomparably shocked and terrified. How is that possible? How is this possible? They couldn't believe that someone could freeze all of them in an instant. What kind of method was this? Perhaps even their masters, those peerless geniuses, couldn't do it. At this moment, their hearts were filled with fear because they realized that they had indeed underestimated the young man before them. Lin Xian scanned the surroundings. So many experts and elites. This is truly a sure kill situation. Unfortunately, you found the wrong person. As he spoke, he strode forward. Peng, Lin Xian took a step forward as if he were taking a leisurely stroll. However, Bloodblade suddenly widened his eyes. His eyes were filled with endless fear because he found that his body was trembling uncontrollably. The qi and blood in his body were surging. The moment Lin Xian's foot touched the ground, his body exploded with a loud bang. In the end, only his head was left. However, in the next moment, the ice on his body released an endless terrifying aura and completely sealed the head. In an instant, this terrifying expert from the Blood Fiend Hall, the awe-inspiring Bloodblade, was killed. Seeing this scene, those people's minds went blank. They could not believe it. One step. With just one step, the terrifying Bloodblade was killed just like that. What kind of method was this? They could not believe it. However, they did not have time to think because Lin Xian took a second step. Peng, the body of the assassination hall assassin behind him also exploded, turning into countless ice shards. With the third step, the peerless beauty under his foot cracked open. Her face was filled with fear. With the fourth step, countless cracks appeared on the bodies of the two vengeful spirits hall martial artists on her left and right as if they had been eaten by countless hungry ghosts. With the fifth step, the two peerless experts from the Divine Pill Hall turned into ashes and no longer existed. Throughout the entire process, Lin Xian did not move at all. With just 5 steps, the terrifying experts around him were wiped out. In the entire void, only some ice shards were still floating. What? This is impossible. How did he do it? What kind of method is this? It can be so terrifying. These people were not the only ones who came to assassinate. At this moment, there were countless experts hidden in the surroundings. However, when they saw the scene in front of them, they were all stunned. Ice. He's an ice-based martial artist? How is this possible? Isn't he a lightning-based martial artist? Heavens, he's a dual-based martial artist. Damn it, this guy hid too well. Everyone was horrified. They realized that they had underestimated the youth in front of them. Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile as he walked forward step by step. The surrounding martial artists trembled and retreated. However, suddenly, the scene around them changed drastically. It was no longer a starry sky, but a sea of learning hell. As for Lin Xian, he was hung in midair by chains formed by countless bones. His limbs were pulled apart, and his entire body was suspended in midair. In front of him, countless bone swords, spears, and swords slashed his body ruthlessly. In an instant, his body was torn apart, revealing eerie white bones. Fresh blood flowed out, and the pungent smell of blood made one vomit. It seemed that Lin Xian would not survive. Lin Xian frowned. However, in the next moment, he sneered disdainfully. The illusion technique is very realistic. If it were any other ninth heaven supremacy, they would probably have died under this illusion technique. However, this is useless against me. He snorted coldly, and a low dragon roar came from his body. The surrounding mountains of bones, blood, and corpses exploded instantly. In the next moment, the horrifying scene around them returned to normal. Lin Xian was still standing in midair with his hands behind his back. In front of him was an old man in purple robes. He spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Lin Xian in horror. Impossible. How could you break through my illusion technique so easily? He was extremely shocked. This old man was from the Purple Demon Hall, and he had also used the Purple Demon illusion technique. This illusion technique was extremely terrifying. Moreover, he was a ninth heaven supremacy. If someone was hit by his illusion technique, even someone one realm higher than him would not be able to escape. However, Lin Xian had broken through his illusion technique in the blink of an eye. This had completely overturned his understanding. However, Lin Xian's lips curled up. To be able to use such an illusion technique, it means that your soul power is definitely not weak. I wonder if you can block one of my attacks. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the elder of the Purple Demon Hall was stunned for a moment. However, his expression changed drastically in the next moment. He was extremely terrified. This was because he felt an extremely terrifying soul power rushing towards him. This soul power formed an invisible spear that was extremely terrifying. It instantly pierced into his mind. In the next moment, the purple-robed elder held his head and screamed as he rolled on the ground. Pain. It was really too painful. It was 10 times, no, 100 times more painful than being injured by a sword. This was the collision of soul power. He did not expect the other party's soul power to be so terrifying that he could not fight back at all. Now, he finally understood why the other party could break his illusion so easily. It was because the other party's soul power was more than 10 times stronger than his. He had never seen such a soul power before. Even their hall master did not have such a soul power. Who was this mysterious young man? Was he really just the disciple of the third guardian? But how was that possible? The elder of the Purple Demon Hall did not believe it at all. This soul power was too terrifying. It had probably surpassed the venerable realm. He did not believe that the third guardian could teach such a disciple. He wanted to spread the news, but the terrifying soul power pierced through his soul. In the next moment, his eyes widened and his soul completely disappeared. Plop, the purple-robed elder's body landed on the roof. His eyes were wide open, but his pupils had already lost their luster. What? What happened? The surrounding warriors were shocked. They did not know what had happened because they realized that the purple-robed elder was not injured at all. However, there was no sign of life in him. These people sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Lin Xian as if he was a monster. They knew that there was only one explanation for this situation. The souls of these elders were gone and they were killed. Was this young man also a soul expert? The last 6 surviving martial artists were terrified. However, they had still received the order, so they had to attack even if they were terrified. In the next moment, the 6 of them roared and quickly burned their spirit power. They exploded with their strongest attacks and charged towards Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian waved his hand. Instantly, countless icicles bloomed in the air. With a terrifying chill, they quickly pierced towards the 6 people. This was not the most terrifying thing. What was even more terrifying was that these martial artists felt the blood in their bodies instantly solidify, forming sharp icicles that pierced out from the inside. In an instant, their internal organs and meridians were severely injured. In addition to the icicles outside, everyone was pierced with holes. Countless icicles protruded from their bodies, and their blood quickly coagulated. Ugh, the 6 of them opened their mouths wide, wanting to say something, but before they could make any sound, they fell to the ground. A cold wind blew and whistled. The entire world fell into silence once again. Only the cold moon in the sky emitted a cold light. In an instant, the elite martial artists sent out by the various halls were all killed. However, Lin Xian did not leave. He narrowed his eyes and looked to the left. Then, he said coldly, "You've been watching for a long time. Come out obediently. Do you want me to make a move?" Hee, what a sharp soul power. You can actually detect our presence. A delicate laugh was heard. Then, the void fluctuated and a fiery red light quickly appeared. In the next moment, 2 beautiful figures appeared in the void. It was a man and a woman. The woman was wearing a long white dress and had a beautiful face. The man was wearing a black robe and had a cold expression. The 2 of them stood together and looked like a couple. "Kid, I have to say that you're very powerful. You can actually kill so many experts in an instant. No wonder they invited me over. But it's a pity that you met us. No matter how powerful you are, you won't live past today," the woman said delicately. Lin Xian sneered, "More than one person has said this to me. But I'm still alive and well." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his finger gently. Suddenly, numerous icicles formed and quickly pierced in their direction. Poof, in the next moment, 2 icicles pierced through the bodies of the 2 people in front of him. However, Lin Xian furrowed his brows. It wasn't as he had imagined. Although their bodies were split open, there was no blood spurting out. There was even a disdainful smile on their faces, as if they were mocking Lin Xian. Whoosh, whoosh. The 2 icicles pierced through the 2 people's bodies and flew into the void. Their bodies quickly healed and were as good as new. "You're too naive. You can't kill us with this method," the black-robed youth sneered disdainfully. Lin Xian frowned. Physical attacks are ineffective. That means you're in a soul state. In the next moment, his soul power gushed out and formed two long swords that slashed forward. Whoosh, whoosh. The soul power long swords slashed forward and hit the two people, but they didn't cause any substantial damage. Hee, don't waste your energy. You can't find where our souls are, so your soul power is useless in front of us. The woman in white laughed delicately. Whoosh, Lin Xian didn't say anything. His body instantly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already behind the two people. Two streaks of sword chi appeared in his palms and quickly enveloped the two people in front of him. Suddenly, the two people in front of him were sliced into dozens of pieces by the sword chi. However, the two people were still laughing. They were even mocking him with disdain. The places where their bodies had been split apart turned into countless black and white flames, which then quickly connected with each other. In the end, their bodies recovered once again. Don't waste your energy. We have the fire spirit body. We have no shape or form. You can't kill us at all. The black-robed man said disdainfully. Fire spirit body? Lin Xian frowned and didn't attack again. Indeed, he could feel the power of fire from the two people. Moreover, the two people didn't seem to be humans. They seemed to be creatures that mutated with fire. You're from the Divine Pill Hall? Lin Xian frowned and asked. In the Black Dragon religion, only the people from the Divine Pill Hall had fire. You guessed wrong again. We're not from the Divine Pill Hall. We were invited by Pink Family's Yuluosha. Pink Family? Yuluosha? Lin Xian was puzzled. You don't know? The black-robed man snorted. It's fine if you don't know. Dead people don't need to know so much. Kid, hurry up and hand over the blood soul stone. I can give you a quick death. Otherwise, I'll let you burn in the fire and make you suffer a fate worse than death. Blood soul stone? I see. Lin Xian suddenly understood. He then sneered, just two fire spirits. How dare you threaten me? You're courting death. You think I can't kill you just because you have no shape or form? Kid, you're too naive. You don't know how powerful we are. The black-robed man snorted. The white-robed woman smiled sweetly. Although we know you have ice, from the aura just now, you can't freeze us. Kid, do you know what kind of fire we have? The black-robed man said proudly. Brat, you're too naive. You don't know how powerful we are. The black-robed youth snorted. The white-clothed woman smiled sweetly. Although we know you have ice, from the aura just now, it can't freeze us. Brat, do you know what kind of flame we are? The black-robed youth said proudly. I'm the Black Dragon Flame. It's evolved from the flame on the founder's body. How can a puny human like you compare to me? Kneel down and hand over the blood soul stone. Black Dragon Flame? No wonder it's so familiar. Lin Xian whispered. He felt a familiar flame aura from the black-robed man, but he didn't expect it to be from the founder of the Black Dragon religion. He had once used the Black Dragon Flame before, but he had abandoned it later on. The black flame he was using now was the Dark Sky Black Flame, a flame even more terrifying than the Black Dragon Flame. Since they were both flames, the Dark Sky Bird was even more terrifying than the founder of the Black Dragon religion. Her flame couldn't be compared to his black flame martial soul. Understanding all of this, a smile crept onto Lin Xian's lips. He looked at the white-clothed woman again and asked, if he's the Black Dragon Flame, what kind of flame are you? There's no white Black Dragon Flame, right? Hee, of course I'm not the Black Dragon Flame. The white-clothed woman laughed, her voice was cold. I'm the Spectral Bone Flame, a flame formed from the burning of countless experts' corpses. Although it's not the founder's Black Dragon Flame, its power is definitely not weak. So, brat, you should obediently accept your death. Spectral Bone Flame? Lin Xian's eyes narrowed as killing intent appeared in his eyes. Indeed, the rise of the Black Dragon religion had killed countless creatures in the southern heaven region. And this white-clothed woman was the Spectral Bone Flame condensed from those corpses. It was extremely strange. It was similar to the whiting thunder in Lin Xian's hand. I see. I didn't expect the two of you to have such extraordinary origins. Lin Xian nodded. No wonder I couldn't kill you before. But since I already know your origins, there's no need to talk anymore. Now, go to hell. Lin Xian's expression was cold and filled with killing intent. What did you say? You want us to go to hell? The two people in front sneered. Brat, do you know what you're saying? What an idiot. You are the first person who dares to boast like this after knowing our identity. Since you don't want to die obediently, don't blame us for being impolite. Their voices were filled with disdain. Then, the black and white figures flashed and turned into two balls of black and white flames, quickly attacking Lin Xian. That terrifying aura caused the entire void to distort and crack. Lin Xian didn't retreat when he saw the two charging at him. Instead, he waved his hand and a ball of black flames appeared on his palm. Black fire? The black-robed man was stunned when he saw this. Then, he sneered disdainfully, Brat, don't think that you can scare me by making the flame black. A flame like yours is nothing in my eyes. Before he could finish, the voice suddenly stopped. In the next moment, the black-robed man's pupils suddenly constricted, and he let out a shrill scream as if he had been heavily injured. What? How is that possible? How can you hurt me? He roared crazily. His nerves were twisted and his face was filled with disbelief. Impossible, that's impossible. There's no flame in this world that can hurt me? I'm the sect leader's origin flame. He was crazy. He was really crazy. He was evolved from the flame of the Black Dragon sect leader. It was extremely terrifying. Even the Skyprides would have a headache when they saw it. However, the other party had hurt him. He found it hard to believe because something like this had never happened before. At the side, the woman in white was also stunned. What? How is that possible? You hurt the dragon flame? Brat, how did you do it? A look of shock appeared on her delicate face. What is that black flame in your hand? How can it compete with the sect leader's flame? Lin Xian snorted coldly, humph. You're just a black dragon. How dare you call yourself a dragon? You must have a death wish. What? How dare you say that about the black sect leader? Damn it, aren't you a disciple of the saint sect? At that moment, the woman in white and the black-robed young man were stunned. They had not expected the young man in front of them to be so arrogant as to insult the sect leader. This was definitely a capital offense in the saint sect. Unless the other party was not a member of the saint sect. There's no need to know so much about a dying person. Lin Xian said coldly. Then, he quickly stretched his palm forward. You must have a death wish. You're too presumptuous. The two of them were enraged and attacked crazily. They had said the same thing to Lin Xian before. They had not expected him to use it back. The black-robed young man roared. His body quickly melted and turned into a black dragon. It roared in the air and rushed toward Lin Xian. The woman in white also turned into a ball of white flame. She exuded an extremely cold aura and flew forward quickly. Lin Xian was expressionless. He said in a low voice. Black flame martial soul, materialize. In the next moment, countless black lines appeared on his body. From those lines, balls of black flame surged out and jumped around his body. Not only that, two pairs of black flame wings appeared on Lin Xian's back. They spread out quickly like the wings of a devil. At the same time, a terrifying heat burst out from his body and swept through the entire space. Lin Xian released his black flame martial soul and punched out. Suddenly, countless black flames condensed and formed a strange black bird that flew forward. If the people of the Tianwu continent were here, they would definitely scream. The heavenly netherbird, that's right. Lin Xian's black flame martial soul came from the heavenly netherbird. At that moment, he used the black flames to condense the heavenly netherbird's appearance and quickly rushed forward. In the next moment, the three balls of flames collided with each other and released a terrifying energy fluctuation. Ah 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 ah, then, from the center of the energy, a man and a woman screamed. It was so miserable that it made people tremble. Impossible. How can you have such a terrifying flame? Who are you? Damn it. What kind of flame is this? The two of them roared crazily. But soon, their voices disappeared. Not only that, their auras also disappeared. Only Lin Xian's black flames were left in the sky, burning fiercely. As for those two fire spirits, they never appeared again. Under Lin Xian's control, the 9 nether black flames quickly spread and burned all the blood and corpses in the surroundings. Then, they returned to Lin Xian's body. Soon, the entire space returned to normal. There were no abnormalities. Other than Lin Xian, no one knew that a great battle had happened here. Author's note: I vomited blood and exploded. Seeing that I'm so hardworking, everyone, please support me. Please subscribe. Soon, the entire void returned to normal. There were no abnormalities. Other than Lin Xian, no one else knew that a great battle had taken place here. I didn't expect the Black Dragon sect to have such a strange creature like the fire spirit. I wonder what other surprises there will be at the Octatic Treasure chess game tomorrow? Lin Xian muttered to himself. Then, he disappeared in a flash. In fact, while Lin Xian was fighting with these people, in another secret room, Nangong Hao, Blood Rogue, Ghostly, and several other prodigies were gathered together. Among them, Nangong Hao said in a deep voice, "This time, we have sent out the elites of each hall. Even we will have a headache if we work together. With that kid's strength, it is impossible for him to survive. It's too easy for him to die just like that. If it weren't for the Octatic Treasure chess game tomorrow, I would have killed him myself." Blood Rogue snorted. Ghostly was also disappointed. Sigh. What a pity. Such a good soul is wasted just like that. However, Shadowless looked serious. You're too confident. According to my observation, Hua Wufeng is indeed powerful. He's not any weaker than us. Therefore, it was better not to make a decision so soon. At the side, Ziyang also nodded. He kept having a bad premonition. However, Yu Luocha smiled disdainfully. No matter what your people do, that kid will definitely die today. You're that confident? Blood Rogue glanced at her. I know what you're planning. You all want that Blood Soul Stone. But let me tell you, that Blood Soul Stone is definitely mine. You're too confident. Ghostly sneered. Of course. Because for the sake of preparing for the unexpected, I've invited 2 fire spirits. What? You invited fire spirits? Hearing that, everyone's expression changed. Blood Rogue, Nangong Hao, and the rest jumped to their feet. They were very excited. They were all elite elites. Naturally, they knew what Yu Luocha meant by fire spirits. You crazy woman, what price did you pay to even invite the fire spirit? Ghostly's expression was cold. At the side, Bloodhand's expression was unsightly as well. Because in this way, they would have no chance to seize the Blood Soul Stone at all. However, Yu Luocha smiled sweetly. No matter the price, the Blood Soul Stone must be mine. As they were talking, they suddenly felt an extremely majestic power coming from afar. At this moment, an extremely hot aura came from afar. Sensing this aura, Nangong Hao, Bloodhand, Ghostly, and the others' faces turned ugly. However, Yu Luocha laughed. It seems like these 2 fire spirits have taken action. Since they have taken action, it means that your people are already dead. Humph. Nangong Zhong Hao snorted coldly. His expression was extremely cold. He didn't expect the other party to be so powerful to be able to kill the experts he sent out. Bloodhand and Ghostly's expressions were even more gloomy. This wasn't good news to them. In this way, they would have no chance to seize the Blood Soul Stones at all. Damn it, how can that Hua Wufeng be so strong? Kill all the assassins we sent out. How long has it been? Even if it were us, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to finish it off so quickly. That damned guy is really hard to deal with. We were too careless this time. Low voices rang out one after another. At this moment, Yu Luocha stood up and said, "Everyone, you can slowly regret it. I'm going to collect the Blood Soul Stones." Why are you in such a hurry? The battle isn't over yet. Although the fire spirits have taken action, it doesn't mean that you'll definitely succeed. Bloodhand said coldly. Are you out of your mind? Yu Luocha snorted. How dare you doubt the fire spirit's actions? Do you know what a fire spirit is? Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Indeed, the fire spirit stone was extremely terrifying. Even they might not be able to win, let alone Hua Wufeng. Soon, the blazing aura in the distance disappeared and the world returned to peace. The smile on Yu Luocha's face grew wider. It's over. I didn't expect that kid to be so weak. It's over in such a short period of time. Everyone, I'm going to collect the Blood Soul Stones. See you at the Octadic Treasure Chess game tomorrow. Yu Luocha chuckled and walked out of the door. However, Nan Gonghao and the others looked gloomy. He flung his sleeve and left quickly. After that, the others also left one after another. Although the assassination attempt had failed and they were very upset, they had no intention of taking action because there was still the Octadic Treasure Chess game tomorrow. As long as they could win the Octadic Treasure Chess game, their previous failure was nothing. The night passed quickly. The next day, the southern wilderness ancient town was bustling with activity again. Many disciples were discussing what had happened yesterday. Not everyone could enter the auction. Most ordinary disciples could not enter at all. Therefore, they did not know much about what had happened yesterday. It was not until today that the news had spread through the crowd's discussion. You're saying that someone attacked Nan Gonghao and the others yesterday? That someone stole all the treasures? Oh my God, I'm not dreaming, am I? It's true. I was there yesterday and I saw how flustered and exasperated those Skype rides were. I've never seen such an expression in my life. That Hua Wufeng is too powerful. He managed to steal the treasures from so many Skype rides without anyone noticing. Humph. So what if he's powerful? He's already dead. Someone sneered. What? Dead? The crowd was in an uproar. Are you kidding? How could such a powerful person be dead? What do you know? There was an intense battle last night. That kid must have died without a burial place. I'm afraid there's not even a corpse left. What? There was an intense battle last night? How could that happen? Why didn't I feel anything at all? It must have been a top-notch expert. Such an intense battle did not cause any ripples. He's too powerful. The crowd was shocked and asked one after another. Finally, they understood what had happened. It turned out that the various halls and top-notch Skype rides had sent out terrifying experts to kill Hua Wufeng. It was even rumored that the fire spirit had made a move. In other words, there was no chance of him surviving. Sigh, that Hua Wufeng is too arrogant. He offended so many Skype rides at the same time. Otherwise, he should still be alive. What do you know? He was fine when he offended those Skype rides. Those Skype rides sent out people who did not hurt Hua Wufeng at all. In the end, the Pink family sent out Hua Ling to kill him. That's why, forget about being arrogant before. You must not provoke the people from the Pink aristocratic family because no one knows what kind of terrifying experts they can find. Hua Wufeng is a living example. What do you know? He was fine when he offended those Skype rides. Those people sent by those Skype rides didn't hurt Hua Wufeng at all. In the end, it was the fire spirit sent by the Pink family that destroyed him. That's why, forget about being arrogant before. You must not provoke the people from the Pink aristocratic family because no one knows what kind of terrifying experts they can find. Hua Wufeng is a living example. Everyone trembled when they heard about the Pink family. That's right. Even someone as strong as Hua Wufeng, who could fight against the various Skype rides, was powerless in front of the Pink family. It had to be said that this was too shocking. Forget it. Let's not talk about him. Today is the last day of the Dark and Light Conference. The Octadic Treasure Chess game will be the highlight. That's right. The top Skype rides from the various halls will definitely fight at the Octadic Treasure Chess game. I'm afraid you won't be able to see such an intense battle normally. It's because the Octadic Treasure Chess game is on the third day that those top Skype rides didn't fight. Otherwise, Hua Wufeng wouldn't have the chance to be so arrogant. Any Skype rides could easily destroy him. That makes sense. Alright, let's go. Let's go to the Octadic Treasure Chess game. If we're late, we won't be able to see the fun. Everyone moved and headed towards the center of the southern wilderness ancient town. The Octadic Treasure Chess game was a formation. To be precise, it was an ancient formation. Looking down from the sky, the formation looked like a chessboard. That was why it was called the Octadic Treasure Chess Game. In fact, it was related to chess. The formation had a total of 8 positions, and each position could allow one martial artist to stand. The martial artists would use themselves as chess pieces and battle techniques as the chessboard to move around. Not only did they have to fight against the enemies created by the formation, but they also had to fight against 7 other martial artists. It was a very dangerous formation. The leader of the Black Dragon religion used the mysterious crystal as a reward and integrated it into the formation. Then, he let the disciples of the religion kill each other. Only the winner would be able to obtain the mysterious crystal. It could be said that this was a very cruel elimination mechanism. However, it gave everyone hope. As long as they were strong enough to win the Octadic Treasure Chess Game, they would be able to obtain the mysterious crystal and increase their cultivation. Now, all the martial artists in the entire southern desolate ancient town were rushing in the direction of the early Octet Treasure Chess Game. On the other side, in the drunken immortal inn, Lin Xian opened his eyes. After killing those assassins yesterday, he returned to his room and began to absorb the power of the Blood Soul Stone. It had to be said that these Blood Soul Stones were truly miraculous, worthy of those Black Dragon cult's experts fighting over them. In just one night, Lin Xian could feel his blood essence and soul power growing. One had to know that this was an extremely rare occurrence. This was because his Furious Dragon incantation and Sky Spill visualization diagram had both reached a bottleneck and were temporarily unable to break through. In other words, his blood chi and soul power had reached the peak. Unless he made another breakthrough and entered the 9th heavenly layer, it would be impossible for his soul power to increase again. Now, with just one blood soul stone, his blood chi and soul power had improved in one night. One had to admit that it was simply too miraculous. With a flip of his palm, Lin Xian put the blood soul stone into his storage ring. In just one night, I've absorbed about 1/5 of the blood soul stone's energy. The effect is very obvious. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly. However, he could not absorb any more because he wanted to see what this so-called Octadic Chess Game was. Southern Desolation Ancient Town, Octadic Chess Game. The ground in front rose high, forming a unique plateau. On top of it, there were crisscrossing straight lines that intersected with each other. From the sky, it looked like a huge chessboard. On the chessboard, a cold light flickered, releasing a primitive power that made one's heart palpitate. Around the chessboard, a sea of people had gathered. Countless people stretched their necks and looked forward. At the front, a few figures stood proudly. They were the geniuses of the various halls. Nan Gonghao was dressed in a robe and had an arrogant expression. When he saw Yu Luosha coming from behind, he immediately snorted. It was obvious that he was still brooding over yesterday's incident. On the side, Bloodhound's eyes flickered. He said in a deep voice, "In a while, do you dare to take out the Blood Soul Stone as a wager on the Octadic Chess Game? If you dare to take it out, I can guarantee that the Blood Soul Stone will be mine." On the other side, Ghostly sneered. Yu Luosha snorted coldly. There was a layer of ice on her exquisite face. It was obvious that she was not happy. The next moment, she said coldly, "I won't use the Blood Soul Stone as a wager because it's not in my hands now." "Not in your hands?" Nan Gonghao was stunned. Bloodhound sneered. "If you don't dare to take it out, then forget it." "Why lie like this? Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Yu Luosha frowned and stared at Bloodhound. "What's going on? Tell me quickly." Ghostly's expression was cold because Yu Luosha did not seem to be lying. Could something have happened? The Blood Soul Stone is indeed not in my hands because the 2 fire spirits did not return yesterday. What? Did not return? How is that possible? In the distance, Shadowless also frowned. Do you know the reason? Could it be that those 2 fellows also wanted the Blood Soul Stone, so they did not give it to you? Impossible. They are fire spirits. They do not need the Blood Soul Stone. What they need is Huiyin. So it is impossible for them to take the Blood Soul Stone. I think there must be another reason why they did not come. Yu Luosha said solemnly. Then what is the reason? The 2 fire spirits are incomparably powerful. No one can subdue them, right? Bloodhound was puzzled. Not necessarily. In this southern desolation ancient village, there is still one person who can subdue the two of them. Who? City Lord. Yu Luosha gritted her teeth and said, if the City Lord makes a move, I'm afraid the two fire spirits will not be able to resist. You're saying that the City Lord also wants the Blood Soul Stone? Ghost Li's expression became extremely ugly. Why not? The Blood Soul Stone is useful to everyone. He is also a supremacy. Naturally, he also needs the Blood Soul Stone. Yu Luocha's voice was cold as she sneered, just you wait. In any case, the elders from the various factions will be here today. When the time comes, I don't believe that the City Lord will be able to withstand the wrath of my pink family. When the time comes, I'll make him spit it out the same way he ate it. Everyone discussed. From the beginning to the end, they did not think that it was Lin Xian who made a move. Because in their opinion, Lin Xian was already dead. It was impossible for him to defeat the fire spirits. The few geniuses were gloomy and their expressions were somewhat gloomy. At this moment, the octatic treasure chessboard in front of them suddenly bloomed with a dazzling light, forming 8 flickering patterns in all directions. Soon, a low voice sounded in everyone's ears. As the voice fell, the octatic treasure chessboard in front of them changed. On the crisscrossing chessboard, black and white chess pieces appeared one after another. At that moment, the octatic treasure chessboard in front of them suddenly emitted a dazzling light, forming 8 flickering patterns in all directions. Soon, a low voice sounded in everyone's ears. As the voice fell, the octatic treasure chessboard in front of them changed. Black and white chess pieces appeared on the crisscrossing chessboard. Everyone held their breaths as their eyes shone with a fiery light. The most crucial moment had finally arrived. Although most of them were unable to participate, it was worth it to be able to see a battle between geniuses. At that moment, Elder Ling Hu also appeared in the void. He looked down and said coldly, "Now, the octatic treasure chessboard begins. All geniuses, please enter." Nangong Hao, 2nd Division leader of the Divine Pill Hall, Qiannan position. As his voice fell, Nangong Hao's face was filled with arrogance as he strode forward. Bloodhound, 1st Division leader of the Blood Fiend Hall, Kuan North position. Bloodhound was dressed in a blood-red robe. His expression was incomparably cold, and his body was surrounded by a blood-red aura. He was like a god of death as he came to the north. Gue Li, 1st Division leader of the Malicious Ghost Hall. Li Dong position. Dressed in a black robe, Gue Li's face was pale, and his eyes were emitting a dark green light. In a flash, he arrived above the octatic treasure chessboard and looked down. Pink family, Yu Luosha, Kuan West position. Yu Luosha was dressed in a pink dress and wore a charming posture as she floated above. Purple Demon Hall, 1st Division leader Zi Yang. DUI Southeast position. Zi Yang's face was solemn as he flew forward like a purple ray of light. Assassination Hall, 1st Division leader Wu Ying, Zun Northeast position. As his voice fell, a figure had already appeared above the octatic treasure chessboard. It was Wu Ying. He was like a ghost, and no one knew how he appeared. Blackwind Hall, 1st Division leader Feng Hudi, Sun Southwest position. It was a woman. She was dressed in black armor and had a sharp aura around her. She did not appear much before, but now that she appeared, her powerful aura suppressed everyone. Buzz, like a black hurricane, she quickly arrived above them. Her powerful aura was like an invisible wave that swept in all directions. Last person, Southern Ancient Town, Gu Yuan, Gen Northwest position. As her voice fell, a handsome young man appeared before everyone. His aura was very powerful. He had also reached the 9th heaven of the Venerable Realm. His eyes were like lightning, and his aura was no weaker than that of the previous geniuses. He was from the southern desolate ancient town, the City Lord's mansion. Gu Yuan laughed coldly and also strode into the formation. At this point, the 8 positions on the octatic treasure chessboard were all filled with people. Beneath their feet, 8 rays of light flickered. On the chessboard in front of them, there were different black and white chess pieces floating, shining with a strange light. However, the octatic treasure chess game did not begin immediately. Instead, Elder Ling Hu announced loudly, "The previous 8 people are the 8 representatives that we have chosen. They are the strongest geniuses of the younger generation. However, there are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in our saint sect. We don't know all of them, so if anyone wants to participate in the Octatic Treasure chess game, you can step forward now. Every martial artist has one chance to challenge the 8 people on the stage. However, I would like to give everyone a word of advice. The challenge is dangerous. If you are killed in the process, we will not intervene. I hope that everyone will be cautious. Of course, the entire challenge process only lasted for 30 minutes. After that, the Octatic Treasure chess game would begin. As soon as Elderling Who finished speaking, someone below lit a stick of sandalwood. Immediately, smoke rose into the air. After the initial shock, the surrounding martial artists fell silent. Pairs of eyes scanned the 8 geniuses in front of them. However, no one dared to make a move. To be honest, the 8 people in front of them were basically the strongest of the younger generation of the Black Dragon sect. Among them, there were 6 top geniuses of the hall. One of them was from the pink aristocratic family. The other was from the city lord's mansion. The 2 of them had powerful auras. They had reached the 9th heaven of the venerable realm at such a young age. They were definitely not weaker than any of the geniuses. As for the other 2 halls, Lin Xian had killed many of the Azura Hall's martial artists. However, their main forces had yet to arrive. Therefore, no outstanding geniuses had appeared. The most puzzling one was the Nether Hall. Although the Nether Hall was the weakest force among the 8 halls, they should have 1 or 2 outstanding martial artists. However, there seemed to be no sign of the Nether Hall in the entire convention. Although everyone was puzzled, they did not suspect anything. After all, they would never believe that the Nether Hall had been destroyed. Although there was a chance to challenge them, the convention was eerily quiet. No one went up. Nangong Hao had his hands behind his back. He looked arrogant and did not even look at the crowd. He knew that no one dared to challenge him. Yu Luosha's eyes were like hooks as she smiled at the crowd below. No one came out? That's really disappointing. Ghostly also let out a cold laugh. Is there really no one who came out to challenge me? I still want to add a few more souls to my white bone banner. Hearing this, everyone trembled. Judging from the other party's appearance, if they really challenged him, they would probably be killed in an instant. Even their souls would not be able to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Although everyone was afraid, after the silence, someone still made a move. It was a young man with a determined expression. He was tall and straight and wore a red robe. However, he was not from the Blood Fiend Hall. He used to be from a 5th grade sect, the Heavenly Fire sect. However, he had now joined the Black Dragon sect. The young man held a pair of fiery red rings in his hands and strode forward. Guakai, it's actually him. It was a young man with a determined expression. He was tall and straight and wore a red robe. However, he was not from the Blood Fiend Hall. He used to be from a 5th grade sect, the Heavenly Fire sect. However, he had now joined the Black Dragon sect. The young man held a pair of fiery red rings in his hands and strode forward. Guakai, it's actually him. He used to be from the Heavenly Fire sect. He can be considered a genius. I wonder who he wants to challenge. Many people's eyes flickered. They were very excited. Seeing that someone had come out, the people on the Octatic Treasure chessboard all looked down. Suddenly, Guakai felt a terrifying pressure pressing down on him. It was as if he was going to be crushed. He shouted coldly and quickly circulated the spiritual power in his body. Only then did he block the 8 gazes. Humph. Nangong Hao sneered and shook his head. He no longer paid attention. He could see that the other party also used a fire attribute cultivation technique. However, compared to his, the other party's flames were not worth mentioning. Therefore, he was not interested at all. Guakai naturally knew his own strength. Therefore, he challenged Ghostly. This was because he cultivated a fire attribute cultivation technique. It was extremely strong and young. On the other hand, Ghostly cultivated the Ghost Dao. It could be said that it was extremely cold and was perfectly restrained by flames. Therefore, Guakai wanted to give it a try. Guakai naturally knew his own strength, which was why he challenged Ghostly. That was because he cultivated a fire elemental cultivation technique, which was extremely young. On the other hand, Ghostly cultivated the Ghost Dao, which was extremely cold and was perfectly countered by flames. In other words, among the 8 geniuses above, only Ghostly had the opposite attribute to him. This was also his only chance. That was why Guokai wanted to give it a try. Seeing that he was going to be challenged, Ghostly immediately sneered and let out a chuckle. 2 balls of green flames danced in his eyes as he stared at Guokai below. Peak 8th rank supremacy? Not bad, not bad. It seems that you can strengthen my white bone banner again. His voice was filled with coldness and confidence. In his opinion, the other party was a delicious delicacy that could strengthen his white bone banner. That was all. Many people trembled when they heard this, and fear appeared on their faces. However, Guokai snorted coldly. Since he had already decided to challenge, he did not hesitate. In the next moment, an unparalleled power erupted from his body. It was incomparably hot and his entire body was like a god of fire, extremely dazzling. The terrifying heat wave was like a tide that slapped in all directions, immediately causing everyone to retreat in shock. That aura was very terrifying. Although it was slightly inferior to the geniuses above, it was far superior to the others. From this point, it could be seen that Guokai had the qualifications to challenge. Guokai held 2 red iron rings in his hands and quickly collided in the air. The red rings were very special. They were about the size of a bull and were extremely red. There were strange inscriptions engraved on them. With a light wave, countless runes flashed and surrounded them. At a glance, one could tell that it was a treasure. Clang, the red rings collided with a crisp sound, as if metal had collided. Not only that, during the collision, countless flames converged and formed a flame lizard that quickly rushed forward. The lizard was very large and its entire body was formed by flames. Its head was like a giant dragon's and was extremely ferocious. As soon as it appeared, it carried an extremely terrifying aura and quickly charged towards Ghostly. Haha, you're too naive. Do you think that your little flames can suppress me? Ghostly sneered. If it was Nangang Hao who attacked, then he would naturally have to go all out. However, the young man in front of him was only at the peak of the 8th rank supremacy. He was far inferior to him, so he did not take him seriously. He stretched out his palm, intending to grab something in front of him. Suddenly, the void cracked, and a huge white bone claw appeared out of thin air, quickly slapping forward. Pong, the claw landed on the gigantic flame lizard, shattering its head. Countless flames were torn apart and scattered all over the ground. Guokai's pupils shrank. He didn't expect his all-out attack to be countered so quickly. With a cold snort, his expression was incomparably gloomy as he decided to use his ultimate move again. However, Ghostly did not give him the chance. After his attack succeeded, he waved his hand and a white bone banner appeared out of thin air. It immediately emanated an incomparably cold aura. Countless vengeful spirits and ghosts circled around it, a scene that would make one's scalp tingle. Brat, since you dare to challenge me, then obediently become my soul. Ghostly Ning laughed. His pale white hand grabbed the white bone banner and waved it forward. Instantly, countless vengeful spirits gathered, forming a huge skull that bit towards Guokai. Damn it, scram. Seeing the skull rushing towards him, Guokai roared angrily. Flames bloomed all over his body, forming a flaming giant that blasted upwards. However, it was useless this time. The flames that he was so proud of had lost their luster at this moment. The white skull was extremely terrifying as it was not afraid of the flames. Not only that, the gloomy ghost aura on it quickly extinguished the flaming giant. What? It's not afraid of the flames? How is that possible? Guokai's pupils shrank. He didn't believe it at all because in his knowledge, ghosts were all afraid of flames. However, the current situation was the exact opposite. Humph. Ignorant fool, what do you know? Ghostly sneered, then used his strength again. Instantly, the white skull enveloped Guokai. Countless miserable cries rang out, piercing through the heavens and earth. In an instant, Guokai was swallowed until not even his bones were left. His soul was also extracted and integrated into the white bone banner, forming another vengeful spirit. Ghostly smiled and waved his hand, retrieving the white bone banner. The soul of an eighth heaven supremacy, not bad. Not bad. It's indeed delicious. Hearing those cold words, everyone's scalp tingled. Shocking, it was really too shocking. That was an eighth heaven supremacy martial artist, but he couldn't even withstand a single move. Could it be that these geniuses were already so powerful? Hee, who else? Hurry up and come. Ghostly had tasted the sweetness and was naturally excited. His dark green eyes swept around, but no one dared to look at him. Everyone was speechless, and the scene was silent. After a moment of silence, another person walked out of the crowd. It was a burly man. He was 2 meters tall, and his body was as strong as an ox. His bronze skin shone with the radiance of strength under the sun. Xianxia, a eighth heaven supremacy, had boundless strength. The person he challenged was not Ghostly, but the first leader of the Ravengale Hall, Vhumad. Seeing that it was not him, Ghostly snorted coldly, feeling extremely unhappy. When he saw that the other party was challenging Pink Butterfly, he immediately smiled sinisterly. I say, little butterfly, can you give me his soul later? Give it to you? Let you grow stronger? Humph. Vhumad snorted coldly. Vhumad, the first leader of the Ravengale Hall, was dressed in black armor. She was very beautiful, and there was a heroic spirit between her eyebrows. She held a black spear in her hand, and she looked like a black demon king. Her beautiful eyes were like lightning as she scanned the crowd, and she said coldly, I'll give you one chance to attack. I advise you to attack with all your strength, because you only have one chance. Roar. Below, the burly man roared angrily, and instantly, a terrifying power surged out from his body. His body, which was originally 2 meters tall, suddenly grew taller, and became a 3-meter giant. Not only that, but the muscles all over his body bulged, and fine scales appeared on the surface, covering his entire body in an instant. In an instant, the burly man had become an extremely sinister monster. With a roar, the air exploded. With a stomp of his foot, countless air waves suddenly exploded, and his body was like a cannonball, instantly shooting upwards. What terrifying power! He's already not weaker than a 9th heaven supremacy. Everyone was shocked, as they did not expect such an expert to be hidden in the crowd. However, looking at this scene, Vhumad's delicate face was extremely cold. Then, she held the black spear in her hand and stabbed it out. Looking at this scene, Vhumad's delicate face was very cold. Then, she held the black spear in her hand and stabbed it out. Puff, blood spurted out and the scene froze in midair. A 3-meter-tall giant with shocking power tore apart the sky and smashed the earth. It was extremely terrifying. And at this moment, it was pierced by a black spear and nailed to the void. Blood dripped down from the spear tip and fell to the ground, creating countless blood flowers. Humph! Vhumad put away her spear, and the giant body fell from the sky and smashed into the ground. Silence, complete silence. Everyone was silent. They did not expect the first leader of the Ravengale Hall to be so powerful. One had to know that the other party did not reveal his strength at all. He did not even appear in front of everyone. But now, his attack was like thunder, shocking everyone. Not only the martial artists below, but even the other geniuses on the Octatic treasure chess game were shocked. They did not expect that the Ravengale Hall, which had always kept a low profile, would have such a powerful figure. Ghostly's face was also ugly. His green eyes emitted a cold light. Soul Destroyer Spear. I did not expect you to have cultivated the Soul Destroyer Spear. He was simply too shocked because the soul of the dead man had been completely destroyed. There was nothing left of him at all. Only a soul attack could cause such damage. But the other party did not use any soul attack at all. She only used a spear. Other than the Soul Destroyer Spear, he could not think of any other spear technique. You know quite a lot. But don't fight me when the time comes. Otherwise, I will destroy all your souls with one spear. Vhumad snorted and put away her spear. Humph! Ghostly's face was cold. The other party's spear technique seemed to have restrained his souls. But if they really fought, he would not be afraid. With Ghostly and Vhumad attacking one after another, they killed their opponents in one move. The scene once again fell into silence. And after this, no one dared to challenge again. The 8 people on the stage were too powerful. They were not people they could compete with. Even the 8th highest peak venerable could not withstand one move. If they went up, they would only be courting death. Time passed slowly. The incense stick was about to burn out. But at this moment, a voice drifted over. How could I miss out on such a grand occasion? Those 8 in the arena, if you don't want to die, give me a spot so that I won't start a massacre. Although this voice was light as a feather, it contained boundless arrogance. Making one of the 8 skyprides on the stage withdraw. If this wasn't arrogance, then what was? Remember that the 8 people on stage were all top-notch heaven's favorites. Nobody could fight against them. But now, there was someone who didn't care at all, he even dared to threaten them. This was beyond everyone's expectations, therefore, in the next moment, everyone turned around, wanting to see which madman dared to say such a thing. However, when they saw the figure behind them, they were all stunned. Hua Wufeng? How could it be him? Isn't he dead? What's going on? Could it be that he's not dead? Everyone was extremely shocked because the person behind him was none other than Lin Xian. Of course, his current name was Hua Wufeng. Everyone cried out in surprise. They didn't expect that this incomparably arrogant devil would appear again. Thus, everyone automatically opened up a path. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up as he strode forward. On the octatic treasure chessboard, Nangong Hao and the others were stunned when they saw this. Especially Yu Luosha, her beautiful eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. What? Not dead? You're not dead? How is this possible? It's really you. Nangong Hao, Bloodhand, and the others were also extremely shocked. Not dead, you're not dead. Yu Luosha recovered from her initial shock. Then, her delicate face was filled with viciousness. Why didn't the 2 fire spirits come back? What did you do to them? Yu Luosha shouted coldly. She finally knew why the fire spirits didn't come back. It was because they weren't dead. Hua Wufeng's appearance also meant that the fire spirit's assassination had failed. However, Lin Xian sneered, come back? The dead can't come back. What? You killed them. Hearing this, Yu Luosha was extremely shocked and screamed. She couldn't help it. She was too shocked because she didn't believe that someone from the younger generation could kill the fire spirits. At this moment, not only Yu Luosha, but Nangong Hao, Bloodhand, Ghostly, and the others were also shocked and couldn't believe it. Even they weren't confident that they could kill the fire spirits. However, Lin Xian had done it. This was indeed a huge blow to them. Humph, don't be so arrogant. I don't know what tricks you used to kill the 2 fire spirits. However, since you dared to kill them, you're definitely dead. Just you wait. Once the octatic treasure chessboard is over, you won't be able to escape. Yu Luosha's face was filled with viciousness. The other skyprides were also filled with murderous intent because not only did Lin Xian snatch the Blood Soul Stone, he also snatched all the treasures that they had won, especially Nangong Hao, who had always been conceited and wanted to be above everyone else. However, Lin Xian had snatched his precious spiritual medicine. Wasn't that a slap to his face? At this moment, when he saw Lin Xian, his face was terrifyingly gloomy. Lin Xian didn't care about those murderous gazes. He looked to the front and said coldly, if any of you retreat consciously, I can spare your lives. Otherwise, if I attack, I'm afraid you won't end up so well. How dare you? How arrogant. Kid, you're too arrogant. The skyprides on Lin Xian's stage were going crazy. Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd was extremely shocked. Perhaps only Lin Xian dared to speak to the skyprides like that. Seeing that no one moved, Lin Xian's gaze was cold as he scanned the surroundings. Then, he stretched out his finger. How about this? I'll challenge whoever I choose. Everyone was speechless. That was too arrogant. That was because the 8 people on the stage were all top-notch skyprides. Even if someone wanted to challenge them, they would have to combine their skills and see who they could restrain before making a move. However, Lin Xian didn't care at all. He even chose randomly. If that wasn't arrogance, then what was? Nangong Hao and the others were infuriated by Lin Xian's actions, but no one said anything. That was because from what had happened before, Lin Xian's strength was definitely not weaker than theirs. At the very least, he could kill 2 fire spirits. One had to know that fire spirits were extremely special existences. They weren't humans in the first place, but were formed by flames. They didn't have a physical body and couldn't be killed by physical attacks. Soul attacks had no effect on them either. They couldn't figure out how Lin Xian had killed the fire spirits. However, they were certain that Lin Xian's strength was definitely not weaker than any of them. Therefore, facing Lin Xian's challenge, all of them were extremely nervous. I'll choose whoever Little Rooster points to. Lin Xian's finger pointed at the 8 people. His words made Nangong Hao ghostly, and the others' faces turned black. It's you. Finally, Lin Xian pointed at a figure. I'll choose whoever Little Rooster points to. Lin Xian pointed at the 8 people. His words made Nangong Hao ghostly, and the others' faces turned black. It's you. Finally, Lin Xian pointed at a figure. Who was it? Everyone craned their necks and looked carefully. What? It's him. Then, a series of exclamations sounded. It was the first leader of the Purple Demon Hall, Ziyang. Seeing that Ziyang was chosen, Nangong Hao and the others heaved a sigh of relief. The crowd was in an uproar. They didn't expect Lin Xian's final opponent to be Ziyang from the Purple Demon Hall. Ziyang, I didn't expect it to be him. He's an expert in soul power. His purple demon eyes are extremely strange. Although Hua Wufeng's combat strength was strong, his soul power didn't seem to be outstanding. Now that he's up against Ziyang, I'm afraid he'll be in trouble. Indeed, Lin Xian had only displayed his lightning and ice attributes. He hadn't displayed his soul power. Therefore, no one knew how strong Lin Xian's soul power was. Everyone had different expressions. Ziyang's face was even gloomier. He didn't expect that he would be the one to fight Lin Xian. Ziyang's face was extremely ugly. He didn't expect Lin Xian to choose him. In the next moment, everyone's eyes were on him. Especially the other 7 geniuses on the platform. They were all looking at him with playful smiles on their faces. Feeling their gazes, Ziyang's face turned even gloomier. To be honest, the Purple Demon Hall wasn't the strongest in the Black Dragon sect. At most, it was a mid-tier hall. Compared to Blood Rogue, Nangong Hao, and the others, he was slightly weaker. However, Lin Xian, who was in front of them, had dodged the encirclement of the elites from the various halls and had even killed 2 fire spirits. He knew that he couldn't achieve such a result. He was even more shocked when he saw that Lin Xian was full of energy. His aura was sharp, and he didn't look tired at all. That was because he had sent an expert from the Purple Demon Hall yesterday. He was very proficient in illusions. Furthermore, that old man was a veteran of 100 battles. He would definitely find the best opportunity to strike. Even for geniuses like them, if they were to be ambushed, they would most likely fall for his illusions. At that time, although he would be able to escape, his soul power would definitely be severely damaged. Even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured. This was the power of the Purple Demon Hall. But now, it seemed that the other party had not received any damage at all. It was as if he had not been affected by the illusion. This caused Ziyang to be extremely shocked. He knew that there were only 2 possibilities. The first was that the other party was too terrifying, and the experts he sent out were killed before they could even use their illusions. If this was true, it meant that the other party's strength was far beyond his imagination. Even if he attacked with his full strength, he might not be able to resist. The second situation was that although the other party was hit by an illusion attack, they could easily break it, so they didn't suffer any injuries. If that was the case, it would be even more shocking. One had to know that the other party had already displayed a valiant fighting strength. If he also had an extremely strong soul force, then such a person would have no weakness. It could be said to be heaven-defying, then it was even more impossible for him to attack. Because even if his illusions were stronger than the old man in purple robes, he might not be able to do anything to the other party. After thinking about it, Ziyang felt bitter because he realized that no matter what the situation was, the other party was stronger than him. If he attacked, he would lose without a doubt. Based on the other party's previous form, no one could escape unscathed. They were either humiliated by him or killed on the spot. Thinking of this, Xianxia took a deep breath. His face was terrifyingly dark. He didn't want to be killed by the other party, nor did he want to be pressed to the ground and cowed out in front of everyone. Hence, he decided to retreat. There's no need to compete. I'll give you this position, Xianxia said in a low voice. Then, his body swayed and he left the octatic treasure chess game. What? He retreated? Seeing this scene, everyone was stupefied, not daring to believe it. I'm not dreaming, am I? Xianxia actually took the initiative to retreat? Heavens! Has that Hua Wufeng become so terrifying? Even the top geniuses don't dare to fight him. He retreated without a fight. Is Xianxia crazy? Everyone exclaimed. They couldn't understand. The other 7 geniuses were also stunned. Even their minds were blank. That was Xianxia. He was a top genius just like them. Moreover, he specialized in illusion attacks. It was very strange and impossible to guard against. Even they had to be extremely careful against such a person. Originally, they wanted to use this battle to find out more about Lin Xian. However, they didn't expect Xianxia to retreat. Retreating without a fight, this was an outcome that they didn't expect at all. Damn it. What is Xianxia doing? Bloodhound said coldly. Humph, a piece of trash. Nangonghao snorted in disdain. His expression was full of disdain. Hee, Ghostly laughed sinisterly. His eyes flickered. No one knew what he was thinking. The other geniuses had different expressions. However, without exception, their eyes were full of disdain. To them, Xianxia's actions were too cowardly. Not only did he embarrass the Purple Demon Hall, but he also embarrassed the entire Black Dragon sect. Damn piece of trash. He's as timid as a mouse. Such a person doesn't deserve to stand with us. Hearing the disdainful voices of the other 7 geniuses, Xianxia's face darkened. He was so angry that his body trembled. His fists were tightly clenched. These words were like poisonous thorns that pierced his heart. He couldn't stand it. There was even a moment when he wanted to charge forward. However, when he thought of the results of his analysis, he stopped himself and didn't go forward. Lin Xian was also very surprised. He looked at Xianxia in surprise, then nodded slightly. Interesting. Not bad. You can actually recognize the situation and know when to advance and retreat. You're not too stupid. If that's the case, I'll spare your life. After saying that, Lin Xian swayed and went to the spot that Xianxia had vacated. He went up. He really went up. When the crowd saw Lin Xian go up to the octatic treasure chessboard, they were all in an uproar. To be honest, they had never heard of Lin Xian's name before. They also didn't know that such a person existed. It wasn't until the Dark and Light convention where he appeared in an extremely arrogant manner that they learned of such a person. After that, the other party's actions were even more shocking. First, he looked down on Nangonghao and made him refine pills. Then, the next day, he killed the Shura Hall's elder. He even beat up the Blood Fiend Hall. Not only that, but after that, he also avoided the assassination attempts of various geniuses. It could be said that in just 2 days, Lin Xian's reputation had soared. It even overshadowed those geniuses. Now that they saw him go up, they were even more excited. Although the conflict was intense, Lin Xian didn't directly fight with those geniuses. Therefore, they didn't know who was stronger and who was weaker. However, today, this mystery would be revealed. Now that they saw him enter the arena, they were even more excited. Although the conflict had been intense, Lin Xian had not directly fought with those Skype rides. Therefore, they did not know who was stronger and who was weaker. However, today, the mystery would be revealed. Because in the octatic treasure chess game, those geniuses would definitely fight. At that time, they would know who was the strongest among the geniuses. On the octatic treasure chess game, the other 7 geniuses saw Lin Xian and immediately snorted. All eyes fell on him, and the biting cold murderous intent was not concealed at all. On the other hand, Lin Xian didn't care at all. He swept his gaze around and said indifferently, I advise the 7 of you to be sensible and back off quickly, lest you get killed when the time comes. Humph. Kid, you're too arrogant. The octatic treasure chess game is not a place where you can behave atrociously. Although you were very arrogant before, that was because I did not make a move. Now that you're facing me, I can crush you with one hand. Bloodhand's expression was cold as the sea of blood behind him surged. Originally, I wanted to wait for the octatic treasure chess game to finish you off, but since you're in a hurry to die, it's good that you came up yourself. I'll kill you with my own hands. Kid, hand over the blood soul stone and kneel down to accept your death. I can give you a quick death. Yu Luocha's voice was cold as she stared at Lin Xian fiercely as if she wanted to tear him apart. Haha, your soul is mine. A cold shout was heard as the 7 geniuses all stared at Lin Xian, ready to attack. At that moment, the incense stick was completely burned out. The octatic treasure chess game released a bright light that completely enveloped Lin Xian and the others. Everyone's hearts were also in their mouths because they knew that the octatic treasure chess game had been completely activated. The octatic treasure chess game was extremely mysterious. Once it was activated, outsiders could not interfere at all. Meanwhile, the 8 geniuses inside had to use themselves as chess pieces to attack. I'll go first. Bloodhand shouted as his body emitted endless light. The blood-colored aura shot up into the sky like a long river of blood that hung from the 9 heavens. At that moment, Bloodhand was extremely powerful. He also took a step forward and moved forward by 1 square. Suddenly, a chess piece appeared in front of him. It was formed from the octatic treasures chess game. It was a black ghost stone. After the Bloodhand moved, it quickly turned into a black-armored cultivator. His entire body was wrapped in an ice-cold black armor, and he looked exceptionally fierce. That biting cold aura caused the surrounding void to distort. The mysterious black-armored warrior did not wield any weapons. He simply swung his fists and punched forward. Boom, he threw out a punch, causing the void to tremble. The terrifying fist shadow shone in all directions and directly enveloped the bloody hand. At the same time, Snowhand also roared, Blood River 9 tremors, first tremor, get lost. He waved his hand, and a strong spiritual power surged, turning into a scarlet palm that slammed forward. A red light flashed, and a pungent smell of blood filled the air. A terrifying force crashed into the black-armored cultivator, instantly piercing through him. In the next instant, the black-armored martial artist transformed into a beam of light, smearing into the octatic treasure chess game, vanishing from sight. As for Bloodhand, he had successfully taken a step forward. After this step, the entire octatic treasure chess game started to move. The chess pieces on the chessboard moved quickly, killing the other 7 people. A black ghost stone turned into a pitch-black leopard. It had a pair of black wings on its back, and it was extremely valiant, releasing a terrifying aura. Its 4 limbs jumped, and it transformed into a beam of black light, quickly charging towards Nangong Hao. The aura that it exuded caused the surrounding martial artists to be terrified. This was because they knew that the aura could easily kill a 9th heaven honorable. Nangong Hao snorted coldly, and his eyes were filled with disdain. Then, a ball of purple flames appeared on his palm. He waved his palm gently, and countless purple flames jumped, forming a huge purple flame palm that flew out quickly. The void trembled, and the terrifying body covered the sky, as if it was going to crush everything. Boom, the terrifying heat burned, and the black leopard was instantly burned to ashes. On the other side, ghostly wails and howls could be heard. Countless ghosts flew around quickly, and they surrounded a cold figure. Guili was like the king of ghosts. He brought countless ghosts with him, and he quickly fought with a white-armored cultivator. Soon, he also finished off his opponent. Yu Luosha smiled, and a folding fan appeared in her hand. She quickly opened it, and countless peach blossom petals formed a human face. Human-faced peach blossom fan. In the next moment, the folding fan waved gently, and pink fog surged out. It quickly floated forward, tearing the black-armored man apart. Feng Hudi's expression was cold. She held a black spear, and her opponent was a white-robed cultivator. The battle was very simple. Feng Hudi only stabbed with her spear once. Then, she killed her opponent completely. Shadowless was even more impressive. He was like a ghost, silently killing his opponent in an instant. Gu Yuan, who was sent by the Southern Desolation ancient town, was also very skilled. He displayed powerful battle strength and smashed his opponent with a palm. In another corner, Lin Xian looked at the white figures that were slowly forming in front of him, and he narrowed his eyes. He had been hanging out with the Crimson Dragon for many years, and his attainments in array formations were very terrifying. Therefore, he could sense that these figures were formed by the array formation, and they were very powerful. Ordinary ninth heaven supremacies were no match for them. However, Lin Xian did not take it to heart. He punched out and smashed his opponent into pieces. Then, his eye swept across the surroundings. His goal was the mysterious crystal, so he had to find where it was first. Was it hidden in the octadic treasure chess game, or was it a reward for the final victor? However, in the next moment, he understood. Because he realized that the other 7 people were all heading towards the center of the octadic treasure chess game. It seemed that there was something there that attracted them. And the only thing that could attract the 7 of them was definitely that mysterious crystal. It seemed that the mysterious crystal should be in the center of this array formation. Thinking of this, Lin Xian did not hesitate and strode forward. With every step he took, a chess piece would transform into a terrifying existence and attack him. Moreover, he realized that the closer he got to the center, the stronger the transformed cultivators were. When the surrounding cultivators saw this, they all became excited. Exciting, too exciting, the 8 people on the stage were all top prodigies, and their skills were extremely terrifying. They had never seen this kind of battle before. Moreover, the Heaven sect would not usually make a move. But now, they saw it. And it was 8 prodigies attacking at the same time. "Look, Bloodhand and Ghostly are fighting!" everyone exclaimed and was very excited. Indeed, on the octadic treasure chess game, as they got closer and closer to the center, the distance between them also got closer and closer. Finally, someone could not help but make a move. Bloodhand was fighting with a black-armored cultivator, and behind him, Ghostly took 3 steps and suddenly charged towards Bloodhand. End of chapter 1379. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.